Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story. Messages for Dad. Chapter 7, Extras 2, in which Vulcan shows he's a great dad and we see they don't always come out right. After watching the stellar parenting of Lehman from the future and the resulting debate on children's songs, the family tried to figure out who would choose from the pile next. I don't care if Lehman calls it Wolfpack rules or not. We should bring our system back of us taking turns for vid viewing. Magnus spoke up, hoping to get a routine back in place. I agree with Magnus, Robot nodded. It's best we keep to a system, lest the faster brothers will have the first pick every time. Not that we cannot plan for ourselves, but it would be fair. Lehman shrugged, looking to the pile too late. Sputtering, Magnus looked to the pile to see Vulcan sifting through it. He looked up, smiling and waving at Magnus. Everyone was taking so long to figure out what to do, so I got up and began to look. He said this with a wide grin. Do not worry, I am picking something at random, to be fair. Lorger nearby shook his head. Knowing the luck of everyone here, you'll most likely pick something that has to do with you in the future. Calling it now. Knowing the shit luck of everyone here, he will pick something emotionally scarring as well. Conrad commented from his throne in his typical sullen voice. It's better for everyone else to go through the trauma of bad parenting. Thankfully, he would never have to go through that. Vulcan did stop and pull a vid out at random, showing it to the room. There wasn't anything special looking about the vid in question. No runes, no writing, nothing. Just a regular random vid. I believe this one will suffice. Well, Vulcan, hand it over to the Muggos and get comfortable. The Emperor waved off his son, ready for more vid watching. He idly wondered if it was right to keep sitting here and watching vids, but then he remembered that Malkador usually was able to hold down the fort, so whatever. It's not like with her, where she would nag him into oblivion and attack him with her powers in another bout of emotional explosion. Now that he thought about it, maybe, no, not yet. Maybe, no, he wasn't wrong. Never wrong about that. Muggos Lem took the vid gratefully and began the rites. He's done this particular rite so many times now, it would forever be burned into his mind and cogitators. Perhaps this was the meaning of his life? M42, 188, Prometheus. The vid opened up inside of an apothecarian, and from a multiple salamander heraldries emblazoned upon the walls, it belonged to the salamanders. It showed a pacing Vulcan without his armor, looking in between both directions of the hallway he was in. He would go in one direction, then stop, think and go the other, before he repeated the action. Conrad called it. Lorger, are you sure that isn't my line? Conrad. Usually it would but take a second. Vulcan looks like he's going mad, and he's in an apothecarian. Calling it now. It's going to be emotionally scarring. Vulcan, please no. Choosing between staying by his wife's side or his son's was one of the more difficult choices he had to make. Obviously, his wife just went through her third time giving birth to one of their children, but she had their two older children by her side. No one was with his youngest. Vulcan, oh no. Please don't let the little one be hurt. Conrad, well dash. Emperor Conrad, crosses arms and sits back fine. Vulcan, Mortar Ion, what are some of the reasons why a baby would be taken from their mother? Mortar Ion, a variety of reasons. Usually it's for the first checkup and making sure everything is fine. The child is given back to the mother within the hour. Vulcan, what else? Robot, I did not know you knew how to take care of newborns, Mortar Ion. Mortar Ion, I fucking hate babies. Dealing with them is the bane of my existence. I was born with the knowledge, and since I am an apothecary, I have to know a lot about it. But yes, there are other reasons why the child will be taken from a mother. And it isn't pretty. Vulcan takes a deep breath and watches the screen with rising worry, hoping for the best. Vulcan had left his wife's side, finding the neonatal care unit of the apothecarian where they took his too early, too small, too frail son. The first two were able to immediately be given to their mother, already in her arms and able to be cared for from the get-go. Red-cheeked, healthy babies. So why was his youngest so early, so small, so frail? Perrin and Venus had been easy, healthy, strong, on time. He was born just barely after 23 weeks. Mortar Ion, he's dead. Vulcan, but it says that he is in care dash. Mortar Ion, he won't make it through the night. Vulcan, no, he will. Mortar Ion, fine. Don't accept it from me. Listen to everyone on the screen tell you it's going to die. What difference does it make? Make a new one and snap this one's neck as mercy. Vulcan, what? How could you say such a thing? I will not give up on the little one, just because you have so little love and care in your heart. Or did your adoptive father suck it all away from you? Mortar Ion slowly turns to Vulcan. What did you just say? Vulcan, you heard me, brother. You are cold. Mortar Ion looks back at the screen, blame father. He made me. Conrad, I think this viewing is going along wonderfully. Emperor, fucking hell. He was worried over his youngest. It was quick work to find where they kept him, where they kept his son, but it was another playing field to see him. The apothecaries told their pre-march, flat out, that no, he could not be with him right now. So he watched through the glass, watched as he saw his youngest be put into an incubator, watched as he was fed tubes attached to monitoring equipment. And not for the first time did he wonder if this was the right thing to do. During the earliest checkups, they were warned that the tests were coming back strange, that something was different and wrong this time. Farther into the process, there were worrying reports. Then when his son decided it was time, did Vulcan's worry reach its tipping point. He was so small, he was dwarfed in his incubator, smaller than any of his elder children. Just barely over 1.5 pounds. He could fit in the palm of one of his hands. Mortar ion. What else do you need to see? He's too small. He apparently needs breathing and feeding tubes, and now he's beyond underweight. And you call me the cruel one? Vulcan. He's being given a fighting chance. Mortar ion. More like you are prolonging suffering under the guise of love. Mark my words. The apothecary will recommend you let him die. Vulcan was so deep in worry and thought that he barely registered when an apothecary came to him, waiting to speak to him. He wanted to keep watching over his son, watching over his boy through the glass. Mortar ion. 100 thrones, says the apothecary suggests putting the child down. Vulcan. Don't you dare take bets on that. You aren't too far away from me to break your back. Sanguinius. Vulcan, calm down. It's a delicate situation and dash. Conrad. 50 thrones says that Vulcan gives the kid a chance. Horus. Are you fucking kidding me? Perturabo. 200 says that the child is deformed. Sanguinius. What is wrong with all of you? Vulcan. This is my child. How could you all be taking bets on how much he will suffer? Mortar ion. Calm down. He's not born here. And besides, who knows how many of your own sons did you grant a mercy killing before? Or do I have to mention the pyromania? Horus. Enough. I expect better from all of you. Father expects better from all of you. All of us. Are we really so sociopathic that we are having fun at the expense of a child's life, who is also our nephew? We are better than this. Beyond better than this. Vulcan's questionable morality aside, all of you need to shut up and drop it. Rogel. Do I get to hit Perturabo for being a terrible person? Horus. Yes. Emperor. Yes. Rogel. Smacks Perturabo. There is much to speak about, my pre-march. Chief Apothecary Harith Shun began, knowing that this was going to be a very difficult conversation. He had been the same apothecary who monitored the process of Perrin and Venus, their growth, and how they changed over time. He monitored the process of a youngest, and was the same who told his pre-march of the possible difficulties. Speak then, my son. Vulcan spoke in a worried tone, his eyes glued to the window leading to the neonatal care ward. It is difficult, sire. The apothecary treaded carefully. He was born very prematurely, as you know, and with structural alterations. Most brothers slowly turn to Mortar ion. Mortar ion. He's a mutant. Corvus sighs. Sanguinius trails off uncomfortably. Vulcan, what? Sanguinius. Nothing. Vulcan turned to his son now, the worry evident on his face. What do you mean? The apothecary sighed. He is different, my lord. His body is. Say it so that I can understand it, my son. I shall not be angry. Vulcan encouraged the hesitating apothecary. He is a mutant, my lord. Vulcan's red eyes went blank, withdrawing into himself. So much was hidden in those depths, emotions he couldn't place. Just the resounding question of why. I see, he spoke silently. How bad? Enough that I recommend giving him the Emperor's mercy. The apothecary spoke plainly, forcing the words out and hoping his pre-march would make the right decision. And if that decision just so happened to agree with him, he would feel not a shred of pleasure. Mortar ion looks over, raising an eyebrow and pointing with one hand at the screen. Vulcan, are you happy, brother? Mortar ion, not exactly. Vulcan, but you're right. Surely you'd be beyond happy to know that. Mortar ion, I do not like my knowledge and profession to be insulted, yes. But am I happy about putting down an innocent child, even if it's a mutant? No. Vulcan's first thought was to deny this. He didn't fight every day in this galaxy to allow his own child to not have the chance to live. My lord, it is highly unlikely that he will even make it through the night as he is. He spoke sense, but he knew he couldn't make such a decision by himself. His wife deserved to be a part of this. This was her son, not just his. I need time to think. The apothecary bowed his head in respect as his sire left without another word, releasing his breath the moment Vulcan walked out of the room. Contrary to the apothecary's beliefs, however, the babe did make it through the night. Mortar ion must have gotten some of Vulcan's healing capabilities. Vulcan, so there's a chance? Then, through the weekend. Then the week. Then the month. Vulcan, where am I? Why did I leave? Robot, Vulcan, calm down. I'm sure you were there with him. It's just skipping. You would be there for him, wouldn't you? Vulcan, YS. Yes, I would. Jagatai. Then you would know that your future self would be there as well. Vulcan. Yes, you're right. I'm sorry. As he grew, his deformities and mutations only became more obvious. He cried almost constantly lest he was given a mass amount of pain medication, so much that it made his senses practically dull. Putting that many painkillers in a child that size and age would have killed them long ago, thankfully, or in some minds of apothecaries. Unfortunately, the genes of the Primarch kept the babe from succumbing to mercy. Operation was considered and dropped so many times it became practically a routine amongst the apothecaries. A plan was thought up of how they could fix him and then immediately dropped when yet another flaw or development threw the plan off the rails completely. Jagatai, so it seems even our children have a chance to not be correctly formed. Magnus, it seems so. Fulgrim, is it just certain ones of us? Or is the potential there for all of us? Magnus, I don't know. I'm not an expert in this field. Ask Mordorion. Mordorion, now what? Jagatai, what are the chances of a prime child experiencing mutations like this? A prime child growing up normally to a prime child growing up with more problems. And everywhere in between. Emperor, did you just call them prime children? Jagatai, well, yes. They are children who come from us, the Primarchs. I just thought it was a good title for them, since they are half of us. Emperor, I like it. We're using that term for them now. Mordorion, that makes things easier, but anyway. Theoretically zero. Practically, on a planet so heavily radiated that it turns one's skin black and eyes a pure red, especially after multiple births. Much higher. Fulgrim. So is it just home factors, or is it like baselines, where there is always a chance of mutation? Mordorion, just like with baselines, deformities and mutations are always going to be a problem. The chances of that are connected to a large list of factors ranging from environment, family history, what the mother ingests during gestation, what the mother experiences during gestation, what kind of genes are given by the father, and many more factors. There is no completely safe and healthy way to ensure a completely healthy child unless you dabble into gene crafting. He waved an arm around the room. As you can see, even we are not perfect, despite a certain someone trying his best. Robot, so there will always be a chance that a prime child can grow and come out wrong. Mordorion, yes. Very wrong. Our genes aren't meant to be mixed with regular baselines. Anything could go wrong. Imagine a baseline having our mind, but not the biology to keep up, or their muscles growing at an abnormally fast rate, and their bones are unable to keep up, or their mind simply crashes as it isn't capable of comprehending its biology. There are multiple ways a prime child could come out wrong, and so far we have seen 2 examples. And one is a half-breed. It was only a matter of time until we saw a prime child who just happened to have a very unlucky draw. And most half of the genes are coming from someone else, and that's where it gets bad. So to speak. Emperor. Yes, sure. No mixing boys. Totally. Jagatai. Magnus. Of course. Fulgrim. Absolutely. Lion. That would explain a lot. All the while, Vulcan retreated to the mountains, completely secluding himself away from everyone. His wife, she wanted the babe gone, given the final mercy, for such pain was not meant for any life. She argued that if they really loved him, they would let him go. What scared Vulcan the most was how he actually stopped to consider if it was right to keep him alive, that maybe it was better to let him go. He thought long and hard about it, about how either option had their blessings and curses, how the babe should have a chance to live, that maybe time could help with his issues, or how possibly if he would get worse with time and life would be even more unbearable. What was more humane? What was right? What was for the best for him? He came to a conclusion, and Vulcan returned. And he took the babe in his hands, and for the first time since its birth, it stopped crying. As his mutated, only red iris eyes looked into Vulcan complete dark red ones. A connection was formed, an unbreakable one possible only between a parent and his offspring. Janin, Vulcan spoke, christening the child and with it, sentencing it to life even as he turned to the apothecaries. He will live. Make him as comfortable as possible. I will not abandon my son. Vulcan, did I make the right choice? Magnus, I don't know. I can't imagine having to sit down and think about whether killing my child would be better than to let it live a life of pain. Horus, Mordorion did bring up a good point though. Don't we have to give the final mercy to our own gene sons at times? How? Is this any different? Sanguinius, he's a baby, one of our own blood. Vulcan, shouldn't he have the chance to live? Mordorion, but isn't it crueler to force that on them? I don't see the boy dash. Vulcan, Janin, Mordorion, rolls eyes, Janin. I don't see him having much of a life to look forward to. Is it really better for you to keep him alive? Vulcan, maybe he could grow up and get better? Maybe with time, he could overcome the hurdles he was given. You can't see the future. Magnus, maybe. Maybe not. Conrad, definitely not. Horus, why are you so damn negative about it, Conrad? Conrad, because when you start seeing every possible fucking future and everything I would love to see you stay positive. Sanguinius. Are you sure it's because of that? Or you want to be like that? Conrad. Looks at Sanguinius, eye twitching. One of the things I just saw that might happen to the kid is that he gets killed. Another is that he grows up in a life of pain and misery. And another is that he gets turned into mush by something. Most likely an explosion. Sanguinius. And is that everything you see? Or like I said, only the ones you want to see? Conrad. It's all I fucking saw, Featherduster. Now fuck off. They aren't always accurate. Janin cooed up at his father, the sound crackly and weak from all of the screaming that the poor boy had done throughout his short life so far. He was impossibly tiny in Vulcan's hand, fitting there in just one. But despite how small he was, how much he went through, Vulcan saw the fire of a fighter inside of his tiny body, a man already developed, the body he was given the only restraint holding him back. And at that moment, Vulcan knew, one day, the boy would be strong. M42, 201 Nocturne. Sanguinius, what? Such a massive time skip. Horus, how come you're always the one to notice that? Sanguinius, because we might be missing out on content. Ferris, I'm fairly sure that if it is cut for a good reason. Corvus, and do we really want to sit here and watch years and years of practically nothing? Robot, are you trying to say something? Corvus, why do you immediately think I'm talking about you? Robot, give a dismissive grunt. A groan sounded in the darkness. Soon after, it was followed by the creaking of a bed, even as someone huffed. You can do it. The voice was different, far too much of a toothy sound to it than healthy. The noise took a deep breath. The creaking of the bed increased, and suddenly, a dull thud rang out across the room, followed by a pain grunt. Not even a second later, the sound of running feet was heard, and the door to the room was flung open, showing what looked like a grown girl, almost a woman, wearing her nightclothes. She had short-cropped black hair, which matched her pitch-black skin. Her completely red, glowing eyes made her completely stand out in the darkness. Vulcan, she really does look a lot like me. Jagatai, yes, it's almost as if she's your daughter. Vulcan, please, I'm not in the mood for you to treat me like Fulgrim. Fulgrim, wait, what? Janin, she called out in worry, even as she flipped on the switch, only to gasp in horror. Janin, she cried out again as she rushed over to the figure on the floor, covered in blankets, a quiet crying noise coming from beneath them. Leave me, I can get off. Janin underneath the blanket spoke, apparently waving away the figure, who didn't like that one bit as she began collecting away the blankets, revealing a monster. Sanguinius, full on recoil guy. He looks worse than the mutants from Ball. Mortarion, worse than I expected. Vulcan, apologize. Now, Sanguinius, I am sorry. He's Conrad, don't apologize, damn it. Vulcan, accept it. Your kid is a mutant. You can't deny that fact. Vulcan, yes, he's a mutant, but I don't have to hear from all of you about it. Robot, now you know how I feel. Lehman, big difference between having a half-breed and having a mutant that looks like his face was struck with a power shovel. Robot opens mouth and realizes what Lehman just said. Wow, Lehman, that was Jagatai, too far. Lehman, but he is. No use sugarcoating it. Rogel, may I smack Lehman as well, father? Vulcan, no. Let me. Emperor, just calm down, boys, and watch the VID. Vulcan, he just insulted my son. I should get one really good hit on him for that. Emperor, a good hit from you would probably put him out of action for a while, so I know. But I have a feeling you won't need to. His jaw was bent, his back was slightly hunched, his arms were as thin as his bones, his chest, it looked strange, as if it was far more rigid than it should be. And his legs were muscular but slightly twisted. Venaish, I can get off myself, Janin declared, looking up at Venus with his red, irised eyes. Nonsense. Don't try it, come on, let me help you. She reached down underneath his arms and pulled him up, sitting him down on his bed, much to Janin's protests. She took a breather then, looking over Janin, who besides the obvious mutations and wet cheeks looked fine. Looking pathetic merely sitting there on his bed, his much paler, almost gray skin tone setting him even further apart from Venus' own coal black. Brother, why do you do this to yourself? She asked, chiding him lightly as she knelt to lower herself to his level, wiping away the embarrassed tears from his face. He looked up at her, his head tilted slightly due to his hunch. I got a TRYH. He spoke, his iron will evident in his tone, even as Venus walked over to his window and pulled back the curtains, letting in some of Nocturne's reddish sunlight. I know, but like Father always says, you need to learn when to ask for help. Doing everything yourself doesn't make you strong. She gently chided him, almost like a mother would. He gave her a look that screamed defiance, but he said nothing to that. Emperor, it is important that he's given some type of independence. I can understand he would feel trapped and even coddled. even if she is just being a caring sister. Horus, speaking from experience, father. Emperor, perhaps. Vulcan, she's just being a good big sister. Nocturnian women tend to do that a lot. They're very aggressive and protective of their families and siblings. Horus, how aggressive? Vulcan, I'd say on par with Fenrisian women. Leman, bullshit. Vulcan, I will bet on that, Leman. After I hit you. Leman, you will lose. On both counts. You know you need to hold on to something to get up. She continued to lecture him as he just stared at her. We didn't spend time forging and installing those railings for you for nothing. I know, he said silently, slowly seeing the reason in her voice. I just wanted to get up by missile. Like a normal kid. His sister looked at him. You aren't a normal kid, Janan. You have far too much of a brilliant mind for that. And a shith body to go with it. Corvus, Janan obviously has taken to his situation with heart. Vulcan, thank you for being supportive, brother. Don't let mom hear you say that. Venus quickly reminded him, shaking her head at the comment. Now go and wash up. Busy day today, not every day. One celebrates turning 13. Vulcan, nodding, yes, the coming of age ceremony. Robot, funny how a lot of planets have that sort of thing. Leman, some things humans do just end up being a staple. Janan rolled his eyes as if it would make a damn difference. They hoped for years that age would do something for him. As it was, even if he could stand straight, he wouldn't even reach half of his older brother parent's size. Fine, he drawled out as he stood up, this time using the railings, and hobbled over to his bathroom. Getting dressed and proper hygiene was difficult, to say the least. Taking him close to a standard half hour just to dress and wash his teeth and face along with combing his very long dark hair. He always felt that the longer hair could hide some of his uglier features. He dressed in voluminous dark green robes. 2 sizes too big for him, they helped hide his condition. He looked at himself in the mirror and scowled. Oh, how he hated that face. How he despised all those looks of pity his friends and family gave him. They meant well, of course, but in the end, he was a monster, a freak of nature. Conrad, winces. Corvus, something wrong, brother? Conrad, nothing. He had stood in front of this mirror countless times before, wishing for a change, for anything, just to stand a chance at a normal fucking life. He would give anything. He didn't care if he lost his legs or his arms, just that he could move easier, so that his own mother didn't look at him when she thought he didn't know that she was. So he could make his dad proud. So he could follow Perrin and become a space marine. But no, they rejected him. They all rejected and pitted him, and his life just had to fucking be hell. Angron, kid has fury. I will give him that. Lion, fury can't be all he needs to be a marine, or else he would have been one. Perhaps he can actually show some promise in another way. Or else Vulcan had wasted his time. Mortarion, it is too late to begin the procedures anyway. Lorger, he doesn't need to be a marine to find a purpose anyway. He still has a chance to be something, to find his place in the world. Robot, taking into account the status of the Imperium, we can only hope. His arm shot out, punching and shattering the mirror, sending shards everywhere, even as his hand bled. How easy it would be to just lay an arm against the shattered glass, a sharp pull, and hopefully an end. He looked down at the shards in the sink. He looked at one of the bigger ones, taking it in hand. Oh, he could do it. He tried in the past. Really, really fucking hard. But his pre-March DNA was strong enough, just strong enough to not make it as easy as this. Vulcan, wait, what? Mortaron, I could, but I'll stay quiet. Conrad, I won't. Still think it was a good idea to keep him around? Vulcan, has to be restrained by Ferris and Magnus. Say that again. Conrad, gladly dash. Emperor, Conrad no. Sit down and shut up. Imperial decree. No one talks shit about Vulcan's kids. Vulcan, sit down. Vulcan, angrily grumbling, staring down Conrad. Conrad, hisses. If it didn't piss him off so much, he would have laughed. How his pre-March DNA kept him from dying so easily, but was still inert enough to keep him from being like his siblings. Like everyone else. Almost like a personal hell. Oh well, he'll kill himself some other time. Besides, he just end up inconveniencing everyone one more time, having to clean up his body. Vulcan, what? No, don't think about yourself like that. He threw the shard in the sink and opened the tap, washing his already completely healed hand. He healed quickly, but not quick enough for him to live through any of the procedures. Entangled, organs ingrown with bones. The apothecaries said, an impossible task. They said, once he was done, he walked out of his room and down the stairs, taking it very slowly, one step at a time, as he held onto the rail with his frail arms. Finally getting down, he turned and walked to the kitchen, seeing a pot with some boiling liquid about to boil over. He lunged and turned off the stove, but the liquid continued to bubble up. He quickly took some rags and hobbled over, taking off the pot with a heave of strength. Vulcan, no son, what are you doing? Lorger, oh no, Now Vulcan is doing it. Janet, he heard his sister from the door into the kitchen call out in shock as he attempted to move the pot over to a cool cooker. I can do it, he declared, his voice strained as he moved the pot. Almost got it. Then the pot tipped, sending the liquid pouring as it tipped over the stove, luckily going into its spill drain, the scalding liquid just barely missing Janen. Fuck, the boy exclaimed even as Venus rushed by him and began cleaning up. Fuck, he declared again, more tears coming to his eyes as the pain flooded in. More frustration bubbling over the pain, knowing his mom, his sister, his brother, everyone else could have done that easily. But oh, not him. Never him. It's sad to see this. Not having the strength to do basic tasks. Must be frustrating. Horus. When did you two come in? Emperor. Like you wouldn't believe, boys. I don't believe there are many of you who do know what that is like. Horus. Father, hold on. I know this is important, but when did the twins dash? Angron. I fucking do. It's fucking humiliating to not have any power, to be weak and caged and unable to do anything for yourself or others. It's humiliating to have everyone else free to do as they please while you get to sit back like a dog, treated like a dog, and you can't do shit to fix it. That's how he feels, mark my words. Horus. Oh, okay, fine. No one cares the twins just materialized into the room. Whatever. What were you thinking? She began to scold, even as she cleaned up the spill. He wanted to answer, but the pain was enormous, making him feel as if claws were grasping at his muscles. So, instead of an explanation, all that came out of his mouth was a mewling cry of pain. Janet, Venus asked, turning around and seeing his muscle spasms, gasping and taking off immediately for her brother's room, even as Janen refused to collapse under the assault, hanging onto a nearby countertop even as he grunted, hissed, and violently twitched. Mortarion leans forward, interesting. Vulcan, really? Mortarion? Yes, mostly because even one of us would crumble up into a little ball from that amount of pain. He's been feeling that from birth, which would mean his body has grown accustomed to it. For him to be like this, it must be extreme to even an unimaginable amount of pain that even he would feel it. Almost like Robo's half-breed, but different somehow. She returned mere seconds later, plunging a hypodermic needle into her brother's arm, causing him to release a sigh as the pain went away with a flood of warmth. You tried going without it too? She asked him gently, taking a disinfectant pad and wiping away the already healed prick. He stayed silent, refusing to answer her. Oh, Janen, don't try it. Not with this one. I'm not a baby, Vinaish. Frustration bursting forward, angry that she kept doing everything for him. He was supposed to be strong like her, not a weak, barely walking corpse of a boy. Janen, I'm not Dash. trying. Trying to be strong, but it's not working. You know the apothecaries said you can't go without the pain drugs, Janen. I don't care. I need to take care of myself. How can you even look at me? He slurred, more tears coming to his eyes that he desperately attempted to suppress, even as his self-loathing increased with the slurring tone of his speech thanks to his bent jaw. Vulcan feels his heart clench up. Angron, there it is. That's how he feels. Know it. Accept it. Vulcan, I don't like knowing he lives like this. Angron, there isn't anything you can do to fix it. So all you can do is accept it. Fucking shit. He's used to it anyway. Venus let him rant at her. It was better he got it out now and not let it stew over the day. Because I love you, Janen. You're my little brother, and I just want to help you. She answered him sincerely, taking a rag and wiping away at his face, hoping he wouldn't take it the wrong way again. Dontich, he slurred out, hoping that she would leave him alone and not do the inevitable. No. And she hugged him, squeezing him tight and letting him cry again. It was worse. Every birthday it got worse. And it all started out as a way of motivating him. The apothecaries had promised that every birthday it would only get better. It only got worse. Mortarion, age doesn't mean squat when the mutation is at a cellular level. As was his custom, Janen skipped breakfast, preferring instead to eat some leftovers as he took the power train to the great forges built into Mount Deathfire. His mother's meals were delicious, since she was, after all, the greatest chef on the planet, even with much more meager rations. But well, he never could shake the feeling of her silently judging him when he wasn't looking. Not that it mattered now. He had work to do. He didn't want to stay home and attend the coming-of-age ceremony. He didn't want to be around all the other kids who had brighter, more active futures ahead of them. He didn't want them to rub it in his face. Work was better. Work made sense. Work was something he could do. He didn't have to be around the other kids and teens who weren't mutants and had ugly faces and didn't have weird bodies and looked like a failed attempt at life. As the train rode at record speeds towards Mount Deathfire, his thoughts turned to that of his designs, his plans. While his body was essentially pathetic, his mind was anything but. It was sharp, sharper than most. His eyes were able to spot even the tiniest of flaws. And while he couldn't even hold a sword or smithing hammer, he never needed to. He could see and hear the imperfections of an object. There were always his brothers to help him craft his most ingenious of designs, and he could always wield a pen to write and draw on a plastic flimsy, as difficult as that was for his mangled arms. His mind and knowledge were the only part of his father that he was actually able to use to his full ability. Lorgar, see? He is able to do something, and if what he says is true, he's quite good at it. I'm glad he's able to do something that he enjoys. Vulcan, I agree. I would love to see some of the designs he comes up with, what he can do if he dedicates his time to it. The train came to a halt, and he hobbled off, his power-armored brothers all around him coming to a halt and greeting him in various ways, all with smiles on their faces. They were all nice to him. It always irked him in the beginning, like they only did it to be polite. He hated politeness, but over time it wasn't just a polite thing to do, it was expected and earned. He had earned his respect, that much he was proud of. As mangled as his body was, his mind served the purpose of overlooking many products from the forges inside this very mountain. All from improvements to their Terminator designs, to the newer and much more efficient power packs, and all the way to their newer, more compact Thunderhammer models. Finished off by eliminating the flaw of the Redemptor pattern Dreadnought burning out its host. He swore that when he met who had designed the damn thing, he would give him a punch to the gut, if he could. All of this made sure that his brothers would keep the Mechanicus from declaring him a heretic. Ferris raised his eyebrows, impressive. Vulcan, most impressive. He has learned much. But is he a master yet? Emperor, HEY. Hands off my quips. Ferris, I know that the Mechanicum can be, looks over to Muggos Lem, who is grumbling to himself, a little overzealous. And the Mechanicus of the future has only degenerated further. I just hope Janin is careful, since technology development can be quite tricky and the wrong machine spirit can be disastrous. Hobbling through two massive adamantium doors, the heat hit him directly into his face while bathing the rest of his body with unnaturally hot temperatures. Luckily for him, his father's genome was nocturnian enough that he was able to weather the heat with relative ease. One of the rare cases where the genome had not failed him. He walked along, the cane he used tapping heavily against the ornate stone floor. He had refused a wheelchair. He could walk, or well, hobble. Anything was better than a damn wheelchair. He couldn't even use the stairs then. As he walked across the long hall, all around him, hundreds of his brothers and serfs worked at the forges or anvils, all making some of the best weapons in the entirety of the Imperium, or what was left of it. His father, Primarch Vulcan of the Salamanders, the Lord of Drakes, had left some time ago, citing the need to find Imperium Secundus, a probe stating the existence of it having been found a couple of years prior, along with the navigators declaring the light of a new Astronomicon being present amongst the stars. Emperor, looks like we will see Vulcan with Robot soon if things go to plan. Rogel, father. Emperor, yes, Rogel. Rogel. Aegidius has already implied and spoken of Vulcan being a part of Imperium Secundus. You're being redundant. Emperor, I am merely saying that we will physically see him soon, Rogel. Damn it. Rogel, but father, I speak the obvious plenty of times, yet I am smacked for it. You speak the obvious here. I do not wish for you to be smacked, but it is odd that I am punished for something you have just done. Perturabo, I can smack father. Emperor, fucking try it, boy. See how far you get before I throw a planet at you. Rogel, you mean throw Perturabo at a planet? If you were to throw a planet at him now, while we are on the Bucephalus, you would not only kill everyone's ship, but us as well, and destroy the Imperial flagship. Emperor, I know what I fucking said. Hope. It was all that kept the dream going. Hope for a better time. Hope for the idea of continued existence. Hope that the grim darkness of the galaxy could possibly have turned. He huffed. Hope. He had kept hope for so many years that its very concept was appalling to him. What was hope other than a false promise? Conrad, he's not wrong. Horace, oh hush already. There is plenty of hope, like not having a heresy and telling chaos to go die in a latrine ditch. Conrad, and hope there's gone S up. Your point. Horace, hush. Finally, he reached the throne at the end of the Grand Hall and carefully climbed the few steps leading to it. The Salamanders were essentially all equal here, the military hierarchy coming into rule only upon leaving the planet. But nonetheless, the throne was meant for the Great Overseer, the last one to judge the weapon of a neophyte during his trials and his coming of a space marine. And right now, that Overseer was him. Vulcan, I have no doubt in my mind that he had earned that position by himself. Lorgar, if what he said about his accomplishments and his work are true, then I would agree. Lion, at least he isn't just being a disappointment. Horace, brother, that is no way to speak of Vulcan's son. Lion, it is the true way. No artifice necessary. Horace sighs. When his father had given him the position upon his leave, Janin was appalled. Great Overseer? What? Only a true salamander, a full battle brother of the chapter, could hold the position. His father then pointed out that technically, he was one already born into the chapter, holding most organs and all, but above all, he had the mind of an overseer, surpassing even the greatest smiths of the chapter in terms of his knowledge of the lore and weapon making, ever retreating to his books whenever he did not know something or hungrily asking questions. Again, just because his body was dull, it did not mean his mind was as such. And yet again, that is what his father had pointed out to him as he gave him such an honor. His older brother Perrin accompanied their father on his crusade to Imperium Secundus, giving full trust to Janin. As foolish as Janin thought that was, and as much as he complained about it, he accepted. He hobbled by the throne, going to the private workshop behind the throne instead. He thought he was doing an amicable job so far, or at least, so the other salamanders had let him know. He knew they thought him too rash and hostile at times, but they were too nice to say anything about it. Sanguinius. It is truly astounding of how nice Vulcan sons really are. Robot, indeed. Perhaps a tad, too much even at times. Sanguinius. What do you mean by that? Robot. All I am saying is that at times, compassion can be a weakness that can be exploited. I'm not saying that them being kind makes them weak by default, just that it can backfire if it is used too much. Vulcan. I understand and am grateful for the criticism, my brother. It has a good meaning behind it. Do not worry, however. We are careful not to overextend our kindness to our enemies. Robot. Not what I meant, but at least you get the gist of it. He sighed yet again as he sat down upon a supportive chair with a grunt of pain, leaning his cane on the work table even as a rare smile graced his lips. Finally, he was able to be at his beloved work table, where he could sit comfortably and draw out plans, designs, redesigns, and make improvements. The tilted surface perfect for him to reach and comfortable enough to work. How many designs had he already made? Too many, he supposed. He gave a huff of laughter at his own weak jest. All around the room and in sealed reliquaries, his many works were scattered. Those that were not weapons or armor often appeared pointless or even useless in the eyes of some. To him, each one was a lesson learned in pain and humility. Ferris. I'd love to get a closer look at his workshop. I see many projects that he just needs a bit of guidance with. Perturabo. It is admirable to see that he really does have a grasp on design. If he wasn't held back by his body, I can see him being a beyond adequate artificer. Vulcan. Beyond adequate? Perturabo. Time is needed to be an exceptional one. Rogel smack? Vulcan. He means well. Rogel. Perhaps. As his body had made him such, he drew the design first, making sure that each part was thoroughly tested in his mind. Even the smallest servo could err massively upon the smallest miscalculation. And then he had one of his brothers craft it. Today, he started work on a new project. His most ambitious project, the one that he would put his entire mind and soul into, a project that he would make sure would be his greatest creation. Too many birthdays had passed with too many disappointments. Vulcan. What is he making? Ferris. I'm not sure. Nothing written yet. No plans drawn. So not much information yet. Looking around the room, briefly, he spotted all of his previous attempts at healing himself. He saw the primitive braces that he attempted to use before he himself realized that most of his bones could never be bent to grow in another way. Then there were all of the molds he tried to mold his body into using various mutagenics and chirurgeons along with his brother apothecaries. Then came the internal modifiers using a heavily modified black carapace to be able to scrap and mold his nerves a different way at the very least. Mortar ion. Impressive number of tests, but futile. Fulgrim. I'm getting a lot of Fabius vibes from this. Horus. The part about desperation? I have seen it drive many people to extraordinary lengths in order to achieve their goals. Fulgrim. Indeed. But that is not what worries me. What does is that if this does not end well, then poor Janin will be isolated even more. Ferris. Work consumes a man in more ways than one. It makes isolation preferable. Perturabo. Grunts, the statement hitting a little too close to home. And finally, came the smallest little glass of liquefied fulgurite. Emperor. Okay, where did he get that? Horus. From what we have seen of my heresy, wasn't Vulcan stabbed with a slab of it in order for him to regain his sanity? Vulcan. I believe so. Horus. Then wouldn't it be logical that Vulcan would keep it since it was so useful? Emperor. Good point. Oh, now, that wouldn't have been a pain. A very expensive pain, too. That was all the fulgurite in the known galaxy. Thankfully, his father had been able to save what those assassins used on him, leaving this precious substance for himself. Horus. Look smug. Liquefying, it had taken years of work with a massive amount of trial and error, not to mention exploding machinery and decades worth of migraines. Thankfully, he was able to take the notes of others and rework it to suit his needs, working through and figuring out how to use it. He had hoped to use in tactical doses to alter his body on a cellular level. Mortar ion, an interesting, if difficult attempt. Emperor, and no more HMMs from you, young man. That, combined with your voice and choice of color palette, reminded me way too closely of somebody from the past. Mortar ion, you've been oddly quiet this entire time, old man. Go back to being silent. Emperor, holy shit, Mortarian. Your nostalgia tripping me all the way back to the very early 3rd millennium. Mortar ion, he tried with his arm, and it worked. He had been able to use it and actually enjoy having a strong limb that didn't scrunch up and could hold his weight. It had been a dream, only to revert back to its deformed state in a matter of days. He would either need to dilute the fulgurite in something and keep himself constantly submerged in it, which would be essentially impossible due to there being so little of it, or concentrate the fulgurite enough that it would last a few years at least, which was impossible because its own molecular structure prevented him from doing it. Then once it was all gone, that was it. He couldn't waste it to use and enjoy the effects for only a handful of years. He had to be careful and plan out what he was going to do. Mortar ion, sufficient idea, if he did not have the primary material in a finite amount. He sighed and let his head hit the headrest of his specially designed chair. He needed an idea, something to go from and figure out what he was going to do. He needed inspiration. No inspiration, no work, no ideas, nothing new. Anything could be an inspiration if he just thinks about it. Trains? No. Mirror? No. Railings? No. Something. Even a most mundane item could be used for inspiration, but what? He then thought about it, going back to breakfast this morning. The boiling pot, how it was used to cook things submerged in water. Submerged. Wait, yes. Submerged. He could use that. What else was submerged? Ferris, he isn't. Fulgrim, I think he is. Lion, I mean, it's a good idea. It would fix a lot of problems. Vulcan, oh no. Perturabo, he just needs to make it as perfect as possible, since he only has so much to work with. Lorder, I want to say that someone should stop him, but what else? He took out a datapad and linked it to the new sphere, which in turn linked it to the main centralized database. He flicked through his massive amount of files, each labeled with different chemicals before he found the one he was searching for. Amniotic fluid. Ferris, sometimes I hate it when I'm right. Vulcan, has anyone ever wanted to be interred? Ferris, well, there are plenty in my legion, but outside of them, not really. An interesting thing, with an even more interesting chemical mixture, designed to preserve far better than anything else. The people put into them without so much as a modicum of preparation could easily survive for millennia. Technically, he tried it before. His genome overpowered the fluid and healed him, albeit at a far slower rate, but still. It wasn't practical and took a mass amount in the first place. But if he tweaked it with something that already delayed his healing factor for some time. He quickly did the math in his head, and well, 3,654,561 days until the healing even began to manifest. Over 10 millennia, he did the math again. Then for the first time in years, he pulled out a cogitator and did the math on it. Then on a flimsy, just to be sure. Emperor, yes. The old. I'm so nervous right now, I don't know what 1 + 1 equals. Lion, that's not a thing. Robot, no, that is a thing. Corvus, it actually is. Lorger, wait, what? Magnus, yeah, it's a thing. Lorger, how does that happen? Robot, clearly you have never set up an entire logistical network for a crusade. It's a nightmare, even for me. He felt an unsteady grin spread across his face as he slowly turned to look at the vial of liquidized fulgurite, sitting in its own tiny reliquary. He felt a bubble of laughter come up, then it grew as he laughed louder and louder. It was there. How did he not think of this before? He couldn't stop the laughter from coming out. It was just hilarious. He had a lot of work to do. Vulcan, oh no. Ferris, I recognize a phase like that. He isn't going to stop until circumstances force him to do so. A few months perhaps dash. M42, 208. Ferris, never mind. Vulcan, and when you say he isn't going to stop, do you mean like when we get so into a project that nothing else comes to mind and we keep working until it is done? Ferris, exactly. Vulcan, oh no. Perrin marched into the Grand Hall of Forges and allowed the heat to wash over him, the systems of his power armor adjusting as needed even as he took a big whiff of the smell of brimstone, ash, and heated adamantium. Oh, how he had missed home. The smell of travel and battle was comforting, yes, but there was nothing better than the open pits of magma, brimstone, and metalworking. The journey to Imperium Secundus was less than stellar. His father really hadn't been happy with the idea that his uncle made a peace treaty with the Eldar. Hell, He could remember how many raids there had been on Nocturne during his childhood by the damn sweat goblins, since apparently there was a difference between them. The stuck-up ones, the clowns, and the smelly ones. And then there were the extremely edgy ones who liked to write poetry about death, and were spikes everywhere. Jagatai grunts in approval. Magnus. Of course there are differences. Most of you just don't want to entertain the idea of learning them. Robot. He looks like he's taking it well, brother. Vulcan. I apologize in advance. Robot. Why? Vulcan. Just watch. I know my future self. He even carried a scar over his left eye from when one of those damn knife-eared assholes tried to kill him. Emphasis on tried. He ripped the thing's head clean off with his bare hands. He had been 3. Good times. Ongron. Good kid. Vulcan. I am very proud of him. Jagatai. I would be too. Mortar Ionum. Better than the other one. Emperor. Violent eye twitch. Vulcan. And you ruined it. After traveling for so long and going through or by so many warp storms, they finally came to Macridge, and now he had to be nice to the damn knife ears. Even have to accept that he has a half-breed cousin. Spoiled little shit, running away from home and making everyone panic. It made him sick. Robot. Wait, what? What happened to Aegidius? When? How? Why? Give me answers, you damned vid. Conrad. Muttering under his breath. Just had to mention the damned half-breed, just as things got nice and quiet. Robot. Why would he try to run away from home? Surely everything is fine. He shouldn't feel the need or want to run away dash. Magnus. Our robot. Please calm down. We are here to watch Vulcan's child dash. Robot. But what if he was taken and Perrin is just taking it as him running away? Maybe. I'm trying to figure this out and see why he would do this, and I can't dash. Conrad. GH. I swear, if I ever have to deal with someone who talks like you on a daily basis, I will gladly flame myself for hours, or take a bolt to the face. Sanguinius starts grinning at Conrad. Thankfully, he was able to avoid the half-breed, but not his other cousins. The little wolf and the little bat. They weren't so bad. They were actually enjoyable. But after getting those reports, it was imperative they return home for the coming battle. He liked Macridge, but it was soured and he was beyond thankful to be home. Lehman. I know the little wolf is Freya, since well. Space Wolf. I just hope she learned to not run around naked. Conrad. And oh, Magnus, brother. Whatever is making you say that? Conrad. Shut the fuck up, Magnus. Emperor. Holy shit, Conrad. Calm down. Conrad. It's not real. It's not happening. Shut up. Horus. We might be taking the hints in too many broad strokes. Vulcan. I mean, we know Conrad is alive, but maybe it's someone else's? Sanguinius. I don't care. Let's just watch. But despite it all, there was one he had missed even more. Uncle Dorn had even given them a couple of housecarls and an entire company of his Imperial fists to help fortify the planet. That was very kind of him. Father made sure to hug his uncle extra hard for that. Uncle Rogel didn't even seem to mind. Perturabo. OH for fuck sake. You're still alive. Rogel, yay. Existence. I am happy to know that in the future I am still. Me. Robot. Hold on, I'm confused. Rogel hasn't even shown up yet. I know this takes place a few years later from where we left off, but still. Ongron. Maybe whoever sent this Grox pile of tapes forgot to cut out that part. OUCH. My fucking head. Emperor. Too meta. Lorger. I mean, are the tapes edited? I know that a couple we watched does have splices. Maybe Omegon. You don't question. Perhaps Alfarius. A magical chest of sorcery. Definitely Omifarius. That spews vids at random. Alfarius. Or is it? But are surprised by the fact. Omegon, for sure. That they might be edited. Lorger. All right, the both of you need to sit down. Immediately, he began walking across the grand hall, intent for the workshop behind the throne. As soon as he and his father had landed, they had been caught up on any missed events and immediately directed towards where the defenses for the incoming attack were being prepared. The librarians had picked up signs of turmoil from the warp, with images of possible attacks of their home. The star of the thousand suns was burning brightly in hatred for the salamanders, and no one knew why. Magnus. Wait, hold on, why? Why are my sons going after Nocturne of all places? No offense, Vulcan. Vulcan. I'm too busy being offended that your sons are going to attack my home while my wife and children are there, you red-skinned asshole. Emperor. Holy shit, Vulcan. Now you're going there. Jagatai. Writing something down while nodding approvingly. Magnus. I don't know why they're going to attack Nocturne. Vulcan. I'm just as surprised as you are. I have no idea why they chose you specifically. Robot. Perhaps Nocturne is isolated, therefore making it a target worth pillaging? Vulcan's sons are legendary smiths and artificers. The bounty would be essentially priceless. Magnus. Normally I'd agree with you, but you forget. This is a known Legion homeworld. Even with Imperium Secundus in effect, and after the events of everything so far, going after a Legion homeworld while their pre-march is known to be back is absolute suicide. Even if it is for a plan of the squid. This makes no god's damned sense. Vulcan. Unless, of course, a certain book weakened your legion and whittled it down into chapters. Robot. Will you stop harping on that? Lehman. Spade's book says this bad. Robot. Sighs, that's a no then. Magnus. Will someone address my point? Ongron. Revenge, you big idiot of nerd. Magnus. For what? Ongron. Doesn't fucking matter, does it? That's the only thing which gets future you to reunite with your sons and attack everything. As evidenced by your trying to destroy Rust Wolves twice by attacking their homeworld. Lehman. And getting your spine broken yet again. Magnus. Okay, fine. Revenge. But I really want to know what it is that Vulcan did to cause my sons to seek revenge on him. If it even is revenge. Ongron. If it fucking isn't, I will cave in my own head by ripping these nails clean off. But perhaps even more worrying than the reports of the possible assault were the reports of his younger brother. He had not left his private workshop in years, even eating and sleeping in it, coming out only to do his duty as great overseer. Vulcan. Emperor. Not you two. As for Perrin, well, he hadn't seen his brother in 8 years. Talk about a long time and not seeing your little brother. He was tempted to see his mother and sister, but thought it prudent to see Janin first and inform them after. Better to go in with some ammo than without. From what he had heard from the apothecaries, he was growing as well as he could be, despite him staying for the most part in his deformed body. Nodding to his battle brothers and passing the countless serfs in the middle of their work, he marched past the throne and into the workshop behind, the smell of unwashed hair and skin reaching his transhuman senses. It was going to be one of those days, wasn't it? Hello, baby brother. Perrin grinned as he made his way into the workshop, causing a groaning Janin to shift in his work table. It's been 8 years, and almost as long as that from how long you've been away from home, too. Janin let out a huff, scribbling something on his work table. 8 years? I can't sh really rememberth. Isht it 206. Ferris. Well then, he went deep. Vulcan. I have done the same. Ferris. We both have. No, more of 208. Honestly, have you really been in here for so long you forgot the year? Perrin corrected, looking around at the workroom. The walls were covered in designs, diagrams, notes, all manners of written pieces that seemed to go together. Perhaps, home actually has a bed. I hash a bed. Janin pointed his pen toward a makeshift bed that was unkempt and looked like a place he could flop over on and off of. Right? And the food. Vinaish brings me food, Janin replied, continuing to work. At this point, Perrin had enough. He could see just fine in this light, but the darkness was getting annoying. All right, that's it. I'm opening the curtains. Emperor. OH. Here it comes. Perrin no. Perrin yes. And then, he reached for the curtain, moving to reveal the bright light of the lava flows, making his younger brother screech at the light. Fulgrim. Sounds like the time I opened the curtains on Conrad. He made the same sound. Conrad. Hissing. Bree-ish. Bree-ish. Janin fell from his chair to escape the light. Come now, it's not so bad. A little light won't kill you, brother. Gentle brother. Be gentle dash. Perrin simply continued to open the curtains, one by one, and continued to cause his brother to screech at him from the horrible bright light. Fulgrim. Yup. Exactly like Conrad. Yoff betrath me, brother. Janin muttered from the floor, using his robes to cover his head from the terrible light. Perrin only chuckled at him. Yoff so mean. Mean? I'd do this for any other brother. Perrin answered, standing over his brother. Now come on, stand up. I know you can. A little light isn't killing you, so don't even try to complain. Lion. Now that's better. Can't stand the idea of anyone coddling him. Vulcan. As much as I do not like your tone, brother, I agree that it is best for the situation. Janin humphed at his brother, sitting up with great difficulty. Ashu Pashurite. He sat up with great difficulty, making sure to pick up little things that had fallen with him. Ish good to see Yoff, brother. Perrin removed the part of his brother's robe that covered his head, revealing the pale skin and 2 long hair that obscured his brother's face. Now it's good to see you. A little light would go a long way to making you look and feel better, brother. Sanguinius. Time has not been good to him. Vulcan glares at Sanguinius. Sanguinius, shutting up. No Yoff or Bane mean. Janin moved back to his chair, going back to his work and having to rub at his eyes. The extra light was making his pupils contract. His vision would have to adjust before he could continue. Boothish good Yoffer here. Oh, how so? Do you need me to deliver news? Maybe tell Mother and Venus you're not dead? Be your scapegoat. Perrin jested, chuckling at the idea. Turn around. Pardon. Janin turned around in his seat, the seat swiveling in place. Turn around and witness my greatest creation, he proclaimed with his arms wide open as if unveiling a masterwork. Perrin turned around, only seeing the massive wall, the fallen curtains over something big, and, oh, you killed the cannon again. Vulcan. Do not kill the Canid. They are meant for companionship and love. Lehman, I agree. But wolves are better. Emperor, Canids came from wolves, Lehman. Lehman, I know the. I am just saying I like wolves. A sputtering behind him. No, I didn't kill Doc Canid. Said family Canid was currently on the floor submerged in a type of glass container, full of a bluish, clear fluid floating aimlessly. There were tubes connected to the bubble-like container, leading to another container to the side. Hesh fine, just a little. Sleepy. How long has he been sleeping for, then? A year. Nashim Patan. He waved to the curtains. The Canid wash only the tesh. Yaf wood hash sheeneth if you hadn't meshed wish my curtains. Sanguinius. Actually, can we go back to the Canid? Horace. I don't think we will. Conrad, don't count on it. Right. Perrin moved to remove the curtain, revealing the massive creation, and the notes suddenly began to make sense. All of it was connected to the main idea written on the wall. The diagrams, everything was connected. What? What did you do? I made a new body. In front of them, towering even far above Perrin, was the unmistakable form of a massive dreadnought. But it was different. Big even for its type. Looks like you based it on a Redemptor. Perrin murmured as he approached to admire the handiwork better. Ferris. Holy, that is the biggest dreadnought. Lorger. Well, he went for it. Ungron. Looks more like a knight. Vulcan. Not tall enough, but much bigger still. And more elegant. Fulgrim. A masterwork. Better dander Redemptor. IH Burnchout 2 K-ishly. I'm made of better. It is the best dreadnash in the entire Imperium. Janin quickly answered, pointing out parts of the design that he improved and parts that he changed out. Ferris. I don't think he's overestimating that. Heavily modified amniotic sarcophagus with a lot of neural implants, different fusion your fusion reactor. Perrin ran his armored hands along the intricately designed fingers of the dreadnought, no bigger than his own power-armored ones. Intricately modulated fingers with fully movable joints, and, that's why you need the extra sensor nodes for you can feel. He turned to see his smiling brother. You added a damned black carapace. I don't even want to know how long that took. Mordorian, what a full neural interface at that level. Ferris, that is one very beautiful dreadnought. Perturabo, merely nodding along. Vulcan, I am so proud of him. Janin shrug. A losh of time. I'm more proud, Osh the Fluid. That's where the Canid can mesh in. Sanguinius, he's gonna let it out, right? Our father's son, eh? Janin asked in a joking tone as he spotted the absolutely massive attachable power fist that hung to each side of the dreadnought. With a built-in heavy flamer and, is that Volkite? Where by all the drakes did you get that? Vulcan, where did you get that, boy? Answer your brother. He at least had the sense to look embarrassed at this. I might have it taken-ish from Fat Hirsch Collection. Vulcan, deep breath, as long as it will be used properly. Of course. Perrin sighed, deciding to deal with that later. Tell me more about the fluid. What makes it so different? The fool white. He spoke it so simply, like it was obvious. At least you asked father before about the wait what. He whipped his head around to his brother, who didn't look the least bit sorry about swiping something that important and valuable. You merged the liquidized fulgurite with the amniotic fluid? Why and how long did that take? Mordorion. Holy shit, what? Dath washed a longish part. Shank you Canid. The Canid responded by floating aimlessly in the bubble of fluid. Ishwash a stroke of genius. The fulgurite stops the healing, and he pointed to the Canid again. I made a little hole on his leg. Monchago. Still hasn't healed. Shori Canid. Again, the Canid responded by floating there, essentially frozen in time. Vulcan. Leave the Canid alone. Janin. Do you actually intend to put yourself in that? A willing entombment. Jaina nodded as he took a sealed bottle and began to drink from it in front of Perrin, who sniffed the air and made him recoil slightly. Are you drinking the amniotic fluid? Yes. What? AHM, get high ready. If my body is shushed to with, I can entomb a lot easier. He shrugged. I won't even need to sleep. Thanks to the fluid and drink high, and my genome, is possible. On while the Canid schleps, cause of my genome, I want. Ein Hoven. Shank's Canid. He continued to float there. Perrin looks at the Canid, then leaned towards his brother. I think it's dead. Vulcan. It better not. But if what Janin says is true, then I am glad he has made something worthwhile to help him. Emperor, theoretically, taking the perpetual genome into that context. He just might have. No, he's not. Look, he turned around and pressed a rune on the control panel for the bubble, watching as how the fluid was drained from the Canid's bubble and into a separate container. Quickly, the Canid sat up and backed away silently from the bubble, looking as new and healthy as before. She? Eshfina. Vulcan, good. Conrad, why are you so concerned about a stupid Canid? Emperor, I'm just going to stop you right there. and just say that canids have always been man's best friend. For our entire existence. There will be no canid disrespect in this house, young man. Rogel, father. We are in the Bucephalus dash. Emperor, damn it, Rogel dash. Rogel, and not a house. Perrin wondered how long the canid had actually been in there. Perrin began, stuttering before he looked back towards the massive dreadnought. It was extremely well made, he had to confess, especially now that he looked at the legs and saw that Janin had also managed to somehow upgrade those. Are you sure? Are you really sure, Janin? We can always have the apothecaries try more dash. No, Janin shouted immediately. Avi had enough. His face suddenly skewed with rage as he just imagined what Perrin said. More waiting and more time and more pain and more. Two to caches. Two. I don't want to wait anymore. I'm gonna fish at my shelf. I am doing it waiting. Robot. Wow, that came out of nowhere. Ron. Really? Fucking really? If you think this came out of nowhere, you're even denser than I remember. The fucking kid has been given a shit hand and a shit life. Maybe if you came down from your high riding and mighty chair, you'd actually understand how he feels, you blueberry fucking muffin. Jagatai. Ron is right. But considering Robot's current worry with Aegidius on his mind, I'm not surprised that he let it slip past. Ron, even you're on my side dash. Jagatai. Of course, that doesn't excuse the mass amount of self-pity spewing from you like Grok's manure at the moment. Emperor, in no comment. Perrin held up his hands in defense, knowing how his brother felt in a way. He waited and toiled for 2 decades. Now he finally had the chance to escape his cursed body. Could he really blame him for choosing something that others consider curse? I can't be the one to give you my blessing to go forth with this Janin. Perrin reminded his brother in a gentle tone. Only father can. Janin calmed down slowly, deep angry breaths through his nose, almost like a simmering grox held in place forcefully. Akno. Ahm Shori. Perrin reached out and hugged Janin to him, being very careful not to crush his brother's head on his armored chest. There is nothing to forgive, baby brother. He spoke even as he thought about how they were going to explain this one to their father. His youngest child was always on Vulcan's mind. He was so weak, fragile, needing more attention than a regular child. From being born small, to his bones mutating, to everything about Janin being Janin. So when Vulcan was summoned by his youngest, he immediately left to meet with him. It wasn't every day that he could be there for Janin, and it had been 8 years since he was home. Just seeing his beloved wife, Kai, was already enough to welcome him home properly. With how urgent Janin sounded, along with Perrin imploring him to go, it must be important. Striding into the Great Hall of Forges in Mount Deathfire was truly his coming home. He had spent more time here on Nocturne than anywhere else, crafting the finest and deadliest of weapons. And so had apparently his youngest. Venus had explained to him about how he hadn't even come home in years. What was he thinking? Did he think that his mother did not love him so much? Quickly walking across the hall in his massive Terminator armor and ignoring most of the greetings given to him by his Gene sons, he walked directly for the elevated throne, seeing Perrin standing there, no doubt waiting for him. Perrin. He was so proud of him. Born with most of the organs, he only had a little amount of indoctrination to go through along with the surgeries, passing quickly. His skill on the battlefield was quickly on the rise. Even if he was just an average-sized Marine, his reaction time was far quicker. Time was all he needed. Positive his eldest would forge his own legend, even without his father attached to him and his accomplishments. Vulcan couldn't be a prouder father. Lion, clearly the better of the two. Ferris, not necessarily for much longer. Vulcan, I have 3 children. Lion, and for what we have seen, one is basically useless for combat. And I'm not talking about the mutant. It was truly a shame that he and Kai would no longer have any more children. Since the last 2 tries had not succeeded, they had decided to stop trying to expand their family and pour all of their love on their current living children. Father. Perrin nodded to him, a small smile playing on his lips. Janin is inside. I would enter with you, but he wants to explain it himself. Vulcan felt his eyebrows rise in shock. Are you sure? Janin wants to see only me. A nod, yes. He wants to explain it himself. Explain? Explain what? Why he has not been home in all these years. Vulcan spoke in a stricter tone, or at least an attempted one. He could never truly be angry at his children, no matter how hard he tried. Well, he trailed off. It kind of wasn't. He just hoped Janin let the candid out before their father came in. A little of yes and no. Just hear him out. It's his best work yet, and he's excited to show it to you and gain your approval. Parents applied, hoping their father would listen to his baby brother. His best work? So he's been working on something all this time. Oh, you have no idea, Dad. Perrin stepped aside to let his father pass by. When his father entered, he saw that no, the candid was still there. He just hoped Janin could plead his case. Inside, Vulcan passed the threshold of the workshop, the place a mess as he immediately came face to face with his youngest. He didn't look very different from last he saw him, which wasn't a good sign at all. He did pass by the family candid, floating in a fluid without much care. How many times has he told Janin to leave him alone and not experiment on the candid? Vulcan, he's back? Janin, I'm disappointed. Sanguinius, with how nonchalant the candid is, this must happen a lot. Vulcan, Dad. Janin greeted him with a nervous smile. Vulcan gave his son a smile and a generous pat on his shoulder. It is good to see you, Janin. Your brother has told me you wish to show me something. I would think you would explain why you have not been home in years. He finished with a slightly stern tone in his voice. Will you just turn around? He had a desperate look in his eyes. I will answer any question. He did, and had a pause as his pre-march mind took in the notes, the diagrams, the chassis, the fluid. Within seconds, he was putting together a picture in his mind that he wasn't sure how to feel about. So this is what you have been working on. Yes, my great work, Janin stated confidently, despite his wavering tone. I can see that. Vulcan nodded, working out why his son would make something like this. He already knew why, but hoped it wouldn't be so. And you intend to? Go thwuff with it, yes. Janin spoke in a determined tone, making his decision all the more obvious. I did the test, they all worked. Vulcan. Oh no. Vulcan watched the family candid floating in a container nearby. If it was alive, despite him telling Janin to leave the poor creature alone and to stop killing it, then perhaps his son was onto something. You're positive that you have completely worked it out? Yes, Luke. Janin hobbled over to his work table and scooped up a lot of plastic flimsies before hobbling back to Vulcan and handing them to his father. A rare factor. He then hobbled over to some diagrams hanging on the wall, desperately pointing at them. 56th prototype. He hobbled over to the dreadnought itself, running an almost loving twisted arm across its chassis. And a final product. Ferris. Those plans are incredibly well tested. Perturabo. He has to be thorough. He only has one chance to get it right on launch. Vulcan looked through the flimsies, read all the notes, absorbed all of the diagrams, went over the numbers. Janin really did think of many, if not all possibilities. He knew if this was anyone else proposing this idea, he would have gone along with it. But this was his youngest. Are you positive that it is made from the best materials, perfectly crafted and approved? Yes, DADH. Janin swung around so violently that he would have fallen had Vulcan not reached over and stopped him from doing so. I tried DADH. EDD3 everything. I dashed. Tears started coming to Janin's eyes, as with increasing desperation, he attempted to explain his situation to his father. Noshing Booth pain dad nuffin but pain. He cried, his nose becoming runny as well, causing Vulcan to reach for a nearby rag, cleaning his son's face much like Venus did many times before. I know, Vulcan answered, cleaning his son's face. He hoped time would help him, but if it hadn't this far, then it probably wouldn't anytime soon, or at all. Did he make the right decision? To ultimately have his son entomb himself into his own creation, just so he could live his life? Vulcan, I don't know if I did make the right choice, but I'm happy to see that he was able to do something great. So maybe I did make the right choice. Emperor, don't go down that road, Vulcan. The what-if game is a long one and will never end. All these years were just pain for his son, but they were also years of brilliance, years of dedication, and years of designing and creation. He was proud of him, even if at times he wondered if it was morally right to keep him going despite all the pain he lived through. I'm not saying no, Janin. Vulcan answered his son after cleaning his face. I'm just wanting to make sure everything will be safe for you. I don't want your creation to have a single mistake. I want you to be sure everything is perfect, is better than this. Janin pointed up and down his pathetic body with his gnarled arms, the tears slowly stopping. He hugged his son, careful to not hurt him like others he may have accidentally hurt with his hugs. Then I will support you. Dad. Janin gasped as he desperately attempted to reach around his father's massive waist. Dad, he cried again. Thank you, thank you. Fulgrim, I do believe we might just be witnesses to the rebirth of the century. Conrad, or one hell of a death. Mortarion, no? Vulcan, pardon, Mortarion, by my calculations and experiments written down, especially the ones I can see from here, there's a good chance of him surviving. Very good. He has been preparing both physically and mentally for the entombment. That, combined with all of his other preparations and the quality of the dreadnought itself, the chances are high that he succeeds. Vulcan, I would hug you if you would allow it, brother. Thank you. Mortarion, I won't. And don't. It's just a fact of deduction. Anything for you, my son. He held him tight, not knowing if he would get the chance to do so again. I will be here when you awake. He tried to hug him harder to no avail, even as he felt a tear of his own slip out of an eye. How long will it take you? A few weeks. Vulcan nodded, knowing he had a few weeks to spend with his son before it was over. Then you will come home and see your mother, your sister, and enjoy your time outside. Janin let out a sad chuckle even as he accepted his fate, thankful that all would soon be over. And make sure you let out little Noodles over there. Stop experimenting on the Canet. Oh, Janin groaned, hesitantly pressing the rune on the control panel for the bubble. Not wanted to explain how this was Noodles number 4. He didn't think his father would be able to tell the difference, much less Mother and Venus. Vulcan what? Son? No. Emperor. Well then, is there something different about Noodles? Nashi. 209 at M42 weeks later. Janin and Vulcan stood and watched as the very many cables were plugged into the dreadnought. Janin was already inside of the sarcophagus. The procedure went rather well, despite it taking multiple days of carefully removing body parts and bone structures and then untangling the organs from each other, all the while doing it even as Janin was sedated and submerged in his custom-made amniotic fluid. It was an extremely dangerous procedure. If his heart slowed, if his blood stopped pumping, or if he hitched a breath for even a second, Janin would die. That was the nature of the fluid he had made. Vulcan swore that he never saw the apothecaries move with such tender care in their entire lives. Vulcan, pull through Janin. You can do it. Horus, I am sure he can. Conrad, E. Sanguinius, don't you dare, Conrad. But now came the moment of truth. All of the programs Janin had written were being uploaded into the dreadnought, even as his conscience was assimilating with the machine spirit. No one was taking any chances. The dreadnought itself had been sanctified hundreds of times over by the finest of the chapter's tech marines and the master of the forge himself overseeing the rituals. Mugos Lem is muttering incantations himself. Vulcan, I thank you, Kai Mugos. But despite all of their preparations, all of their care, something was wrong. Janin, or rather, his new body, refused to boot up. And Vulcan was getting increasingly worried. Vulcan, Janin, is he no, please no. Ferris, the integration system must have failed. Horus, how bad is that? Ferris, depends. Vulcan, depends on what? Ferris, on exactly how well Janin programmed the dreadnought systems. Horus, let us hope he has done enough. Whatever it was, I'm sure it was his best. My lord, a salamander begged him again. You must come to the strategium. The 1,000 suns have transitioned in the system. Vulcan held up a hand. I will stay until my son awakens once more. I have promised. And so they waited for another whole perilous hour of the tech marines running around, checking all systems and trying everything and anything to get Janin's new body running. Mortar Ion, an hour to get a dreadnought fully running? I'm optimide. Vulcan, Mortar Ion please dash. Mortar Ion, but not surprising. Every single part of the dreadnought is custom-made and then artificed. Nothing about will be standard, especially the code. And Vulcan stayed. He stayed until he heard the fires of battle begin to rage in the far distance. My lord, I beseech you. Another salamander begged, as he had been sent by the outer villages. The sorcerers were advancing, and they were advancing fast, burning and destroying everything in their wake. And Vulcan couldn't take that. I am sorry, Janin, he whispered, even as he turned and ran. Vulcan, son forgivement. ++ system delay. Detected ++. ++ booting input-output system ++. ++ error. Resetting to backup code 3251 ++. Reset. Successful ++. Booting system ++. Bringing user online ++. Awakening muscle fibers ++. Running containment systems ++. Life support. Online ++. Janin blinked. Or rather, he did the mechanical equivalent of blinking. Vulcan, he's alive. Oh, thank the throne. Everything was kind of blurry, like he was asleep for a long time. He must be in his room. No doubt Venus would be up in no time to wake him. Wait, he couldn't move. ++ user scan complete. Integration. 92.3% complete ++. Oh, how'd he forget that? Wow. Wait, there's something missing. Nothing hurt anymore. This was normal life. ++ senses online ++. And just like that, he could feel. He felt the gentle warmth of Mount Deathfire's lava, which was exactly 134 meters away. He heard everything, the panicking of some of his brothers, as clearly as if it were with his own ears. And then he saw them. Oh wow, did he seriously make himself this tall? Kind of unnecessary now that he thought about it. Ferris. His sensors appear to be operating as well as they possibly can. Impressive. His brothers really did look worried though. ++ Voxcaster's online ++. Really? Well, might as well try. Brothers. The sound of his own voice startled him. So deep and rich, and, holy, I don't stutter anymore. The stupid jaw is gone. He proclaimed happily, even as the tech marines stared up at him with apparent awe. Brother Janin, how do you feel? Is everything online? Can you move? A nearby tech marine asked, quickly working to make sure the youngest son of their pre-march was fine and able to be deployed as soon as possible. I'm fine, still bringing things up, but it will be fine. In fact, I feel awesome. Plus plus primary servos online plus plus. Plus plus secondary servos online plus plus. Plus plus tertiary servos online plus plus. Ferris, 3 servo systems? Wow. And I thought the weapons were overkill. Vulcan, he has given himself the control and fine motor skills denied to him by his genetic body. I am so proud. Perturabo, not bad. Not bad at all. Lem, by the Omnisia, he is truly blessed. He instinctively waved his massive arms in the air, smashing some rock and causing dust to fall down onto him. Oh, guess I do not know my own height. He looked around the room, pleased that everything looked as well and sharp as if he was using his own 2 original eyes. Well, no time like the present to try this. He reached out a leg, and the dreadnought obeyed instantly, causing the leg to raise itself before gently coming down again. Then he did it with the other, and then the other, and then the other. I can walk. He swiftly marched around the room, enjoying actually being capable of moving freely and without much effort by himself for the first time in his life, all the while being careful not to crush his brothers. Corvus, I don't think I've ever seen a dreadnought move so smoothly. Ferris, nodding his head in approval. The servos are complete and utter masterworks. Emperor, your son has outdone himself, Vulcan. Vulcan, pushing back tears, I am so proud of him. Brother Janin, while I am ecstatic that you are able and willing to move, it is imperative you get a grasp on your new body as soon as possible. The entirety of Nocturne is currently under attack by not just Thousand Suns, but parts of the Black Legion and elements of the Dark Mechanicum. The same tech marine quickly spoke, hoping his young brother could fully integrate himself. Vulcan, Thousand Suns, the Black Legion, and the Dark Mechanicum all at once. Magnus, it sounds like it is more than just revenge. All 3 working together, shudders. Janin stopped his pacing and looked down at his brother before looking at the rack where he had been mere moments ago. So you say, he rumbled. Plus plus weapon integration systems. Online plus plus. He strode over to the rack and just to test it, took a nearby bolter rifle from a rack. In his previous form, he couldn't even lift one. Now it was tiny compared to him. Using his senses along with the new mechanical fingers, he took it completely apart in a matter of seconds before putting it back together, cocking the bolt and firing off a shot where it harmlessly hit the wall and detonated. My hands are excellent. He praised his own work, now gazing at the massive power fist gauntlets hanging off of the rack which he had designed for himself. Ferris, that's an understatement if I ever heard and saw it. Emperor, I have not seen such excellent work since the Dark Age. Lion, what is weapons? Horus, I have a feeling that we are about to see. He stomped over and slid his hands into them. Plus plus Song of Nocturne, synced plus plus. Plus plus Prometheum Reserve, 100% plus plus. Plus plus Bane of Armor, synced plus plus. Plus plus Volkite Reserve, 100% plus plus. Plus plus Gauntlets of Indiction, synced plus plus. Plus plus Weapon Systems, activated plus plus. Rogel, raises eyebrows, a very good assortment. Ferris, almost drooling, you don't say. Fulgrim, are you all right? Ferris, yes. It's just so beautiful. Brother, how much longer will this take? We are needed in the defense. Another tech marine urgently spoke. Every moment they spent here was another moment they could be defending their home. As long as it takes. The first answered. No, rumbled out Janin. I am ready. He turned with his massive form, looking down at his brothers. Let us kill some traitors. The vid cut to black. The family sat there for a minute or two, stunned into complete and utter silence. Never underestimate the power of a determined inventor. The Emperor finally spoke. I have seen them move quite literally mountains out of pure frustration. With enough time and dedication, almost anything is possible. A double-edged sword of humanity, I'll admit. Kid did good, I have to admit. Angron bit out with a feral smile. I can't wait to see him rip something apart. Hear, hear. Russ sounded off. Going into one of those things willingly, I know that takes guts. Mortar Ion? Vulcan suddenly asked, turning to face his brother and wiping his tears away with a handkerchief. Do you still stand by your words? Mortar Ion rolled his eyes, even as his rebreather let out a long, agitated sigh. Yes, brother. I was wrong. I never once claimed to be an expert on the possibility of prime children, even if all of you keep looking to me for guidance. You happy? Vulcan's smile brightened the room. Yes. Yes, I am. For him. Chapter 8, Extras 3, in which we find out Conrad has a little shadow. After the jolly giant finally calmed down, Conrad spoke up. Can we get back to the main stuff again, please? Seeing all of this is making me sick. Come on, Conrad. It's nice to see that some of you can be happy in the future. Need I remind everyone that this future has me dead? Yes, Father, you have mentioned that a good few dozen times now. Cause it's so important. Either way, Conrad, just let them have their fun, or I'll see about embarrassing you next. Conrad stopped and slowly began to laugh, head thrown back as he let his entire body be consumed with deep belly laughs at how absurd the situation was. There's no way in the feffing warp that I would ever have kids. Bet you're wrong. Bet you're an asshole. Okay, embarrassing you now. You wouldn't fucking dare. Twins, Alfarius and Omegon instantly perked up. Give me the vid. Horus slapped the armrests of his throne, gesturing at the twins. Oh, now you acknowledge them? Calm down, Horus, and stop questioning what the twins do. The Emperor shot back, while the twins nearby grinned at their oldest brother. Horus threw his hands into the air and just scowled about this but dropped the subject. What fucking vid? Conrad demanded, not caring about Horus' hissy fit about the twins. This one. The Emperor lifted a hand, even as the twins flung a black-colored vid towards him. Once he effortlessly caught it, he showed it to Conrad, who instantly and violently recoiled. No. He screamed in defiance, even as the Emperor chuckled. Not so cocky now, are you? You little shit. For the love of the night, Father. Don't play it. Too late. The Emperor threw the vid at Mugoslem, who caught it with one of his Mechandrites and quickly inserted it into the hollow projector. And oh, dash, screamed Conrad, even as the vid played. Somehow with an even clearer picture than before. It was the dead of night. The darkness of night was like a blanket over the great city, almost suffocating with its pitch blackness. The great city of Macrage Magnus Civitas was recovering from another attack, the people sleeping away their long day of work. But alas, the night was not any safer than the day. Emperor, hold up. This sounds like a kid's story. Sanguinius. I think it is a kid's story. For you see, in the dead of night is when treachery and injustice occurs. It is during this time when the hero we need and deserve will strike against the foes of mankind. Murderers, thieves, you name it. All of those who go against the laws of Ultramar will be struck down by the hero of our tales. The Night Haunter. Horus barely contained laughter. Emperor, this sounds like one of those cheesy early 50s cartoons. Oh, wait, Magnus. Wait, Father, wasn't there some show about this very premise that you told us about? Emperor, why you says? Ugh. It really hasn't aged well. Lorder, the Night Haunter is the hero? This is just, oh boy. The Night Haunter, he has the face of a bat, hair long and oily black as night with eyes like two black holes that stare deep into your soul and see all of the sins that you have committed. Even when wearing his armor, he makes not a sound, for he is the Night Haunter. The night is his domain as he will silently slay the foes of Ultramar. Our tale begins on another cold, rainy night. A man was escaping through the city. He knew that the sin he had committed in the day would be paid for in night. He knew that time was running short, for the Night Haunter was on his trail. Conrad turns around and smacks head into throne. Ferris. This reads like poorly made fanfiction. The man had been skipping work, stealing food, and refused to be a part of the community. He was evil, and he must be punished, as is the law of Ultramar. He stopped when he reached an alleyway with a dead end. He knew if he did not escape that. Never mind. It was too late. Fulgrim. Despite it lacking production, I do like the visuals going along with this. It could use for more development and tension in the story, but for a child it isn't so bad. Lorder, are you actually seriously giving constructive criticism for this? Rogel, yes he is. Fulgrim, supporting a child in what they like while giving advice on how to improve is vitally important, you know. Jagatai, idly nodding. He felt the presence of the Night Haunter behind him. He could feel the shiver of fear coursed through his body as he realized that he was cornered and there was no escape. He turned around to see him, a giant of man who was over 10 feet tall and as wide as the alley. He shivered as he looked up at his captor, knowing his time was short. The Night Haunter grinned down at the man, and then he spoke. I have come to destroy you, for the good of Ultramar. Jagatai, the quality of Conrad's lines have really dropped. Conrad, I don't speak like that. Corvus, I don't know. That's what I hear every time you speak. Conrad, I do not squeak like a prepubescent child. I have the growl and tone of a dark and brooding monster. Rogal, no. Perturabo, oh, I agree. And just like that, the illusion was shattered. Suddenly, the entire backdrop of the scene was replaced with a small boy on a makeshift stage before other kids. His voice was too high and squeaky for the Night Haunter, and the illusion was shattered. Fulgrim, he made the set himself. I like the scribbled backdrop. Ferris, is he wearing a costume over his clothes? Fulgrim, I think so. Wait, my mom always said the Night Haunter was a bad guy, said one kid from the crowd watching the display. Conrad, you're damn right. That's why I offed myself in the first place there. Rogel, quite clearly. You did not. Conrad, shut up you jolly builder B.O.B. Jagatai, noting something down. Perturabo, H-E-Y. Only I can tell him to shut up. Rogel, and hit me. The footage was most likely a servo skull who was passing by, the scene playing out before them below, as if they were looking down at it from somewhere above them. The boy on the stage who was dressed in an elaborate costume of Conrad stopped, then hissed at the kid. You were lied to? The Night Haunter is a good guy, and he works with the Primarchs to keep us all safe, and you need to sit down and stop interrupting my story. Conrad, groaning in actual physical pain. How many nights are cold and rainy? You keep saying that in all your stories. Well, cold rainy nights are where all the bad things happen. It's dramatic. So shush. Emperor, I'm getting Stanley flashbacks. Magnus, Stan who? Emperor, nobody important anymore, sighs and good memories. But we had a demon attack on the city during broad daylight dash. Okay, no, just, your speaking privileges are revoked. Oh, Horus, and that's how we know he's a grandchild of the Emperor. Conrad, shut up, nothing's been confirmed. Lorder, yet, Emperor. I don't know if I should be insulted or proud. Anyway, the boy cleared his throat, going into a stance on stage before them all, continuing his story and hoping he could continue on with it without someone interrupting him. The Night Haunter comes closer to the man, and he begins to tell him of all his wrongdoings. He spoke of all of his sins, and with each one, the man's face dropped, since he knew that with each spoken sin he was trapped and would be condemned. When the Night Haunter was finished, he looked to the man and said in a deep growling tone, What do you have to say for yourself, you cur? Corvus, okay, that's actually a really good impression on what you should sound like. Conrad, kindly go fuck yourself, little raven. One kid raised a hand and shook the boy out of his theatrical hand-waving, making his drop his hands and sigh dramatically. Well, what? What's a cur? The kid asked. The one on the stage smacked a hand onto his face and rubbed at his eyes, sighing, A cur is a bad person who does wrong. Like a criminal. Oh, why didn't he just say criminal dash? Because it's more dramatic and shut up. He looked at the crowd again, waving his arms out. Can I finish? Mortar Ion. The kid certainly has Conrad's temperament. Everyone stayed silent. Good. So like I said, the man dropped to his knees and began to beg for forgiveness from the Night Haunter. He tried to tell him that with his presence, he saw the error of his ways. But for you see dash. Another kid waved their hand. What? The kid shrugged. Why do you always say for you see? It sounds dumb. The one on the stage made a face at the kid. It's called flair. So anyway, dash. What's flair? It's just a thing to make it more exciting. Can I please finish? Oh, saw the... Quite all right. So where was I? Oh yeah, but for you see, the man wasn't really sorry at all. He was actually trying to curry favor with the Night Haunter. He wanted to hopefully get away from this with his life and beg the Night Haunter to spare him. But you must remember, our hero is smart and cunning. He knew what the man was doing. So he readied his claws and spoke to him again. I must add line to your sentence. Do you know what it is? He made a motion before the crowd, grinning widely as he prepared what looked to be a choreographed section of the performance. Your sentence is death. And then he charged at the man and began to tear his to pieces. Slash, cut, tear, and the blood. So much blood. It is the blood of someone who has done wrong. At this, the boy began to throw around red strips of cloth at the crowd, who laughed at this, his dramatic sounds of death as he acted out the brutal murder on stage. Lion, slow clapping. Mortar Ion, absolutely stellar acting. Perturabo, so realistic. Better than the theater on Olympia. Rogel, no, it is not. Perturabo, I would slap you if that wasn't an indirect compliment. Conrad, slowly sliding down his throne in embarrassment. And so the Night Haunter finished his work. Another criminal was dead for the good of Ultramar. And that, folks, is why you should always be a good citizen, or you will end up like that man who was just torn to pieces. He then dramatically fell to the ground, throwing more strips into the air above him, like he was spurting blood. War ordered blue, 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 blue. The end. Conrad, face-palming so hard that his skull might cave in. Angron, I like the blood. There was some clapping while others stayed silent. Fulgrim, tough crowd. Sanguinius, they had just witnessed the reenactment of a brutal murder. Angron, and they'll get used to it. Lorder, is this normal for Ultramar? Robot, what? Are you kidding me? Of course not. The planet is clearly under constant threat, and to top it all off, overcrowded and undersupplied. Society tends to change under those conditions. The Harlequins are better at this than you are, spoke up an Eldar child sitting with a few of their peers. The boy on stage sat up, strips of cloth stuck in his long hair. Hey, you can't compare me to the Harlequins. They train their entire lives and put on shows rarely. They're professional. I'm just doing my best. This was such a waste of 15 minutes. Another kid spoke up. Hey, not many shows are even put on anymore. I'm doing my best, and I do this every day. No one else does. He looked at the mixed reactions in the crowd before muttering to himself. Yeesh, tough crowd. I thought it wasn't that bad. Doesn't look that different from the real Night Haunter. Spoke up a kid who was dressed in a military uniform, quite clearly from one of the richer families who had fallen on hard times. Konrad, Stern Grumblingstern. Lehman. Don't see the difference either, to be honest. Conrad. Full-on snarl. The kid then reached into his uniform and flung a golden coin at the child on stage, who caught it easily. He looked down at it with a wide grin. An entire throne. By Macridge, he would be eating good tonight. Inspired, or at the very least, persuaded by the rich kid, the others threw their own trinkets. Many were only coppers, but everything helped when you didn't know when you got to eat next. Especially with so many fluctuating prices. The boy caught them one by one. His ability to catch them from different spots and velocities was coincidentally entertaining to a few kids who watched as he caught them all. Horace. +1 to him being Conrad's dash. Konrad. No. Whoa, you're good at that. One grubby kid said. Why don't you juggle or do more stuff like that? I don't know. I just like putting on shows more. The stage kid shrugged, waving off the crowd that was dispersing away from the little stage behind the buildings in the back alleys. Before long, he was alone as he counted his earnings for the day after shedding his costume. His smile only widened. He made good money today. His mom would have been so proud. This would be enough to stock up for an entire week for the both of them without even serious rationing. His smile slightly sagged as he sighed and remembered that she wasn't there anymore. It had been 2 years, but it never got any easier. Lehman. Tough luck for the poor kid. Lion. It made him tougher. I failed to see the disadvantage. Magnus. Sputters besides the obvious emotional scarring. Lion. He will get over it. There will be far tougher challenges in his life than the loss of a parent. Magnus. Just from his age, losing his mother 2 years previously, if he was not half pre-March, the child would have died of starvation long ago. There isn't any way for him to grow stronger. It would just be another pointless death. Lion. Then it would have proved him unworthy of the title. Perturabo. Agreed. Magnus. Sputters again. Are the both of you just inhumane bastards? Lion. Leave Cybrau. Merely efficient. He cheered himself up as he stored the coins in his tattered clothes and walked out of the alley. He made sure to put up a sign that said, out for today, as he left, only to see men in robes looking over his viewers. Mandatory health checks, he heard they were, but his enhanced hearing picked up on some snippets over the clamor of the crowd. Become a battle brother? Maybe have to parents. One of the serfs put an arm around one of the children's shoulders. Eternal glory, never alone, untouched by disease. Robot. I despair to see what my chapter has fallen to if they need to send out recruiters. That sounded kind of nice to him, actually, and apparently it did the same to the child as he agreed and climbed into the transport parked on the busy street with the Ultramar heraldry emblazoned upon it. The boy who gave the act now frowned. Why would anyone join them? With so many useless laws and rules, and the ones who abandoned his mom and him. Then one of the serfs noticed him. Child, come here, you seem to be the right age. The boy stumbled back, eyes wide. He wouldn't go. He wouldn't fall for their tricks. Boy, the serf questioned again, stepping closer even as he turned and ran. Hey, get back here. We just want to ask you a few questions. The boy ran as fast as his legs could take him, which, funny enough, was much faster than the serfs would think. He dashed away like a space marine, already gone before they could even see which direction he went. Horace. Points at screen. Need I say anything? Conrad. Growling. Stop it. Oh, bother. Did you see where he went? The serf asked the other, who shook their head. The boy was now firmly on their radar. If he could run like that, then what else was he capable of? The serf then had an idea as he looked down at the children around him. Children? Do any of you know who that was just now? They looked at each other, and one answered, yeah, that's Damien. He performs here every day. Sanguinius. Damien? A lovely name. Emperor. In old Terran times, and in an old Terran religion. That's the name of the son of the ultimate evil. Or ultimate rebel, depending on how you look at it. Lorder, why not both? Another spoke up. He's weird, but he's not so bad. He knows a lot of weird and long words. He can also do really cool tricks and can make really realistic noises. All of us threw money at him, and he caught them all. A girl spoke up. I think he lives near here. The serf nodded yes. Yes, this boy, Damien, definitely had the makings of a strong Marine. Do you know where his parents are? Nope. We think he's an orphan. The serfs gave sad, sympathetic smiles. While the amount of children orphaned by the war was astonishing and stretched any social care for the common citizenry beyond its breaking point, it also made recruiting for the chapter and regiments far easier. And you said he performs here every day? Ferris. The sad reality of orphans. Every day. He puts on shows. Well, Catching him would be easy if they could just surprise him. But for now, might as well take these new recruits and see what can be done with them. The Sisterhood orders would be combing through soon for candidates as well. The footage changed, another servo skull taking over as the entire market was seen from a higher vantage point. Robot, wait, it's that bad? The architecture, the housing, the overcrowding, it's that bad? Perturabo. This makes me feel sick to my stomach. Robot, thank you. I'm glad someone sees how horrible this is for the people. Perturabo, I was talking about the buildings. Rogel, hasty and ugly constructs. Inefficient use of space. Poor fortification. Hasty fieldwork built under necessity more than actual planning. Robot, that is a very worrying assessment. By the time Damien stopped running, he barely even felt tired at all. He just ended up stopping because he arrived at the markets and wasn't sure if he would run someone over if he kept running. He stopped behind a particularly large stall, his head peeking out to find any of those robe guys walking around the area. The market was lively today, somewhat more than usual. In the distance, he could hear various preachers talking about the emperor and all that usual nonsense. The noise of the area was nearly deafening to most. There were the sounds of the merchant stalls, people going back and forth in their daily business, workers passing by, people selling their wares. The noise was constant around him. He could also see various women, some girls really combing through the public while others gave sermons, gaining the attention of other young girls. One of them looked at him. She was pretty, shoulder-length cut hair, with a scar going from one of her eyes all the way to her chin. He quickly averted his gaze, feeling a blush begin to form as he pushed forward through the crowd towards the food stalls. He passed by people who were deep into their own conversations. Two Eldar were quickly speaking back and forth at each other, almost angrily. I don't care how you frame it. I care more about keeping my family fed than whatever it is that you're doing. The human city side is better than the Eldar side. Emperor, did an Eldar just compliment humanity? Now, I have truly seen it all. Jagatai, we have clearly seen it all. Vulcan, this truly is a dark timeline. Really now? The Eldar side is at least cleaner than the human side, you know? I think that's only because all of you are too busy on making it cleaner and look nicer, because you can't accept your craft world is gone. Besides, the human side is cheaper. The first one bit back, sighing. The other one sighed. You're right, I suppose. The other accepted with a defeated look. But I can't get used to this human food, no matter how hard I try. How do you think I feel? I used to live on a maiden world. I suppose we should give praise and thanks to Isha there is any food at all lately. Robot, considering how bad the food shortages are, no wonder the people are suffering. I wish I could do something. Emperor, I am sure you are Robot. Just in the future. Damien passed them by, not giving them much more thought. There were others, of course. Beggars holding out ancient Imperial Guard helmets. Some are missing limbs, while others merely had that faraway look and were being looked after by who Damien thought was their former comrade in arms. He tried not to look at them too much as he passed them, and they begged for money and food. He barely had enough for himself. Please, kid, I haven't eaten for a week. A very frail one begged from the ground. Damien clenched his fists and shut his eyes. Just ignore them. Walk away. But his mother wouldn't want him to do this. He quickly reached into his tattered clothes and gave the man a few coppers before pushing onward, even as the man cried after him for the emperor to bless his kind soul. From 3 weeks to 2, he murmured to himself as he finally smelled the food vendors. Sanguinius, despite coming from Conrad, at least Damien is kind and generous, even when he is starving himself. Robot, kind of like Aegidius. Lorger, perhaps there's an inherent good inside each of the prime children, like how we care for humanity in our own way. Emperor, perhaps. He steered clear away from the ones carrying what little sweet-smelling desserts and fresh loaves of bread there were, making sure to avoid the armed guards standing by those stalls. He wouldn't be able to survive on those for long, went bad too quickly, too expensive as well. Instead, he moved and went down a flight of stairs, coming to the dreary undermarket, as it was known. The noise from above was able to mask what happened down in the undermarkets pretty well. One could find anything here if he tried hard enough. Robot, fucking damn it, really? Macrage Magnus Civitas was known for being able to avoid a black market for the Imperium's entire existence. But desperate times had finally caused one to form up. He could see the skimpily dressed girls. Some had bruises, others were just outright pretty. His enhanced eyes could see into some darker buildings and see some probably not much older than himself. Robot, gripping thrones so hard that the metal handrest is bending. He shuddered as he fixed his eyes towards the front again, making sure to not look around too much. Looking at the wrong person in the wrong way was enough to get chased, beaten, and robbed. Finally, he got where he wanted to. Hey, mister, he shouted up to the vendor, a dusty old veteran minding his stall of assorted goods. Oh, kid, you're back. What do you want? What did you get me for this? He carefully showed the throne made of gold, and the vendor's eyes went pleasingly wide. "Give it here," he said, and Damien somewhat reluctantly gave him the coin. The vendor instantly bit into it, then closely looked at it, a pleased smile coming to his face as he spotted his teeth marks. "Well, for this you can get." He started reaching underneath his stall and pulling them out. Silver plastic wrapped bars, marked by the symbol of the Departamento Munitorum. Dozens of them. He didn't know what was in them, and he wasn't sure he wanted to. He most certainly didn't know how the grisly veteran managed to get the tasteless rations. Sanguineous, shudders. I remember just how disgustingly those things were described to us. Emperor, Soylent Green, Rogel, recycled human taste bad. Who would have guessed? Perturabo. Yeah, no reason to hit you. But they were cheap, and they fed him without him suffering too much from malnutrition. So they couldn't be that bad, could they? At least they weren't charred rat. His eyes widened as the man stacked 24 of them. Enough for an entire week. Well, it'd be even longer if his stomach body didn't need him to eat so much. But still, a week was good enough. Fulgrim, I know that they are disgusting, but isn't standard Imperial Guard doctrine only one per day? One is supposed to have about 2,000 calories. Mortar ion. Well, you need to remember that Space Marine and pre-March bodies do need more calories for growth. We burn through so many calories. We need the extra nutrients to not start tearing our own bodies up. But we are fully grown, so we can easily go even weeks without a scrap of food. But when we go back to how Damien is half pre-March and still very much growing, we do have a base from how many calories he would need to not only grow, but to sustain himself. A growing boy would need a lot of calories by himself, but when being half pre-March, he would need a lot more, which also explains why he's so thin. Fulgrim, sometimes it's weird to see you go into apothecary mode. Mortar ion, well, then don't make stupid fucking statements that I have to debunk. His smile widened as he pulled out a whole ridden burlap sack and quickly began piling them, and even as a man pulled up with some crates and whispered something into the seller's ear. "Hey kid," spoke the trader in a grim voice. "Price went up, I'm afraid." Damien looked up at him with wide eyes. "What?" he asked in a voice full of fear and disappointment, even as the man stared down at him in pity. "They're raising an entire new regiment. Those are now way harder to come by. And to top it all off, considered alpha-level contraband. They're promising any new joining members a full meal per day. Robot, talk about it coming back to bite the populace. Emperor, you had no choice. You need defenders for the Imperium. Robot, that's the effective side, yes. And I'm not doubting I made the wise choice, but it doesn't make it any easier to see my own people starve." Well, stuttered Damien. "How much can I get for the money I gave you?" The man sighed before his eyes hardened, and he answered, Five? That won't last me 5 days with rationing," he silently added, and that these would only last him a day or two. He hated how much food he needed to eat just to survive. Vulcan, poor little boy, I would feed him as much as he would want. Conrad, grumbling in his throne, totally not feeling worry or anything. The trader sighed again as he looked at him sternly, and a man wielding a stun stick stepped around the stall, looking at Damien. "Then maybe not eating so many a time? Learn to ration, kid." Damien proceeded to very reluctantly give back 15 of the bars before turning and quickly walking away with his meager rations. If only the seller knew how hard it actually was to ration for himself. He knew he shouldn't have given away those coppers. The next day, he decided to take the advice from one of the kids of yesterday, employing more acrobatic stunts and tricks for his stage. He tried juggling last night and was pretty good at it, even found enough rocks for throwing. He got the entire crowd to throw rocks at him so he could dodge them, amazing them with his reflexes and skills. He got a few coppers that day, which was good considering that his usual crowd wasn't as thick as it was before. All because those robe guys came and took some of his customers away. With what he knew of money and how much he was making, he would barely have enough for just one bar grate. As he was counting his earnings, his enhanced hearing picked up on the nearly silent movements of someone much bigger than him coming towards his stage. He went still, listening and waiting for whoever was trying to come at him. He craned his head, listening, and soon he saw that some robe guy was coming into his back alley. Same robes as those guys from yesterday. He clutched his money close to him and bolted, using his superior speed against them. They were running after him, their shouting voice getting softer and softer as he got away from them again. What was up with these robe guys? Couldn't they see that he didn't want them to come after him? Eventually, he ran so far, so fast, he weaved through building alleys, markets, and between some waste collectors until he was able to get to his home alley. An alley that had only one entrance and was a dead end. His mom built a nice little hole for the two of them there, hidden behind a moisture collector. He had everything he needed there, a roof to keep the rain out, some thick boards and paper as a floor, so he wasn't lying on Duracrete, a soft pile of cloth for his bed, and cloth curtains to protect him from the wind that might blow through. He even had a metal shipping crate that he kept all his belongings in. Corvus, it's the thoughts that make the home. Lorder, Oh yes, you grew up in a mine, correct? Corvus nods, indeed, with slaves no less. We didn't have much, barely a place to sleep. What's the thought that counts? Ongron reminds me of a slave hole I slept in when I was young. Though, he was getting a bit too big for his bed now. He'd have to see about getting more bedding soon. It was big enough that his mom was able to stand and lie down comfortably. But it was home, and he didn't need much else. He collapsed down onto his bedding, letting out a sigh of relief. It was easy to get away from those rogue guys, but all that running just made him hungry. What was he going to do? His customers were thinning out because they keep getting collected. His body just keeps wanting more and more food. It was only a matter of time before he had to. No, he wasn't going to steal. Conrad finally looks up, denying the feeling of being slightly impressed by the boy's resilience and will. But did they all go willingly? What was so great about that fortress anyway? Lehman, the kid isn't bloody well thinking of doing what I think he is. Robot, please no. Conrad, most surely not getting worried. He sighed as he got up and walked out of his hole towards the massive, gleaming fortress in the distance, surrounded by slums, hastily constructed buildings, and barracks. He could find out. Rogel. The chances of a regular human scaling the main outer walls of the fortress of Hera without equipment are 0.0032%. Conrad, so not worried. His stomach growled as he brought out one of the bars and began to tear into it, a plan formulating in his head. Jagatai, I like this kid. The moon was high in the sky as Damien began climbing the walls of the massive fortress. No one had luckily noticed him so far, obviously not being on the lookout for a scrawny little kid who was crazy enough to scale over a 100-meter-tall fortress wall with nothing but the clothes on his back. Conrad, oh for fuck's sake. Corvus, he is surprisingly agile and strong, considering the state of his body. His hands digging into the stonework, leaving behind tiny holes where his fingers dug in, climbing higher and higher. He could do it, however. Even in his scrawny state, he still had more strength and control than even a fully grown human. He didn't know why, but he honestly didn't care. In the distance, two guards watched over the steam of their hot recaf as a dark shape slowly climbed up the straight fortress wall as if it was merely a hill meant for an easy hike. Spoke one, stuttering over his words. Should we call this in? And wake the commander, said the other one, too busy dunking his nutrient bar into his recaf. No, just call into the unurgent Vox. That way we did something and can't be blamed for it. Robot, I twitching, clearly annoyed. Lorder, clearly, we can see that the general workforce hasn't changed much in the future. The first one nodded, just watching how this kid was scaling a 100-meter-tall wall with barely any difficulty. Just as he picked up the Vox and sent the most appropriate code for the situation, the kid reached the top and vanished into thin air. What the? He yelled, blinking even as he tapped his other partner on his shoulders who was staring equally bemused at the situation. They both looked at each other, then down at their recafs as they carefully sniffed it. Starvation be damned, they both thought as they took another big gulp. Robot, I don't know whether to be disappointed, cry, or just do both. Damien reached the top of the wall, climbing over and falling flat on his face as he reached the walkway. He sat up, huffing away some of his hair that got his face. Well, that wasn't so hard. He thought that this would have been a lot harder to do, considering it was the fortress. In fact, he was sure he would have been spotted by now. Conrad, facepalm so hard there's a sound of bones cracking. Corvus, that is not the best way to go about on a stealth operation. Whatever. He snuck around, willing himself to be as invisible as he could, using the dark of the night to keep him hidden. But then he wondered, would the robed guys be able to see him in the dark? He knew that the Space Marines can see in the dark, so he needs to be careful to not be around them. Hopefully. At this point, he kind of wished he had a corpse dust box to hide and sneak around in. He heard those were used for hiding a lot. Conrad. Ah yes, the corpse dust box. Part of any Raven Guard stealth operation. At least Night Lords don't use that. Corvus. Yes, I suppose the Night Lords like to go about the Eversor path. No one can spot you if there is no one to spot you. He saw a door slide open and one of those Space Marines walk out. He was massive. He quickly got over his awe, however, and bolted for it, silently running into the door as it slid shut behind him. He grinned himself. He got in unnoticed, just like the Night Haunter would do it. He giggled to himself as he stuck to the shadows and walked down the narrow hallway. Conrad turns around and smashes throne with head, breaking away part of the backrest while groaning loudly in embarrassment. Watch station Sigma, come in, came a voice over the Vox as the sleep-deprived operator of the watch station picked up the receiver. Receiving. He spoke in a gruff voice, having awoken from an unintentional nap. We, scanned some unknown biometric signatures at rear entrance 212B. Can you check on the feed? Over. Conrad. OH for fuck's sake. He makes that basic mistake. He's clearly not my kid. Emperor. So quick, T.O., throw him under the bus. For shame. Checking. He spoke even as he put down the Vox receiver and pressed the speaker rune. His fingers danced over the keyboard of runes, configuring the security holocams for his watch station. He found the appropriate holocam and turned it back 2 minutes, even as he lit up an IHO stick. He coughed. They only got more and more vile. They stopped putting filters with them as standard issue years ago at this point. The footage loaded, and he saw as a shadow whizzed into the doorway. The watch station operator's eyes went wide. Control. We have an intruder. Specify type. The man on the other end demanded. I don't know. It was merely a blur. Saw a shadow dash. By Terra, cried out the man. Make sure the Crown Prince is safe, and form a squad to hunt down this shadow. And do it quietly if at all possible. Conrad, violently pointing at screen. Emperor. He will get better. Were you born with it? Wait, bad choice of words. He just needs a mentor to teach him on what not to do. Someone like his faff dash. Conrad, hissing. The man hung up the Vox, even as he took another drag of his IHO stick. Never a damn dull night in this fortress with the Crown Prince around. At this point, Damien was positive that something was wrong. He barely saw anyone, and he was dodging past people way too easily. He would have felt confident in all this, but this was the fortress of Hera, the most fortified and well-defended place in all of the Imperium. But well, all of that was a second thought. He had a slightly bigger issue, mainly that he was horribly lost. Conrad, boy, I am going to so thoroughly spank your ASS and then teach you 2 prep dash shuts up instantly as he realizes that he implied that he cares. Fulgrim, grinning. Conrad, and Jagatai, nodding along. He was so lost. He had no idea which direction he came in from, or if he was in a corridor he already went through. He was positive that he was going in circles, which coincidentally was a good thing, since he was confusing his trailing teams. Not that he knew that. He paused and tried to figure out what he could do and where he should go. He tried using his nose to sniff out where he was and where he should go. There were a lot of conflicting smells in the fortress, but he did pick up on a nice smell. It was food. Conrad, don't forget your mission. You're not a fucking candid like Lehman. Lehman, like a hungry dog. He trailed after the aroma of food. With how late it was most likely the kitchens preparing for breakfast thinking on how long he was in here and how long ago since he left his house. Breakfast should be happening in 2 or 3 hours. So he had time. He snuck around, following the delicious aromas. His stomach growled as he patted it, hoping to find scraps in the bin. It's not stealing if it's in the bin. Conrad, someone stop this kid. Lehman, Implian, actually care? Conrad, my reputation is on the damn line. That's the only reason why. This is Team 9. Lost sight of the query. Over. Robot. That many teams to catch one child? Lorger. 1 prime child. Robot. True. So it makes sense I suppo dash. This is Team 29. Saw target heading for the kitchens. Over. Lehman. Wait, what? Conrad. There might be hope for him. Robot. No way. Team 56 here. We'll get him. Robot. Are you kidding me? Conrad. Nodding appreciatively. Maybe there's hope for him yet. Team 58 here. We got a pic sent in from the wall security footage. We're chasing after a young boy. Over. Team 57 here. Excuse my high gothic, but did you just confirm we were chasing after a fucking kid? Team 58 here. Yes. This child scaled the wall by himself with no tools. Hunter teams, this is command. Stand down. I say again, stand down. This is now another matter. Team 1 here. Please clarify command. Over. Lord Kurz has taken personal interest. All hunter teams are to return to barracks. Over. Entire family looked pointedly at Conrad. The many humans collectively shuddered. Many of the teams had been witness to the Primarch's terrible presence in the past. The thought of a little boy under the Primarch's unyielding will was inconceivable. One guard summed up their collective thoughts with a single line of, well, sucks to be that kid. By this point, Damien had found the kitchens and was currently half in and half out of bin. He found lots of good scraps in there. He even got carrot peels. Sanguinius, he's inside of a trash can. Vulcan, yes he is. Poor child. Corvus, he went through multiple teams trying to catch him, and he's just inside of a trash can eating trash. Ferris, hunger drives people to do unreasonable things. He just kept munching on anything that was edible in there, never tasting a carrot before. They're actually kind of sweet. His eyes perked up as he heard a sound. It was soft and whining, like a machine. Oh crap. He pushed himself out of the bin, wincing when it toppled over and crashed into the ground. He scrambled away, hoping that he received enough sustenance from his hasty meal to continue with his mission of freeing any unwilling people. He ran through the corridors, sticking to the shadows, climbing the walls to reach the rafters, and jumping from chandelier to chandelier. even causing one to go crashing down. At one point, he even ran out a balcony and dropped down to one below it. Corvus, that is impressive. Try as he might, however, the shadow pursued, staying stuck to him like a hungry rat to its meal. Eventually, as he was trying to shake off the shadow, he felt something grab him by the back of his tunic and raise him off his feet and into the air. He curled up in the air, knowing that he was caught and he was going to get punished. His body was turned, and who he saw made him nearly squeal with joy. Well, well, well. So you're the little rat that got into the fortress, spoke the giant to the captured boy. He was huge, taller than a space marine, long black hair with dark eyes, pale almost dead-like skin, armor a deep dark blue, hands covered in talons. And the grin, sharp teeth in a shark-like grin. This just had to be him. Anything to say? Damien couldn't stop it. His dark eyes that matched the Night Haunter's own were wide in awe as he took in the form of him. He let out a shriek of joy, face blooming into a wide grin. It's you. Conrad's face contorted in confusion. People don't squeal with joy when they saw him. What did you just say? It's you. The Night Haunter. Lehman begins to chuckle. Magnus. And so it begins. Conrad winced as he was yet again reminded of his old hated moniker. No, not anymore. But I saw the posters. Fear not the night, for it is haunted by our own Lord. Damien recited, remembering that he has a couple of those posters in his home. Lehman, full on howling with laughter. Horace, slapping his arm rest in laughter. Conrad, wanting his life to end. Conrad wanted to groan and immediately go strangle whichever menial adept of the Munitorum came up with that damned line. He started walking towards the nearest security outpost. I'm such a big fan. Damien's hands and feet shook with excitement, not even caring he was around 8 to 9 feet from the ground now. I have a couple of your posters, and I tell stories about you, and dash. Lehman falls off of his throne, clutching his stomach even as tears run down his face. The kid must be crazy, decided Conrad as his eyes briefly ran up and down the rags that covered the child. Homeless most likely, and very scrawny, eating barely enough to survive. He smelled too, reminding him of himself in his very early start back on Nostromo. That damned world could rot for eternity now for all he cared. Ever since then, I decided that I was going to be just like you. Well, not with the killing part. I think blood is kind of icky really, but still. I learned as many laws as possible. I follow the rules. I make sure the other kids follow the rules too. I don't steal, and I make sure to be a good citizen. You know, since justice is so important, and all like you said, and Dash Damien have been talking nonstop, so excited to be right in front of his idol. Lehman, oh, I fucking can't. Conrad, will he ever shut up? Mortarion, just so much talking. Conrad tuned most of it out as they turned the corner. No, not the security outpost. Medicae first. Poor kid was most likely just crazy. And yet, you snuck into the world's most secure fortress, causing a disruption to the entire security system. He looked forward, walking around the fallen chandelier. And damaged property. That is trespassing, causing distress and destruction of Imperial property all in a matter of minutes. Okay, so that was my bad. I had a good reason to. Kids that I knew were taken away, and I wanted to come see if I could help them or see if they were all right. But I got distracted by the smell of food because I'm always really hungry all the time. And I thought that, well, stealing is wrong. But it's not stealing if things are in the trash, and so I dug through those, and well, there's a lot of good stuff in there. I didn't mean to cause damage. I just thought that someone dangerous was coming after me. So I ran and tried to get away. If I knew it was you chasing after me, I would have been a whole lot more careful, you know. But then again, I think I would have turned around and said hello and tell you how much you're my hero and how cool I think you are in Dash. Magnus, I know I talk a lot, but this is ridiculous. Lehman, wheezing from the floor, almost like you. More laughter. Magnus, I do not just spew out verbal diarrhea without pausing. Horace, brother, you do actually. Conrad tuned the kid out completely as he strode into the apothecarium, startling the Medicae on duty and causing the poor guy to nearly spill his recaf everywhere. Lord Kurz. The Medicae quickly saluted even as he glanced at the still-talking kid. What can I do for you, my lord? Found the rat, brought it here. Take it. It won't stop talking. Conrad nearly growled out. Even though he was tuning the kid out, it was still annoying. Never been in a place like this before. It's so clean. Are you leaving me here? I have so many questions I need to ask you since you're my hero and everything. I just can't believe I was carried around by you of all people. I just can't believe all of this happened because I scale the walls and try to see how all my friends are doing. Well, they're not really my friends. They just pay me for my performances, but still I care about them. And I just wanted to know they were all right in Dash. Well, we can do the standard tests, but then I'm afraid it's back to the streets for him, my lord. The Medicae answered as lord. He was now tuning the boy out as well, since he was talking a mile a minute and didn't seem to be taking many breaths in between sentences. Back to the streets? He snuck into this fortress. Corvus, fair point. The Medicae winced. I'm sorry, my lord, but that is the policy with underage children. That is, of course, unless the Ultramarines want to take him. Ultramarines! Yelled the scrawny little kid suddenly, getting the attention of both of them. I don't want to be an Ultramarine. They're the ones who took all my friends. If anything, I'd rather be a Marine for any other chapter or whoever. He stuck his tongue out at the Medicae, letting him fully know what he thought of the Ultramarines. Robot, well, there have been more subtle ways of refusing to join. Conrad let out a surprised snort. A kid living on Macridge who didn't idolize the Ultramarines. Now, that was precious. Then again, this is the same kid that is showering him with hero worship. I'll stay, Conrad said to the Medicae. Do the tests. Emperor, look at you, being a good dad. Conrad, bat grumble. Wait, you will. Oh my gosh, this is so great. This means I can ask you all the questions I can. I'm just so honored to be around someone like you. You must be very busy all the time, since there's a lot of bad guys in the galaxy and the war going on, Do you still tear people apart with your claws? Or is that a thing you don't do anymore? Because like I said earlier, I think blood is icky, but fake blood isn't so bad. It looks kind of cool, especially if you get to act out the death scenes. Did I mention acting out death scenes is like my favorite thing to do on my performances dash? Very well, my lord. Please put the child on the table. The Medicae then put on a pair of gloves along with his white coat, even as he got a carrying case. Conrad put down the chatterbox onto the table, even as the Medicae gently coaxed Damien's overclothes off until he was left sitting in only his underwear. A big dumb grin still ever present on his face, the exact opposite of the pitiful state of his body. It was dirty and extremely malnourished. Both the Medicae and Conrad could easily count each of the child's ribs. There was barely any muscles and even bone to go along with it. Mortar ion. Correction to my earlier statement. Obviously, we now see what happens when a prime child doesn't get the proper nutrients and nourishment as they grow up. Vulcan. He is just a little sack of bones. Corvus. And yet he climbed a 100-meter-tall wall with his bare hands. Mortar ion. Obviously, we can see that his pre-March genes do come out to help him. Another hypothesis I have been working on concerning the children. It seems that even though they aren't full Primarchs, they do gain a random set of abilities and perks that we have. Aegidius does have the brain power of a pre-March at times, even showing resilience that we would have. Same with Vulcan's mutant Janin. We have also seen that Perrin looks to have taken to augmentation and his marine conversion like an avian to the air. While Venus has not shown any gifts yet, this is not like Freya, where from what we have seen has strength and speed. She made a space marine cry out in distress. And from what we can see of Damien, he does have the superior speed, reflexes, and makings of an infiltrator. All the extra calories he burns have been taking their toll on his body. But from what I can see, he is making do. And yet, this child, this malnourished, dirty, homeless, weakling of a child successfully managed to dodge the Night Haunter for a full minute. Yeah, I know I'm really, really skinny, but I swear I can never get enough food. I'm just always so hungry all the time, even after I eat a meal that other kids eat. I'm not trying to be a pig. I just can't help it. I guess it's just another thing that makes me different from other kids, since they're not as fast as I am, or as nimble, or... Way am I bragging? Is bragging a bad thing? I don't mean to brag. I'm just kind of stating the truth, since I have to be honest all the time, since that's really important. Even my mom told me that before she died 2 years ago dash. The Medicae opened the carrying case, a look of pity on his face as he took out a rather sharp-looking hypodermic attached to some sort of screen. Slight pinch, he said, even as he quickly managed to hit a vein on Damien's arm. It wasn't hard. They were showing as if he was looking at a pic from a medical textbook. What? Did you do something? I didn't feel anything. Then again, I don't really feel pain much. Really weird, but it's okay. It just means I can go a lot longer than other kids, since I don't really complain about that type of thing, since complaining doesn't really solve any of my problems. I wonder how long this will take. I feel kind of cold, and it feels weird to sit around in my undies, dash. The hypodermic sucked up the blood, even as the Medicae reached over to the counter and gave Damien a nutrition bar. Eat this, you need it. It was mostly because of the blood draw, standard procedure. But the Medicae had to be careful. Give him too much at once, and the poor boy could even die. The nutrient bar was eaten in nearly one gulp, but they were positive he chewed thoroughly and ate it in a matter of seconds. This did little to stop his long tirade of talking. So, as I was saying, kind of cold in here, hey, does your armor keep you warm, or do you like it being cold? I never know what it's like in armor like that. So what's it like wearing armor like that? Is it comfortable? Do you kind of forget it's there? Or do you always feel it? Is it kind of like how your nose is always in your sight, but your mind just kind of ignores it dash? Everyone is just tuning out the talking. The device in the Medica's hand pinged and caused his eyes to go wide with surprise. What is it? Kurz asked impatiently. Nothing, and that's the thing. No diseases, no stunts in growth, hormones are completely fine, digestion is completely normal. The Medicae looked up at Conrad. Besides appearing malnourished and dirty, the child is, well, completely healthy. Mortar ion, hypothesis confirmed. Well, yeah, I'm healthy. I never get sick once. I just kind of keep going and going and going and going and going and going. One time I was able to stay up for like a week without sleep, and I barely cared. It only took me until it was 2 weeks where I finally had to fall asleep. It was wild. But I was up and about again in the morning after a full night's rest, and I was fine like those 2 weeks didn't even happen. Can you do that, or am I just weird and it's just me? I hope I'm not a mutant. That would be bad since I know mutants aren't tolerated. I heard about that from a pamphlet someone was reading out loud since I can't read, you know. I got to keep up with my learning since my mom told me that using my eyes is important, especially since hers didn't work at all. Conrad had enough. Just give him a standard compatibility test for all active chapters and be done with it. That will take about an hour if I'm going to run it through all. Just mind then. He spat, truly irritated now. I don't know how much longer I can handle him just rambling. Of course, my lord. The Medicae hastily spoke as he retreated to a cogitator and plugged in the hypodermic device that he had used to draw Damien's blood. Should only take about a minute or two. The Medicae cleared up as he plugged in the device, only for a ping to sound immediately and the screen to go green. What? Shouted the Medicae in utter surprise. What now? Asked Conrad, seriously contemplating just walking out. My lord, I think I need to do a second test. Oh, for the love, get out of my way. Conrad moved and shoved the Medicae to the side, looking at the screen on his own. What he saw truly stunned him for the first time in millennia. Plus chances of gene seed rejection. 0% plus chances of Astartes organ acceptance. 99.87% plus chances of augmentation success. 97.35% plus genetic makeup match. 100% plus. The entire damn family. Slowly turning to look at a somehow even paler Conrad. Horace turns to Conrad with a smug look on his face. So, you wanted proof. Conrad, shut up. Horace, why? We had to wait for proof to come up, and now here it is. Congratulations. You're a father. Conrad, I'll fucking murder you. Hey, what's on the screen? I can't really see it from here. I'm kind of too little to see, you know. It must be important for you two to be crowding around it. Almost like the markets near where I live. It's always crowded there, with humans and Eldar there. The undermarkets aren't as crowded as the upper markets, you know, but the undermarkets are more dangerous than the upper markets. But I gotta say the upper markets are so overpriced, you know. Shut up. Quietly spoke Conrad, causing Damien to instantly fall silent. For a moment, the only thing heard was the breathing of the pre-march as his mind contemplated and thought how such a thing was even possible. How? Oh, he said she was blind. Child. Conrad spoke again, never turning. Describe your mother. Damien sat up straighter. My mom? Oh, she was really nice and pretty. She had long brown hair. Her eyes weren't working at all. She was actually completely blind, you know, so they were like milky. She was a bit darker than me and you, but that isn't really hard to do since we're both really pale. She said it was important for me to eat since she said that my metabolism was going to be really high for someone like me, which I don't really understand why. It's just kind of always like this. Oh wait, my MOM. My mom came from off-planet years ago. She said she was on this planet that was under attack, and then she was saved by a bunch of space marines that appeared over her planet, and they saved them, but their planet kind of got destroyed, so they stayed on the ship for a while. But she said she met my dad on there. I don't really know my dad. She said he was kind of scary to talk to, but whatever, I guess. She died 2 years ago since she tried to work, but we never got a lot of money, and I needed to eat a lot more than she did, but it wasn't so bad since we lived in an alleyway next to a moisture collector. So what else do you want to know, Sanguinius. No offense to Conrad, but how did he get with such a wonderful-sounding lady? Rogel. Because she was blind. Emperor. Wait to bring down the hammer. Rogel. My hammer is back aboard the Phelan Perturabo. Smacks. Conrad's mind was a roller coaster of emotion. How? How did this fucking universe keep fucking shit up for him? He wasn't ready to be a father. He failed with his gene sons. So how could he handle one actually born of his own blood? He turned to look at him, for the first time truly taking in his sight. The pale skin, dark eyes, darker loose hair. That was obviously his. But that nose, the shape of his chin, the way his smile curled his cheeks, the dimples. Fuck. Think. Fucking think. What could he do? He could. Medicae. Yes, my lord. Give the kid a bath. Angron, huh? Pussy. Conrad. Too worried and angry to react. That would buy him some time as he stepped outside of the apothecarium, looking at the rising sun in the distance through one of the massive windows, even as the Medicae coaxed Damien towards the showers in the back rooms. Fuck, what was he gonna do? Wait, what was the kid's name again? Shit, maybe he shouldn't have tuned him out. The Lord Commander of the Imperium had stopped by on Macridge as a mere pit stop on his way to the other edge of Imperium Secundus. But he couldn't resist taking a moment in his office to himself. Robot, why are we on me all of a sudden? Emperor, knowing Conrad. Wait for it. His hands flew over documents and paperwork even as his mind was occupied by another matter entirely. He never needed his full attention for the damned papers anyway. He was roused out of his thoughts by a knock on his door. "Enter," Robot called out, wondering who could be wanting his attention this early already. The door was opened and Robot had to nearly pinch himself when he saw who it was and what he was carrying. There was his brother, Conrad, at the door, looking panicked and holding a bundle of a towel that was wrapped around a child that looked a lot like his brother. Emperor, right on schedule. He looked between the two of them, the boy, then his brother, the boy, then his brother, then the boy who was now waving at him, then back at his brother who was quickly and desperately motioning towards the boy with his eyes and head. Sanguinius. Now that he is cleaned up, he is kind of cute, big dark eyes popping out of a towel, adorable. Robot put the documents down and put his hands together, tapping against his mouth while leaning forward, and said the first thing that came to mind. "So, when did you get a son, Conrad?" Before Conrad could speak, the boy, Damien, gasped really loudly and practically shrieked in joy. "I'm his son." Lorger, PFFFFFFFD-, dying of laughter. Most of the family is laughing at how loudly and surprised Damien is that Conrad is his own father. Conrad, ugh. Conrad looked as if he was going to have a migraine, letting out a long, shuddering sigh. According to my calculations, about 7-ish years ago. Robot looked at the boy. "How old are you, boy?" Damien was silent for a while, working up the courage to speak to the Lord Commander. He softly spoke to him. 7, sir. Horace. Like we need any more proof, Conrad. Conrad. I really don't fucking care. How the fuck did I get a kid? Who was crazy enough to sleep with me? How was I crazy enough to sleep with someone? Lehman. Best questions you ever asked. Rogel. The only person who would want to initiate coitus with Conrad was quite literally a blind woman. "Oh, now you're silent." Conrad cried out, one hand coming up and rubbing at his face. "Please don't get him to talk. I can't stand another long tirade of his." "You get used to it," spoke Guilliman by pure experience. "No, not with this one. I nearly got a migraine with him constantly talking. From when I found him, picked him up, walked to the apothecarium, to the testing, and even after it, he wouldn't stop." Conrad ground out, looking down at Damien, who grinned sheepishly. "Mordorion, future Conrad has a point. I don't mean to. I just talk, and my mind just goes and goes and goes dash." "Shut up." "No." Conrad immediately cut off Damien, stopping him from going on another tirade. Robot sighed before getting up, rising to his massive height and walking around his desk. "What do you plan on doing with him?" Conrad looked back to his brother. "I don't know. I don't know how to take care of a kid. You know what happened to my own Gene sons? You take him." The Lord Commander gave his brother a look which simply screamed, "Are you fucking serious right now?" "No." Robot, did you seriously just try dash? Conrad, fuck off Papa Smuff. I am in no damn mood. Conrad let out a deep sigh, holding the kid out and away from him and towards his brother with one hand. "Take him, brother," spoke Robot calmly. "Look him in his eyes, dash." No, Conrad immediately cut him off. "Look your son in his eyes and then tell me that." Internally screaming, Conrad turned Damien around and looked him in the eye. Damien, even before when he looked at Conrad with all that hero worship, now looked like Conrad was the greatest gift in the entire galaxy wrapped up on a shiny silver platter, and it was addressed to him. The smile on him was so open and what the hell is wrong with him? He couldn't take care of a kid. He didn't know the first thing about taking care of a child. And just this was such a bad idea. It would be so much easier to just hand him over to Guilliman. And no, he can't now. Shit, what did you do to me? Conrad asked out loud, unable to look away from the situation. Conrad, fuck OFF. No. Made you realize the glory of fatherhood. Spoke Guilliman, already typing something into a datapad. Your name, young one? Oh, my name is Damien, sir. I don't know what it means. Actually, my mom gave it to me, and I'm sure it must mean something since most names do have a meaning to them. I just don't know what mine means really. Wait, if the Night Haunter is my dad, does this mean my full name is actually Damien Curse? That actually sounds kind of cool now that I think about it. Kind of like I have a family again. Wait, if he's my dad and he calls you brother, does that make you my uncle? And does this mean I don't have to eat trash anymore? What's going to happen to me now? Actually, I just have a lot of questions now, since this is the first time someone's actually answering my questions in dash. Conrad, FUCK. No, he started talking again. Guilliman nodded along as he input something into the datapad. The fortress defenses will now recognize him as friendly. You can talk to any of your remaining sons, or in my recommendation, any of the new ones about his personal guard escort. If luck will see it through, I can get him the same tutors as Aegidius has. Conrad, Prime's Claws, you and I need to have a talk blueberry. Robot, for what? Future me is only doing everything that is needed to make sure the kid is taken care of. He's doing more for him than you did, and you're his father. Future me only knew Damien for 5 minutes. Conrad continues grumbling. I get tutors? I've never had a tutor before. So what do tutors even do? What do they do tutor you? Is tutoring a thing that people do? Is that like school? Because I've never actually been to school, so I don't know how I'm going to do actually dash. Guilliman looked up at the poor boy. His room is 2 floors down from Aegidius. The serfs there will know. They're also going to send a tailor to it immediately so the child can get some clothes. Guilliman then spotted some bone poking through Damien's skin that was peeking from beyond the massive soft towel. And for Tara's sake, feed the poor boy. He then turned and sat down behind his desk, going back to his paperwork as if they weren't there at all. Am I actually getting real food now? Because right before the night haunter picked me up, I was actually eating scraps out of the bin in the kitchens. The very expensive heirloom fountain pen snapped in half in Guilliman's hands as he looked up startled at Damien and then glared at Conrad, his eye twitching in the way it did when he learned that something threatened Aegidius. Robot, come on, not another one. Vulcan, do you care more for a pen than a child who is eating trash? Robot, I care for both, but one was used by my father Vulcan. Rogel, father could not have used dash. Robot, my adoptive father. It's one of the few things he actually left me. Vulcan, I withdraw my accusations. And this was his nephew. Not that far off, he supposed. Robot stared at Conrad, the angry look not leaving his face until it was replaced by a grin. Conrad stared back. I didn't know he existed until an hour ago, Please, nephew, he said, looking at Damien with a genuine smile. He's not the night haunter. He's father. Remember that. Only proper, causing Damien to squeal in joy in Conrad's arms. Damien just thought that this was the best day ever. It was a great idea to break into the fortress of Hera. Conrad, meanwhile, just instantly wanted to punch Robot in his practical face and then disappear. The hollow projector stopped. Conrad's head slowly turned. The sound of stone grinding on stone audible in the air. I'm going to kill you, Guilliman. Guilliman turned towards Conrad. Why? I understand that you may be slightly uncomfortable, but dash. Slightly uncomfortable. Conrad roared as he stood from his throne, practically shaking in rage. I'm just slightly uncomfortable. I just fucking sat here while all of you were having a grand fucking time, just poking fun at my expense, and wouldn't leave well enough alone. All because father, he practically spat the word out, decided he wanted to pick on me. The Emperor raised his hands in defeat with a grin. I warned you, Sonny. Don't screw with me. Besides, would have happened sooner or later. Conrad whirled on the Emperor, snarling at the Golden Man. This is why I can't fucking stand you. I'm actually angry and humiliated that you decided to show this off, and you have the gall to sit there and act like nothing is wrong. Like I'm overreacting. Because you're cut in Lehman. We're all fathers in here. Well, probably. Point is, we all have to deal with it. You're clearly loyal too. I fail to see the issue. Because I'm embarrassed. Conrad threw his hands into the air with a scoff. I made this clear from the beginning. No one cared. Conrad, this all started because all of you wanted to embarrass and poke fun at me. Guilliman spoke up, giving Conrad a look. Need I also remind you that everyone has been getting embarrassed this entire bonding experience. You've had the time of your life poking fun at everyone else's expense. Not so good that it's happening to you. Conrad let out a low growl and activated his thunder claws and raised one, intent on causing harm. He didn't even begin to strike when it was grabbed by a powerful gauntlet hand. He whirled on who dare do so, only to look at the stern face of Horus. Brother, he commanded, don't you dare. Conrad growled again as he desperately attempted to free his caught arm. Son, the Emperor stood and walked over to the struggling night haunter. You must control yourself. We have all suffered humiliation and eye-opening experiences with these vids. Conrad barked at his father's face, spitting Nostraman curse words. Rich coming from you. You're the one who loves it when others get the attention, but whenever it's on you, suddenly is wrong. Need I remind you, Conrad, of just how courteous I have been, and remind you further that in the future, you died a traitor's death, one that you sentenced yourself to. Do you think I need reminding about that? You do, because you are quite clearly alive, helping Imperial refugees and fighting for mankind once more. Conrad deflated, knowing his father was right. In the future vids, he's dead, but when they looked at the darkest one, suddenly he's alive. Alive, well, and helping others. And he had no idea what happened to make him like that. No way of knowing how or why he decided to forgive himself. And that frightened him more than any idea of fatherhood ever could. Chapter 9, Eden. Okay, so now that father has thoroughly attempted to humiliate Conrad, anyone want to get back to the main chapters? Horus spoke up, still shaking his head at his father's antics. Honestly, at this point, they needed to have a sit-down and talk more about how much they all needed to schedule some family therapy. I agree. We shouldn't just stop and make fun of our brothers. even in small jest. Robot agreed, most definitely not wanting to get back to his boy. Do we happen to have the next chapter on hand? Or was it lost when everyone was rummaging through the piles, which should be stacks, and all of you know it? Calm your blueberry-colored man tits, brother. Lehman spoke up, looking like he was more reclining into his throne than sitting anymore. He had been like that ever since he saw that he had one single daughter, exactly one single daughter, in the future, and she was a damn dog. Not even a wolf, acting like a damn dog. Fine, fine. I will sort them during the next break myself, along with Magnus. Robot answered, making Magnus sputter at him. Wait, why me? Because it is secretly annoying you to your core as well. Magnus shrugged, not willing to fight back on something that was annoying him as well. Fair point. All right, the vid should be here somewhere. Horace began rummaging through the pile. Then Horace paused and had a bit of an epiphany. Wait, why don't we just get the twins to find it? They always seem to find things inexplicably easily and just seem to do the impossible. Normally I would agree with you, brother, but Sanguinius held up the vid. I have been hanging on to it, waiting for us to get back to the main storyline. Lorger snickered from the side. You've been holding on to it because you can't stand the idea of having us stop on a cliffhanger. This made Sanguinius huff in indignation, not appreciating how his whole unable to stand cliffhangers or interrupted viewing shtick was getting ahead of him. Just like you can't stop thinking of religion as so great, only to have the one founded upon your very teachings shoved in every single ugly way down your throat. Sanguinius rebuffed, one of his eyes twitching unnaturally. Jagatai let out a low whistle. It's like all of you have finally started to learn the way of Chagorian verbal lashing. Honestly, I give little to no shits at the moment. Let's just play the vid. Muggos catch. Sanguinius threw the vid at Muggos Lem, who managed to catch it effortlessly in one of his mechadendrites. Muggos Lem quickly began his work of inserting the vid and setting up the hollow projector. It seemed that every time a vid was played, everyone in this room got either more friendly with each other or grew in some way, which was at first odd for the Muggos, being so close to the Omnisia. But perhaps it wasn't so bad, it was actually kind of nice. 204 M42, Fortress of Hera. The vid opened up to reveal a close-up of Aegidius' face. His eyes were closed, and he appeared to be far more relaxed than usual, and his arms were wrapped around the pillow that his head was lying on. Except it wasn't a pillow. I miss you, Mom, came a tiny whisper from the child, even as a hand, far too slender and moving with far too much grace to be human or even transhuman, reached down and brushed some idle blonde curls away from Aegidius' face. What took you so long? Aegidius groaned next, squeezing himself even tighter into his mother's lap. I missed you most, my sweet boy. She cooed at her son, hands scratching the top of his head and through his hair as she began to hum a song to him, a song that made no sense to any other except the two of them. She smiled when his ears pricked up, and he began to hum with her. Never forget that. Mordorion. Oh, for fuck's sake, it's the witch. Conrad. Can we burn her, father? Emperor. Seeing as how Robot wants Aegidius to exist. Then in O. Robot. I have claimed no such thing. Emperor. So that's a dash. Robot. But I will. Vulcan. Keep that to yourself. Robot. I thought you were going to support me. Vulcan. Not if you scream it out loud. Robot. But I'm talking normally. Mordorion. Shut your mouth, witch lover. Too fucking loud. Magnus. Oh, come on. You can't censor our brother just because his future self has gone down the path of dash. Mordorion. Shut your mouth, you witch. Emperor. Surprising chuckle, low blow, boys. Play fair. Lem. Wow, okay. Not really then. The Eldar woman with her long platinum hair in a top knot, over artificed armor, and which suit with overskirt looked almost comical next to the boy. But the maternal look on her face as she looked down at him was genuine. The Herald of Ennead was clearly softened and glad to be near her son. However, she didn't like how tense his soul felt when he was so close to her like this. With a damned craftworlders, right? Maybe she shouldn't have threatened them and was a bit too thorough with her warnings. Magnus, oof. Yeah, I can see that. Sanguinius, see what? Magnus. Eldari women are notoriously protective and downright homicidal against anyone who gets close to their children besides their fathers. Corvus. And how do you know that? Magnus. I read. Corvus. No, you do not get to use that one again. Magnus. Use what, brother? Corvus. You say you read a lot, and while that may be a fair assumption and explanation for you usually, you seem to know a lot about Eldari customs and mannerisms, including your knowledge and practice of their language. Where are you hiding, you damned witch? Robot. You do know I also speak Eldari and am highly familiar with their culture, right, Corvus? Corvus. Yes, that may be true, but he is being too precise for my liking. So I ask again, what are you hiding? Magnus. Let's get back to it, shall we? Corvus. Answer me. Magnus, no. Corvus. You can't just say no and then get to act like it's done with. Magnus, Rogel does that very thing all the time, and no one questions it. Rogel, this is true. Conrad, give me an hour alone with him, and I'll make him squeal. Emperor, okay. And no torturing of your brothers, Connie boy. We all agreed to this. Their fault, really. Everyone knew not to get between an Eldar, witch, and her child. Still, his soul felt oddly strained more than usual. He was even tired and close to falling asleep. She was having to weave through their tenuous mind link with tender care, soothing the boy with her presence, and alleviate some of his strain. When none of his strain lifted, she once more began to murmur her song to him, causing every single muscle in Aegidius' tiny body to relax as he let out a tiny breath of contentment. The song only they knew, they composed together since she first knew her boy, a song that would always comfort him. When he heard her song, the boy relaxed as he responded softly. He had been fighting sleep, but once their song was heard, his eyes couldn't stay open, and he soon was asleep, curled up next to his mother. She ran a hand through his curling locks, glad she was able to bring him peace at this moment. When she really looked at him and recalled how strained his soul was, it was hard to tell how young he still was. Far too young for what he was forced to endure and learn, even if he was over half his father's son. That was another thing. By human standards, she guessed her husband to be a good father, a strict yet gentle one who knew how to properly raise a child. He was doing a fine job for human standards. By Eldar standards, well, she would be considered a terrible mother, much less him as well. For one thing, she was supposed to be by her son's side until he was at least a full Eldar cycle old. But well, he grew at the rate of a human, and she admitted that duty came first, and she missed out on what was his most critical years. At least she was able to convince everyone to allow her at least the first 2 years with him, which was barely a sixth of a cycle. Emperor, I swear, Eldar growth cycles are fucking weird. I still don't understand why they have to do everything in cycles of 12s. Vulcan, why are they like that, father? Emperor, I really don't know. I really don't. Eldar are fucking confusing, cause one moment it's, I hate my kids, I wish they would grow up and not bother me, to fucking touch my kids, and I'll cut you with your own spine. Fucking crazy. Why can't they stay consistent? Rogel, father. Emperor, damn it, not again. What is it, Rogel? Rogel, why are you complaining about Eldar breeding, growth, and child-rearing styles? It is redundant to complain about the Eldar and their already confusing ways of life. You are being redundant. Emperor, I swear, Rogel, I will throw you out the airlock. Think about it. If they didn't raise their kids in such a shitty way, maybe, just maybe, there wouldn't be a bunch of stuck-up, knife-eared assholes. Rogel, you make a very good point, father. Forgive me, Magnus. Much like how you shouldn't have been the galaxy's shittiest father. Emperor, quiet Magni magic. Horus turned out just fine. Angron, angry, groaning noises. Emperor, I said Horus. Speaking of time spent with close ones, she hadn't spoken to her husband since practically Aegidius' birth. Theirs was a marriage of convenience, which is what she told herself, and they knew that they wouldn't see each other often. But she felt the bond to him waver and strengthen nonetheless. She was tied to him until one of them would perish and their soul would be gone from this world. Robot, marriage of convenience, right? I swear I thought Eldar didn't do that type of thing. Aegidius softened yet again in her lap, his breathing becoming rhythmic even as his heartbeat slowed, and he drifted off into a gentle, dreamless sleep. It was the least she could do for him. An Eldari child should never have been separated from his mother so early. If he was a true Eldar, he would still be learning to speak, still dependent on his mother and father for every bit of guidance. As it was, he was strong. Oh, he was clumsy on the exterior, small, frail, and sensitive, but she knew of his true nature. He had the exterior and soul strength of an Eldar, a powerful Eldar, but his mind and literal entrails were truly his father's. There was no mistaking that mind, that logistical and logical thinking along with what was essentially photographic memory, and his learning speed was unparalleled. Magnus, okay, that does complicate things. Robot, what do you mean? Magnus, well, in theory dash. In theory, Aegidius should have been the perfect half-breed, combining both greats of each species while neglecting the worst. Every single healer and apothecary had even stated it as such. Magnus, that essentially, and yet his soul felt strained. The Astronomicon embedded within him took some power away, of course, though no one was sure how it worked. She felt as if the soul that was her son wasn't just him. She knew him, she knew it. She carried him for almost 2 standard Terran years. She felt and guided his budding soul since day one. And ever since his birth, it felt wrong. Her precious son's soul felt like it was carrying a large tumor that grew only larger and stronger with each year. And she worried about exactly what it was doing to him. No one knew how, or even why, or how the Astronomicon was reborn inside of her son. The The greatest farcers and librarians had tried weaving their way into Aegidius' mind, and all had failed. Even herself, his mother, the one being in all of Eldar society, which usually had full access to their child's mind while it was still developing. It was almost as if Aegidius' mind was protected by something so well fortified that it was nigh unbreachable when it should have been open to her. Magnus whistles, something powerful enough to overrule the bond between an Eldari mother and her child. Now that is very rare. Jagatai, how rare, to be precise? Magnus, so rare that it is touted as fact that no one can come between the bond of the mother and child. Ferris, so what could be strong enough to do that then? Magnus, from what I know, someone with so much power that they could essentially dash. Almost as if something had shared the space of his soul. Magnus, well, it is a possibility. Sanguinius, sharing space with another soul? Magnus, yes, but it would be the very essence of the word terrible. No body that we know of was meant to house two souls. Not even us. In order for the person to even survive, he would need to be born with it, which is technically impossible, especially since his mother would have been watching over and guiding his budding soul through the whole process as he would be formed. If anyone or anything tried to latch on and grow with his soul, she would have purged it immediately. That is the part that makes me wonder if it would be possible. Emperor, unless, of course, that something masquerades itself and leeches on so early that it was always there. So nothing was off in the first place. That is most likely how the Astronomicon became embedded within him, though I do not know how future me could have done it. Magnus, normally I'd agree, father, but there is the part where the Eldari mother guides and watches over the soul from the very moment of conception to birth. She would know that soul from all the ins, outs, and beyond. Emperor, there is one part you miss, however. If it becomes integrated, she can't do anything about it. Hence dash points at screen, living Astronomicon. It is probably that tumor that she feels. Fulgrim, but what about birth? Emperor, pardon? Fulgrim, she said, ever since his birth. You two keep talking about it being there when she said ever since birth. Emperor, the Astronomicon couldn't have latched itself onto him when he was born. He would die. His soul would have been overwhelmed and simply would have been blown out of existence. Other things, perhaps, but it would be painful. Painful to the point where I doubt the child would even survive. And if he would, it would not be a comfortable existence like the one Aegidius has. As Magnus said, the other soul would tear him apart, unless it's specifically crafted. Maybe. A gentle knocking on the door awoke Ivrain from her thoughts, even as it opened, and in walked Cato Sicarius, the marine that her husband had decreed as Aegidius' caretaker. Her Eldari hearing picked up on the faraway arguments between the custodes and the Craftworld farcers. Again, she nodded to the marine in greeting as she continued to run her fingers through her son's hair. Captain, I assume you bring news while you interrupt my time with my son. She jested lightly, not even looking at him as her eyes stayed glued to her precious boy. Indeed, nothing urgent, of course. He answered with ease. He had learned that her barbs meant nothing. Eldar women apparently were just protective of their children, merely to update you on everything your son has done during your time away. She hummed, nodding as she held her son close to her. Physically, he has grown significantly since you last saw him. As you can see, he has grown over 6 inches and has gained the appropriate amount of weight needed for his height. She nodded, a hand going to gently pinch his chubby cheek. Mentally, he has grown exponentially. He has blown through his studies, and we have gathered that private tutoring will take up most of his studies since public schooling is now beneath his needs, and his war studies will proceed at a much more accelerated rate. He still has not met his social quotas, but that is no longer a problem. How so? He has recently gained a cousin and friend, young Lord Damien Kurz. They have been playing and studying together when possible. Robot feels a grin growing on his face. Conrad feels a scowl growing on his face. She smirked, shaking her head. And here I thought that man would never have a child. How funny. Her eyebrows furrowed as she continued to gently glide her fingers through Aegidius' hair, sending away a nightmare that was threatening to form in his sleep. The boy isn't anything like his father, is he? She inquired, hoping he wasn't going to be a bad influence on her son. Not at all. Damien is a sweet, kind boy, and they complement each other well. I recommend you ask Aegidius once he awakens. Sicarius answered quickly, dispelling the notion. Even he could see that the interactions were good for his charge. Good. If that is true, then please allow more time for them to interact. It's important Aegidius has a peer compared to none. Of course. Sicarius nodded. She smirked again, a laugh almost coming up. So how much trouble did Aegidius get into while I was gone? Not much this time. He continues to be impossibly clumsy and has broken around 72 bones over the last time you were here. Scrapes and bruises have been daily, even with the custodes and myself watching him. Robot, 72? 72 bones. How? How is that possible? Jagatai, drunk, angry little midgets. Robot, he isn't on Kagras, Jagatai. He isn't riding a horse. He's being kept safe inside the fortress with the custodes themselves guarding over him. Jagatai, funny how you think children only break bones when outside on a horse. That shows you know almost nothing about the little angry midgets. Robot, and you do because? Jagatai, do you have any idea how many children there are on Kagras? Especially with how open my world is, how we have a culture of sharing and open homes. Do you have any idea how many times I am attacked by hordes of children? I'm around them most of my time on Kagras. You cannot escape them. So might as well learn about them. Angron, I don't give two shits about children. They run away from me anyway. But they do so from all of us. Transhuman dread and all that crap. Emperor, exactly. So why don't the ones on Kagras fear you? Jagatai, I don't know. Robot, are we all beginning to take the Rogel way out of things now as an excuse? Jagatai, yes. Rogel, I had no inclination that there was a way to get out of verbal corners by using the same words and actions that I do and claim it as a style. She nodded along sadly at that true, unplanned part, which left the apothecaries and healers baffled even now. Physically, nothing was supposed to impair her son. In fact, according to his genes, he should be much, much more agile, flowing in his walk and running pace better than an Eldar. Almost as good as a Primarch. Yes, that was the rather harsh truth. The Emperor had made the Primarchs better than even the strongest Farcers. To refer to them as Monkey would be an insult to themselves. They were not only faster and stronger in every way, they flowed with such unmatched killing potential and grace that upon her husband's awakening in his temple, she was left stunned. Emperor leans back with a smug grin, yes. I am that good. Robot Guilliman, supposedly the less warlike of his brothers, had strode into the demons and Chaos Space Marines like a wraithbone weaver to his craft, cutting and slashing and destroying with such efficiency that she suspected her escort even became envious. She admitted that now that may have been the first time she found she had seen a human as an equal. Robot, wait, really? Ferris, ah yes, that was when you punched a Terminator through a marble column. Lorger, and got so mad you became Angron for a second. Robot, I know, I think I got that mad when you Lorger raided Nevermind. I'm too more of pleased that she was impressed with me. Vulcan, why? Robot, I don't know. It just feels nice. The sound of arguing on the other side of the door flared up for a second, and yet again, she was reminded of why she had rushed back to Macridge with all due haste. Aegidius' powers had manifested. For the first actual time, his power was fully revealed, and it was terrifying. The raw energy of the Astronomican blasting out of his body and opening a warp tear, all the while summoning the angels. The protectors of the Astronomican's light had been a sight never before truly seen. It showed just how much potential he had. But the cost and method of attaining it was wrong. Oh, so wrong. A Farcer lied dead because of it. Because he pushed when he should have waited and been patient. Pushing to see the extent of her son's power when he should have just been observing what was shown now. Emperor slowly turns to Magnus. Very familiar description. Magnus, yes, it's all my fault. Completely me. You had nothing to do with it. At all. It's not like you didn't tell me anything about why the warp was dangerous, despite having plans to put me on a golden throne and make me your giant psychic beacon. Emperor, you know that you would have transcended if you would have done that at the proper time, right? But those plans went flying right out the window when a certain someone sacrificed his right eye to a tumor in the warp. Magnus, all because I was desperate and didn't know there was a flying squid in the warp who has a lot of power and was the one who took me away from home. Emperor, Sonny, do you forget about the fact that I was there the whole time? And your adoptive father? Magnus, okay, fine. I was wrong. But at least admit you did some wrong too. Emperor, I suppose I could have been more careful. Magnus, thank you. Emperor, should have put the Sisters of Silence around your gestation's capsule. Magnus, that doesn't make it Nevermind. That's as much of an apology as I'm ever going to get from you. I swear, no wonder you're single. Emperor, technically yeah. She sighed again as she fixed the positioning of Aegidius' head, making sure that he was lying with his cheeks on her thighs, face pointing away from her in order for him to be comfortable. Tell of the incident. She spoke then, in a more serious tone, causing Sicarius to stiffen unnoticeably to non-Eldari eyes. There isn't much to tell, my lady, Sicarius spoke earnestly. When I entered the room, I found Aegidius surrounded by a golden glow, the Astronomican's light ceasing its projection to the sky. Later, the navigator's report stated that it never truly ceased, just redirected for that fraction of a second. All I did was take a hold of him and get him to safety. She listened, then deliberated. Her boy was powerful, and she had a feeling it must be from that tumor upon his soul. It wasn't his, it was always there, and suddenly the Astronomicon sprung to life as soon as it appeared. She just knew it had something to do with all of this, but she didn't have the information to build up her theory. For now, she could only focus on the here and now. And the here and now was that her son is exhausted. He did something great and strong. And now he was the subject of contention between her people and her husband's people. Again, what are the custodes? His guardians. Do they still cling to him and keep the craftworlders away? She didn't much care about the custodes when they had first arrived, believing the rumors of their strength and capabilities, just that, exaggerated rumors and imperial propaganda. She was pleasantly surprised when they said that they wanted to guard her son. Emperor. They volunteered? The shit. Horus. What would cause the custodes to volunteer to watch over him? Emperor, I don't know. Maybe I ordered them before I died for some reason. Horus, I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out half of what you and Magnus were saying about souls and everything. She was less than pleasantly surprised when her husband agreed practically immediately, questioning his choice, and if truly they were the best guardians he could have. The farcer with him at the time had quickly agreed and made his thoughts on the situation well known, especially when he challenged the head of the custodes to a duel to who would hold the honor of being the prince's guardians. The custodes there had accepted on his captain general's behalf, citing that the captain general had expected this situation to develop. So they had moved to the training arena. And there, the captain general had arrived. And her husband immediately began to chuckle, then even laugh. She thought him gone mad, something snapping in that brilliant mind of his. But then she saw the captain general wipe out the farcer as if he wasn't even there, doing so without even using a real weapon, going so far as to use a training shock staff, and then proceed to do so with an entire host of Eldari warriors before he removed his helmet and declared himself Constantine Valder returned, come to serve as emperor once more, and his penance for failing to guard him so long ago fulfilled. Emperor, holy shit. Constantine is still alive. Lehman, yes. Constantine, crazy bastard, is still alive. Lorger. But how did he know that Aegidius would be the new emperor? Wasn't he just born when he arrived? Emperor, I'm not claiming to know exactly what my future self ordered them to do anymore. But the emperor was dead. Obviously. Dead but not gone. His soul was somewhere, obviously. Otherwise, humanity would long ago have perished to the seething tides of the Imperium. If only she knew or had an idea of what the soul of the emperor was like, so she could aid in the search. Lorger, wait, you're not actually gone? Emperor, I am not that easy to kill. You should know this by now. Magnus, your soul, or at least a fragment of it, is still out there obviously. Question is where? Emperor, even if I knew, I highly doubt we can find a way to tell them. Yes, my lady. They continue their vigilance around the young lord and protect him from all outside the harm he inflicts on himself. Sicarius answered, pride shining through him. Not many, if any, Marines could ever boast on working so closely with the custodes. After all, good. I don't want a single hair on my son's head to be harmed. If I could, I'd slaughter all who meant him to harm myself. But I will settle for you and the custodes to keep him safe. It took more effort than she was prepared for to keep from baring her teeth at the idea of anyone hurting her precious offspring. Anything else I must know about him? Or shall I ask him when he awakens? Nothing else at the moment. Good. Then please, allow me time with my son. She listened as he left the chamber, leaving mother and son to sit together again. She was happy to have just a moment like this with her son, worrying about him, caring for him, just having the moment with him, knowing that every time she left him behind, she may not see him again. Sometimes she worried that maybe he didn't have as strong of a bond to her compared to what he should. Maybe if she had stayed behind and cared for him and stayed by his side, then maybe she would fix that. But if she did, then what are the Inari and their plans? They still had to figure out how to get the last crone sword from the Palace of the Whore. Once they had that last crone sword, then Ennead would be summoned. He would finally be here to hopefully end the reign of She Who Thirsts. And there was still the full integration of the Eldari into human society and the countless gives and takes between both sides. Or maybe she was worrying over nothing and he loved and cared for her as much as any Eldari child would. She just worried over him so much ever since she first heard his cries and was separated from him for those 2 agonizing days. From birth to this very moment, she worried over him and still would worry over him even after. There was a huge difference between an infant crying because they were born and were experiencing life, and the cries of an infant who was in true, unyielding pain. She nearly gagged at the memory, curling more towards her boy. The memory of his birth was a terrible one that should have been one of happiness, of rejoice to finally have her son in her arms. But it was a memory of her son in the worst pain she could imagine, with him crying and writhing and turning, and, gods, her baby suffered so much. Ever since he took his first breath, She couldn't access his soul anymore. She couldn't fully utilize their bond, their connection. It was like someone was strangling him until he nearly died and had been separated from her for 2 agonizing days. Separated from her while he screamed in agony, screaming until he suddenly stopped, and nearly was burnt out from the trauma. She made a vow to him that day when her son was finally in her arms, and she saw the extent of damage done to him, how his own body was nearly burnt out, how his nerves were almost completely fried away. She vowed to him she would protect her precious boy. She would do anything to protect him. If it meant she had to kill her own people to keep him safe, if it meant she had to damn planets to their bloody ends, if it meant she had to take on the whole galaxy and beyond, she would do it without a second thought. She wasn't able to help and protect her baby all that time ago. It killed her inside to know that. She would always carry the guilt that there was nothing she could have done to help him. So she will help him now. Now and forever. Emperor, wait. What? Magnus. Okay, that is a tiny bit too far. I can stomach a lot, but no. Robot. Too much detail. Magnus. Mortar Ion, you're up. Mortar Ion. Why me? Magnus. Because you're the apothecary and apparently we look to you to figure out the biological side of everything. So do your thing. Mortar Ion. Normally I would say sure, but no. Because that wasn't physical. Nothing causes that much trauma. No disease, no type of mental impairity, nothing that I know of. This is your area. Magnus. My area? Well, I suppose. The only thing I can think of that would nearly kill someone and nearly fry out their body like that would be pauses and turns to the Emperor. Do you think he was soulbound? Emperor. I mean, possibly. I'm not sure. He technically wouldn't have survived at all. And if he did, there would be severe consequences like going blind or a severe mutation. Magnus. But he is half Eldari and half Pre-March. And apparently from what we saw earlier and deducted, the Astronomicon appeared after he was born. Going through a soul binding at birth, suddenly having the Astronomicon there, and now that I think about it, it would explain how he doesn't really feel any physical pain. I just feel as if we are missing a crucial piece of information here. Sanguinius. Then how about we talk less and watch more? Magnus. But there are multiple things we need to talk. ABO dash. Sanguinius. Do it after the VID, I swear. She loved her son, and she had a feeling her husband did just as much. And then the door opened again, and she looked up to see who would dare to interrupt on her private time with her son, only to see an unarmored robot Guilliman, standing there in all of his tired splendor in his Ultramarine uniform. It seemed the second part of her questions would soon be answered. 204 M42, the warp? Sanguinius. What? Why are we going here? By the Hellwinters of Fenris. Damn, why back to whatever hell why he crawled out of, was the cry of fury that came from Leman Russ as he hacked a demon apart with his sword, with another coming to fill the now empty space which died to a bolt shot from one of his sons. How long until you're fixed the fracking Geller fields? He yelled into the Vox link, all the while holding on to and keeping Freya out of harm's way with one hand, even as his other held onto the sword of Banelight. Leman, am I in the thick of battle, lost in the warp again while holding on to my daughter in one arm and fighting demons with the other? Rogel, yes. Almost, my lord. Just need to reroute power. Well, hurry it up, he demanded, even as his sword cleaved through another demon, sending it back screaming into the warp. By the snows of Fenris. How did this go so horribly wrong? He was just trying to travel from Fenris to Macridge. Maybe show Freya a bit more about being a good leader when it all went wrong. They were en route to Macridge when something happened to the Astronomicon. The damn thing flickered, blinding the navigator just long enough that he managed to guide them off course. The damn navigator was screeching about angels, and, while panicking, they were now stuck in the middle of the fracking warp and fighting for their lives with their Geller field down. The fracking navigator overloaded it in his bout of mania. Magnus. Oh, so that's what it caused. Ferris. Well, with him being the Astronomicon, of course it would affect other people. Leman. I can't believe I'm lost in the warp again. Emperor. Yes, of course. But not to this level. It was merely a flicker. The navigator must have been you inexperienced. Leman. I swear, I spend more time in the warp than the nerd does. Magnus. Father is probably right on this one. The navigator must have just gotten confused and steered the ship out of the warp current. Leman. Frack all of you. Emperor. Chimim. Did you say something, Leman? Leman. Frack you too. In the arm of Leman, Freya held on to her duh with everything her little body had. She couldn't even scream as she looked at the monsters that appeared in their ship, only bury her face in her dah's armor and hope it would all be over. She hated how she was so small, so weak, so useless. She was too much of a baby to help. She was too much of a baby that she ended up holding her to back. It was damn near impossible to get a good look at what was even happening on the bridge. It was a mess of wolves, demons, blood, weapons, and screams of either death anger or fear from the rest of the crew. But worst of all, he was fighting with a handicap. He had to keep Freya in his arm. If he left her anywhere, she would be vulnerable. And if he moved too quickly or wasn't careful enough, she could get hit. A single hit and she'd be gone. Then he felt as Freya slipped from his grasp. Reeling around, he spotted the feathered, bird-looking demon with an outstretched hand, muttering incantations in some language and using what looked to be telekinesis to draw Freya to him. The little girl fought against it, but was unable to break the hold and only cried out to Herda with a howl of her own. Leman, Freya, Horus, oh shit. He used his other hand to reach for his bolter. But by the time he had it aimed at the demon, it would have been far too late. Leman's hearts skipped a beat. Suddenly, over a ton of fur, razor-sharp claws and fanged jaws slammed into the demon, tearing it limb from limb in a matter of seconds before running over to Freya and making her stay behind it. Good job, Freki. Leman praised the Blackman wolf, even as he slashed through yet another demon spawn. How much more fracking time before the fields are back up? Leman. Thank the Allfather Freki is still alive, that bastard of a wolf. Emperor. No problem, Sonny. Leman. You know what I meant. Conrad. Just wait. Then more of the Neverborn spawned and rushed directly for Freya. They didn't get far. The ancient wolf pounced with unnatural speed and strength, tearing off limbs as easily as if they were paper, biting through flesh as easily as softened foods. But he wasn't fast enough. Freki. Freya cried out, her voice full of desperation as a demon's claws raked against Freki's rear thigh, causing the creature to let out a yelp before the demon was swiftly demolished with bolter fire. She quickly covered her ears from the deafening sound of the roaring guns, eyes screwed shut, but she peeked back at Freki, hoping the old wolf wasn't. Leman, damn it all, Conrad. Conrad, you're welcome. Leman, that wolf is my brother Conrad. I swear if something dash. Gellerfield online. A cry suddenly came from the helm, even as the Neverborn were dragged screaming back, to whence they came with the fury of the space wolves, chasing them back out, until not a single one of the filth were on their ship any longer. Thank Fenris. You're all right, lass. Russ felt his muscles relax as he ran over and checked his daughter for any injuries. He hugged her to him, truly grateful that she had managed to escape without even a scratch. Freya hugged her as hard as she could, her heart pounding from the fear of battle, the frustration, and simple sensory overload. Then she remembered and quietly spoke up. Freki's hurt. She wanted to squeeze herself out of his grip and run to the now barely moving wolf, but she was afraid of letting her father go after everything that happened. It was lying down, looking exhausted and panting with all its might. Rune Priest, Russ demanded, and not even a second later, a Rune Priest hurried to the front and was kneeling by the black-maned wolf's side. Freya was lowered to the ground, and the little girl was able to still hold on to her, but now could comfort Freki as well as she could. What's wrong with him? Freya demanded, going to the wolf's head, as big as her entire body, and petting the wolf's whimpering head and nose. Her tiny hands were unable to do much to help the old companion. The Rune Priest's Narthecium scanned the wound, before eliciting a loud, jarring beep. Poison. The Rune Priest swore, beginning to take some amulets and bones hanging off of his armor, applying them to the wound while uttering a chant. Leman. Oh no, 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 no. Can't you bandage it? Or draw out the poison? Leman asked with escalating worry. Freki was with him for his entire life. It was a miracle that he was so drawn to Freya, even though they shared the same blood. But if he needed to let the old wolf go, no, Lord Russ. The Rune Priest spoke, even as he reached for some foul-smelling oils that would make even the hardiest of the rout wretch. It isn't a physical wound. Can you save him? The Rune Priest poked about the wound for a bit, causing the wolf to growl in pain before being comforted by his tiny master. Perhaps we need to get him a Macridge as soon as possible. The librarians there can help me. Leman, let's out a deep breath, thank Fenris. Fulgrim, I wonder if this trip will scarf Freya. Leman turned to the helm. Get the damn navigator to get us underway as soon as bloody possible and get us to Macridge. A chorus of eyes was his answer. He didn't much care for them at the moment, however, as his attention once again turned back to his oldest companion, whose massive head was being cradled by his daughter. Why did everything have to go to Uttershite whenever he needed to travel? For Helvete's sake. Macridge, Fortress of Hera. Aegidius at the moment began to squirm in his mother's lap. The headache he was suffering from and the unknown pain made him uncomfortable. He couldn't stop seeing ships stuck in the tides of the warp in his mind, despite being given a dreamless sleep. Ivrain quickly soothed him, angry that her son kept having moments like this where he was hurt or scared or suffering, or she swore she was going to find out how to give her son peace. Is he all right? She heard her husband ask. He was closer now, his approach unnoticed since she was so busy worrying over their son. I'm merely soothing him. He's been having a terrible headache, and I'm giving him the peaceful rest he needs and deserves." She paused, wondering if telling him everything was the right thing to do. According to their human ceremony, she was supposed to be truthful to him, so his soul has been strained. Magnus, yeah, I wonder why. He quickly kneeled down beside her. She had been sitting on a set of cushions on the floor with her son. Cushions were so easy, she didn't understand why everyone had to have a chair for everything. Human custom, she supposed. He checked over their son, worry evident on his face. How bad? Is he in pain? Has anything happened to him? No, he's fine now. I calmed him down. She relaxed, letting him come closer. If it had been anyone else other than him, she would have bared her teeth and growled at them to get back. Well, there were others on a short list who were allowed close to him, but that was beside the point. He's asleep. The Primarch appeared to relax slightly at that. Good. She glanced at him, looking him over. I assume your armor is being repaired? He slowly nodded. First opportunity, one got to finally shed it in years. I haven't had it off since Aegidius was born. I do recall a few times it was off before he was born, you know? How else would he be here? She snorted at him, cracking a smile at him. Robot chokes on the cup of water that he is drinking. Vulcan, oh no. Jagatai, father, please skip. Emperor, yeah, and oh, I'm not watching you two flirting with each other. Muggos, Lim, of course Omniscia. The projector didn't stop or skip. Emperor, very funny, Muggos. Now, please skip. Presses a rune a few times, but nothing is happening. Oh, Omniscia. I'm scared. Emperor, LEHM, please skip dash. That is not my point. He spoke in a slightly louder tone before mellowing down. I am sorry. The stress is getting to me these days. I recognized it as a jest. He waved a hand, knowing the emotions he was feeling unexplainable to one of her kind. Forgive me. I tried to lighten the mood. Her smile didn't drop, but did lessen as she looked him over again. You are radiating stress, which is to be expected. I assume you came here to see him as well. Emperor, wait. And no, crisis averted. No flirting. Robot, usually I would say you're being childish, but I don't want my private life being shown to everyone here. He looked down at their son, sleeping so peacefully in his mother's lap, and allowed a small grin to appear on his tired face. I have indeed. He ran his much coarser fingers through his son's curled hair, causing Aegidius to shift closer to them subconsciously. I do not spend nearly enough time with him these days. I'm a terrible father. She nodded, that tender look on her face returning as she gently scratched behind Aegidius' ear. Neither do I. Trust me, you are not a terrible father. If anything by Eldari standards. I am a terrible mother. I have often wondered if my absence hurts him more than he shows. Sometimes I wonder if he is bonded to me enough, since I cannot peer into his soul. Do not speak such nonsense of Rang. Guilliman chided gently. You are as good of a mother as you can be. He is obviously utterly taken with you, in me. He sighed. And one day, I would have to take him to war, this boy of ours who I can remember learning how to walk and talk as if it were merely yesterday. Robot groans uncomfortably at that realization. Magnus wants to comfort him but stays silent, since now is not the time. Fulgrim wants to be there, but is worrying about his own problems. Jagatai, wondering why he is so concerned. It wasn't that bad once it happened. Lion, wondering why the fuck he is not training the kid more than he is now. Time is a terrible mistress, isn't she? He's still so young. If he were full Eldari, he'd still be learning all about that. He'd still be having trouble with speaking, with walking. Everything does feel as if it is passing too quickly. She smoothed some of his hair from his face. How long until he is taken? I still have trouble figuring out how humans age. Guilliman took a deep breath before letting out an even deeper sigh. If the circumstances will allow it. No sooner than 15, otherwise a few years. 15. She stopped herself from shrieking at that. Doing the math in her mind, she didn't like the number she came up with. He will barely be older than 2 cycles. He'd still be. I don't. She trailed off, letting out a growl of frustration. She hated how complicated this gets. Time is a terrible mistress. Her husband spoke, echoing her words from before. The one advantage to him being part Primarch is that by the age of 15, if the apothecaries are correct, his genes will finish driving him to an equivalent of 25 standard Terran years of age. Along with the Astartes organs that he already has inside of him, they will fully mature at that age. He shouldn't have to go through all of that. Then again, he shouldn't have to live in a time like this where we can barely be with him, aren't there to guide him, and can barely feed him. She let out a long, suffering sigh. If only I could have found the last one, then maybe our enemies would be lessened. But somewhere I can't get to by myself. I'm sorry. Do not be. It was an inevitability. Father always was going to die at some point or another. Of course, it happened exactly at the worst time possible. Old bastard almost took his empire to an early grave. Guilliman scoffed, a frown now appearing on his face. before softening yet again as he looked at Aegidius. And to think I promised myself that I would be a better father than that bitter, spiteful, ungrateful creator of an emperor. Emperor, sputters, but then realizes they already went over this once. You are. From everything you have talked about and what little I do know, you definitely are better than him. For one thing, you actually remember our son's name. She chuckled slightly, enjoying her own jest. There is nothing wrong with feeling some anger towards our situation. Anger? Guilliman asked with a dangerous edge surrounding his harmonious voice. I'm not angry at my father of rain. I'm furious. And if I ever get my hands on him or have a chance to talk to him ever again, I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. She nodded. Forgive me. I'm not trying to lessen your feelings on him. Merely trying to, she searched for the right word, her ears rotating just slightly as she thought. Empathize. She nodded again. Yes, sympathize. He nodded back in appreciation. I suppose you don't have much to compare it with, so thank you. I appreciate the notion. He smiled slightly. You know, all this time we spend separate from one another makes me forget that I do genuinely enjoy your company. Jagatai, smooth, Emperor, Muggos. Press the skip rune. Please. Lem, I am trying Omniscia, but the machine's spirit refuses to listen. Ferris, let me try and talk to it. Anything to not watch this. Robot, sliding down his throne slightly, trying to hide his face. She went a little red in the cheeks, ears rotating to capture as much of his voice as possible. She doubted he knew the little tics she showed. That's agreeable. And here I thought you'd have war be your mistress when away from me. She had no idea why she just felt the need to jest when near him. It made little to no sense. But here she went, another just slipping out. She stiffened when she felt Aegidius snuggle her, suddenly aware that she has their son in her lap. I never liked war. Her husband was quick to respond. One day, even during the Great Crusade itself, I had hoped that it would be all over so that I could finally retire and govern Ultramar. To see it truly prosper, maybe even truly settle, get married, have a family. He let out a mirthless chuckle at the irony of it all. It appears that I traded. The war only needs me more. He reached out with a coarse hand, flowing gracefully before trailing it over his wife's cheek, all the while looking in between her and their peacefully sleeping son. But I govern Ultramar, and I have a wonderful son and a beautiful wife. Perhaps fate has a cruel sense of humor. Ferris, it's refusing to skip. Emperor what? Jagatai. Again, brother, surprisingly smooth. Robot, thank you, Jagatai. I really don't want this to be shown, though. Lem, yes, Omniscia. It's refusing to skip. Emperor, Ferris, please, you're our last hope. Ferris, I will try, father. She wanted to retort, but fell silent when she felt his hand on her cheek. She didn't want to comment on how her soul and heart pounded when he got closer, and how it settled into a calm state when contact was made. Maybe her mother had been right. Everything did change when you have made a vow of eternal partnership with someone. She had to calm herself before speaking, not focus on how she quite liked feeling his hand on her flesh. Could he feel how hot she felt? If it is cruel, then perhaps it can be forgiving. She swallowed, knowing it was a coincidence that she leaned a bit closer to his touch. Ever since I was young, I didn't think I'd ever find an eternal partner or settle down. I saw it as something that would drain away my independence. Yet here I am, proven wrong. I have an amazing son who I love with all my heart, and a husband who she trailed off, her face getting a bit too hot. How did she describe these feelings without a full psychic link and the limits of Imperial High Gothic? Her husband smiled wearily. I'm not going to supplement the word, though there is one that might describe how you feel. He let out a chuckle. Though, there's an action which too exists in the culture of the Eldari and requires no words to be spoken. She looked down, back to their sleeping son. He's right there, she supplied, suddenly feeling a little giddy when his voice got like that. Emperor, yes. He is right there. Don't do it. Oh, I'm not thinking of that type of intimacy. He supplied, leaning in slightly closer. Ferris, oh, thank the machine spirit for Robot's impotence with women. Robot, excuse you. Excuse me for not. Immediately knowing. She trailed off, even more, her senses going slightly haywire as she felt his breath getting closer to her. She didn't enjoy the idea of kissing, but, well, it wasn't so bad with him. She needed more practice to have a better idea on it, and to have a better judgment of, oh, screw it, the family collectively. And Robot, all of you are children. Magnus, petty children. She closed the distance between them, feeling his lips come into contact with her own. She felt that shiver ran through her body as that bolt of pleasure ran through her, her senses being overwhelmed with him. They felt rough, yet soft, as if he was waiting for the life-giving water after crossing through a desert planet. He certainly reciprocated and acted like it, though. He held her close to him, drinking in the touch and feeling of having her with him. She was impossibly soft to the touch, unlike anything he had ever felt in his life before meeting her. The two of them molded perfectly, lips moving together in a type of dance that could easily become softer, more intense, or even erotic if they so wished. It felt as if she was drowning in the feeling of him and her, and shit, she had Aegidius on her lap. But this felt so good. Maybe they could leave him sleeping. The door to Aegidius' room was suddenly flung open, two guardsmen quickly rushing in, followed by Cato Sicarius and multiple custodes. Emperor, I never thought I would ever say this in my entire life, but thank fuck for Cato Sicarius. Angron, thank you Cunto Sitarius. My lord, I apologize for the disturbance, but these guardsmen began Sicarius, only to wheel to an absolute and sudden stop along with the rest of the people when they saw their pre-march and his wife sucking face over their comatose son. The two pulled away just a small amount, almost able to fall back in with a single gesture. They did look over Robot's shoulder, spying the people who barged in. Maybe if they send them away and find a way to get Aegidius to stay asleep, they could. Robot Guilliman spoke a frighteningly familiar voice at a time. He wanted the least to hear it. The Primarch took a deep breath and turned around to face the man that, of course, would ruin everything. Robot, wait a second, that can't be. Eldred Ulthrin. Robot, oh shit, it is. Shrine World Lap his, Guardsman Outpost. Sanguinius. Ah, and here we see how Eldred came into all of this. Hey, Lucius. The guardsman from outside the checkpoint yelled at his friend. Rations are here. Lucius, who was lying down on his bunk in the two-man outpost in the remote wastes of the Shrine World of Lapis, guarding a completely unused webway portal. Lucius liked it here, and his buddy did too. They both requested for a transfer immediately after seeing the incident of a boy climbing the wall in the dead of the night. They took the most remote, safest, and most boring post they could find listed. No one wanted it for that very reason. No action, no chances of promotion, low pay, an absolute dead end for anything even resembling a military career. Angron pussies. Corvus, now hold on. Maybe they have an alternative reason as to why they joined up. However, Titus and Lucius joined up simply because they were promised food, clothing, and shelter above their heads, both having grown up orphans on the streets of Macrage Magnus Aegidius. Corvus, see, Angron, still call them pussies. And they got all of that here, with no family to support and no friends aside from each other. It was perfect. What did they send? Lucius asked, now walking out of the tiny building. Oh well, let's see here. Titus spoke even as he slammed the container down and pried off the lid. Oh ho ho, ration bars like always, and oh, Holy Emperor, Rekaf. Perking up, Lucius spied the ration, smiling at the most holiest and loved of all rations. Rekaf, the blood and spirit of any guardsman. Oh fucking amazing. Lucius laughed as he grabbed a packet and went inside to hastily set some water to boil. Life was good. Make it strong. I got the bars. Titus added on as he joined Lucius in the tiny building, sitting down on his bunk and opening two gray-looking bars of tasteless nutrients. Oh yeah, don't worry. 3 packets. Sanguinius. I don't see Eldred here, just guardsmen. Why are we watching this again? Why didn't we stay at the Fortress of Hera? All the important stuff is there. Emperor, calm down, Sanguinius. I'm sure that we will find out soon. I'm just happy we moved away from that god-awful scene with Dash. Robot, it's not like I had a choice in that too, you know. Emperor, you were into it. Hush. Fuck, never thought I would be happy about joining up with the guard. A month of training hell. All worth it. Titus rubbed his hands together, even as Lucius brought over the Rekaf in 2 separate metal cups, and they both dumped the ration bars in the Rekaf, knowing that they were way too hard to just eat. Robot, a month? A month. How? How did the standards drop this low? Horus, I think that is something we are better off not pondering about, unless we want to keep our sanity. Lion, that could account for a lot that happens in these vids, you know? These better than the last ones? Lucius asked, knowing that the previous ones needed to be soaked for an entire hour before they could even bite off a piece. Quartermaster said that they're Martian stock, though the dating on it doesn't give me hope. Titus answered with a slight shudder. Really? How bad? 31st millennium bad. Really scraping the bottom. Lucius stared at them, looking from different angles as he tried to figure out if they were safe or not. They're still edible? Hard to believe that. Well, unless your Dany ass wants to go forage, the quartermaster said that they won't kill us. Family. Slowly turn to Morty. Morty, how the fuck am I supposed to know? I'm not the ration expert. Perturabo. Yeah, but how would a person's dash? Mortarion. IT goes without saying to not eat expired rations. That's common sense. Emperor. Yes, the elusive superpower of common sense. Amazing. Okay, fine, he had a point. And foraging wasn't the best job in the galaxy. Why did Titus have to be the voice of reason? it was usually him. Oh well, chin up, Titus spoke up. We still got the recaf. That we do. The two clanged their cups together in celebration. It was the little things that made the best memories after all. They brought the cups of steaming, delicious recaf to their lips, the scent tingling in their noses as they tipped and tasted. Bang! And now their cups fell out of their hands, the recaf spilling around their feet. They both wondered how their luck could possibly have caused something else that was completely weird and crazy to happen around them again. What the fuck was that noise? Titus groaned, looking after his spilled recaf. Me, I'm afraid. A voice as soft and smooth as silk spoke from the entrance of their outpost, and the two turned to see an Eldar, dressed in black and white wraithbone armor and wielding a staff. Emperor, C. Sanguinius? Our patience was rewarded. Horus. In all fairness, it was only after seeing the height of just how far the Imperium's standards have fallen. Lorder, only place we can go now is up. The two guardsmen glanced at each other, then back to the Eldar, then back to them, going back and forth so much they began to get dizzy until they had to grab each other to steady each other. They may have spun in place, but only they and the Eldar knew that if it was even true. Once steadied, they wrapped an arm around each other and turned away, whispering to each other. Lucius, is that one of those crafting Eldar? Titus quickly spoke to his friend who poked his head out from their little huddle to look back at the Eldar, who was waiting for their shenaniganry to end. Magnus, did he just say crafting Eldar? The fuck? Jagatai. To be fair to the guardsmen, they most likely didn't receive the best education. Robot, 1 fucking month. I think so. Did you mean that as a singular or plural, though? Lucius dived back into their huddle. Wait, what? Are you sure? Are there more? Lucius poked his head from the huddle again, the Eldar waving at them lightly. Behind him seemed to be a small group of them behind him. He dived back into the huddle. Yeah, I think that's plural. Oh, my Emperor. Titus panicked a bit. He was trying to figure out if it was the crafting Eldar or the spiky Eldar they weren't or were friends with. Is it a crafting Eldar? There is no such thing as a crafting Eldar. Humans, just craftworlders and bone singers if you want to be specific. The Eldar spoke up, unsure if he should be amused with their antics. Lucius ignored the Eldar and looked him over a few times before going back to Titus. Yes. Oh, my Emperor, Titus cried out, holding on to Lucius and freaking out. I thought this was supposed to be a worry-free, no work involved, nothing weird happens post. The Eldar sighed. These two idiots weren't even listening or caring he was there, were they? Emperor, I have no words. Lehman is beginning to see the funny side. Robot, I just hope we don't see them again. Seeing as how. This is the second time. We have seen them. Horus, what do you mean? They were watching the fortress wall when Damien climbed it. Horus, oh, they might come back then. Robot, what? The vid pointed that out. But you weren't paying attention. Robot, I hate you both. Well, fuck, we're in the gar now, man. We gotta do something. Shit, well, technically that gate is supposed to be inactive. We gotta bring this to the higher-ups. Yeah, we do. Call it in. Horus, oh shit, they're actually getting it together. I think they finally may have got it together. A bone singer leaned into the farser and whispered, causing the farser to slowly nod. Lucius turned around, grabbed his lost gun, and spoke. Hi, I'm Lucius, and welcome to Imperium Secundus. How can I help you? Oh, for fuck's sake. He panicked and said something a common order would say to another on a vox call. One of the bone singers outright lost it, unable to be around these humans for much longer. The sounds coming from inside the helmet were either muffled laughter or the snapping of patience. The farser appeared to be less inflicted. Horus, face bombs, Lehman, actually cracking up. I am Eldred Ulthian, farser of Craftworld Ulthwy. The farser spoke. I have come to talk to Aegidius Guilliman, my old friend and trusted acquaintance. Now, please, stop pointing the lost guns at us before I chop off your arms. We mean you no harm. Sorry, sir, bit of a habit. Titus spoke up, putting his lost gun away. But he did wonder if it was true. Not many people could say they're friends with Gilly. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Are you sure you're not lying or dash? Lucius smacked Titus' head. What are you doing? Don't make them angry. Speak appropriately and with tact. You need to show that you aren't a complete pushover. Lucius cleared his throat before turning to Eldred yet again. You wouldn't happen to mean the Lord Regent, would you? Horus. At least they have a modicum of respect and decorum. I would, though his title and position was Lord Commander last we met. However, he was always the ruler of this realm. Of course. We shall immediately dash. Lucius stopped mid-sentence, realizing that the farser did, in fact, refer to that Aegidius Guilliman. He slowly turned to Titus. We need to go to headquarters. Horus. No way did they finally get it. Aegidius, I think it's annoying you more than it is me at this point. The bone singer leaned towards Eldred once again. By Isha's beauty, I think they somehow figured it out. Lucius let out a deep groan and felt himself sag against the wall, even as Titus did the same on the opposite end of the door they were guarding. They had successfully managed to convince headquarters to send the necessary transport after reporting that in fact, yes, the webway portal had activated, yes, the Eldar were there, and yes, the rations were completely fine and couldn't cause a hallucinogenic effect, despite how old they were. Now, they were forced to guard the door, while the lieutenant of the garrison talked to the Eldar and supposedly arranged transport back to Macridge for them. Lucius and Titus, meanwhile, were simply eager to get back to their remote outpost and brew up another pot of recaf. But no, they had to guard the door, because there weren't thousands of other guardsmen manning the base. The door suddenly opened, and out walked the lieutenant along with the party of Eldar. Ah, guardsmen Titus and Lucius. The two guardsmen in question glanced at each other, dopey looks on their faces. You two are hereby relegated to escort duty of the Eldar party back to Macridge. You are to see to their safe arrival, and then report the news directly to Lord Guilliman, should he wish it as such. Afterwards report to the guard headquarters of Macridge for retasking. Congratulations, guardsmen. There might be awards for your efforts. Titus began to let out a small cry, shoulders shaking as he doubled over crying into his hands. Lucius patted his back, tempted to cry as well. The lieutenant sniffed happily, always happy to see that there are guardsmen out there who take their duties to heart like you two. Corvus. Oh no. Conrad, what? Corvus. Something tells me that the commander is going to misinterpret most of their actions. Lehman. I fucking hope so. Titus began to cry harder at that. So hard, in fact, that the lieutenant came over and put a hand on his shoulders. Your patriotism is inspiring, Guardsman Titus, and a model of behavior to others. I shall personally send word of your accomplishments ahead to Macridge headquarters. No, Lucius groaned out between his own sobs now coming up. There goes his hopes of him and Titus having a peaceful service. And humble as well. The lieutenant nodded in approval, even as a Valkyrie powered up in the distance. Corvus, or all of them, Lehman, rolling on the floor laughing at the unfortunate fates of the two guardsmen. Ungron, that's what you get if you run from the front lines, assholes. Macridge, the fortress of Hera. Guilliman stood then, raising himself fully to his considerable height and towering over everyone in the room. In the eyes of the Eldar, they did not miss his stance and how he stood as a wall for his family. I assume you have come here for a reason? He asked then. Eldred reached up and removed his helmet, showing his surprisingly tired-looking face. I reluctantly have come to evoke the Treaty of Eden and ask for asylum in your realm. Robot, Treaty of Eden? Is that what it's called? Emperor, really going for the full symbolism, aren't they? Garden of Eden, my ass. Going so far as just, ugh. Robot, what? Who? What are you talking about? Eden is the name of a moon in Ultramar. The treaty was most likely signed there, because it is on the outskirts. Rogel, father, are you already going senile in your old age? Emperor, fuck the up, shut Rogel. Rogel, that made no sense, dash. Emperor, Perturabo, smacks Rogel. Guilliman nodded at this, turning back to his family behind him. Spying on his sleeping son and his wife who was fanning herself, he made the decision to move this meeting. Follow me, then. I assume you are quite aware of how angry Eldar mothers get when anyone interrupts their child's sleep. Eldred looked by Guilliman then and spotted the prophet of Ennead along with their surrogate offspring. He did have to have a moment of pause, as he noticed how the child's soul shone beyond brightly. Indeed, he said nonchalantly, let us move to a place more adequate for our negotiations. He led them from the chamber. Robot did sneak a glance back at Ivrain and Aegidius, watching how serene they looked, almost as if tempting him to go back and forget negotiations. He turned away and continued on, leading the Eldar entourage, and apparently a pair of guardsmen as well. Horus, oh fuck, they came along. Lehman, full-on chuckling again, I fucking love these two. As they walked the halls, he saw how the other members of the entourage studied their surroundings. Many appeared to scoff or dismiss the things going on around them. No doubt they were criticizing the culture and architecture, again, like all craftworlders before them. Why couldn't they be more like their Exodite cousins, accepting and simply grateful to be alive and have shelter? After walking down the hall, they arrived in the dining hall in which all present prime children took their meals. It was lavish and big enough to host the craftworlders without offending or demeaning them. Please. Guilliman pointed to the chairs surrounding the tables, even as he sat at the head on a massive throne-sized chair himself. The Eldar delegation did so. However, the two guardsmen came by after arguing about who would report to him apparently. The one with the blonde hair stepped forwards before saluting. Lord Regent, we have an order to report to you under the command of Lieutenant Dorax of the Shrine World. Lap his. Main garrison. Robot turned uninterestingly at them. Indeed. And what about? About how the Eldar delegation came through the webway gate, sir my lord. The blonde one continued to speak even as Guilliman sighed and looked back at said delegation. He was about to dismiss the two, even as an aide came and whispered into his ear about the two guardsmen's lieutenant, sending a hymnal of how patriotic and dutiful the two apparently were. Horus and Robot. Facepalm. Sir, news. The Shrine World took a hit from a trail of demons following the Eldar host. It has been dealt with by a nearby squad of Ultramarines. However, the garrison there has been hit heavily, particularly the NCOs and below, and is being rotated back here to Macridge in order to refit and refill its ranks. Guilliman nodded along, before glancing at the two guardsmen who were still standing at attention. Though he did not know it, the two were torn between sighing in relief at leaving the war zone before it got worse, and the idea that they were about to be given a worse assignment. A lack of NCOs, you say? Yes, my lord. Horus, brother no, Robot. It's the future me, Horus. I can't do anything. Lehman, full on laughing yet again. Indeed, Guilliman spoke, turning his full attention to the two guardsmen. Your exploits and patriotism is commendable, and I have just received word of an opening in the regiment that you serve. He turned to his aide. These two will replace the vital missing cogs. I hereby raise both of you to the ranks of sergeant. You are to stay stationed here on Macridge as your regiment rotates back in for refit, and I expect you to fulfill your new duties of training the recruits well. Dismissed, Lehman. A promotion? Ha ha ha. Titus and Lucius both began to curse their luck, but then thought, well, they weren't leaving Macridge, just training people. It wasn't so bad. Maybe they could live a life in the rear and not see battle anymore. But what if? What if the prince caused another demonic incursion? They saluted at the Lord Regent and left to escape into their new fate. Maybe they could enjoy some time in peace and quiet. The Bone Singer leaned towards her fellow guardian, quietly speaking up to him. Should we tell him that they're a couple of cowards? The guardian shook his head just barely, not wanting to correct the man who was literally holding their fate in his hands. Guilliman turned back to the now-seated delegation. You have invoked the Treaty of Eden. Thus, you are privy to it with full rights pertaining to your situation, but must first be aware of its statutes and agreed upon rules. Eldred simply nodded and waved a hand for Guilliman to continue. As agreed upon in the treaty, you are being granted asylum immediately in the area of Imperium Secundus without question. With the granting of that asylum, you also agree upon the following of Ultramar law to its fullest effect and are expected to assimilate into society. He looked at every single Eldar at the table. Do you agree thus far? Emperor, nodding approvingly good terms, so far. Eldred was ready for this and agreed. His entourage all had varying degrees of acceptance, while a couple stubbornly stayed quiet. They were all aware of how much the treaty favored the Imperium, even if they were the ones to help humanity during their worst moment. Some were still of the opinion that it was one Eldar woman who agreed to this, and them following the treaty was akin to bending over for the Monkey. But what could they have done? In the end, the Eldar were the ones more desperate for their assistance, especially after the Silent Year. And in reality, it was as fair as it could be. So be it. Continuing onward, Farser Eldred will be granted quarters here in the Fortress of Hera as pertains to his rank of Farser and being a part of the Seer Council aboard Craftworld Ulthwy. The rest shall be handed positions either elsewhere or given tasks and jobs in the Eldari sections of Macridge Magnus Civitas. Robot waved over a serf who activated a hololith embedded into the table that projected a map of said city that had been updated every month or so. You are free to venture between the two sides, as many of your brethren have so far. They studied the hololith, noting how disorganized and dare they even call it, haphazardly made the living blocks were. Some were doubting if this was for the best or not. Others wondered if taking their chances out in the wilds was better. The few who didn't have their helmets on envied the ones who did, since their distress was starting to creep onto their sharp features. Rogel, the design irks my soul. Perturabo, and mine. Asterisk at this, the back door opened, and in came a custodes for the Emperor, but he took one look at the screen and nearly screeched. He thought it was the ugliest design he had ever seen, and as a master war mason, insulted his very soul. He promptly turned straight around, waving his hands and shaking his head violently, all the while turning his flamer on to find some poor combat servitors to incinerate asterisk. Emperor winces he really didn't need to see that. Only marginally better than the webway. But it will do. Eldred spoke. Good, Guilliman confirmed. Then there is only the matter of your position in all of this farcer. Eldred straightened, knowing it was time for the real negotiations. Continue, please. As it so happens, we are currently lacking a position for the prince's tutor on his studies of the warp and his psychic prowess from the Eldari side. Jagatai, you are far too smooth for your own good in this chapter, brother. Robot, I try. So, a glorified babysitter for the surrogate spawn of the prophet and the Lord Regent. How far he has fallen to having to teach a child how to use their powers. But he did recall how the child shone, recalling more of how the seers prophesied that he who shines brightest would emerge during the darkest of times between humanity and Eldari. He sat back, fingertips creating a web on his lap. Ah, so I am to become a tutor to a small child on the mysteries of the warp? Shall I send you my resume and my extensive years on the path of the educator? References as well. Guilliman leaned back into his throne. It will be very helpful. Of course, as his father, I am relegated to inform you that the prince is the living embodiment and host of the Astronomicon. He spoke with a smile. Emperor H reminds me of when Eldred was friends with me and everyone else. Always made sure to get a pic of him in those awful sweaters. But it's good to see him actually joking with Robot there. Thinks maybe I should, or no, maybe? Sanguinius, sweaters, Fulgrim what? Eldred nodded dramatically. I see. That is why he shines as brightly as a giant lit beacon used to guide ships through the great sea of the warp. Never would have guessed. I suppose you never would have guessed that he has the power, when pushed to a breaking point, to reroute the Astronomicon and make it a physical projection outside of his body, causing massive warp tears and anything it hits to be killed immediately, its soul being vaporized. Robot thought for a second before clicking his tongue as if he forgot something barely worth mentioning. That being his last tutor. Ember, well, I did make the thing powerful. So the Astronomicon that you use to guide ships through the warp is stuck on the soul of a child who looks to be only barely out of his first cycle, that when he gets to a point, projects it in the Imperium, causing warp tears and the vaporization of those who meet his ire? Eldred summarized as his entourage behind him shared horrified glances, now suddenly realizing how much danger they were in. Indeed, he is also extremely clumsy, and when his emotions get pushed to a certain edge, has the ability to summon demons by accident. At this point, many of the Eldar were wondering if it was too late to run for the wild space and try their luck in Tau space. They heard it was practically free real estate there, what with all the dead Tau and all the free worlds ripe for picking. That is, of course, if one ignored the massive presence of the plague marines, orcs, and sleeping tyranids. All the while, Eldred felt a large grin grow on his face. This was a very interesting development, one he was beyond glad to be a part of. After raising 3 full Eldari children to adulthood, I don't see much wrong here. Sounds wonderful. When do I start? Emperor whispers it's free real estate. Morderon, the Tau got munched. Good. Lion, yes, the fishmen. None of us even cared about them, so nothing of value was lost. Not like they were important or anything. Horus, well, there was that one. Faring? Faring. Magnus, Commander Farsight? Horus, yeah, that guy. Wonder if he made it. Lion, I doubt it. The Eldar delegation felt their jaws drop. Was he insane? Right away. So you can finally be of some use, Guilliman said, not being able to take it anymore as he finally began to laugh. Eldred began to laugh as well, the two of them full-on enjoying the reunion. I admit, I was surprised, but it is elating to be on good terms with your family again. Same to you, old friend. Guilliman nodded as they all stood. To a brighter future then, Eldred spoke, reaching out and shaking the Lord Regent's hand. To a brighter future. Guilliman echoed as the vid shut off. The vid clicked empty, the feed dying away as Lem began the cleaning rituals. He also did take time to run some diagnostics, wondering if the machine spirit was displeased or if there was something wrong with the projector. It was definitely not made for playing interdimensional vids of the future, and it played a lot of them over these past 7 weeks. Wow, did that one drag on forever? The Emperor groaned, rubbing at his face exasperatedly. He was so done with everything so far. What are you talking about? Magnus intervened. It was like an hour at most. The vid, yeah, US talking. Much longer. No, not really. Magnus supplied, squinting at his father as he tried to understand what made him antsy and angry this time. But well, to be fair, there was robot sucking face, infant torture, and extremely incompetent guardsmen with Eldari arrogance. And Eldred, perhaps there was only so much their father could take in one day. Father, Horus spoke up. A custodes came in earlier, but ran off not long after he came in. Do you think he had anything important to say to you? The Emperor waved it off, not getting up from his throne. He was comfy. Don't worry about it, Horus. If it was urgent, they would have spoken up anyway and told me. He shrugged. What part did he run from exactly? Robo was the one to answer. It was the part where future Robot showed the Eldari entourage the hololith of Macrage Magnus Aegidius. My normal calm was interrupted by the terrible planning and lack of foresight in the planning of the city. He ran out at this part. Due to his nature as a master war mason like myself and Perturabo. Perturabo blinked and eyed Robo shrewdly. You actually complimenting me? Yes, Rogel intoned. He hated it as much as we did and retreated to most likely take his rage out on some combat servitors. The Emperor nodded. Of course Rogel would be the one to know. I see. I will check on him later then. On that note, Robot, Magnus, get to work. The two aforementioned primarchs glanced at each other before towards their father. Yes. You two complain the most about the piles being disorganized. So hop to it. You two can pick the next one we watch. And make it snappy. Precious Hawkboy can't stand not getting his binging content. Sanguinius blushed at this as Robot and Magnus let out long-suffering sighs and went to work. Sanguinius definitely did not have a problem with wanting to see the next piece of content. At all. He just hated cliffhangers. That's all. He doesn't have a problem. Chapter 10. Extras 4, in which Angren's life is cleared up a bit more and no one wanted to watch this one. Author note. Art made by the great Splitmind 90 who originally posted this on the thread on Space Battles. 3. Magnus started after a minute or so on the floor with Robot, organizing the piles. Any of you could get up and help? If I get down on the Fukin floor, I'm not getting back up. Lehman shot back to Magnus, who let out an exaggerated sigh. Of course, the Canid wouldn't want to be productive. Oh, of course. Dogs really do enjoy being on the floor, Magnus snickered as Lehman let out an oi and how he wasn't a Canid, which was promptly ignored by the nerd himself. Will you two stop? It's already bad enough that we have even more vids appearing and we have to organize them. Robot rolled his eyes, and apparently it's up to us because we complained about it. He was already going through multiple stacks in order of timeline, child, and which ones had been watched or skipped, and so on. He was already building up a personal pile of vids about Aegidius that he was eager to watch by himself since they were in the earlier years, and he was positive no one would want to watch baby vids. Right you are, Bobby boy. The Emperor spoke up, enjoying a nice drink he got sent up from the bars. He always did love his rum and coke. Well, kinda. Never will get the exact taste and recreation of it, but well, it was good enough now with regular soda. How is that going, by the way? Fabulous Hawkboy needs his content, and everyone is just waiting on you two. Magnus let out another exaggerated sigh. Well, father, we are manually sorting through them because you are too lazy to do it yourself. So until anyone else wants to help, we will sit here and take our sweet time. He then thought about it, tapping his chin with a vid in a theatrical way. I think this may just end up taking up so much time, it could take us days to file them all. You may be right, brother. Robot spoke up, scowling at the Emperor, who frowned at their antics. Taking care of the logistical network of the Great Crusade has most likely burned out all of my expertise. I believe sorting through about 200-ish vids from a transdimensional chest from the future has finally broken my spirit. There were some snickers from the rest of the brothers. Their sense of humor has definitely been freed over the course of 7 weeks. Their father also snickered at that. Well, if your spirit is broken by just sorting some VDS, I wonder how well you have been caring for the crusade. Absolutely horribly. Robot joked. Why do you think it all hasn't come crashing to the ground with all of us here? Sanguinius watched this and wondered how he could help, but also was eager to get more content. He liked watching the vids and was always eager for the next one to be played. No, he didn't have a problem. He just loved spending time with his brothers and father and eating snacks and watching vids and not working. Ball didn't need much maintenance after all, and at this point, the Legion essentially managed itself, especially since they were all more or less on garrison duty anyway. Have you found one to play yet? Which one? Lorger asked. There are so many of them. Well, Robot piped up. This one did stand out. He pulled out a completely black holotape that had the words, I hate you, you good for nothing, shit for all, worthless gladiator. I hope this shit helps you get your crap together and stop decimating my brothers and blaming it on the nails. Asshole. In red letters all over the holotape. The asshole part was bolded and underlined so many times that there was visible wear into the plastic housing of the tape. It looked like they carved that word in as deep as they could into the plastic without harming the vid. The entire family slowed, turned to Angron, expecting him to be mad with rage, only to find him remorseful. He did not live, he stated, sounding as if he wanted to convince himself more than anything. Whoever sent that isn't him. Well, I have to be honest here, brother. Lorger piped up once more. You don't exactly have the best relationship with your Legion. You have to stop decimating them. Angron grumbled and merely looked away, appearing to still be lost in thought. He really didn't want to revisit old memories and lost chances. Lorger is correct, brother, Horus added in. They love you as their own father and have done nothing other than attempting to appease you. You must stop this foolishness. Angron whirled around on the War Master. I wouldn't do it in the first fucking place if I didn't want to command them. It's not like I was given a choice in the first place. A slave to the fucking last. Mortar Ion in the back raised a mug to this, enjoying some of Lehman's foul ale. He knew he needed a drink for this one, so he was prepared. Neither did I. I will give you that. Horus nodded. but it is still not their fault dash. Well, technically, it is. Wait, what? Horus asked in surprise. I did go and ask Angren to join the Great Crusade, but I didn't actually teleport him up. That was his sons, the Warhounds. They got slightly overzealous and impatient. I was actually planning on taking over Nysiria, so they could finally have a homeworld since Angren was quite clearly in the process of doing so himself. Wait, so why didn't you do it after? Lorgar asked, as equally surprised as Horus. Well, first of all, Angren slaughtered all the legionaries responsible before deciding himself to simply join the crusade and move on. Robe went from the floor side and pinched the bridge of his nose as Magnus shook his head. It was a bad idea to bring up that vid. They were going to sort these and hope everyone would just ignore the vid. Don't pin this one on Onron, father. Lorgar stood up for his brother. You should have helped him make the choice. The nails clearly make him dash. There was nothing left for me on Nysiria. There is nothing left for me on Nysiria. Onron ground out between clenched teeth. Painful memories coursing through his brain, making the nails bite even harder. The family went silent for a second, even as Robot turned the vids over in his hands. Clearly there is. He elaborated on his thoughts, showing the holovid in hand with a slight shake. She's not alive. Onron suddenly roared, grabbing his head a second later as the nails bit back with the power of Thunderhammer. Who, brother? Lorgar asked tenderly beside his brother's throne, putting a caring hand on Angren's shoulder. It doesn't fucking matter because she's dead. He bellowed even as he leant back on the throne, teeth clenched and eyes closed, not wanting to remember anything about that part of his life. And him with her. The kid died with her. My son died with her. They're dead. He screamed again, struggling with both physical and psychological pain at relieving the memories as old scars he thought long accepted or forgotten came surging back and revealing on just how tender and sore they still were. The family stared in silent shock. Never before had they seen Onron like this. So utterly broken and dismayed. What could have? Onron had a significant other who he sired child with, both of whom perished in his rebellion, most likely sometime before father came along. Rogel spoke up, for once being helpful with his obvious assumptions. Some glanced at Rogel, making motions for him to shut up, pointing to Onron, who was on the edge of either blowing up or falling deeper into depression. Brother, Lorgar whispered, is this true? His only answer was Onron slamming his head a few times into the headrest of his throne. So hard, in fact, that the metal had bent with a very visible indent. Yes, he groaned out before leaning forward and leaning into his arms, desperately fighting back the bite of the nails as it only got harder. There is nothing for me. Nothing. To the family, this was not Onron. This wasn't the raging berserker of a gladiator they all knew. Watching him show so much regret and despair deeply disturbed them. I think we should watch it, Sanguinius spoke. At the very least, it might bring Onron some closure in his life dash. Closure? Onron ground out, anger seeping in. Closure? I don't need closure. I just wanted to get away from that fucking planet and everything they did to me, to my family, to my people. None of you know how horrible it was there. None of you. Do you think I'm bad enough with the nails? I'm nothing compared to what the fucking High Riders saw as normal. He spat that last word, the foul taste in his mouth making him relive every single incident he had to live through on that planet. Angren, I understand you went through a horrible experience on there, but the past is the past dash. The Emperor attempted to defuse the situation, but was interrupted by Angren's snarling, seething voice. Horrible experience? I went through a horrible experience. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be in this fucked up place. I should have died on Nysiria. I should have died fighting against those slaving assholes. The fucking High Riders deserve to have me tear them to pieces. After what they did to me, did to her, did to everyone. He turned to Muggos Lem. Play the fucking vid. Onron, hold on. Please consider that watching this while you're angry isn't such a good idea. Lorgar tried to reason. No. He turned back to the Emperor. I want you to sit there and watch it. Look at everything Nysiria has done. I want you to see how fucking far they went. It wasn't a horrible experience. It was pure humiliation. If this vid shows off what I think it's going to show, then you're going to sit there and watch every single detail. If looks could kill, the Emperor would have been interred on the Golden Throne by now. Play it. The Muggos slowly turned to the Emperor, who had an inquisitive look on his face. Fine, if Onron wanted him to watch it, then he'll do it. So be it. Play the vid. Robot and Magnus returned to their thrones, both exchanging a look of, this is going to be a disaster. The rest of the brothers also joined in on this look. They knew Nysiria was bad, but how bad did it get? Some really didn't want an answer to that question. I'm sorry I'm so useless. I'm worth nothing, and I am nothing. I'm only good at two things. Being a pleasure slave, and being able to always smile. I don't have a name, only a title. Sleeve. But you gave me a new purpose. I felt like I had awoken from a long sleep I didn't know I was in, but the nightmare of captivity and suffering I lived in was behind me. Because of you, I was able to be strong. Because of you, I now had a name. Because of you, I was able to learn. Because of you, I saved lives. Because of you, I live a wonderful life. Because of you, I finally knew what love was. Angron has a faraway look on his face. I'm sorry. Winces and looks away as the nails bite. 914 M30, New Syria, the slave markets. Keep your head down. Don't look at anyone unless spoken to. If spoken to, have a smile on your face no matter what. You are there to pleasure and serve. You have no other reason for living. That is your life. She remembered what the matron told her. The matron of the pleasure slaves of Deshier. The matron taught her how to be a good pleasure slave, how you must always be docile, always be willing, always ready to be used. Be good, and they most likely wouldn't hurt you. The footage was of New Syria, Deshier to be exact, with its white and blue masonry-style buildings and winding streets, with a mixture of finely dressed nobility and lesser nobility, and the violent difference between them and the common citizenry. Most regular people wore less than stellar robes, not even counting the people who obviously were slaves. Anyone could tell from the collars and shackles they wore, and how some were as nude as the day they were born. From a mid to high vantage of the footage, it was obviously a flying type of security footage of the city. Angron, the maggot's eyes. Ferris, what's the maggot's eyes? Angron, security. Kept the slaves in line. Let the fucking high riders watch everything so they don't have to leave their precious fucking homes. She winced slightly as she walked behind her master. A collar around her neck and a loincloth was all she wore in the hot sun of Assyria. On her side was a huge bruise that was dark and ugly on her skin. It hurt to move that area and made her want to curl up and sleep. Her collar was attached to a leash held onto her master. He was holding on to 2 leashes with 2 girls following him. Both girls wore the same thing, with only differences in their face, skin, hair, and other superficial traits. But they both had the same look on their faces. Completely empty eyes with not a shred of hope in them. Eternally downcast as they followed after their master. The wind blew and danced around her skin, making her shiver from being so exposed in a highly crowded area. The long loincloth barely hid anything, and the wind only helped show the bare skin underneath. She could feel the eyes of the people all over her exposed body. She long ago lost any sense of shame. How could you feel something if it was your life? If you knew nothing else? If you thought that it was the norm? She was just glad to be here in the slave markets. Here, she was free from any groping hands. If anyone touched them, they were liable to lose their life, or worse, become a punishment slave, or merely be harvested for anything of value. That was the only mercy she had as a pleasure slave to the young Lord Thalkiar. She couldn't imagine what it was like to be a lower pleasure slave, living in the city or in the pits. What it must be like to have the pleasure pins shoved into your head, making you into a mindless, sex-crazed hussy who couldn't live if they weren't being used, meant to forever be bred by other slaves and gladiators until they withered away or died after too many births. She was glad to be beaten, hurt, used, and passed around in the Thalkiar estate if it meant she never had to have the pins. At least that way she could think about something other than giving pleasure to other people. Robot, this is disgusting. Angron, take a good fucking look. Nusyria was always about degrading, humiliating, and destroying innocent people. Like what you see. Robot what? No. Why would I? This looks like some sick and perverted fantasy of a society. I would never endorse something like this, brother. Angron pauses, then looks away. She felt her master stop. They were in the middle of the markets now. There was a chorus of voices around her. All were bidding for the newest stock on the stage, being shown off and given a slave objective. Pleasure, punishment, gladiator, or cattle. Always one of the 4. Men, women, children, no one was free from the status of slave. Each stock would have a collar and shackles on, completely nude, so the seller may show off how fit, how beautiful, or how easily they could be hurt. Multiples at a time, all on stage with countless cages filled with the dead-eyed stock who had given up hope, those that screamed to the sky and demanding why, and even some that plead for freedom. Some would even beg for favors, bartering their family members if it meant they could escape. It wasn't uncommon for a mother to offer her child if it meant she didn't have to be sold. And all of this was drowned out by the auctioneer, who frequently joked as sold the stock, all to the laughing, bidding audience. Vulcan, twitching in a very violent manner, as it takes every bit of his will to control himself. Horus, I would usually keep this to myself, but this is rapidly making me lose any tolerance I might have had for these people. Angron, this is normal for Nusyria. Normal, spits to the side, fucking bottom-feeding maggots. Conrad, it makes me want to flay every single one of those slaving bastards alive. Angron, I wanted to kill all of them, but you all saw how that went. and the planet is still being protected by the law of imperial compliance, so I just avoid it. I don't want anything to do with that place. Her master was bidding, but she was not meant to listen. They were never meant to listen. Merely pay attention to if they were summoned. They simply kept their heads down and stayed silent behind him. They had no say in any of this. It was not their business. Breeder, beside her, was standing still. She never said a word, not that they were expected to. They often were next to each other, being the favored two of the young lord. Yet they never said a word to each other in the years they knew each other. She ignored Breeder, thinking back on the lessons that Matron had taught them. Even if she knew them by heart, she would often think back on them. Anything to distract her from the reality of her life. She wanted to be a good slave, one that didn't get kicked, or have aitra sticks burned into her skin, or have her hair pulled until it ripped out by the roots, or have them stab her until they had enough. She would be better, so they wouldn't do it anymore. Hands folded together, right in front of you, but not like you're trying to shield yourself. You must look pleasing and presentable, docile and feminine. Do not cover your chest. It is there to be seen and enjoyed, fondled and used. You are not human. You are whatever they call you. And you are called slave. Matron was always right, even when she got old, and was only useful for bookkeeping and training all of the young girls and boys to be turned into pleasure slaves. Matron taught them what their life was going to be like. Better to be a pleasure slave than a cattle slave, a gladiator slave, or a punishment slave. It was better to be a good pleasure slave than a dead slave. Matron was always right. Mordorion, I would take death over slavery. Omron, death or freedom. Mordorion, after going through hell, there is barely a difference between the two. Come along, sleeve, breeder. The young lord called to them, the sounds of the markets bleeding back in her mind. She had been so deep in her mind that so much time had passed that the markets were noticeably thinner. The auctions must have been over for the day. The cages were completely empty of all stock after all. She hoped it would have been longer, so it would have been a long time of not being used. To give her bruise time to heal. A tug, and they followed him dutifully, the eyes following her journey. She barely stopped herself from wincing as she irritated the bruise. It didn't used to hurt this bad, but Master was angry last night and swung a bit too hard and cracked a rib. Lion, hitting a woman that can't even fight back. What kind of pathetic excuse of noble filth is that? Ongron, a high rider. Trust me, they saw all of them as less than dirt. A slave is nothing to them. Jagatai, by the laws of Kagris. I cannot kill them directly. Lorder, that's Dash. Jagatai. So I would conveniently let them fall into a cauldron of boiling oil and let them cook until their skin slips off of their worthless corpses. Emperor. I knew I didn't misplace the Genghis DNA. He took them deeper into the city, his clean and crisp dress robe flowing elegantly behind him as they walked the paved roads, being careful to avoid any and all filth littering them, hoping to keep herself clean for her master. The last time she had accidentally trodden through a decomposing body that was left there as a warning for errant slaves. Oh, Master did not like that one bit. She was sent to have a bath in ice-cold water and scrubbed so hard every single bit of her skin felt as if it was burning. The sky was darkening. Shouldn't they be getting back to the estate? She didn't mind not being there. Out here, she just had to walk and stand. She wasn't being told she was useless and having all of the things that her master would do to her when they got back described in vivid detail. So it was a good walk. Magnus. Wait, I just remembered. Wasn't Corvus Dash? Asterisk turns around to look at his brother, only to see a seething shadow like mass emitting pure and utter hatred through the warp. Yeah, fair enough. Corvus. They broke them so far that they enjoy being treated like dogs. Outside was better. She hoped she could get a walk in every now and then if it meant that. She smelled the scent of blood in the air, her head just barely raising to see her surroundings. This was the arena of Deshier, where the blood games were held. Why were they here? Did the young lord buy more gladiator slaves? Did he have business here? She hated coming here. She hated watching the gladiator fights. They could barely be called that since it was more about them surviving against whatever was thrown in. Even then, she barely ever watched a full fight, since she was too busy being used. The young lord loved the fights. He always loved watching the blood fly. He even made her watch without being used at times, so he could play the victor later on. The only difference was that the swords, maces, and daggers were swapped out for whips, switches, and shockers. Lehman. I would like to set these so-called lords loose on Fenris, then hunt them down, one by one, and break every single bone in their worthless bodies. Magnus. Brother, for once we agree. Fulgrim. I do believe I have not felt such disgust in ever. She felt a phantom pang on her head, all of them where she lost patches of hair from when he would get frustrated with her. But with how dark it was, there shouldn't be any survival matches going on. So why was she here with the young lord? They entered into the arena, but they went downwards, not upwards to the stands. The smell that hit her nose made her stiffen as she followed the young lord. The smell of sweat, blood, feces, urine, and rotting bodies. It made her skin crawl. It made her want to turn around and run away. She wanted to go back to the estate. But the young lord was going there, and he would do horrible, terrible things if she didn't do what he wanted. Only the worst punishments were reserved for runaways. So she would step down into hell itself after him. She just desperately hoped it wasn't what she thought it was going to be. Please, whatever is out there, please don't let her die down here. Please, send an angel for her. Sanguinius. All right, Angron, you made your point to father. Can turn this off now. Angron, no, I wanted to watch all of it. Lorger, brother, are you sure it is because of father? Angron, looks away, yes. Lorger, thinks otherwise but says nothing. Emperor, don't worry. I'll watch all of it. So you can finally see that I'm trying to fix things, Angron. Lord Thalkar, such a pleasure to see you here. A fat, sweating man in robes greeted the young lord but didn't dare to offer his hand to him. The fat, bald, sweaty man instead clasped his hands together, rubbing his palms, still attempting to look presentable, despite being down in the pits with its acrid and stale air and heated yet still cold stillness. He was so delighted to have the young lord here. He was such a wonderful, high-paying patron to the arenas, and he often brought the best slaves from the markets directly to him. Angron, it's him fucking him. Lorger, who? Angron, the piece of fucking shit who bought me. Both of them. Gideon. So nice to be face to face with you. I must say, the show you put on with your gladiators was quite the spectacle. The young lord grinned widely at his benefactor. The shows were always a great thing to watch, and quite pleasing, even arousing. You've been putting my money and my slaves to good use. But of course, Lord Thalkar, I trained them thoroughly. I am ever your patron and your benefactor, always happy to live my life, to serve to you your entertainment. She could feel the oil coming off of this large tub of a man, his voice silky smooth as he buttered up the young lord so obviously and badly that even she and Breeder could feel it. She could hear and feel the pure animosity of the slaves around her. The ones barely conscious directed their hate at this fat man who cooed at the young lord. And if they weren't looking at him with sheer abhorrence, then they were looking at them with pure, unfiltered lust. Many of them most likely haven't seen a woman, well, ever, much less got to hold or copulate with. Please, please don't let what she thinks is going to happen. Please, send an angel to save her. Fulgrim, I believe I am going to vomit from the sheer sight of even thinking about this. Sanguinius, I'm close to that as well. Indeed you are. Indeed you are. And I am here to reward you for your efforts. The Lord Thalkar spoke silkily, pulling the leashes forward and making the two women behind him step forward. For all of your hard work, I am allowing you full use of 2 of my favored pleasure slaves, as a reward for everything you have done so far. She felt her heart drop. She couldn't count how many men and even women that were practically licking their chops at them both. And that wasn't even counting the look they were getting from Killian. He was practically manic with his want for them. Please, God, please no. A tug. She didn't want to. She wanted to run, to turn and run as fast as her legs could carry her. But her body moved by itself. She walked, and the Lord Thalkar made them stop in front of Killian, but by his side still. A hand came up to their chins, making them look up at the fat, sweaty, and oily man who had so many rolls of fat on his body. He looked like he was practically melting. On my left is Breeder. She is about 22 now, obedient and very quiet. Never makes a peep. She actually has a problem, never bleeds every month and can't carry, but means you don't have to be careful either. Use her all you want, never have to deal with unwanted consequences. And clean too. Not a single scar on her face or body. Keep it like that if you can. His right hand made her look up at the man. She remembered her lessons and plastered a smile on her face. On my right is Sleeve. Not very bright, dumber than a mule in fact, but always smiles and is the most resilient pleasure slave I have. Not very common to have a perfect pleasure and punishment slave all in one. Doesn't make a peep, no matter how hard I go at her. She's younger, about 17 now, had her for a good number of years now. She can take whatever you throw at her and still keep smiling. But isn't the prettiest to look at. Need to get her to the sculptors one day. She has been used quite a lot. Her master ran a hand across her shoulder, his hand sliding into the cloth that covered her chest and caressing with a falsely gentle hand. All I ask for her is that she doesn't die. But anywhere up to that point is fine. Corvus, absolutely seething, punishment slave, sounds of metal bending. Angron, a slave meant to be beaten, hurt, tortured. Typically people who were made into slaves because they did something the fucking slavers didn't like. Corvus, I suspected as much. Ferris, they just talk about people like this all the time. Fulgrim, it seems like it looks away. He's describing them like they're a couple of prize candidates for a show. What next? Will he start quoting their pedigrees? Robot, like cattle for slaughter, as if they didn't have a soul. really deep breath. She wanted to scream. She wanted to beg. She wanted to run away. But she had nowhere to go. She was weak. Someone, please save her. The Lord let go, moving to unclip their leashes with an audible noise. He held his hands behind his back, and he stepped back. Please do remember, I want them back in one piece. If I find out you let any of them die on your watch. He let the unspoken threat hang in the air, one that Guilliman understood crystal clear. They were slaves, his property. And while they were meant for the most sadistic of enjoyments, they were for his enjoyment. Of course, my lord. Of course. I promise you that you're... The fat man ran his pair of hungry eyes across the pleasure slaves. Wonderful stock will be returned to you in the same condition they came in. Guilliman cooed to his lord, salivating at the two beauties he had under his control. Gladiator women were never good enough, especially when they were given the nails. Then they were nigh untouchable. Not to mention that they died far too quickly to train in anything even resembling the art of pleasure. The young Lord Thalcar swiftly turned and left without much else to say other than, "You have until tomorrow's games. I shall collect them then." He was quick to leave the pits, the caverns used as the slave quarters for the gladiators. Disgusting place. As soon as the young Lord Thalcar left them with Guilliman, he immediately grabbed for Breeder, who made not a single sound. She accepted what was going to happen, giving Sleeve a look that made her shiver. A look of smug pride. Oh God, Sleeve, she was... You will be my companion tonight, Breeder. Such a fine specimen. He licked his chops, his jowls jiggling with emotion. He was so excited. A finely made and used pleasure slave, all to himself. Oh, he'd love to have two. But the other one. Ugh, he hated scars. Far too much of a reminder of the whip. It was then that Breeder smirked and came close to Guilliman's ear and said something to him that made him grin at the suggestion. Lion, I believe we might have some business to conduct after this. Conrad, I agree. Emperor, not now, boys. Not now, but soon. He could be generous too, you know. Guards, open the pits and throw in Sleeve. The gladiators that aren't fully sedated yet can have fun too. After all, he grinned at her, her smile never leaving her face even though her eyes were shining with pure horror. They deserve a gift too. They are the ones who please the Lord Thalcar with their performances. Simply make sure they don't use her too much. Please gods no. She could do nothing as a guard seemed to appear out of nowhere and grabbed one of her arms, leading her to the open gate that led into the deeper pits. She could hear the sounds of the ones not fully sedated yet. They were hungry, salivating, like starving hounds where a steak was thrown in for them to fight over, growling like the monsters that they were. Still, she kept her smile on her face, though she desperately wanted to cry and run instead. Of course, a slave would want to experience what it was like to dominate another slave. Help me, please, anyone. She was thrown forward. The gate hadn't even closed before they were upon her, like a pack of starving animals ready to tear apart their kill. She couldn't scream, only let her mind empty as she tried to disassociate with what was going to happen. Sanguinius, I believe we should skip this. It serves no purpose, Dash. She was weak. She would always be weak. She could feel their hands on her, the voices, the sounds, the crowd of faces as haggard and dirty as any would be if they lived down here. It was like looking at hell itself, and it had no sympathy for anyone too weak to fight back. What are all of you doing? Stop. Sanguinius, wait. That voice. Lorder, brother. That doesn't sound like you, not fully. Ungron, doesn't look at Lorder. Here it comes. The voice was as strong and commanding as the bell, which announced the beginning of a new fight. Immediately, she was let go, the slaves backing away from her. She blinked a few times, looking around her and realizing she wasn't being touched. Who? And that was the first time she met him. All he had ever known was the pits, the slave quarters. For nearly 9 years, he had only known the cramped and terrible place under the arena. For all his life, he had only known the dark, of fighting, of sedatives being injected into his body as they desperately attempted to control him, pumping him so full of drugs that it nearly overwhelmed even his superior body and mind. Mortaran, they had that many sedatives on hand. Ongron, all day unless it was to throw me into the arena. Hard to move most of the time. Horus, couldn't you have escaped? Ongron, and go where? Back then, I thought it was fucking impossible to escape. Ferris, they did have Dark Age technology, so it's not out of the realm of possibility that they could have kept you there for all that time. He had lost so many brothers in arms, lost so many fellow slaves to the brutal survival games of the arena. Every single one was still like a blow to his hearts. And yet, he still lived in these pits, seeing the worst parts of humanity flaunt itself before his eyes. Thus, when a young, beautiful-looking slave girl was thrown into his cage to pleasure his friends, he was disgusted. A smile plastered on her face, even as her entire being radiated fear and hysteria. They fell upon her. as if they were animals. Vermin, barely better than the High Riders. So he demanded that they stop, and they all obeyed. Not out of shock, but because of fear and the respect they had for their comrade. They all knew he could kill any and all of them as easily as snapping a twig in half. Ah, I see. One of the gladiators purred. Angron wants her to himself, first of all. The giant man pushed the girl forward towards Angron. Despite it all, and the only thing left for modesty being her arms covering her chest, she continued smiling even as she shook like a new slave about to partake in their first blood game. He looked up at all of his fellow gladiators and gave them all a look of pure disgust. What is wrong with all of you? Do you honestly wish to rape this girl? That would make all of you just as bad as the high-riding bastards that claim ownership over us. Are you all really so desperate for any type of power that you take it out on someone else? We are not the rabid dogs that they so desperately try to make us out to be. We already must debase ourselves in the arena day after day. Now you want to further throw your humanity away? Are we not siblings in camaraderie to endure the suffering we live through daily together? Act like it. Corvus, good words, brother. Lorder, that's what you were like? Before the nails? Angron. Yes. Some sneered and hissed at him. Others looked away in shame. You speak well, Angron. His adoptive father praised him from his position in the corner of the cell, sitting on hay and attempting to get some rest. She is a slave, like us. We cannot give the masters the pleasure of showing how debased we are. He lectured sternly toward the other gladiators, even as they slowly began dispersing to their own beds. Angron, Enemouse. I'm sorry, so sorry. Winces and closes his eyes. Lorder, wait, that isn't. Angron, father. With that, Angron turned and walked over to his own spot. By far the biggest of them, all since he had outgrown every other gladiator long ago. He sat down on it with a grunt, attempting to relax on the biting hay and cold of the stones that was managing to come through. Then he looked towards the slave that had been thrown in with them, hair that reminded him of pure, untainted sand, and eyes that reminded him vaguely of an ocean. Whatever an ocean was, skin like soft light peaches, and the dusting of freckles over the skin that wasn't covered with scars. Her hair had places where it looked like chunks were ripped out, and it was in the process of growing back or was covered with longer parts, no single strand going past her chin. She was standing completely still, that fake smile still plastered on her face, not having moved an inch, as if she was waiting for the other scabbard to drop. Sanguinius. Does she really expect that someone who saved her would take advantage? Angron. Happened before. There are few, if any, good people on Assyria. I don't blame her. He saw how some of the others looked at her. He knew they couldn't control themselves, especially the ones with the nails. You there, girl? He spoke up, looking towards the slave. Come here. In her own mind, she knew it finally dropped. Instead of a multitude of slaves ravishing and devouring her, she would be left with the biggest, toughest, and strongest out of them all. She quickly made her way to him, but stood only a few feet away from him. She was confused about whether the teachings applied here, since it was slaves here too. Does she uncover herself and wait for the orders? But wasn't the master the only one who could give orders? The master and his guests? What was she supposed to do? She didn't have the words and teachings of the matron to tell her what she should do here. Well, getting rid of her clothes always brought a smile to their faces. She quickly untied the loincloth and let it drop to the floor, exposing herself fully before him. Many of the family respectfully look away, horribly uncomfortable and disgusted that someone would break a person down like this, only for him to do nothing. Oh, no. She must have done something wrong. What now? Would he punish her, hit her, send her off to become? Suddenly, a rough, coarse blanket was thrown over her. Please. The gruff voice spoke in a surprisingly gentle manner. You're lovely, but I don't want you. Those words. She never felt such a cascading sense of relief fall over her like this before. She's never had someone just say no and leave her be. The relief was too much, and she nearly collapsed to the ground, but settled for just falling to her knees and on her rump. The smile fell, as her face started to show true confusion, bewilderment, and relief all at once. What? Fulgrim, poor girl. She never had a true choice before, has she? Gorbus, no. Angron. She never did until then. He looked at her even as she subconsciously drew the blanket tighter around her shoulders. For the first time in a very long time, her training was forgotten. I don't want to use you. If it makes any difference, I can tell the slaving bastards that come and get you that you did a good job. He leaned against the wall now, his eyes closing. You can stay here. The others won't do anything to you then. She looked around bewildered. It wouldn't be the first time she knelt for a long time, and it was better than getting used, she guessed. For a minute, they simply lapsed into silence. Then his eyes opened, and he perched an inquisitive eyebrow. I didn't mean kneel. You can lie down and get some sleep. I'm sorry. She instantly apologized, hoping she didn't make him mad. Don't make him mad. That's a rule she could follow. I'm sorry, I don't know what to do. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be talking. I'm sorry for breathing towards you. I'm sorry, Dash. Whoa. He raised his hands in a defensive gesture. Calm down. No one's going to do anything to you here. We aren't the High Riders. Speak your mind if you need to and get some rest you. He looked her up and down, seeing her many scars and yet well-maintained body and beautiful skin that shone through the blanket. Clearly needed. Speak her mind? What? What is that? What did that mean? Arrest. Sorry. Speak. Mind? What? She babbled, lost on everything he was speaking about. Weren't gladiators just brutes? Ina Mouse chose this time to intervene. Ongran, she's a pleasure slave. Most likely since birth. She doesn't know the meaning of free will. She nodded. Birth. Yes. That made sense. Yes. Yes. Sleeve has been a slave all her life. Sleeve does her best. Sleeve is a good pleasure slave. She gripped the blanket tighter, hoping she wasn't going to make the large man angry. Silence was all that greeted her. If Sleeve had displeased you, please don't be afraid to hit. Sleeve is a good punishment slave. She offered. As soon as people knew she was a punishment slave too, then they usually, Robot, I think I'm going to vomit. Vulcan, physically holding himself back. Ongran, I wish to visit Nysiria now. Rogel, this is repulsive. Conrad, I'm going to kill them. I will plan out all of their deaths. Just give me the word. I will spare none of them. More silence before angry muttering interrupted it. Oh no, she had made him angry. Fucking High Riders. The massive gladiator muttered in front of her. Look, I don't want to use you. You're free to rest or just talk. Or he threw his hands up in frustration. No one is going to hurt you. All right, that was weird. I don't understand. You don't have to do anything you do not wish to, girl. Ina Mouse spoke up from his corner. You're not a slave. Not while in here, at least. That was an option. Not a slave. But Sleeve has always been a slave. Aren't we all? Aren't you? This doesn't make sense. Sleeve wants to go back. Sleeve wants to go back to Master. The gladiator spat, all of a sudden, pure disgust evident on his face. You want to go back to him? The one that uses you as if you were property? The one that abuses you and beats you? How could you be that weak? He looked at her, then the disgust gone and replaced entirely by pity. She shook her head, but no, Sleeve doesn't hate Master. He keeps Sleeve safe. Sleeve accepts the hurt. Sleeve takes it because that's what she is supposed to do. Sleeve isn't on the streets. Sleeve is warm and happy. Happy to get beaten up, abused, and taken advantage of? Ongran asked. That isn't happiness. That is slavery. At least on the street, you would be free. He looked up at the ceiling, a wishful expression on his face. She covered her ears, trying to block out his words. Stop it. Stop it. He looked at her again. That is what moves you. The fact that you are reminded that you are a slave. The pity was gone now, replaced only by anger. You have a choice to not debase yourself, and you want to go back. Emperor, you can't just yell at people and expect them to understand. Ongran, fuck you. Emperor, merely trying to be helpful. She hummed, trying to block it out. How would you know? How would you know about being free, about everything? How do you know? She shot back for the first time in her life, speaking up. It felt good. His eyes went blank. There's a time when I talked to someone made of gold. He made so many promises. He snapped out of it, a snarl present on his face. That is how I know what freedom is. That is how I know that this isn't natural. And that is why, first chance I get, I am breaking every single slave owning bastard's back. She shook her head. No one ever has. You'll die. You'll die. He huffed, even as he leaned back on the wall, his eyes closing and his face going neutral once more. At least I would die by my own choice and free. She stopped, looking back up at him with apprehension etched on her face. You would die to be free? She knelt there, in complete and utter shock, the concept of freedom being utterly foreign to her. Death for freedom? Was it really worth paying such a price? But no pain, no more obeying commands. It did sound Nick. Sleep. All of you maggots go to sleep. A guard shouted from outside of the cage, even as the lights went out. No sense in keeping the lights on if they weren't going to fuck the girl. In the darkness, she couldn't see, and the reality of the cold temperatures finally began to sink in even as she began to slightly shiver. Then she felt a hand on her shoulders. Oh God, someone was touching her. Someone was touching her. Someone was going to... You're going to catch hypothermia if you don't squeeze against the hay and wall with no clothes on. Ongran lectured her even as she was steered to his bed and gently guided on how to lay down as he made space. He could tell she was radiating pure fear and hysteria, probably thinking he'd take advantage, so he had to coax her to relax. Stay like that. You'll be fine. Lorger, brother, I noticed it earlier, but seeing it now. Were you an empath? Because it's looking like you were. Magnus, that could be your own psychic potential manifesting, since all of us do have our own powers. Emperor, he is. It is mostly negated by the nails. Sanguinius, it was nice of you to keep her warm, though. Angron, shut up. She laid there, unsure if it was a trick or... He said he didn't want to. He said it, and maybe she could, maybe trust him? She didn't even know his name, or who he was or what. He was so big and huge and everything. Was he some kind of monster? But he was so warm. Warm. She snuggled up to him. Despite him yelling at her, she still wanted to be warm. He grunted, but that was that. It did feel nice to have someone curl up next to him, though. What was this feeling? She felt warm, but something more, like she knew that if she were to close her eyes, that she wouldn't be hurt, or used, or anything, that everything could actually be all right. She wondered what that word was as she fell asleep against the big, warm man. Enamaus nearby spied Angron from the corner of his eye, watching how his adoptive son was all snuggled up to a beautiful pleasure slave. He shook his head and chuckled at the sight, giving Angron a little grin. In all his years as a gladiator slave, he had only seen this type of thing a handful of times. All ended in tragedy, of course, but this time, it was nice to see Angron all flustered at having this woman. He was just yelling at snuggling up to him like nothing was wrong, and he looked like he was just told he could sit out the next blood game. Lorger, I realize that I am slow, but that is her, isn't it? Angron, yes. Lorger. I refuse to say that horrible, disgusting term they gave her. So what was her name? Angron. She had two. The one as a slave, and the other when she became free. Falaire free. The nails bite as he lapses into ancient memories once more. Fucking nails. Shouting awakened them, and it wasn't a guard. You fool, Killian. Throwing them in with the gladiators? Came the sound of Sleeve's master as she quickly got up, fixed her loincloth and posture, even as the gladiator beside her continued to lay there, but she knew he was awake. I am so sorry, my lord. I did not know Dash. Corvus, so what? He didn't know throwing a helpless woman into a pit of starving slaves could kill her. Angron, bottom-feeding, brown-nosing asshole, was never known for his wits. Who knows what these barbaric animals did? I need her. I told you to make sure she stays in one piece. Her master's shouting and hurried footsteps got louder as he apparently got closer to the cage. Sleeve had already shed the blanket, her loincloth back on, and stood ready for her master to find her. As she awoke and dressed, she couldn't help but notice that instead of the teachings of the matron running through her mind, it was the words of the gladiator. Robot. The words of a pre-march does have a lasting impact on baselines. Angron, yeah, I know. Robot. Also helps that it was said to her by someone who treated her like a human being. Angron, fuck off, brother. Finally, her master appeared in front of the cage and let out a sigh as he saw her standing there. Then his eyes went down to the massive gladiator by her feet, and he smirked. She survived that animal? I cannot believe he would let anyone live. She knew he was big, but what was... Oh, she remembered now. That gladiator was Angron Thalcair, the favored gladiator of House Thalcair. She knew that she knew it, but how could she have forgotten? Oh, she really was so stupid. Sanguinius, darling. No, she's not stupid. She just went through something traumatic and was sure she was going to die. I don't blame her for not noticing you were someone. Apologies, that started to come out wrong. Angron, whatever. I didn't blame her then. I don't blame her now. Perhaps she's tougher than I thought. Her master mused aloud with a chuckle, even as Killian nervously smiled beside him and ordered the guards to open the gate, causing Sleeve to walk over and slip out. She saw and watched as the guards equipped with tranquilizers shot at Angron, making sure to sedate him as the gate opened. She shuddered at the idea that he had to be sedated if the gate was opened. As soon as she reached her master, he reached up and reattached the chain to her collar before looking her over. Is there an issue? A much older and sterner voice came from down the hallway, causing even her master to stiffen with fear. A man came around the corner, well-groomed blonde hair and expensive clothes adorning a stoic face. Oh no, it was the Lord Thalcair, master of his house. Nothing, father. Her master quickly responded. No issues. Merely making sure Sleeve here wasn't hurt by the gladiators which Killian so foolishly threw her in with, despite my orders expressly saying to make sure she isn't to be damaged beyond repair. Killian began to somehow sweat, even more now, even as he lightly began to tremble. The Lord lifted an eyebrow, even as he looked uninterestedly at Killian. Did he now? He then looked at her, his eyes roaming her body, the same way he did when she was forced to be beaten by another slave for his amusement. Ah yes, your favorite toy. Lost almost because of disobedience. He barely looked towards Killian, almost as if he was looking down at an unpleasant rat. Fortunately for you, Killian. The Lord spoke. I'm a forgiving man. He did the slightest of motions, then, while looking at his son and her master, immediately gave her a tug, even as they walked out of the pits. Lorder, is that the one we need to kill? Because I will. Angron grins and chuckles darkly. Don't worry about him. There they were joined by Breeder, who gave a look of pure shock towards Sleeve for just a second as they walked the streets back to the estate. Conrad set it all up, hoping she would die. Despicable. Angron, that was her biggest and only mistake. For once, it felt as if the entire walk passed by in a blur for her. They soon made it there, and the two slaves were deposited in their quarters to wait for when they would be called next. As their master's favorites, they had the distinct pleasure of being one door away from their master's bedroom, so that they could be called at any time. It also meant that the two shared the room. How are you not dead? Breeder asked, speaking up with a much more confident tone compared to hers. Her master liked to talk to her sometimes, so she needed to know how to speak properly, but this was the first time Breeder had ever spoken to her, which rooted Sleeve to the ground. I am sorry. Sleeve asked back in utter shock. You were thrown in with those beasts and came out alive. How is that possible? A dash, she began, not knowing which words to use. How did one speak to another slave? Maybe she just talks to Breeder like she did with Angron? What did he know? The other one say, you're not a slave. Not while in here, at least. It didn't use me. Breeder recoiled in shock. Didn't use you? Didn't use you? You mean you got a good night's sleep while I sucked off that fat bastard? Sleeve waved her hands before her, holding them up defensively. Well, I almost was. Then he saved me and he yelled at me, but then I was able to sleep. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, Dash. Breeder quickly dashed closer to her and grabbed a handful of her hair. Do you have any fucking idea how disgusting that cunt was? She leaned in closer to her face. Reeked like corpse and fucked just like one as well. I'm sorry. Sleeve cried out, even as she tugged her hair harder before pushing her away. I've been trying to get rid of your ass for a year, you stupid bitch. Breeder then shouted at her. Master doesn't need you. Corvus. Even on Deliverance, we were all slaves. There was no point in turning on each other. We had to depend on each other to survive under the bastards that ruled over us. Angron, that isn't how it always fucking works, spur boy. Slaves turn on each other all the time on Nuceria. It's either live as a slave or live as a slaver. No holds barred. Winner takes all. Sorry, not every slave world works like fucking Deliverance. Corvus, they die. After this, they all die. I will not sit back and let them take another breath after pushing innocent people to the point that they eat themselves rather than band together. Emperor boys. I said later. But dash. Seeing that Sleeve apparently wasn't getting the message. Breeder once again grabbed her and shoved her against the wall, her head thunking heavily against the hard stone, causing Sleeve's sight to blur all of a sudden. As she pulled her back and did it again and again, a resounding crack sounding around the room, even as Sleeve's world spun as the pain rattled across her body and she fell to the floor. Double and even triple vision swirling about as the edges of her vision danced with black spots. Mortar Ion. If she isn't seen by a medical professional in time, she will die. And since there is more to be seen, she will live. Any other regular baseline who goes through that trauma to the head will be severely concussed with a high chance of death. Angron, she's stronger than that. Finally, Master will be all mine, she heard Breeder say in a greedy voice even as the door slammed open and the armor of the guards was heard, followed soon thereafter by the sound of a shocker going off and Breeder screaming. Then everything faded to black. The last time she dreamed, she was a young girl who wasn't fully aware of her new life yet. She usually had a dreamless sleep or a type of lucid dream that made her relive the days she had gone through. Her old dreams had been her escaping the slave quarters and going back to her mother of fantastical ideas and schemes to leave and go back to the street. She could barely remember it all, the time she barely spent in that tiny home with the single red lantern her mother would light every night. Robot, rampant, widely accepted slavery, blatant prostitution, torture, child trafficking, and blood games, all for the amusement of a select few individuals and citizens who happen to have enough money. Angron, that is Nuceria. Don't forget the organ harvesting, the living furniture, the dark technology, the butcher's nails, the pleasure pins, the scramblers, the cancer growths, and don't forget the rape, the torture, the kidnapping, and all of the sick fucking games and auctions always going on. Fulgrim, I can't watch anymore. Angron, please. Turn this off. You have proven your point. Nuceria is a terrible place and needs to be wiped from memory. Angron, no. Sanguinius, why? Angron, because of him. Points to the Emperor who blankly stares at Angron. He has always pushed aside everything I went through on Nuceria, forcing the mantle of Premarch and Legion onto me, forcing me to continue being a slave. I wanted to die, but he wouldn't let me. All of you see me like a rabid dog, and I am. Now sit down and watch everything that happened dash. She barely remembered her, just that she sold her to the Thalkar representatives when she was barely 3. She never saw her again, and her life of hell began, all for only a handful of silver. But now, for the first time in so long, she dreamed. Waking up in a soft bed, as nice as the master's bed, next to a large warmth. A warmth that made her feel as if there wasn't anything that could hurt her as long as he was there. Oh! She turned, saw, and felt how his massive arms were wrapped around her, using his massive bicep as a pillow while the other was thrown over her and keeping her close to him. The same gladiator, Angron, there beside her. Angron what? Turns to the hollow projector. You dreamed of me? Even then, winces, clutching his head. Shut up, shut up. Vulcan, why wouldn't she? You were the first person to ever be kind to her. Of course she'd dream of you. Horus, Angron, just say the word. Just say the word and we can shut this off and just finish off Nassyria. Trails off when he sees Angron isn't even listening. Angron, silently watching the hollow projector. He cracked open one of his golden eyes, a smirk on his face as he buried his face in her hair, holding her close and squeezing her tightly to him. She could feel the sprouting stubble on his chin rubbing against one of the spots on her head where the hair wasn't fully grown back yet. Morning. Good morning, she answered him, sounding much more confident and at peace around him. She has never felt at peace, only heard about it in passing from the ladies of the house. But that was how it felt to just lie in bed, held tightly in the arms of someone who wasn't hurting her and actually wanted her to be there. How long was I asleep? Not too long. Go back to sleep. Rest as much as you want. He gently coaxed her back down, pulling the covers over them better. His arm that was over her now had his hand idly resting over her shoulder, the large hand practically covering her entire shoulder and back easily. But don't I have to work? She asked while nuzzling into him and enjoying the peace. No, never again. He sounded so sure, as if there was no doubt about it, that she could just rest and lie there next to him. Actually wanting to lie next to someone, knowing he wasn't going to do anything to her, knowing she was... What was that word again? She answered him by closing her eyes again, breathing in the clean scent and not thinking about the master, the slaves, Nassyria, her work, their lives, nothing. Just peace. Peace and... Can I hold your hand? She asked, looking up at the overly large man. He laughed at her, as if that was a ridiculous request. She was embarrassed, but before she could retract her statement, he moved his hand from her shoulder and held her own two that were bunched up between them, right in front of her thundering heart. Feeling him hold her so gently, protecting her, she never wanted to wake up. It would be so easy to let go and just dream forever. Dream this sweet image forever. Never have to wake up to the reality of her life. Have to be used, beaten, fucked, humiliated, anything. Just rest. Just rest and stop trying to wake up. No one trying to kill her, no one telling her she's nothing, no one branding her, cutting her, hitting her, shocking her, pulling her, groping her, raping her, kicking her, choking her, nothing. Just a sweet dream. She had met an angel, and she never wanted to go back. Angron, still silent, just dream. Dream, and never wake up. Was that all it took to see her? Lorder, Angron, Emperor, you're freaking everyone out. You there. Angron, shut it off. Bo's head, not able to stand looking at the hollow projector anymore. Just shut it off. Emperor, finally. Muggos, shut it off. Lem, attempt to shut it off, but none of the runes are working and the vid keeps playing Omniscia. It's doing it again. Emperor, how? Shut it off. No one wants to keep watching. Lem, it's refusing to shut off. Ferris, oh no. Magnus, I have a really bad feeling about this. Then she felt as her eyes opened. Everything was still slightly blurry, out of focus as the triple images danced in her vision, before all coming together into one unstable and shaky vision. And as always, pain. Emperor, let me see that thing dash. Ferris, I as well. Fulgrim, please hurry. I don't know if I want to listen to a second more. I just know it's going to get worse. Emperor, wait, hold on. Nothing is wrong with it. It's just refusing to switch off. Ferris, well, let's just unplug it dash. Lem, unplug it while it is in use. Omniscia, please, don't do something that rash. Emperor, I am tempted to do that. Lehm. Angron, just fucking do something. She felt herself let out a slight groan as she attempted to shift her head. Immediately, a woman was above her, looking down at her, the robes of a healer adorning her body. Yet she looked as identical to her as if she was looking into a mirror. Good, you're awake. The healer spoke, retreating to retrieve something apparently as a few seconds later, she felt the sharp prick of a hypodermic in her arm and the world coming into focus a lot quicker. Medical stims, she knew that one. Those have been used on plenty of pleasure slaves to keep them up for work. Everything became clearer as her vision became crystal clear and her senses came fully awake, which meant she was acutely aware of how much her body was in pain, leading to her holding back groans and instead smile and glance around the room, ignoring the bloodstain on the wall. Don't try to move. You went through a serious concussion. I was just barely able to control the swelling. The healer ordered nonchalantly as she returned to her bag and continued to rummage through it. The sound of light and heavy tools clinking together was vividly clear through her ears. Sanguinius, is it fixed yet? Imperative, no. It's refusing to shut off. Fuck it. Might as well sit back and see where this goes. Fulgrim, father, I really don't want to. Ferris, I would rather do anything else. Robot, I severely regret picking this up. Magnus, I'm so uncomfortable. Lehman, I don't have enough ale for this. Lorger, seeing Onron like this has already deeply disturbed me. Vulcan, watching this just makes my heart hurt. Conrad, all of you are a bunch of weak-willed pansies. Nostromo wasn't as bad as Nassyria, but it was pretty fracking close. Mortarion, Barbarous was a radioactive hellscape. I can keep trudging on if the rest of you are going to be so weak-willed. Lion, we've already delved deeply into the future and now past lives of our brothers. Might as well keep going. We cannot leave a job half-finished. How else will we know exactly who else to kill on Nassyria later? Jagatai, we must push on. If the projector isn't turning off, then might as well brave through whatever else is on the vid. Rogel, yes. Perturabo, might as well. Corvus, it would be a disservice to this woman, who already went through hell already. The least we can do is watch it till the end. Does she not deserve our attention for not being able to save her? As Enron has said, have some respect for the dead, because at some point she will be free. Horus, Enron, will you be all right, Dash? Angrun, no, but keep watching. I don't care. Sanguinius, then push on we go. Emperor, this is going to and really fucking horribly. She still looked around, knowing that if she didn't do something, the medical stims would make her want to do anything else. Ceiling? Walls? Bed? Yes, she was still in the shared quarters with Bree. Oh yes, that's right. Breeder tried to kill her. She could see why. She wasn't important enough. It was fine if she died. Why didn't she? She wanted to dream more, to sleep more. She wasn't in pain and wasn't having to work or anything. Why wasn't she dead? She would have been better off dead. Amron, no you wouldn't. You will need at least 12 full hours before working again. I recommend the full 31, so you get a full day's rest, but I'm not sure if your master will see it that way. The healer continued on, a matter-of-factly speaking, almost sounding bored. Of course, she would sound bored. No one should have to deal with her. She was just a meaningless slave. She felt sorry that this healer was wasting her time on her. A few seconds later, she felt another sting as yet another needle was shoved into her arm. For the shock, the healer explained before returning and beginning to mix up a cocktail, mixing together some unknown powders and plants, and, oh, it turned pink. She knew that one. Every slave knew that one. You could be halfway dead for all you cared, but that drug would keep you going until you literally dropped dead. Mortarion, a type of stimulant that would keep the body going, suppressing the needs and forcing the person to keep going until it burned out of the system or the body burned out. Enron, yeah. Take a wild guess what it was used for. Mortarion, I don't need to. The healer poured some into a tiny glass before putting it down on the little table next to her bed. Your master ordered that one after you rest, in order to make sure you perform well. Yes, work. Work was what she did. Work is all she does. She does not matter. Rest for a while, then drink and work. Work until she dies. You're not a slave. Not while in here, at least. Why did she remember those words? Some slaves have talked about being free before, but they never have the chance to ever get too far. They either died or became punishment slaves, or made into an example. Freedom wasn't possible. She's just going to die working and working until she can't work anymore. What could freedom give her? Where'd she even go? At least I would die by my own choice and free. What if he had a point? He spoke with such conviction, so much strength behind his words. Confidence and trust in his own words made her want to trust in them too. No one else that she has heard speak of freedom has stuck with her like he had. What kind of power did he have to make her want to believe in him? To want to believe in his convictions? What kind of man was he to practically ooze strength in his words alone? Sanguinius. Any person can talk to another, doesn't mean they will stay in their minds. But a pre-March and his people? That would be enough to possibly rethink everything. Isn't that right, father? Emperor, exactly. I made all of you to have the charisma and orator skills needed to influence and inspire anyone who would listen to you. Angren inspiring her isn't outside of the realm of possibility, especially with him being kind to her. Angron, I didn't tell her that for my own benefit. I goes quiet, it doesn't matter. She could see the healer was turned away now, putting her tools away one by one and carefully packing her healer's bag. It felt like everything was slower now. the movements becoming more and more sluggish as she kept thinking about what he said. How much he yelled at her, then still had the decency to not hit her and hold her. He looked at her again. That is what moves you. The fact that you are reminded that you are a slave. The pity was gone now, replaced only by anger. You have a choice to not debase yourself, and you want to go back. Now that she thought about how angry he was when she babbled about wanting to go back, she was thinking about why she wanted to go back. Isn't that what she had accepted? Why is he the one to snap her thoughts and make her think of? She glanced at the floor. Near her bed on the floor was a heavier instrument, type of hammer or something. She barely knew what even a couple of these were called or how to use them. She couldn't. You have a choice to not debase yourself, and you want to go back. Corvus, come on. You can do it. Break the chains. Set yourself free. Conrad, I've never seen the little raven get so worked up before. Corvus, shut up, Conrad. I will always support anyone who would free themselves. I will always destroy a society that employs such deplorable acts. Angron huffs good. She could just ignore it and work. You want to go back? No, she doesn't. Carefully, she leaned down and grabbed onto the thing. It was kind of heavy in her hands. She just needed to hit her. Just one good hit. But does she deserve to do something like this? Can she do something like this? Is she as bad as Breeder is? Fulgrim, no, you are not. She tried to kill you because she just wanted to have that man to herself. You're trying to free yourself, but it's also killing someone who had nothing to do with any of this. Horace, is it better? I mean, she's trying to free herself, but like you said, she's about to kill someone else that had nothing to do with this. Is it moral? Lorger, do you really want to get in on that conversation? Don't we commit immoral acts for the Imperium daily? Sanguinius, yes, we do, but it's for a reason that's greater than what we are. We order the deaths of planets and people so we can continue the Imperium. We do our best to have them join the Imperium, to be Imperial citizens, but when push comes to shove, we do what is necessary. But she is doing what she can to escape, but at the same time is doing something that counts against her. That is how I know what freedom is. That is how I know that this isn't natural. And that is why, first chance I get, I am breaking every single slave-owning bastard's back. It all happened in an instant. Just a second, she remembered his words, his convictions, and the next, she was staring at the body of the healer who she just struck with all of her might. Right there on the back of her head. She was silent and shook in place as she just realized what she did to that woman. Conrad, she took her chance. Even I can't blame her for it. Oh God, she was half off, half lying on the bed, shaking her, trying to see if she was still alive, awake or something. She heard the woman groan, making Sleeve panic. She thought about hitting her again, but how would she know where to hit? Maybe it would be easier if she hit the same spot again, but how would she? Her mind raced. What now? What now? She didn't think she could go through with it. Somehow managing to get out of bed, she almost by pure instinct drank the tiny glass of pink liquid, feeling as it went down her throat and energized her almost immediately. Another groan came from the healer, who was still collapsed on the ground. She grabbed the hood of the woman and pulled it away, showing the angry spot she hit the first time. Maybe just one more time, and she could just end it. She raised the tool and brought it down on the same spot where she hit before. There was a crack. Then the healer laid there. Not another word spoken. She killed her. Mortar iron, direct hit to the parietal lobe. Most likely dead or severely paralyzed. Unless they have Imperium-grade apothecaries. She is as good as dead. Angron, Nuceria has the healers to save people, but use it to make more slaves and make them little more than flesh golems. If she is alive, I doubt they will help her out of the goodness of their hearts. Fulgrim, what else is this planet capable of? But she couldn't stop now. Not now, when she had gotten so far. Wait. Rushing down to the healer's side, she turned her around, revealing her lookalike's face. It was almost as if she was looking at her own corpse. Would she have looked like that if she died? Not wanting to dwell on that, she immediately began to strip off both of their clothes, going almost manic with worry while doing so. Who knew when a guard, or even Master himself, would walk in? Master? No, not anymore, she supposed. She would be free, or die, just like he said. She adorned the healer's robes. Then, thinking further, dragged the healer's body to the bed in the same position as she was in before. Corvus, smart girl. Sanguinius, she just needs to work on her confidence. She just managed to do so and pull up the cowl of her robes as the door opened. Any luck, healer? Came the silky, smooth voice of her former master. Sleeve took a deep breath and closed her eyes, attempting to steady herself. What did healers do to bodies when they died? Think. She has to know if she doesn't. What if he comes closer and looks at the body? He would know that wasn't her. He would know what she did, and everything would be worse for her. She panicked, pulled the sheet, and covered the body. Maybe if he didn't see the body, he wouldn't suspect anything. Mortarion. By panicking and trying to hide the body, she makes the universal sign of passing. That must either be pure dumb luck or something. With how much she's panicking, that shouldn't work dash. She must have done something right, since he sighed quite heavily behind her from the door. She guessed a sheet was a good idea. A shame. He spoke in a regretful tone. What was wrong? Mortarion. Wow, it actually worked. Oh no. Think. The healer said. She stopped and cleared her throat. She couldn't sound hesitant or like herself. If she did, he would know. The healer sounded different from her. She sounded more confident. Sound confident. She just, yes. She remembered what the healer said. Maybe she could use that. The swelling from where she was hit against the wall was too severe. Concussion. I got here too late. I'm sorry. Mortarion. Fair enough of a diagnosis, to be fair. She turned around, hoping against all odds that her face didn't appear scared or as full of fear as she felt like. I try my best. She continued on, remembering how the healers like to protect their reputation. Used a lot of stims. She nodded towards the still arrayed needles of the bag and leftover tools from mixing the pink color drug from earlier. A pity. She was one of my favored slaves. It seems both of them will now be lost. The master sighed again, turning to the door and leaving the slave quarter. I shall send some guards to dispose of the body. No use anymore. You will receive reduced pay from my captain. Begone. He left her there as a couple of guards came in and fully wrapped the covered body and began work to remove her. Lorgar, I am beginning to think that all of the luck that had abandoned this woman in the early parts of her life is deciding to apologize to her by making up for it in a matter of minutes. Meanwhile, Sleeve nearly collapsed from relief at how she just survived that. She had never felt so stressed and panicked before in her life. And now, it's all over? She was free and getting paid? What even was pay? Corvus. Honestly, poor girl. Angron. That's how she freed herself. Small sigh. 2 weeks later. Thank you for coming. She bowed her head slightly, even as the Lord left the tiny apothecarium, his slave in tow. In the coming days, since her assuming the role of a healer, she had found out that her name was Falair. She quite liked that. Named after an Assyrian saint who was rebirthed and reinvented herself. Kind of suiting. Even more, Falair had owned a tiny apothecarium and even had a couple of employees. What's more, Falair had been fairly new and was just released from the Healers Guild. Learning to read and speak properly had been difficult. She needed to stay up most nights with little to no sleep some days, cramming as much information as possible. But now she was able to do basic numbers and read enough to operate the apothecarium in about 2 weeks. She still felt as if she was doing everything wrong. She could barely read the textbooks Falair had she kept from the guild. At least there were lots of pictures she could follow. Life wasn't bad. Lorgar, I enforce my statement on luck. Corvus, slowly beginning to smile. At the very least her fortunes have turned for the better. Robot, I do think it's admirable for her to work on her skills, even sacrificing sleep to improve. She really is more intelligent than she give herself credit for. Angron, she was. The nails bite as he refuses to even wince at the pain. And not just for her. She tried as hard as she could to help the slaves that came into the shop along with the poorest of people. She might not have been experienced in medicine much herself, but over her relatively short life, she had seen and sustained so many injuries she knew how to fix most, especially since most used to be done to her. It helped that the books had illustrations on how and what to do, mostly step by step, and the notebooks of notes from the guild were found after she dug through Falair's, her bedroom, and what to mix and match to get the drugs right. Those had taken the longest, and had some really close calls. As it turns out, if you added even a gram too much of something, it could blow up in your face, literally. Perturabo, yeah, it does. I think most of us learned that the hard way when mixing chemicals. Emperor, you think that is bad? For a really long time, people didn't even know what radioactivity was. Researchers carried live uranium and other radioactive materials around in their pockets or as part of necklaces. Perturabo, I swear, how the fuck did humanity survive this long? Rogel, perseverance and stubbornness. Our father is a prime example of this. Emperor, did you just make a jab at me, Rogel? Rogel, I have made a verbal jab at you as you are the embodiment of humanity, Father, and as a result, you embody even the most foolhardy parts of humanity as well. That is the joke. Emperor, I won't get into this. She still felt as if everything she was doing was wrong, and she was too useless to help people, and everything she is doing was completely meaningless, and no matter what she did, all of it was going to come crashing down. But for what she didn't know over time here was that she was actually pretty good at remembering pictures and remembering all of her firsthand experiences. So she wasn't a total failure. It was still odd to wake up in her own bed, wearing so many clothes and actually making money. She kept thinking she was going to wake up back in the slave quarters, and this was all one giant dream. Or maybe the gladiator, Ongron wasn't real, and she died being fucked mercilessly in the slave pits. That maybe she was in heaven. No, no, heaven wouldn't have slaves, would it? So maybe she was alive. Alive and living a dream. A dream that cost the life of someone who just happened to look like her. Hello, miss. Squee. She jumped slightly as she realized she was just standing at her counter staring off into space. Apparently, there was someone there to see her. Ah, yes. Yes, hello. Welcome to my apothecarium. How can I help you? Robot. Did she just squeak? Fulgrim. Like a mouse. Or Canid's toy. Ongron. She squeaked a lot. Robot. I had no idea people could squeak like that. Emperor. You have not been around enough women. Magnus. And you have. Emperor. I'm a little over 40,000 years old, Sonny. Magnus Reut. And you being single now is just all of that experience biting you back, isn't it? Emperor. Well, technically I'm single. The young man looked to be a cattle slave. Well kept too, since he only had the collar on and the brands, but nicer looking tunic and sandals. Carried a bag with him that had a strap across his chest and over his shoulder. He shook his head slightly and leaned closer to her, like he had been exasperatedly waiting for her to notice him at some point for a while now. Do I need to repeat myself? She tried to figure out what he wanted, but couldn't remember anything. She needed to stop spacing out like that. I'm sorry. She just did the same thing she always did. She smiled and apologized. He sighed, as if done with her shenanigans. I said, I'm here for my master with a request for your services. He deals with lots of high-profile gladiators and needs you to come by and patch them up. Yes, I can do that. She squawked out a bit too loudly, nervous about accepting a big job like this. The slave blinked olishly, obviously surprised that anyone would want to go even near the bloodthirsty beasts. So in terms of price dash, you can explain them to me. Bast, her assistant, walked up, giving Falair a little grin. He was a former slave himself, apparently. Bast was a complete godsend. He was at first suspicious of her, but since she made sure to pay him, she knew what pay was now. He helped her and continued on, seemingly fine to keep working for her. Thank you, Bast, for being so good. She would give him an extra prayer tonight. Fine, my master has already agreed to pay top coin for these gladiators. They're fan favorites, and many houses are fond of them as well. So we are willing to pay 1,000 silver for each of the lower-ranked ones on the list, and everyone for Johaven to Enamaus will be 500 gold. Ongron will be up to 2,000 gold if you can even help him. Lorger. Ah, so this is how she came to you again. Ongron. All because little shit Lord wanted to have his precious stock all healed up and taken care of for the next blood game. Lorger. Well, it sounds like he signed his own death there. Ongron. Chuckles. Yes, he fucking did. Ongron. She stopped and remembered the words of the gladiator who gave her the courage to escape. To kill, but to also help. She had to go now. We accept. She quickly agreed while Bast gave her a look. Without haggling, my lady, Bast questioned, but she waved it off. We should be fine. She quickly answered, excited at the idea of seeing Ongron again. Besides, those were big numbers, so that should be good, right? Are you sure, my lady? These are beasts. Bred for war dash. She waved a hand at him. I can deal with them. Don't worry about it. Both the slave and Bast looked at her, as if she had gone completely off her knocker. But well, Bast knew his mistress. Once she made up her mind. The streets were busy. The last of the blood games had just been played, and the people were leaving the arena of Deshier en masse. She and Bast were weaving through the crowds, heading to the opening of the pits with their letter of invitation and passage. When she showed it to the guards, they let her and Bast in, and the smell of the pits hit her like a physical wave. This was a bad idea. Why did she think this was a good decision? She could barely handle the smell of this place, oh God. She made a bad choice. She was so stupid. She just dragged herself and Bast down into the pits to see Ongron and take this job, just so she could see him again. This was such a terrible idea. Why did she agree? Oh, she was so stupid. Stupid. Emperor. She really freaks out over everything. Lehman. Isn't she going down into the same place where she almost died? Emperor. Valid point. My lady, Bast asked, snapping her out of her reverie. She looked back to him, a smile still plastered on her face, showing how nervous she was at this moment. Are you all right? Should we cancel? No. She squeaked out. No, it's fine, I'm fine. If you're sure, my lady. Bast gave her a wry smile, even as they showed their permission slips to the guard at the entrance to the caverns. They escorted them down to the hall and pointed towards which cage was their destination. It was filled to the brim with injured slaves, but looking a bit neater and less populated than the other cages. Then they stayed by the pit entrance, not going any deeper within. Wait, you aren't coming with us, Bast demanded, reeling on one of the guards. Not our business. We aren't getting paid nearly enough to risk our asses for a couple of healers. Robot, glad to see that lazy workers aren't unique to Dash. Horace, Robot, let it go. Ever since you saw that one vid of workers in the 41st millennium and how lazy they were, And even the two guardsmen in that last vid, you have been complaining about lazy workers. Let it go. Emperor, let it go. Robot, but it is inefficient dash. Emperor, can't hold it back anymore, can you? Robot, yeah, and it's your fault. You're the one who made my mind like this. Jagatai, ouch. Backfire. Ongron, if I hear one more fucking word about efficient workers while watching about fucking Assyria, I will personally turn him into corpse rations for the army. Robot, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, in my defense, it's akin to the nails biting into me. Magnus, I will defend Robot on this one. It's merely in our nature. Not like it was our choice. Ongron huff. You dash. Bass began to retaliate, but Falair held up a hand, the other still clutching her healer's bag. It will be fine. They won't hurt us, she assured Bast, who once more looked at her incredulously. She gave him a reassuring smile. I promise. Bast searched her face, then sighed uneasily as he agreed. It was his job to follow where she led, so he would follow her no matter what. He just hoped she just wasn't optimistic for no reason. Right? So let's get to business. Nodding to him, she turned back to the cages and prepared to get to work. Though she was panicking on the inside, of course. What if everything didn't go well? What if she was just being optimistic for no reason? Oh, she was going to get Bass killed. This was a terrible idea. She knew being optimistic was a bad idea. She should have stayed as a pessimist, at least then life would be easier. Oh, she was already at the cage door. She spaced out. Again, a guard came by and unlocked the door, shoving the two healers inside before quickly locking it behind them. Suddenly, all the groaning, talking, and snarling stopped as Falair and Bast felt every single pair of eyes in the cage turned towards them. Falair began, her nerves freaking out. I'm a healer, along with my assistant here. Yes. Jagatai, lovely. A few grunts were heard at that, but otherwise, the silence was still the main noise of the cage. Is anyone hurt? She asked, her voice going higher-pitched as she felt herself begin to panic again. I am not. A familiar, older voice spoke. But Ongron is. A gladiator in the corner nodded towards the massive man who was sitting on the ground, leaning against the wall. I am not. The gruff voice spoke up. I will heal. Rogel, a Primarch's healing factor most likely can heal any non-mortal injury by essentially himself. Even some mortal ones. Perturabo, well, it's not exactly obvious, maybe. You broke your hands, boy. The older man lectured. Let the healer have a look. Yes, it was him. If she helped him first, then maybe he could intimidate the others, and everything will be all right. Yes, flawless plan. Bast, go and help the elder one. I'll handle the big guy. Bast glanced from Ongron to Falair, then back and forth. Are you sure about that? That's Ongron, the king of the arena dash. Falair nodded. Of course. I'm a healer, and I know how to deal with big guys. She instantly felt like dropping to the floor and crying. That came out so wrong in her own mind. Damn her for babbling out words. Just smile the pain away. Lorger, Fulgrim. Covers face, sweetie, no. Uncomfortable coughing. It took Bast every little bit of his self-control in order not to slap his own face. If you say so, mistress. He trailed off even as she slowly walked over to the other side of the cage, which left her to approach Ongron, who wasn't looking at her. She took a deep breath and placed her healer's bag down, beginning to set her diagnosis. So, I hear you broke your hands? Oh, that sounded so stupid. Rogel, facepalm. Ongron, her wits weren't the best. The gladiator groaned. If that isn't a stupid question, he muttered before he looked up at her face, seeing that dumb, wide grin. His eidetic memory quickly pieced together everything he saw, and soon he blinked a few times as he fully regarded her now. It was her. I'm still new at being a healer, Falair answered, beginning her full body examination. Just a bit nervous, it took her a few tries to get close enough to check him out, lifting an arm and moving him about slowly as she tried to find any other places he may be hurt. Usually, she would ask what happened, but from what she remembered of the few times she saw one of the blood games, it was a terrible thing to remember. She wouldn't want to remember it, either. She felt up a massive hand that was as broad as her chest, capable of killing with a single slap. Feeling and try to find a crack or see if the gladiator would wince or make any indication of pain. She found neither. I don't think it's broken, she spoke slowly, utterly perplexed at how this was possible. I can get you a salve to make sure the bone heals nicely the rest of the way, she muttered, reaching in her bag and applying the white, fatty cream even as it was instantly sucked into the gladiator's skin as she massaged his hands. But well, he was just a really big man. So not too odd, she supposed. I think that's it. She asked herself more than him and began to step back, only to be gently pulled back and forced to look into his golden eyes. Mortar ion. Well, not a bad job. And did she really just call Ongron a really big man? Rogel. I believe that is the definition of an understatement. Ongron, she was the only person to see me as just a man, you know? It's refreshing. Fulgrim. Yes. I can see that. He studied her, intently looking her over. Then, the tiniest smile appeared on his face as he pulled in her hand and kissed her knuckles before covering them with his other hand. Thank you. He spoke gently even as he released her and leaned back against the wall. She felt hot in her face. The feeling of his lips on her hand made her want to bury herself into the ground and squeal like a young girl. Or maybe just jump off a building. Or into a sword. Kind of a mixture there. She had never felt so excited and happy to have someone do that to her. It was amazing. She would never forget that feeling in her life. Jagatai. Never took you for a flirt, brother. Angran, what? I just kissed her hand. Fulgrim, such a gentleman. Angran, what? Sanguinius. No wonder she fell for you. Angran, I think I know how the blueberry feels now. Robot, slaps thighs, thank you. She didn't want to be away from him. Just a few more moments. Actually, wait, hold on. She grabbed his head and turned him from side to side. I swear, I think there's something wrong with your neck. How does your head feel? This was so surreal, he thought. To have this girl here, the same girl he saved from being devoured, and the same girl who couldn't understand what free will was. The same slave that babbled about going back to her abusive master and be used as a beating toy for his own pleasure was in front of him. Happy, healthy, and a healer. How did she do it? Slaves don't just escape and have normal lives. But she did it. Just a couple of weeks after he yelled at her, maybe convinced her. Was he the reason why she was able to escape? Did he inspire her to fight back? Did he inspire freedom into her? If a nearly broken pleasure slave was able to be so inspired by his words alone, by a kind act, and escape and be free, what about him? The rest of his brothers and sisters of the pits? If she could do it, why couldn't they? He needed a plan, and to convince guards and others to follow him. Had he been holding himself back? There had been a small voice in the back of his mind that perhaps freedom was a fool's dream, that he would forever be stuck in the pits fighting for his life and being pumped with untold amounts of sedatives. But now, even he was inspired to fight harder for freedom. He just needed a plan of action. But for now, he just enjoyed having her soft hands run along his face, savoring the moment of just having someone give him attention. She really was stronger than most, and even he would have given her credit for. Combined with her looks, her ability to smile through it all, he began to see her in a new light. Lorgar. So this is how it started? Angran. I inspired her, she inspired me. Sanguinius. The beginning of both, huh? Angran, both. Sanguinius. Obviously your own love for her, too. Angran. Grumbles. 3 months later. Coming back to the slave markets made her want to retch. All of these people, begging to be saved, knowing she couldn't buy them all, knowing she couldn't help everyone, knowing that many were going to live lives that had been as bad or worse than what she knew of. But she had to come here. She had a job to do. Robot, wait. Why are we back at this horrid place? Angran, we had a plan. A really fucking good one. Sadistic grin. Do you see any good candidates, Bast? She asked him, looking through the overcrowded cages. She had to look away from the cages filled with children. As horrible as it sounded, they weren't going to be useful. God, she felt sick. Ah, young healer. What a coincidence. A silky smooth, far too familiar voice came from her side, causing Falair to brace herself. She had gotten far better at confronting her past. Lord Thalkar. She turned and bowed her head in respect, keeping her hood covering as much of her face as possible to keep her identity from him. Even after all this time, she still feared the idea of him finding out and ruining everything she worked for. In the market for some slaves, I see, he asked, his voice full of false good intent. She answered hesitantly. Some for harvesting, perhaps. He asked, even as he turned to survey the stock himself. I know you healers are always after good organs and some such. Personally, I require a new pleasure and punishment slave. Sadly, none have thus far been able to replace the one I lost. He paused, then shook his head with a tiny scoff and laugh. Apologies, the one you lost. Corvus, is this rotting carcass of a terrible example for human decency dead yet? Angron, no, and I have dibs on him. After everything his family has done to me, to her, to everyone, I want to kill him with my own 2 hands. I know he is weak and spineless enough to get rejuvenation treatments, so I know he's alive. I do require some for harvesting, she continued in her slowly spoken voice. Then may I give you an offer myself? He asked, a smile playing about the young master's face even as he pointed toward the cage on the stage where a fat, sweating man. Killian? Conrad? Oh, how the tables have turned. Angron. Nuceria is like that to all. Sometimes it just turns out good. The man disrespected and disobeyed me. However, he lived a fairly relaxed life. Surely, his organs would be fitting for many patients, no? She wasn't a hateful person. She didn't feel much of anything in her life, but looking at him, looking at that man, she knew what hate was. He regularly hurt so many, all to suck up to the young master. He regularly hurt the gladiators and used them as bargaining chips, like prize candidates. But most of all, he hurt Angron. With how simple and relaxed his life was, I'm sure he must have very healthy organs, she idly wondered aloud, knowingly speaking loud enough for the young master to hear her. She had a long list of people who needed transplants. But well, he is fat. I would need to starve him down and make sure he was in better condition. Fat organs are no good, especially for your gladiators, young lord. She found that the more truth she mixed into her words, the more she forgot who she was speaking to and of, the easier the lies would come. Indeed, not many healers would wager so much as 10 silvers for him. Mortar Ion, wow, wasn't sure if she had it in her. Horus, well, she did kill the healer, so she felt sick talking about people like this. Knowingly hurting and even harvesting was something that kept her up at night. But it was Guilliman. Was it all right to not feel bad about doing this to him? Was she just like every other Nasirian? Truly? Ah, shame that. The Lord clucked his tongue. What is it you would propose for me to do with him then? Starve him, or work him until he sweats all of his fat off. If you sell now, you won't get a good price for him. Many would try to undercut you. But if you sell him to me, I will pay you the extra to cover your base, and I can have a new cattle slave until he's ready for picking. In exchange, you keep sending my apothecarium to care for your gladiators. A favor for a favor. She spoke quickly, worried that she was able to throw out the suggestion so easily. Maybe she was as horrible as everyone else. The Lord nodded, seemingly pleased at the prospect. Deal. He spoke a second later, reaching out with his hand and shaking Falaire's. He paused, feeling how soft her hands were. Weren't healer hands supposed to be hard and calloused? Falaire started to panic. Did he see up her sleeve? She hasn't had the time to see the sculptor yet. She needed to find one that wouldn't ask questions. She still had the slave brands on her body, all the scars. What if he noticed? No, he wouldn't. She bound her sleeves tightly, so they wouldn't flutter. Unless they came loose, he wouldn't see under them. Stop panicking, stop panicking. You are fine. Everything is fine. She pulled away after a shake or two. Thank you, young lord. Who shall I speak to finalize this transaction? Be professional. Hopefully. Speak with my cattle slave. He does my bookkeeping and stock exchanges. I will make sure that no one else bids. Young Lord Thalkar waved off the discrepancy. So what if she had soft hands? He was too busy getting rid of Guilliman and his idiocy, costing him 2 good slaves that he still hadn't been able to replace. She bowed her head slightly as the young lord walked off to get a better view of the pleasure slave auctions. As soon as he turned his back and slipped in a crowd, Falaire felt as she released a massive sigh of relief. No matter how much time passed, she doubted she would ever feel comfortable or even slightly okay with being around him, constantly keeping herself from screaming and crying and not remembering everything that he did. And, Mistress, she felt Bast ask from behind her, were you that worried over a simple deal? She stiffened, turning her head to Bast as her nerves returned once more. Eagle? No, of course not, merely trying not to offend the young lord. Bast looked at her with some suspicion before slowly nodding. The Thalkar family are quite cruel. He muttered more to himself than to her, even as he scribbled something down. I was able to begin bidding for Guilliman. Really? What was the starting bid? 1 silver. Really? Turns out, no one wants a fat bastard who used to run the pits. Bast shrugged slightly. That or because they can tell he'd be useless and stink up the place. Probably both. He leaned in slightly closer to her. The deal you made with the young lord most likely helped as well. Do I hear 2 silvers? The seller announced loudly for Guilliman, even as no one in the crowd bothered making a motion in order to bid. Guilliman, for his part, appeared to be utterly horrified, sweating even more than usual and seemingly denying that this was happening to him. No one spoke up. Damn the pride. Guilliman couldn't just let himself be sold to someone who'd harvest him. Come on, I'll be a good sell. I promise I do my best no matter what. I'll shine your shoes. I'll be your chair. I'll do anything. Please. Laughter suddenly boomed from some members of the crowd, even as the seller displayed a pleased grin. A jester as well? Do I hear 2 silvers? Conrad. You know, seeing all of that injustice earlier, it is nice seeing some of it finally be paid back. Lehman, it's the best. Angron, it was one of the many things she made better on that shithole of a planet. No one bothered as the seller looked around. Sold. 2. He looked out and found Bast, motioning for him to come forward to the platform, even as Guilliman was dragged away in chains, and Bast along with Falaire stepped forward. Oh, sold to a healer. Tough luck with that one. May not see him again. So look out for some deals on organ transplants in the near future, my friends. Listen for the squealing of a pig. Corvus. Normally I would feel guilty for laughing at such a crude joke, but this time, chuckles darkly. More chuckles were heard from the crowd, even as Killian was brought down the stage and his shackles were attached around a wooden pole as the seller's apprentices came around. "Your brand and designation for the slave, please, my lady," one of the apprentices politely asked, even as he slightly bowed his head and extended his arm. Bast moved forward and deposited said brand in his hand, even as Falair looked over to Killian. He was looking directly back at her, eye to eye, pleading with every fiber of his being, even as what was left of his clothes were stripped off of him by another assistant wielding a knife. "Cattle slave," she ground out, all of her hatred for him coming out as she took the brand and waited for it to heat, and with more malicious glee than she thought was possible for her. She ignored how the assistant wrote down her designation, admittedly having not fun, but she was enjoying herself branding this pig. God, she was just like any other Nasirian, wasn't she? Ongran, no, you weren't. But everyone thought this the norm, owning slaves and torturing them like this. To their eyes, after all, they weren't human anymore. The assistant rotated the brand around slowly in the furnace until he retrieved it a minute later, now glowing bright red from the heat. Well, they would have to deal with it later, she supposed. But at least for once, the person getting the brand would deserve it. And she didn't flinch when she branded him, didn't turn away when the stench of burning flesh hit her senses. She stayed strong. A terrible, angry wound of his designation directly on his flesh. Forever branded that he was cattle, that he was meant to serve in any way he could. And she would make sure he would. Throw her into a pit of sex-starved slaves? Gleefully torture Ongran? She will make him useful whether he liked it or not. Conrad, justice. Emperor, death to the Nusirians. Ongran, wait, you're baying for dash. Emperor, long dead reference, Sonny Howard. But yeah, I want to kill them. Leman, ah. Ongran, wait. You forbid dash. Emperor, the rules of imperial compliance forbid it. But there are exceptions. Ongran, oh really, like what? Emperor, like breaking multiple imperial edicts and killing an imperial of exceptional standing. Ongran, suddenly no longer caring about his father's change of mind as rage slowly seeps into his mind once more and he takes a very deep breath finally. Cracks knuckles. The pits. Keep up, cattle. Bast ordered for her. He kept their new slave on a leash as he carried their bags. Why his mistress wanted this fat sack of shit, he would never know. This left her to carry their permission slips, showing them to the guards and allowing them access into the pits yet again. She was glad that Bast did such a great job as a healer. He was the reason why they were called on by Lord Thalkear to care for his gladiators so much. She just helped. But then again, maybe it was their lower prices that attracted the young lord. They did a great job at a fraction of the price. Or maybe she was just bad at numbers and forget to add a zero here and there. Magnus, just like Ladash. Lehman, numbers hard. Magnus, wah what? Lehman, ah, knock you off course. Magnus, fuck it. Either way, she didn't care. She got to see Ongran. Going down into the pits and getting that same sense of rot and blood didn't matter to her. She gets to talk to him, to be near him. Oh, what if he kissed her hand again? He had done that almost every single time she saw him. Sanguinius. Every time. Such a Casanova. Ongran. Shut the fuck up, Burbrain. Fulgrim. Again. Such a gentleman. Lorder. It is sweet, though. She felt like a little girl again, getting excited about something so little like this. Well, the short time she actually experienced that allowed her to be excited about something. For the first time in her life, she was actually looking forward to the next time she is touched. She still jumped and skittered when Bast just touched her arm to get her attention, but with Ongran, it was so different. What would it be like if it was on her lips? Her face went red, and she had to swat those ideas away. She couldn't be thinking like that. She could barely be around other people, skittered with Bast, nearly breaking into tears being around Lord Thalkar. Why did she feel so comfortable with Ongran? Finally coming down to the bottom of the pits, she was greeted by the same guards that had always worked here. The ones who have shot Ongran and worked for Killian and thrown her into the pits. Always the same ones. What they have planned, it wouldn't do to have them here. Or at least to look the other way. We're here for healing. I'm sure you men are tired and ready for a break. She asked them, putting on a confident smile towards them. We're not going on break. They answered, but elbowed each other. We need food, drink, and something to help us along the way. A small bag of silver from her pockets to their hands. After unlocking the cages, the guards were gone. But not before they spoke to her quietly. We find any of them missing. No matter how much money you give us, the master will kill us. Got it. She promised no slave was going to be missing from their watch. Those few guards were to care for the entire floor, confident in knowing the gladiators were in cages and weren't able to get out. So, of course, minimal guards were needed for keeping sedated and emaciated slaves in their cages. At least they had silver to get drinks, food, and maybe even allow a few to roam the night streets. They made sure to lock the pits closed while they were gone, just in case. Mistress, Bast asked, not sure why she was bribing the guards and why she insisted they brought Guilliman with them to the pits. He had an idea, but wasn't sure if it was true or if she was crazy enough to possibly do it. "Trust me, Bast," she answered him, smiling at him comfortingly and quickly making her way to the cages and letting herself in. Not sure if Onran could see how excited she was. He could feel how excited she was to see him. It was radiating off of her so brightly he felt it reflect off of him as well. "Onran," she whispered even as she came close and hugged him. It had become a ritual that took weeks to build up the courage to even start. But it came naturally as she slowly opened up to him about her past and vice versa. He consoled her over killing the healer, and she fed him news of what the world outside of the arena was like. And then they had begun to plan. They would get out of here. All of them. They would topple the High Riders and free the slaves. Onran felt it as deeply and strongly within him. It was like his very blood was calling out to his destiny. "Falair," he whispered back in his gruff voice even as the two separated, but were still within arm's length of each other. Whispering was for the best. Just because the guards were bribed to go elsewhere or turn their heads didn't mean anyone else couldn't hear them. "I found a way to scout the pits and arena." She then whispered to him even as Angren's eyes went wide with surprise. "Horus. Oh, that's why she bought that useless pile of blubber." "Onran, how else did you think I escaped?" Needed to know the ins and outs. "How?" he asked. "You cannot bribe the guards. They aren't to be trusted. And they were too stupid," he thought bitterly. Being stopped by half-wit guards who held the power over you and kept freedom from you was beyond agonizing. "It's not the guards," she whispered before waving Bast over. Bast hesitated, everything falling into place as he realized what was going on. "Bast," she asked, worried about what was going through his mind. "Are you sure?" He asked her back, looking back at Guilliman, then back at her. A lot of questions in his eyes and in his stance, worrying her over the idea about Bast possibly wanting to possibly go against her and them. "Yes," she answered. "If you want no part in this, you can ignore it. I'll do everything I can to make sure you aren't implicated, Dash." "No, it's okay." He cut her off, sighing as he led Guilliman into the cage. His mistress was always weird, so of course, she would get it into her head that she was going to help a slave rebellion. And if he let her go off and do it by herself, she would get hurt. In the end, as her apprentice, it was his duty to make sure she didn't get herself killed. "Come, gato." Lion, approving nod. "I can appreciate that loyalty." Onran looks away. He was a good kid. Falair breathed a sigh of relief, then stiffened as she felt the anger, bemusement, and surprise that was coming off of Onran. The other gladiators began stirring, smelling the familiar stench and sneering at the sight of the fat man. If the air itself could carry pure hatred, right now, it would reek with it. "What is he doing here?" Onran asked with so much resentment that Falair felt a chill go down her spine. She took a deep breath, not sure how he would take her buying someone. "I bought him. He was for sale, and I thought he would help." She started to trail off. What if he was disgusted with her? What if he found out how much she enjoyed branding him? Oh God, she deserves to be thrown from the tallest point in the Thalkear estate. Suddenly, a chuckle interrupted them, coming from the old man that Falair had learned was Angren's adopted father, Enamouse. "The girl is quick on her wits," he praised. "You are indeed correct. He could be useful, but will he tell us what he knows willingly? I sure as fuck hope he doesn't." Another gladiator sneered from a different part of the cage. "Konrad, oh, I do too." Before she could stop herself, the words came tumbling out. "If he doesn't, then I'll harvest him, starting from non-essential organs all the way until I reach his heart." She quickly covered her mouth, not believing she could speak so hatefully and so horribly about someone. Monster, monster. She's such a monster. How could she think of doing something like that to a person? No, he hurt people. So it's not as bad, but it's a person. Guilliman began to babble behind her and plead even as Onran made eye contact with her. For a horrible split second, she expected him to judge her, but instead, he gave her a sadistic grin. "Will you go slowly? After everything he did, he doesn't deserve a quick harvest." "Please, my lady," Guilliman cried out behind her. I will speak. I will speak." She then turned to Guilliman, a sweet smile on her face that was anything but. "Then please, speak nicely to Onran here. If you promise to tell us everything, I'll make sure you won't be harvested." She paused, then added, "But if I believe you are holding anything back, that will be an organ I take from you." "All right." She had never seen a pig cry before. But oh, did the pig squeal. He squealed and guttered out as if he was being burned alive. He gave up every corridor, every entrance, every defensive measure, every single detail of the layout. Everything. Robot. Normally I would be against this cruelty. However, in this case, it took Guilliman nearly 30 minutes. But oh, he got out everything. Enough, even for the other gladiators inside of the cage, to begin and be hopeful that they might just make it out alive. That's all I know. I swear it. He sputtered as he fell to his feet, his rings of fat splaying around on the cold stone floor. I believe you. Falaire slowly spoke, trying to remember all of the information. There is so much to remember. She wondered if Enron would be able to remember it all. He was just a man, wasn't he? Mistress. Bast stepped forward and leaned into her ear. If you do go through with this, Killian is a leak. Conrad. The kid makes a fair point. Enron. Oh, he did. He made a very good point. Corvus. I like where this is going. She looked at him in shock. She honestly shouldn't be surprised, but, well, Bast was an Assyrian. What do you suggest? She asked him openly, only to see him wave his head over in the direction of the gate, even as he released the chain that held Killian. Yes, you're right. I did promise not to harvest him. She began, seeing Bast's point. But you said nothing about not leaving him here. Not our fault if there is an accident. Bast shrugged, Killian nearby, pleading for his life, frantically at this point, even as some of the gladiators began to stand, grunting with pleasure at the prospect of killing their former caretaker. All of them had a grudge over the fat man, and all of them were practically salivating at the idea of getting back at him. My lady, please. Killian pleaded for his life, even as Falaire looked down at the pig. Didn't she plead? She never wanted to be thrown to the wolves, you know? She grabbed Killian, a smile on her face as always. This made Killian relax just slightly at her, hoping she wouldn't. You know, this reminds me of something that made all of this possible. The gladiators that aren't fully sedated yet can have fun too. After all, echoing these words made Killian go quiet as he truly looked at her now. The same pleasure slave he threw into the pits. He knew then what was coming, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. They deserve a gift too. They are the ones who please the Lord Thalkar with their performances. But unlike him, I'm fine with them having too much fun. It was then that she threw him off of her, leaving him on the ground as gladiators came closer and began to surround him. Horus, oh delicious irony. Enron, she was so beautiful in this moment. I have never been that attracted to anything in my life at that point. Emperor, that is both extremely disconcerting and lovely at the same time. It was here that she quickly walked out with Bast, waving over at Enron, who smiled pleasantly at her before beginning to stand himself. They had just gotten around the corner when they heard the screams and the guards rushed to her. What's going on? They demanded, hoping they wouldn't have to do work. Oh, nothing really. Just left my cattle in there. She shrugged her shoulders. They needed to unwind. Not good for the state of their mental health. She saw the guards relax, slightly, even as the screams reached their zenith, going quiet seconds later with an unhealthy-sounding gurgle. Oh, fine. Thought we had to work for a second. Robot, grumbling lazy damned guards. I'm glad I was able to help you, she admitted to him, able to sit in a slightly more private alcove, where they all could sit together and not have to deal with having to look at Killian's dead body. Her, Bast, Enron, and Enamaus. I am thankful you were able to get this for me. I don't know how to repay you for it. Enron responded, both of them sitting closer together than usual. Nearby, both Bast and Enamaus watched their interaction, the elder rubbing at his temple as he watched his adopted son flounder about with his own attraction. He leaned closer to Bast. Do you think they see the sparks flying, or? Bast was quiet, not looking at the two. He didn't really know why she was so attached to the giant. I don't know. I'm only here to make sure she doesn't die. The elder fully looked to Bast, then back at the two lovebirds. This is our only chance at freedom. Don't mess it up. For any reason. Bast nodded, knowing that he was going to have to be silent about it, no matter what he felt or did. He was in it now, whether he liked it or not. Falaire, meanwhile, was flustered. She was sitting so close to him, and he was thanking her, and she didn't know what she wanted from him. She really didn't want anything from him. Just knowing she was helping him was good enough for her. Even if she wanted him to keep kissing her hands, or maybe even her lips. No, don't say that. That would be so awkward and horrible and embarrassing. You could kiss me for it. Emperor Mugos. Does the skip function work? Lim. Cliques runen o misia. En Paul. Ash. Figures. Enron. I don't want to see this either. It's beyond painful to watch this. Even remember. No, what did she just do? Oh, no, she just said that out loud. What is wrong with her? She freaked out internally, not really paying attention to Bast choking on his own breath and sputtering nearby, or Enamaus burying his face in his hands and holding back laughter at the absurdity of the situation. She couldn't even tell what Enron was thinking. She was freaking out on what she just said out loud. Sure. Jagatai. Slick as a running river brother. Enron shut up. Wait, what? It's a simple request. Not too difficult. He shrugged, keeping a cool look on him. But on the inside, he was wondering what the fuck was he doing. Sure, he kissed her hands and held her a lot. But what the fuck was this about? He liked her a lot actually, but he had no experience in this. This was new territory for him. Wasn't she a pleasure slave? What if he did it wrong and made her freak out? Shit. He was practically lost for words at the moment. So, how do we? He motioned with his hands as if she wasn't sitting on his lap already. Well, no, she was next to him, but she could easily, Fulgrim. Simple request? I never took for a flirt, brother. Magnus, it's quite comical to see you internally freaking out over it as well. Dade izai. Gu. Angron, don't you dare. Well, I never kissed before. Well, I kissed. Just not someone on the lips and dash, she babbled and tried to figure this out too. She really didn't want to look back on her past, but well, maybe something could help? No, most of that was sex or foreplay. She didn't think she could ever handle that. Wasn't it just lips on lips? And this was so difficult. Nearby, she could hear his adoptive father groaning into his hands, wanting to help and give direction, but knowing that this was too awkward to help out in. There were just some things that some people needed to learn for themselves. It didn't mean he couldn't be severely awkward and pained just listening to this. You're the one who asked in the first place. Angron shot back. The situation too awkward for him. But he kind of really wanted to. Well, it just came out, and maybe we just pressed them together and tried out dash. Horus, damn. Even my first wasn't this awkward. Emperor, I'm sorry, but what dash? Horus, nothing. Just a servant girl. Emperor, I doubt it, but okay. I am willing to do that if you will stop making this awkward. I'm not making this awkward, you just keep talking dash. You're the one starting it. Well, fine. She grabbed both of his cheeks. They felt so rough in her hands, dark stubble rubbing against her palms. How long was his hair brown? He was always shaven, so she never really paid attention. It felt incredibly weird since she never actually got to be so close to someone like this before. And before she could change her mind, dived in. All the arguing and the awkwardness were worth it. This was the best feeling she ever felt in her life. It felt soft and warm and gentle and right. She loved it and didn't want it to end. Angron thought that kissing was the best fucking thing in the world. They both loved it, clearly, not thinking the least bit about how horrible and awkward it looked to Inamaus and Bast, who were looking away from the two. Inamaus because he couldn't handle watching his boy kissing and hoped it would end soon. And Bast, who felt as if he was dying on the inside. Emperor, UHHHH, I have seen some sloppy kisses in my time, but Angron don't. Fulgrim, it looks like two canids going at one another. Horus, you two definitely look like this is your first ever kiss. Robot, this is pretty bad. When they finally pulled away, they both had to stop themselves from bursting into laughter at how absurd the entire situation was. Bast was just thankful they stopped, until they kissed again. At that point, Bast got up and left the alcove, proclaiming that looking at a dead body was a much more viable use of his time. Inamaus quickly followed, not wanting to watch these two literally suck face. It wasn't as if the two could even see or hear anything going on around them in the first place. Horus, it had good intent at least. Angron, burying face in hands while the nails aren't biting for once. Noa sutechinkingnevich nutria dishet. How does that feel? She asked the child who was on her examination table. From the clothes she wore, she was a common citizen, the same as her mother nearby. The child flexed her fingers, looking down at the splint on her arm that kept it immobile. She looked it up Falair, not moving. Falair nodded, pointing out how the splint worked. Correct. Your arm can't move since you broke it. You need to keep that on a bit longer before you start feeling better. We would put a cast on, but we just don't have the supplies for it. So this is the next best thing. She smiled softly at the child, who looked back down at her splint. Thank you so much. The other apothecariums didn't want our money. The mother trailed off, bowing towards Falair. Thank you for your generosity. Waving her hands, an embarrassed blush on her face. Please. It's fine. Money is money. And to make up for the lack of cast, it was free of charge for me to reapply the splints. What's most important is your health, after all. Falair waved it off. It was just common courtesy. The mother, however, didn't take it as common courtesy. I am forever in your debt. The underlying additional hung in the air, which Falair was quick to cut off. No, it is to help. I'm not going to take advantage of anyone. Soon enough, she was able to send them off, waving them off and telling them to come again. But she paused and watched as the mother and daughter walked off hand in hand, watching how the mother was so gentle with her child, how the child looked at her mother. How would she look with her own child? She had been feeling quite sick for a while now, dreaming of a sweet little boy with golden eyes. She just had a feeling that she was carrying. She had been able to hold hands and even kiss Angron and go further, but she didn't know if she would be ready to take that leap with him. After all her life, just thinking about it was difficult. Sure, it was different to experience passion, and their kisses having edged closer to something deeper, even going, well, all the way once before. It had taken a very long time to get to that point, however, even to the point where they had talked about kid. Just being by Angron's side, it would be enough to keep her happy. She loved him, and having a baby with him was Oh, but thinking it and telling him were two very different things. She hadn't told him and didn't know how to tell him, or even if she should tell him. On Assyria, life was painful and unstable. No environment any sane mother would want to bring a child into. She even doubted she would be a good mother since she never had one. But it was okay, because now, instead of just drifting on in life, she had a job, freedom, and most importantly, she had someone she cared about. She wouldn't dare ask for anything more. As she was cleaning up and straightening out the shelves, Bast returned from the markets. She turned to greet him, but stopped when she saw the look on his face. He looked as if the worst happened and had to break the news to her. Mistress. He stopped and swallowed, not sure how to tell her what happened. Angrin, what happened to him? She demanded, fully turned to Bast now. Tell me, what happened? Angron is going to be nailed. Lorder, wait. Then that one time turned out to be Angron. Yeah. It felt as if everything was falling apart. Her breath stopped, eyes wide, hands loose and empty. She kept thinking that Bast was wrong, that Angron was fine, nothing was wrong, they were still planning, and she started to move, going for the door, first instinct to run to the pits and demand them to stop, to spare him. But she was barely able to make it across the room, Bast wrapping his arms around her torso and keeping her in the apothecarium. She started to scream at him, hands pounding on him, let me go. Mistress, no. He tightened his grip on her. Keeping her in the apothecarium was his #1 priority. If he let her run out to Angron now, then anything could happen. She didn't have the power to stop it. Not an order from the lords. She would get herself killed telling them to stop. Mistress, please. You need to stay. You'll get yourself killed. I don't care, she demanded, tears falling from her eyes as she struggled to get out of Bast's arms. Damn it. Why did Bast have to be so much stronger than her, despite being shorter than her? Bast, they're going to nail him. I have to do something. I have to do something. There is nothing you can do, mistress. Bast countered, pulling her to the back of the apothecarium, which made her thrash in his arms even more. Please, if you go there, what are you going to do? You don't have the money to stand up to Lord Thalkaar's order. You don't have anything to offer him, Dash. Yes, I do. What? Bast was bewildered. What did she mean? If it will save Angron, I don't mind being a pleasure slave again. If I tell Lord Thalkaar who I am, I can save Angron. I just need to tell him. I just need to tell him. She babbled out, desperate to get out and run to Lord Thalkaar. If she offered herself, if she took the abuse, if she just went back, she could help Angron. Angron, no. How could you think about doing that? Don't do this to yourself, please. Again. Bast had no idea what she was saying, why she would, and what the hell she was even doing anymore. What do you mean, Dash? She stopped, the adrenaline in her body cooling and making her sluggish as she accepted that it was out now. It was out, and she had to be honest. My name isn't Falair, Bast. I'm not Falair. Falair is dead. She shook as the life she built over the year came crashing down. All of her fears, her lies were being exposed. I was one of Lord Thalkaar's pleasure slaves, Sleeve. I am Sleeve. I killed the healer who was helping me because she looked like me. I killed her because I wanted to be free. She hiccuped, not feeling the ability to fight back anymore, her past life like a leech that was sucking up all of the healthy blood she made over the year. I killed her, took her place, stole my freedom. I never went to the guilds, I never went to school. I don't actually own this apothecarium. I am an escaped slave who did horrible things to be free. I lied to everyone, to you, to Lord Thalkaar. I lied and killed and cheated. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Everything she was claiming couldn't be true. But with unconfidence she was, how much she stayed up to study, how much she praised his work, how much she insisted he was the one who deserved the praise, how much she paid him, how much she felt as if she was never good enough, how much she covered her body at all times, how uncomfortable she was around him, around Lord Thalkaar. Oh God, she was telling the truth. You were a pleasure slave. You killed my mistress, Dash. I am sorry bust. I just couldn't handle another day. I couldn't handle another day of the beatings, the burning, the stabbing, the raping, the humiliation. I couldn't handle it. But now if I have the choice to choose between saving Angron and being free, I'd rather he be saved. She sobbed, collapsing to the ground as Bast held her there, keeping her from running off to hell. Please, Bast, I need to go. I need to save him. I can't sit here and do nothing. Please. What? Bast, unbelieving that she would do this. No, wait, she would. She would jump straight into the bowels of hell for someone else. Of course she would. No, I won't allow it. What do you think is going to happen? If I offer myself to Lord Thalkaar, he would stop at Dash. No, he won't. Angron personally insulted him. He refused to fight. If you offer yourself to him in exchange for Angron to be nail-free, do you honestly think he'll keep his side of the bargain? Mordorion, the boy is correct. Once that filth knows your weakness, he will exploit it mercilessly until your dying day. Never tell your enemy your weakness. He won't. As soon as he knows that you are desperate for Ongron to be nail-free, he'll have more incentive to do it. As soon as he knows who you are, he will stop at nothing to have you back. If he finds out you care for Ongron, you will seal it done and still give up your freedom. No matter what you do, you can't win. Bast practically yelled at her, holding her close and burying his face in her back. He hated the idea that she used to be a slave to Lord Falcaar. He hated that he didn't see the possibility of her being an escaped slave. He hated that he was fine with her killing his mistress. He hated that he was holding her for the first time, and it was to stop her from sacrificing her freedom to save a man she loved. If only she hadn't have met Ongron. Conrad. Ironic, because if she didn't, he wouldn't have known her. Hours later. It took Bast hours to calm her down enough to convince her that she couldn't do anything, all the while struggling with his conscience. And well, even though he had met his mistress a mere month before she was replaced, he had mixed feelings. His new mistress, she had challenged every single part of his mind that those slavery and indentured servitude were normal. She had even given him the freedom of choice to part from her. Thus, he had to respect her. He knew what they did to the pleasure and punishment slaves, especially the cruel Falcaar family. Those people, even him, a true-born Assyrian, bred and raised on the norms of slavery, found that type of servitude appalling. And that was why he went along with it as they prepared for the slave rebellion. For almost a year now, they had been setting up networks of underground operation to free more and more slaves and get them out in order to prepare for the rebellion. They had even gotten some gladiators to convincingly have their deaths faked in the arena and manage to drag them off, though those were few and far between and cost an absolute fortune each. Robot, that is some organization. Why didn't it work? Ongron, there were too many of them. Too much tech on their side as well. They gunned us down. Grins, but it wasn't a bad death. We took a lot of them with us. Suddenly goes somber. Then I lost my will to live. The network had expanded at this point beyond their wildest proportions. His mistress quickly finding out that she wasn't the only one trying to free the slaves and thought the society unethical, to say the least. And well, Bast couldn't blame her, even less so now that he knew her history. But Ongron was unsavable. And quite quickly, that measure of fear, shame, and worry in his mistress turned into pure, unadulterated fury. She didn't like it, but she had a cruel side when she needed or wanted to have one. Guilliman being the best example. And that is how they found themselves going to the arena yet again in the middle of the night, citing to the guards that they had come for a medical emergency. They were let in practically immediately with almost no questions asked. When they reached the bottom, they understood why. Ongron had been split away from all the other gladiators upon the threat of almost killing them. He had slaughtered all of the chirurgeons who had operated on him, all 50, the entire stock that the arena had held. To say that Bast was apprehensive about letting his mistress enter Angron's personal cage was an understatement. He wanted to beg her to stay back, that once a gladiator had the nails, then there was no hope for them. Everyone knew that when the nails were in, you barely have a year or two left before. He knew that he would be little more than a wild animal. He would tear her apart, he'd kill her, and, Ongron, she whispered, practically terrified of possibly speaking too loudly and making him angry. She hadn't been this scared of him before, even when she was thrown into the pits and thought he would take advantage of her. No, she was more terrified of him now than she ever would have been. Ongron, a loud groan was the only answer, even as she fumbled with the keys and let herself in, overriding the part of her mind warning her about the danger. Lorder, brother. Ongron, I wouldn't hurt her even then. That was the first time I couldn't feel the emotions of everyone. It was isolating. Conrad, only going to get worse. Ongron, I know, you don't have to bring it up, asshole. Magnus, would you ever want that back? Ongron, doesn't matter. The nails aren't going anywhere. Not until I die. Nothing matters. Mistress, no. Bast attempted to reach for her, but his hand was unable to pull her back as she slid into the cage. She took a deep breath and forced herself to walk into the cage, focusing on him and not on the body parts that were still littered in his cage. Almost like she was approaching a wild animal that would tear her apart and gleefully drink her blood. Ongron, she whispered again, afraid to possibly reach out to him. Would he hurt her? Would he kill her? Ongron, I'm here. A loud roar startled her, making her skin shiver as he leapt up and grabbed her. She closed her eyes, prepared for death. If this is how it would go, so be it, instead of tearing her apart. However, she felt as he slowed. Falaire, he ground out, the noise toothy and filled with rage, almost as if he was reigning in something strong and nearly uncontrollable, like a constant war inside of himself. She reached up and cupped his cheeks, nodding. I'm here, Ongron. You wouldn't hurt her, would he? Lorder, she didn't fear you? Even then, Sanguinius, no, she did. But I believe she was so worried over Ongron. She pushed aside her fear for him. Ongron, The only good part about these fucking things is them blocking this crap out. I didn't want to feel her fearing me. He pushed her away. Get out. He groaned. Get out. Angron, she asked, carefully stepping back towards him. Get out. He yelled. Before I kill you. I can't control myself. Get out. The order he gave her was like a physical weight, manifesting itself and pushing her back like his words had a power that could control others. But she shook it off, taking another step towards him. No, I won't leave you alone. I won't sit back and let you suffer alone. He grabbed her again in his massive hands. She felt as they shook as if they had tremors. She tried to look up at him, at his glowing, golden irises. You won't, she whispered, even as she reached up and cupped his cheek. But if you do, she stood on her toes, reaching up and giving him a kiss which he didn't reciprocate. It's okay. Knowing you has been the best thing that had happened in my life. If I die, I'll die knowing I spent it with you. I love you too much to leave you behind. He groaned again, feeling the pain. Not physical, but psychological. I killed him. He ground out. They made me kill Enamaus, he confessed, thumping down onto the ground as he released her. I killed him. He ground out again, feeling tears come to his eyes. He was my father, and I slaughtered him. Lorgar, what? Angron, they made me. I couldn't control myself. I got those fucking nails because I wouldn't kill him. They nailed me. They made my first kill him. They made me do it. Those bastards made me do it. Emperor, slowly beginning to actually get furious. Robot, there are no words. Her heart broke for him, knowing those things made him do it. Knowing that the Lord's dash. No, the High Riders did this to him. They did this, and now Angron was. She hugged him, holding him as tightly as she could. The pain he felt was palpable in the air. It was strongest where she stood, as if he was projecting his pain for all to feel. And now, oh God, Angron was going to die. He would only have a year, 2, 3 at most. Everything they had been planning, everything they hoped for, everything they wanted to reach for, all of it was going to be lost. I'm here. I'm here for you. I'm right here. They only had so much time left. They only had so much time before everyone would be for nothing. She wouldn't stand for Angron to rot here in the pits after being forced to kill Enamaus. He needed his freedom now before it was too late. I'm here, and I won't go anywhere. I promise you. I might kill you, he warned, slowly hugging her back even as the nails bit harder, demanding more blood and skulls. Well, don't kill your son. Lorgar, I was right. Angron, you were... What? He asked, half thinking that he had misheard her even as she took one of his massive hands and slowly reached down with it until it was on her stomach. He's growing really quickly, she muttered slowly, even as she looked him back into his eyes. I found out this morning. You're going to be a father, Angron. She reached up and cupped his cheeks, even as tears fell from her eyes in both happiness and fear. Would he even be able to hold him? To meet him? I'm having your baby. Damn them. Damn them all. Damn all of them. He refused to fight. He refused to kill just once. And then they just shoved these nails into his mind. They mutilated him, made him kill Enamaus, and now he was still stuck in the pits, about to be a father, and he's still just a slave. A slave with nails and a timer. What would happen if their son was just like him? What if they took him? He held her protectively, a deep, dark growl coming from him as the nails bit harder. No, they wouldn't. He won't let them. They wouldn't get their damned, dirty fucking claws on him. He will make sure of it. He will have his freedom now. Falaire, he ground out. Give the signal. We need to get out now. She nodded. Tonight was the night, huh? She was terrified. She had never been a part of a rebellion before. She didn't know what she was going to do, how she was going to help in the coming times. But as long as she kept doing her best and was by his side, then she would be able to do anything. Absolutely anything. I'll be here. To the end. He grabbed her hand, as gently as he possibly could, even as they held each other for a few minutes before she slipped out. They had work to do. Corvus, finally. Angron, it ends badly. Lehman, it ends with a fight. A damn good one, too. Lion, with conviction in your heart and a fight for a good cause. Robot, giving your life in a just war is nothing to be ashamed of. Angron, stop it. All of you. Fast. Pack as much of our supplies as we can carry. It happens tonight. She ordered him, looking stoic, controlled, and not like the nervous mess she currently was. He silently watched her as she left the cage, not a scratch on her. This was it. The point of no return. If he followed her here, if he went along with her, and into this, there would be no turning back. Leave behind the constant and stable life they lived, but forever watch as society kept debasing themselves with slavery, or take a chance and rebel for the chance to lead a better life. But also a chance at losing it all, a gamble that could reach for heaven or hell. He knew what his answer was, even before thinking about it. Wherever she goes, he goes. Right away, mistress. Move it, slave. The guard commanded, even as he whipped one that was busy mining precious or in the depths of the coal mines. Corvus, wait! I recognized that sound. The cries of pain and reverberating noises of clinking pickaxes were heard all over. Corvus, I'm not limited to only the surface. And like the bearer of the word of God itself, a miner from a different section descended and whispered into one's ear. The second miner nodded before whispering it onward, and like a chain, it traveled until everyone heard. Get a move on, maggots! The guard shouted even as he raised his whip, only for it to be stopped by a hand. What? Who dare dash? He whirled around to punch the slave who would dare to stop his hand, only to find a pickaxe suddenly embedded into his head. Today, the miner began to proclaim, even as all around the mine many of the guards began to be killed in similar gruesome methods. We are free, and a roar was heard all across the mines. A roar of pure and utter loathing, even as all across Nuceria, a revolution began to happen. Corvus, finally. Pleasure slaves cut the throats of their sleeping masters. Fulgrim, good. Cattle freed itself and burned down the homes of their owners. Leman, revenge. In one measly hour, the entirety of Nuceria was burning. What's happening? A guard demanded even as they descended into the pits of the arena, rushing to secure the gladiators. Slave revolt. The head guard responded even as he fiddled with the keys and opened the gate leading deeper into the pits. What? How is that even possible? An appalled, younger guard asked in shock. It's happened before, the older one explained, but I don't think it was ever this bad or organized. We gotta lock them up in chains and make sure they are tranquilized. His own scream cut him off as a shiv was plunged into his back, and the group of guards turned to see a few gladiators standing there. No weapons other than a few shivs and their bare hands. Stand back, a guard warned, even as a sadistic grin graced all of the gladiators' faces. Fine. They spat and made way even as a pair of golden glowing irises emerged from the darkness, revealing Angron, bloody and with a permanent monstrous face. The guards didn't even have time to scream. Vulcan, good. Bast, how much of the ointment did you pack? All of the red tags and green tags. I also made room for as many bandages as possible, but we may have to wear some under our clothes to fit in more medicine. Good. I'm bringing as much of the antibiotics as we can carry. Antivirals as well, just in case. I'm trying to fit in the herbs, but I'm running out of room. Give them to me. I can swap out the extra food supplies for them. They both paused as they heard an explosion deep into the city, the apothecarium practically shaking from it. They looked at each other before they came to the same conclusion. Time was up. We need to go. Bast broke the silence. She agreed, the two of them working hard to force their apothecary bags to close. If the violence was this close to the inner city, then their window to escape was rapidly closing. The mountain path should still be clear. They will be waiting for us there. Bast reaffirmed as they shouldered their bags and practically sprinted out of the back door, weaving through the city and desperately avoiding the guards that were running. But there was one issue. All the guards were running in the same direction. What could require that many? Falere pushed it out of her mind as they ran as fast as they could. But only more and more guards were running in that direction. Wait, that was the direction of the arena. Angron. Bast. It has to be Angron, she said, voicing her thoughts aloud even as he groaned, but turned and they ran practically with the guards. They scurried through some alleyways before coming to the massive, open market. It was the main slave market of Deshier, and in the middle of it, standing atop a pile of corpses, was Angron. He was waving around two massive axes, slaughtering anyone and anything that attempted to get near. Anyone that shot something at him found it either ineffective or simply missing entirely. All around him fought his friends, all with sadistic grins on their faces, displayed proudly as they slaughtered the guards as easily as if they were completely unarmed. Oh, they had been waiting for this. But well, in the light of the burning city behind him, the piles of corpses and being painted red by all of the blood of his slaughtered enemies, the shadow that fell behind him looked almost as if he had wings. Wings like an angel. A red angel. Angron, I fucking hate that moniker. Sanguinius, why? It is fitting, especially after seeing this scene. Angron, because I'm my own fucking man is why. Sanguinius, points at screen. Indeed you are. Red angel. Angron, grumbles seeing his point. Maybe someone had heard her prayers after all. Soon, the guard stopped coming, and she and Bast took this chance to get closer to Angron. Falere having to stop herself from shivering in fear from seeing how monstrous he now looked. But when he saw her, when he looked into her eyes, despite being drenched in blood, despite killing all of those people, despite having the nails hammered into his head, she knew. Falere knew, from merely how he was looking at her, he wouldn't hurt a single hair on her head. Then his head turned around to look at all of the gathered slaves. Gladiator, pleasure, cattle, everyone had come. He grinned even as he raised one of his axes into the air. Freedom, he bellowed even as his cry was echoed by all of the present slaves. Freedom, they cried alongside him, their voices becoming one as they howled their allegiance to the Red Angel. Freedom, freedom, a cacophony of voices, all screaming to the heavens, primal sounds coming from deep in their souls, the need for freedom. All looking to Ongron, who relished their camaraderie. Then slowly, Ongron pointed an axe for the rich district and let out an earth-shattering rumble of a shout. Death! Conrad, oh, they shall. Emperor, soon. You filthy dogs! A metallic, buzzing sound came out as tiny machines came out, swarming near the rebels but just out of reach. The maggot's eyes. You think you have one? Each of the countless little eyes, the same ones that were used to watch the people, the arena from a safe distance away. Everyone had seen these damn machines before. Each of them were screeching death to the rebels, all of them belonging to some lord or some other high rider. All of them were taunting the rebels with the loudest voice at the front. What do you hope to accomplish? A quicker death? Do you really believe that you will last against us? Against our armies? Against our might? The robotic voice of Lord Thalkar, recognizable in the swarm as they looked down at the collected rebels. You will never win against us. You're just expediting the process. Death, death, death. The slaves below were more than happy to show off how much they hated the High Riders, glad to have an audience to show off their hatred towards. Lord Thalkar was already low on patience. Where did these maggots get the idea of freedom from? He made sure that Ongron wouldn't be able to think. He had the nails, damn it. How'd he get out? My lord. A guard came running before, quickly kneeling. The mines. All the miners have revolted. The miners? What about the damn miner? Oh no. Oh no. My lord, my lord. Another guard ran in, this one injured and completely breathless. The arena burns. It's completely destroyed. The gladiators dashed, the guard gasped for breath. They all got out. Shit. Shit. The arena. No, no, no. With all of the gladiators out, then the situation was far worse than he would have thought. He couldn't do this alone. Perturabo. That's what happens when you design your entire city around an arena and base your fucking culture on slavery. Lorgar. And strip them of any and all things to lose. Mordorian. Then push them to the brink of breaking. Corvus. And it only took a spark. Thinking quickly, the young lord walked over to his father's chambers. His father would not be happy about being awakened, especially because of a rebellion. Father. He began as he opened the door. Sorry to disturb Dash. He opened the door to see his father strung up like an effigy on his own bed. His guts on the floor, and a pained look on his face even as the window behind the bed was smashed and in massive blood writing on the wall was written, "If we die free." Horus. Oh, so that's what you meant, good. He was silent as he read the wall, then a nearly uncontrollable fury burned deep inside of him. Fine. If they wanted to die, they were going to die. He was going to make all of them rue the day they even thought of an uprising against him, against Nassyria. As the new Lord Thalkar, as the highest lord amongst his peers, he would lead them all. He would lead them all to slaughter the errant pigs who dared think of themselves as people. I will give them death. Emperor, and I too you. Ongron, not if I get him first. Emperor, I'll race you. Ongron, Sagrin, we'll talk later, old man. Goes completely morose. That's it. That's the end. We escape. We rebel for a while, but then she dies. Lorgar, how did she die? Ongron, sickness. I wasn't there. She passed while I was gone. She couldn't move, was too pale, too heavy. It killed her, sucked away all of her life, and she had no time to rest. Mordorion, that isn't how. I doubt the pregnancy itself would do it. The birth might have. Ongron, all I know is that I left to fend off some of those bastards. Then the next thing I know, she's gone. I didn't want to look at her body, so I gathered up all of our forces and went on one final charge. I lost the only reason I had for living, and we had no more chances. We would go out in glory. Emperor, well, if you want to finish the job, might as well go now. Looks like the vid is over anyway, Dash. Lem, no, I'll miss ya. There's more. Ongron, no, there shouldn't. She is dead. Lem, technology does not lie. There's more. Ongron, the only thing I can think of that it could show is her dead body. Fucking no, I do not want to see that. Months later. Where is he? Falair cried out in their little hideout, even as the battle raged outside. She looked close to death, from how pale she was, to the gauntness of her face, and to how strange she looked in a cold sweat. Lying on her back, looking absolutely massive from her pregnancy, as if her body had gained a large tumor the size of a young child that was keeping her pinned to the ground. From the angle, it must have been some recording device on the ground, hidden from sight. Ongron, Falair, Mordorion. Yeah, okay, now I can see why you would think she died of sickness. She looks like the pregnancy is sucking away her very life. Angron, shut up. Gone, mistress. Bast confessed, even as he took a wet rag and patted Falira's forehead with it. The baby had grown incredibly quickly over the course of the rebellion, and she had lost her water hours ago. And that was when Angron disappeared. Not died, not murdered or fallen or back or anything. Disappeared. A gladiator ran in, heavily bloodied and carrying the remnants of battle before looking her over. He looked both relieved and slightly horrified as he put everything together. And what happened? Oh, thank the fucking stars you're alive. She looked up at him along with Bast in shock. What? No, I'm not dead, she demanded, even as another contraction took her by storm, racking through her entire body, and felt as if someone was stabbing her and twisting the knife throughout her entire body. But what was the worst was how she could feel the mass of her baby squirming inside of her. Every movement, as if he was fighting against the friction of a dry bag against wet skin, pulling on the organ and sending sharp pains. We thought you dead. Angron got so angry, he simply charged with what was left of us. Angron, what? She was alive when I charged. Lorder, Lehman shite. Angron, no. No, she was. Her and the baby. I breathing quickens. Falere felt her eyes widen. No. Why would he charge like that? They had a plan. They just needed to get to the mountains, get somewhere safe, somewhere defensible, and just... What was he thinking? What happened to him? Bast demanded beside her, quickly covering Falere when a nearby wall was shot through and sent dust over them. She was already in a terribly delicate situation. No need to suffocate her too. We don't know. He disappeared in a flash of literal light. Gone in the blink of an eye. Falere's breathing increased. This was not happening. Where did Angron go? He promised her. He promised they were going to be free, that they were going to get away from everyone. He promised her. Did he leave? Or was he taken? Please, no, please. She can't run or escape. She can't go on without him. She doesn't know how to care for their child by herself. He promised her. What's left of the High Rider's army is coming. The gladiator warned. We have to go. We can hide in a mountain village. They will never find us. With Angron gone, not only do we not stand a chance, but they will also stop. Angron, no. I ran off on false information. I abandoned her. Fuck. Lorder. Angron, calm down, Dash. I can't. Falere cried out in desperation. Maybe if they just wait, maybe he will come back. We are so close, Dash. We have no more men. The gladiator reaffirmed harshly, shirking back when she winced at his tone, before he rubs at his face, not trying to distress her even further. They are all gone. It's just us. Our troops are nearly depleted. It all went silent for a moment as Falere said a silent prayer for the fallen. Oh God, was this all for nothing? Did they die well? The gladiator reluctantly nodded. They will remember us for this. But we need to go. Falere attempted to stand, only for another contraction to hit her. Never in her life had she experienced such pain as this, and she was a punishment slave. Not to mention the severe weight of it all was keeping her on the ground. She could feel the weight of her son crushing her bones, making them creak in a threat of breaking. The baby wasn't coming out, and she didn't know what to do. She couldn't get up. She couldn't move. She wouldn't even be able to run. If the enemy was as close as they said, then, oh God, she had to make a choice. If Angron is gone, she doesn't have a reason to live except for their son. But if she can't move and they capture them, her baby, her friends, she just knew what had to be done, accepting her fate if it meant her baby and her friends could go and be free. Fast, she yelled up at her friend, hand in hand, and squeezing his own with as much strength as she could to convey the severity of her request. You have to promise me. What, mistress? Bast asked her confused, before his mind was connecting what she was going to ask of him. No. Bast, I can't move. I can't move, and he's not coming out. Promise me. Promise me you'll take care of him. Angron, no. What? What are you on about, Mistress Dash? He didn't want to hear her ask him the impossible. Maybe he was wrong. Before he could beg further, a scream cut him off. The enemy was already close enough for melee range. If it was just the first wave and not the whole army, then maybe... Bast, I can't move. He's too large. My body can't handle it. He'll be there inside of me too long, and he'll... Raggio, Angron's son, my son, he will die. She held Bast's hand, looking up at her friend, hoping he wouldn't fight her on this. Her life was worth nothing, but her son deserved a chance. You're not proposing, Dash. Cut him out. You'll die. Angron, no. You died before I left. The child died. It's not true, shakes his head and denies the vision, hoping this was a joke, a horrible, fucking joke that was only trying to fuck him up further. We both will. Cut him out and save him. She breathed as she grabbed onto his shirt. Take him to the village. Raise him, don't let him be a slave. Please, Bast. Outside, Bast could hear the raging battle outside, the sounds of an approaching army. Even if he took his time to make sure she survived, they would be found and killed, or taken as slaves. Then everything would have been for nothing. But if he did it quickly and only saved the baby, oh God, he didn't want to do this. But when she looked at him like that, when she asked him to do the impossible, to knowingly kill her, to save him, God, I promise. Bast nodded, already planning out how to get this done as fast as possible. He looked to the gladiator beside him. Give me updates, I need time. Gotcha. The gladiator peeked out to ascertain the battle and watch for the approaching army. We got minutes, so do it. Bast pulled out his sharpest knife, glancing at Falaire one more time as she nodded, giving him a smile. It's okay, Bast. Please, I want my son to grow up free. Angron stands and lunges for the hollow projector and oh, Lorgar, brother, no, barely grabs onto him along with Lehman and Horace. Lehman, calm down you mad fucking lad. Horace, brother please. I know this is beyond distressing, but please calm down dash. Angron, it's not true, it's not true, it's not true, it's not true. Then he made the first cut, having to listen to the woman he loved cry out, hold back screams as he cut into her flesh. No time to dull the pain, no time to care about her safety, just cut, dig. Keep going, cut through the layers, cut open the uterus, don't harm a baby. She made him promise to take and raise her son. Save the kid, kill the woman he loved. God, it was like looking into a nightmare. The boy was huge. He could see the outline of him inside of her, squirming as if trying to find a way out of her. No wonder she had been in so much pain all this time. How massive was he? If he wasn't so big, then maybe she would have had a normal pregnancy and then she could have run. But no, he had to be born like his fucking father in a blaze of damned glory. He had to be little more than a parasite sucking away the life of a woman who deserved to live in peace, live free, but was dying on the floor of a battlefield. No, it wasn't the kid's fault. It's not his fault. God, he's blaming a child for something it didn't have a choice in. None of this was fucking right. Angron wasn't supposed to disappear. Falaire wasn't supposed to die. He wasn't supposed to be killing her. Just cut it open, pull him out. Cut her open and pull Raggio out. The final cuts, and he was ripping her open, hearing the squalling of the baby, taking its first breaths while covered in gore. Just like his father. The sound of Falaire's pain had become white noise, joining what was left of the noise of battle as he focused on pulling the boy out, cutting the cord and wiping away the fluids so he could breathe better. He was massive, practically the size of a toddler of 2, maybe 3 years old, just as if not a bit heavier than a normal child. Of fucking course, he was just like his fucking father. Let me. Falaire gestured with weak arms as Bast reluctantly handed her Raggio, quickly covering her up. She wouldn't live long. Losing fart, too much blood, she was shaking from it, and the last pangs of pain as he was watching her life slipping away from her. My son, she muttered before pressing her lips to the babe's forehead. Raggio did not cry now, instead looking back at his mother with apparent awe, as if he knew who she was. She loved how much he looked like his father, with the same golden eyes, brown hair. She was happy to see he had her freckles, though. She lamented the fact that this was going to be the only time she was going to hold and see her boy. She wanted to live, to see him grow up, to tell him of his father, to wait for him to come back, to teach him everything she knew, to watch him grow up into a strong, kind, charismatic, and free man. Raggio, she whispered, your father would be so proud. Angron. No. An explosion was heard nearby. We need to go, the gladiator demanded. Falaire immediately held out Raggio, who Bast took as gently as he could, more determined than ever to uphold his vow. He wouldn't hold it against the boy. He would do everything he could to uphold his vow. He promised her that no matter where she went, he would follow. Bast, Falaire murmured as he ran to the door and turned to look back at his friend. Don't mourn me, for I died free. She trailed off, breathing her last even as her head swayed to the side, a gentle smile on her face. Dead. Angron falls to his knees, eyes glued to the hollow projector at Falaire. Bast held Raggio close to him, wrapping the boy in his mother's cloak. He would protect him. He would let him grow up free. He wouldn't let her sacrifice be in vain. And that was where the vid finally ended, on the vision of Falaire lying on the ground, alone and dead. Falaire, Angron bit, tears beginning to flow down his cheeks, even as the nails bit so hard that his cry instantly turned into a pure roar of utter rage that shook the entire ship. Angron. Lorgar stepped up once more, holding back an arm even as Horace and Lehman grabbed onto him again, barely able to push him to the floor. Angron, his father demanded of him, appearing in front of him. You have a son. He wanted to kill them. He wanted to go back and kill every single Nasirian, every single High Rider, their wives, their children, all of them. He wanted them to scream and beg and wish they never were born. Brother, Lorgar spoke beside him. Raggio, you have a son. Raised free. We can still rescue him. We are doing more than that. Conrad now stood and loomed in the middle of the room. I have knives to sharpen, he said even as he walked out, Corvus not far behind. Angron continued his thrashing, but the nails were slowly beginning to release their hold. We shall make this right. I have erred. It is time I have corrected this mistake. Lehman, Magnus spoke even as he passed by his brother, who was slowly releasing the hold he had on Angron. Aye, brother. Just this once. Will you fight beside me? Aye, just this once. I shall join you too, came a deceptively gentle voice as Sanguinius walked to join his two brothers. A vampiric look on the normally angelic face. Angron slowly began to look into his father's eyes, and found himself surprised. Gone was the eternal calm glow projected in those brown irises. Forgotten was the aura of peace and calm that he had so irritatingly radiated. Vanished had the normal-sized man. What replaced it were gold, glowing eyes, filled with fury, even as the Emperor's very being radiated anger and fury, and he had grown to the size of a pre-march. I declare Nasiria excommunicate delictum. The Emperor now reached down with a hand to his son. I have done many wrongs with your life. Help me correct this one, as my true son. Angron stared at the hand, very tempted to simply spit on it, even as Vulcan stood, hefting a massive thunder hammer, and Jagatai stalked off along with Mordorion. The lion also came by with Guilliman, both looking over their war gear. Then Angron decided. Falere had believed in him not hurting her, in raising a child, their child, if it meant tolerating his father. He reached out and grabbed the Emperor's hand, allowing himself to be pulled to his feet. The Emperor then turned to all of his present sons. Now, let us burn Nasiria. Chapter 11. Meanwhile 1. For her. Author notes. Amazing art made by Splitmind 90 again. 000.m31 above Eleanor. Do you have the 3 of Thrones? No. Go fish. What? You're lying. The Space Wolf accused the Thousand Son, who simply regarded the Space Wolf with barely a hint of annoyance, mostly boredom. The nearby Night Lord shook his head, wondering how it had come to this. Armin slowly looked above his deck, staring into Bjorn's soul. No. Go fish. Bjorn's eyes narrowed. Fuck you. Go fish. What? Armin asked, astonished. Fuck you. This is a stupid fucking game. Bjorn ground out, throwing his massive deck of cards to the table even as he took a big gulp of his ale. Armin sighed before turning to the Knight Lord sitting with him. 3 of Jackals. Iago Sevatarian eyed him before muttering something and handing the sorcerer the card. In the past weeks, the Astartes station in orbit had gotten so incredibly bored that most of the past Legion tensions simply got old. After the 100th duel and the 1 millionth discussion as to why sorcery was supposed to be bad/good, practically everything got really dull. So they had resulted to the oldest of time-passing activities, passed down for millennia of human tradition. Table games. And there weren't many war games. Those were taken within a blink of an eye, so most were stuck with the baselines games. Armin once more focused on Sevatarian's cards. 5 of Emperors. Sevatarian slowly let out a massive sigh, even as he began tearing up the cards before throwing them at the big pile of the destroyed board and table games. It had been a long few weeks. The one that had lasted the longest was the war game with all the miniatures that Armin had painstakingly painted. That was until they had a battle of the Imperial Fists against the Iron Warriors. Not only did it last days, but it had ended with both sides getting incredibly frustrated and destroying them all. Not to mention all of the called out rolls and lost opportunities due to said bad rolls. And those weren't cheap. Then they decided to go build a mountain together. Simply to prove that yes, you could build one and use it as a fortification, and yes, one could still successfully siege it to death. They had to lie to Sigismund that they went to build a signal tower. The first captain was too busy with political business to care anyway, it seemed. Though practically everyone agreed. No one wanted to go to one of those parties, no matter how bored they were. They would rather sit and play cards until anything else happened. Or maybe they could requisition one of those consoles that were rumored to be on the Emperor's own ship. He heard there were plenty of games to play on those. What's next? Bjorn asked from his seat, leaning so far back into it that if he was wearing his armor, the chair would most likely simply fall apart. Oh, I wouldn't know. Armin began. Since you two broke all the games. Shit games anyway, Sevatar spoke up, even as snoring was heard from above them. Oi, Bjorn yelled up. If that's a fucking raven who snuck in again and fell asleep again, you're better feck off before the wolves smell ya. I don't think they care anymore, Sevatar spoke as he lit up an IHO stick. How do you know? Bjorn butted in even as Sevatar blew out a puff of smoke. Because I don't care anymore. He leaned back, kicking his feet up on the table. Armin let out a sigh. Everything truly had gone to the dogs. Even the library had gotten boring. He didn't think that was even possible. Who knew that he would miss conquering worlds? His Space Marine DNA, he guessed. They were built for war, not garrison duty. In fact, some had gotten lucky. And by luck, he meant that they had gotten picked to go on some smaller crusades. Of course, they had done it in a calm and orderly manner. And by that, he meant in total fucking chaos. Armin himself had gotten the order from his pre-march, Magnus. But he had been on the graphical when the orders came through. Oh, that had been a fight. It left most of the ship in absolute ruins when the Blood Claws had found out they had torn apart most of the damn ship when they found out none would be going. And then the rumor that some people would be going on crusade spread fleet-wide. Oh, that had not been fun. 20%. 20%. That was how many Astartes had been written up and punished from breaking conduct. The punishments themselves had to be fairly light, even in the stricter legions. For one, they couldn't hold a grudge against the greatest soldiers in the Imperium being disgruntled about being glorified sentries, and two, for obvious reasons, grounding 20% of the legion's Astartes was not a good idea. What game's next anyway? Sevatar asked nonchalantly. There is no next game, Armin said in a frustrated tone, even as he groaned into his hands. We went through all of them. And by that, you mean we broke all of them, right? Bjorn asked, grinning. We could try that one game you told us about. That one about role-playing and character sheets. Sevatar offered, willing to try anything at this point. We agree we can't do that one, because Bjorn over there can't read. Armin quickly shut it down. He wanted to play that one so badly, but no one was interested in this fracking wolf ship, and the ones who did weren't up to snuff. Oi, Bjorn defended himself. I can read. Fenrisian runes don't count. Armin argued back. They do. A deep, thundering voice disturbed their argument as every single Astartes looked over to the entrance into the entertainment room. Then they all stood in shock and surprise. Wolf King. Bjorn stood and bowed respectfully, even as he looked over to his Primarch's side to find. My lord, Armin asked in surprise upon seeing the Crimson King, who was shaking his head. Gear up, lads. Leman Russ commanded. We're going to go burn some slaving bastards. 000 M31, Ulanor. Orders. Orders are in. Up, you fools. Up, Karn demanded as he walked down the line of barracks down on Ulanor. It was 4 a.m. Standard Terran time, and for the first time in the last excruciating 7 weeks, they had orders. The World Eaters slowly started coming out, most still groggy from sleep. Some of them had gotten lazy over the increased length of garrison duty that had suddenly been assigned to them after the triumph of Ulanor. Captain, one asked, coming out and to a standstill. What is happening? Are we going back to the front? No, Karn ground out, as the nails, still relatively freshly hammered into his head, bit. We are to gather on the parade ground. Emperor's orders. Full regalia. He ground out before moving on and not bothering to wait for a response. All around the other barracks, much the same was happening. Thousands upon thousands, multiple legions worth of Astartes were all roused from their slumber and told to prepare as if they would be going on parade and leaving the world. Many had hoped that it would mean that they would be going back to the front lines, or at the very least going back to their home worlds. The adrenaline and honor from the triumph had long since worn off, especially with the politicians beginning to make their way here. Not a single legionnaire had the patience to be around the tiny politicians. The Ultramarines, in particular, were forced to attend more and more pointless political summits in the name of their pre-march, as he went wherever it was that he disappeared along with most of the other Primarchs weeks ago. And if the Ultramarines were tired of the 7 weeks of practically nothing, then most likely everyone else had it worse. Many lamented at not being the blessed few who were given orders earlier about a few days ago, but perhaps now their lament could turn to optimism. Even most of the other legions had been pressed into emergency peacekeeping service to assure the politicians and people that the Primarchs and the Emperor were still there and still giving out orders every now and then, even though it was getting tedious at best. And at worst, it was the bane of the existence of many who contemplated jumping into an orc infestation without their armor, just to get the satisfaction of something attempting to actually kill them again. In short, they were all bored to hell and back. It was at this very moment that Nikona Sherokin of the Raven Guard, along with Sigismund of the Imperial Fists and Tara Torgadon of the newly renamed Sons of Horus, were sipping on cocktail drinks of the party that they had been forced to attend, all dressed in their finest, red standard issue uniforms for such gatherings. And if the three could agree to something, it was that all of them hated wearing these and would rather have greet him but fatigues, or even better, their armor. I swear, if I have to attend one more of these so-called parties, I'm going to tear out my own throat. Sigismund spoke, his normal calm having been compromised long ago. I tried sneaking out long ago, Nikona added on, vaguely stirring the tiny drink. But my pre-march wasn't happy about that, saying that it was important. You two and your dour faces, Tarek added in as he finally looked up from his drink. As the three found out, when they were together, most of the politicians were too afraid to come by and ask a question. You would make a lovely couple. I could even write a book. I'm thinking either a good old-fashioned war story, but then again, maybe challenge myself? Maybe a good romance would be better? He jested before munching on some hors d'oeuvres. At least the food was good, and he got to see the two of them get even sourer. He didn't think it possible, but it happened. Honestly, Tarek, I'm in no mood. Sigismund spat back, downing the rest of the cocktail before taking another from the table. He would have said he lost count on how many he drank, but he could never lose count. He was on his 128th drink and was hoping his bladder would explode so he could have a valid excuse to get out of this hell party. They had been here mingling for 6 fucking hours, fucking politicians and their penchant for long-winded parties. He could have gone through so many fortifications or battle simulations and actually made a valid use of his time. In fact, over the course of this party alone, he had run exactly 235 combat simulations in his head as to how he would react to if the room had suddenly been breached and he would need to defend it. For a moment, he thought that this must have been like what the Iron Warriors felt, being thrown into sieges all the time. Nikona, on the other hand, simply grunted. He wouldn't give Tarek the rise he wanted, so what was the point? He hoped he could have gone down the route of one of his brothers and scare any away from him by acting as owlish as possible. But when he saw how Sigismund was floundering, he had no choice but to keep the sour man company. He would deny to his final days that the company was welcome, but Nikona had a feeling it was. He had been in the process of recording poetry inside of his head, all of them dour and dark and brooding, ranging from the standard sonnet to the numerous haiku, all of them about how dull and torturous it was to be around politicians and their infernal parties. They were disturbed, however, as politicians practically ran by them. What could they possibly have to run for? Did someone have a new pair of boots to brag about and tell another hour-long story about? Then another. Then essentially all of the politicians. By the forest of Kiavar, what now? Nikona asked, slowly stalking over to the window to see brothers. What? He saw the numerous colors of different legions, all of them excitedly making their way towards the parade ground, all ranging from the legions who had participated in taking this damn place, to the legions who arrived later on, with how all of them were armored and ready for battle with full parade honors. Could it be? Could it actually be? What is it? Sigismund asked, marching to him in his dark uniform, the two looking like a massive wall. He wasn't excited about possibly getting out of there at all, just curious. The legions. They are mobilizing. Nikona spoke up with a happy tone, unlike his typical self. Finally, they were being saved. Oh, he just needed a reason to vault himself out of here. He'd take jumping from the window, but doors would be fine too. What? Sigismund asked back in surprise, even as Tarek joined them, looking out of the window. He was slightly breathless, as if his prayers had been answered and a golden, benevolent God has come to deliver them from this cold hell of socialization. Ah, the snacks were getting just good too. Wonder what's going on, Tarek commented, popping another spinach puff into his mouth. He raised his eyebrows and nodded at the flavor. At least the food was always good at these things. It was at that moment that a space marine of the Sons of Horus came running in full battle plate. Captain Tor Gadden, he shouted. The Legion is being mobilized. We are to report to the parade field ASAP. He then looked at the other 2 high-ranking Astartes. Same with you, my lords. On whose orders? Sigismund asked, his pride getting the better of him. The Emperor's own dash. The Marine answered, and not even a millisecond later, the 3 Marines ran. They ran so fast that almost an afterimage of them was left behind. Nikona personally jumped clean off the massive table in the middle of the room while Tarek vaulted over it, while still holding the tray of spinach puffs, and Sigismund didn't bother evading at all and barreled right through the middle of it, sending priceless dinnerware flying as they all ran for what could be mistaken for their lives. Later, the Sons of Horus, like most others, had gathered before the entrance to the Triumph Field of Eleanor. There, the Mournival awaited their pre-march. Abaddon was currently hoping that his pre-march had good news and the front lines were calling upon them again. Sejanus was hoping for any type of news from his father. Doing something would be welcomed. Meanwhile, Aximand was looking over Tarek, who in record time arrived there, and trying to hold back laughter while the latter stood there happily munching. They didn't have to wait long, as the aforementioned son of the Emperor appeared in full battle plate. Ready for war. Good. He spoke as he looked over all of them in their gleaming green armor, polished and adorned with all parade honors. Since we have all. Horus trailed off, blinking a few times as he regarded his more free-spirited son. Tarek, is that a tray of snacks you have with you? Yes, my lord. Tarek spoke even as he popped another spinach puff into his mouth. They're really good, he said, looking out at his brothers, even as Abaddon face-bombed and groaned, while little Horus Aximand tried not to chuckle and was failing horribly. He continued chewing even as bemused stares were his only response, and so Tarek slowly reached out with a plate of delicious snacks. Anyone want one? Very slowly, after what seemed like an eternity, a hand reached over and popped a spinach puff into its owner's mouth. Holy shit, these are good. First Captain Hastur Sejanus spoke, even as Abaddon groaned deeper and little Horus finally lost it, doubling over and laughing like hell. Horus simply watched the exchange and reached over and ate one himself. Wow, these are good. Little Horus now had to sit down and cry laughing in order to prevent himself from falling over, even as Abaddon groaned so hard and pressed both of his armored hands into his face that the others could swear they heard the cracking of bones. Tarek merely happily munched, tasting hints of bacon and 3 types of cheese, his Astartes physique refusing to identify them as anything other than nutrients. "Hey Abby, brother," he called out to Abaddon, who glared at him from behind his armored hands. "Try one." "No." Tarek took one and started to move it where Abaddon's mouth would be, shaking it slightly to entice him. "Come on, they're really good. Even father likes them." He poked Abaddon's hands with the offending thing, hoping to get his attention. Axeman could have died right then and there, and he wouldn't complain about it. "Fine," Abaddon said, snatching one and munching on it angrily before his eyebrows raised in surprise. "Shit, these are fucking good. Told you." It was then that Lord Dorn came by, all of the present captains bowing their heads in respect, even as Axeman was barely able to collect himself to do so. Tarek was careful to not spill the tray he held, which now that he thought about it, was more like a dinner platter compared to his size. "We have been assigned the same place during this gathering, brother." Along with Perturabo, Roble spoke, coming by Horus' side, his tone conveying the same amount of grim determination as earlier when they watched the vid. "Indeed. And where is Perturabo?" "On the other side of Ulanor. There was a building competition." "Really? What did you build?" "A mountain." "Weren't the mountains pulverized into dust by the Mechanicus?" "Yes." Horus looked at him for a moment before merely shaking his head and idly throwing another spinach puff into his mouth before thinking quickly and taking the tray from Tarek's hands and offering it to his brother. "Snack, brother." Roble looked at the item, examining it with all due intensity before carefully reaching over and eating one. "These are standard." "Really? I thought them delicious." Horus was surprised. He had seen Roble enjoy many foods during their time together, and he always did enjoy a well-made, well-fortified meal. "Well, fine, more for him. I have had better food." He spoke even as Horus smiled and put away the tray. From afar, the sons of Horus and Imperial Fists looked on in absolute shock. Sure, they had seen their primarchs be amiable to each other and share a smile or two, but they have never been so casual before. Casual and comfortable. Since when did the primarchs all get along like this to drop the political facade? "There you are." A darker tone spoke even as Corvus Corax emerged from the shadows. "Father has said that we are to be together during the gathering." He paused before looking at the tray. "Oh, spinach puffs." He quickly swiped a few before Horus could move the tray. "Not as good as my own, but they'll do." Tarek stared in absolute shock even as Sigismund, now in full armor, along with Nicona, who were all looking at their primarchs bantering in surprise. "The fuck had happened? Primarch Corvus bakes?" Sigismund finally asked in surprise. "He swears that it is a science taught to him by the Emperor. He tells of how food was scarce on deliverance, and he enjoys spending time creating something." Nicona shrugged his shoulder, his Corvus pattern power armor helmet already on. "Wait, I just realized." Tarek spoke. "What mountain?" Sigismund sighed. "My brothers got bored along with the Iron Warriors and simply wanted to build a lookout point for the augur arrays. If it meant tolerating the 7 weeks of hell, they were willing to put aside their hatred to do something." "Lookout point?" Nicona asked, tilting his head in such a way that both the captains knew he was being sarcastic. It turned into a competition of who could build it taller. "So, you turned it into a mountain?" "Well," Sigismund began. Both sides weren't satisfied with how tall it was, and it eventually devolved into who could make a natural mountain. "That is a massive offshoot from a lookout point." Tarek added in. "You're telling me," Sigismund said, rubbing his eyes. "Speaking of," Tarek said, turning to the rest of the Mournival, even as the pre-march continued talking. "Where are we going in the first place?" "Nysiria." Horus spoke, turning back to his sons, his tone now far more serious compared to before, causing all of the Marines to instantly tense up. "Nysiria? What would they be doing on Nysiria?" "Father." Sejanus stepped up. "For what reason are we going there?" Horus appeared to think on the question for a moment before turning back to look at Corvus and Rogle, the gravity of the situation making them both silent. Then he turned back to the Mournival. "That is for the Emperor to tell you." The gathered captains looked at each other with bemused expressions. What was so important that the Emperor himself would address them? Not long after, orders came down for them to walk out onto the field, followed by every single legion that had gathered there, the newly renamed sons of Horus following the Mournival and their pre-march in wonder. It was as massive and splendid as it was on the day of the triumph, even if the banners, cheering crowds, and masses of holocams were missing. All that was left were the many Marines who were now gathered here to replace all others in their full regalia. The air was somber and far tenser than any who had been living through the 7 weeks of unwanted vacation, which was preferable to the current mood on the grounds. By now, most of the Astartes had found out or at least had an inkling of an idea of just what exactly they were being sent to do. War was in the air again, and many were tense with anticipation of finally being unleashed once more. Rank and file. Rank and file. Tara commanded gently through the Vox as the sons of Horus formed into full parade formation. They had gotten rusty from the weeks of laziness, despite the greatest triumph of the Imperium happening relatively recently. Soon enough, however, their muscle memory kicked in and the formations were formed, perfect and exact to the last inch. Then they had all lapsed into silence. Merely a muted click here, and they're being heard coming from their helmets or the barking commands of higher rank Astartes as they patrolled the formations, looking for any flaws. Many were silent, except for the muted clicks of traded Vox chatter. Most likely many were wondering what it was they were here for. There was a rumor already going around that someone or somewhere was declared excommunicate, while others dismissed this idea. It was still very early, only the barest glimmers of sunlight and heavy spotlights being relied upon for light. Yet still, they were a marvelous sight. Close to 100,000 legionnaires formed up and ready for war. Their banners, standards, and honors in a proud display for all to see. There would be more, but apparently, the Emperor had decided that only a detachment from each legion's company would attend. Why this had been done, none knew. That is, none but for the Primarchs. It was, in fact, 2 days after they had viewed that disgusting holovid about Nyceria and Angren's failed rebellion. And for 2 days, the greatest tacticians and generals to ever exist in mankind's history planned for a crusade. The minds of almost 24 demigod beings focused on one single world. And their plan, when it all came down to it, was simple. Burn it all to the ground. Of course, there were far more technicalities than that to arrange for. Supply lines, legion control, legion mobilization, slave rescue, slave identification, courts, and penalty assignments. The second compliance under a new ruler. No planet had ever before been under bigger scrutiny. And most of the Primarchs doubted that another ever would be again. For the last 2 days, down to the tiniest worry was planned for and polished out. Nothing would stand in the way of Angren's revenge and the Emperor's justice. And just as the sun began to dawn upon Eleanor, the grand balcony upon which the Primarch stood at the triumph was taken to by the Emperor and Onron. Just having the two next to each other like this, especially with little malice, was a sight to behold. Many thought that perhaps they had gone mad over the weeks. Uniquely, all the other Primarchs choose instead to stand with their legions at this moment. My legions, my people. The Emperor began to speak, his booming voice impossible to miss or not listen to even as all the Marines saluted at once. Today, I come before you with my son, Angren, Primarch of the 12th Legion. There was a slathering of various voices and noises from the World Eaters contingent before they were quieted down by their officers. I come to you with the bearing of ill tidings. I come to tell you that I have erred. The Space Marines all suddenly murmured amongst each other, their normal calm broken by the surprise of the Emperor's words. Since when did the Emperor make mistakes? Most of the World Eaters swelled with smug satisfaction, but were unable to show it. There were many who blamed the old Legion Masters for what had happened with their pre-march, where some put the blame on the Emperor for not trying hard enough to convince Onron. I have let injustice fester in my Imperium, one that I had hoped would correct itself, one that I had given a second chance to. Ah, so the rumors of there being a traitor were actually correct. Oh, they couldn't wait to hear who and what it was, then march to correct this injustice. With recent evidence having come to light, I have discovered that my son Angren has been wronged. Wronged to the point of where such a blatant disregard of the Imperial Edict, the Lex Imperialis, and the very constitution of the Imperium itself stands for him. He never got tired of hearing that. Onron beginning to relish hearing those words come from the Emperor's mouth. Sweet words that began to ease the strain upon his soul. Meanwhile, amongst the Marines, they began to wonder even more now. Who would dare to go not only against the pre-march, but also against the very Imperium itself? To break the edicts and knowingly bring harm on themselves, These crimes, this heresy, has been committed by the Nycerians. The World Eaters had to physically lock their own armor in place. Nyceria was always a sore subject for the 12th Legion. The day their father was brought back 85 years ago would always serve their minds a heaping of anger, disappointment, and regret. They had no idea what the other legions must have been thinking since they had no connection to Nyceria. By a people so vile and cruel, so backwards and disgusting, that they bring shame to the Imperium, to even mankind itself. Onron, nearby, his father practically shook from his own anger and resentment of the Nycerians. He could not help but imagine everything he would do to them when he went back. Not just for him, but what they did to her. For upon my son and their own people, they have wrought slavery, undue torture, despicable and heinous acts of perversion, and the defilement of even a primarch. The emperor gestured to the nails, hammered into Angren's hand, his face turning remorseful even as Angron sneered at the reminder. Now, I come before you to ask you to stand with me and fix this injustice, to come and free Nysiria from its own pathetic grasp, to right a wrong long overdue, to teach an errant people what happens when one stands in the way of mankind's destiny. They knew what had to be done. They all felt it deep within their bodies, minds, and souls what they had to do. If it was to right an extreme wrong, then all he had to do was ask. I ask you, one last time, my legions that have stood with me since Terra itself, will you fight? Will you burn that wretched planet to the ground, even as you free its people and bring justice and penance upon the unworthy? The roar coming from the collected army of Marines spoke what they felt about the Emperor's request. They roared in hatred, roared in agreement, and roared with vengeance deeply seated in their minds. The traitors would be given no quarter, no mercy, so they would howl for vengeance for the Primarch and the Emperor. They would burn Nysiria to the ground and beyond. It was at that moment that Angron himself stepped up, one foot on top of the balcony, and Gorefather held in hand. Death, he commanded, even as the Astartes were turned and began to march in as orderly fashion as they could bring themselves towards the transports the sun at their backs. There would be no dawn for the slavers. 000.M31, Nysiria. As was like every other day, Lord Thalkar awoke alone in his bed, awakening in the middle of the early hours, the son of Nysiria not even up yet for another 5 or 6 hours. He slowly yawned and stretched out his arms, enjoying the warm comforts of the satin sheets on his massive bed. For just a second, he leaned back and enjoyed every bit of it, every fiber as it caressed his newly rejuvenated body. Being a part of the Imperium had its advantages, ones that he was more than happy to exploit as a planetary governor. Happy to have control over the entire planet, happy to live longer than his father. He was pleased that he accomplished so much in his life. This was his reward for wrestling away all the power he could from all of his past peers, leaving him as the sole ruler of Nysiria. The lifelong dream of the Thalkar family fulfilled, all of Nysiria was theirs, was his. Well, half of the work was to gain his ambition, the other half was to care for it and make sure it never left his grasp. So work called to him. He snapped his fingers, sitting up and donning a robe. His personal pleasure and cattle slaves had come in to assist him in his day. He had budgets to approve, slaves to care for, a market to keep tending to, an economy that was just barely able to recover from that unfortunate business 85 years ago. Beautiful blonde pleasure slaves, his personal cattle slaves, everyone he wanted and needed before him. He was so glad to read about how planetary governors were able to run their planets however they wished, as long as they paid their tithes and followed imperial law. So by their definition, they didn't say he couldn't continue to have life on Nysiria be the same as it always was. Read me my agenda for the day. Might as well get an early start. Lord Thalkar spoke, his pleasure slaves holding his slippers as they awaited their orders from him. He did so much love looking at them. Beautiful blonde, beautiful blue eyes, peach skin, but no freckles. Almost perfect. Maybe if he were to dig into their skin, they would. Why did that combination have to be so elusive to him? He wanted his sleeve back so badly. But she was dead, long dead, and there was little he could do. He wanted his perfect little sleeve back, his perfect slave. He saw the brands on her. He saw that she lived as she escaped, as she ate 85 years ago, and he hunted her down relentlessly. But she was dead when he finally had his hands on her again, and the body was gone by the time Imperial technology arrived, and he knew about servitors. What would it have been like to have her come back to him forever? He couldn't answer that question, so he let it go. All he could do now was try and recreate her, make her come back with his own power, make her perfect. But none of them were perfect, no matter how hard he tried and how many times he sent them to the sculptors. He wanted her back. She was his and his alone. Not some mangy gladiator, not to some healer. She was his. No one took his property. He tried to find the child she had apparently given birth to exact his revenge on it. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find it. The boy or girl, nowhere was it found. Oh well, 85 years did a lot on the human body. They most likely were dead at this point anyway. Throughout Lord Thalkar's day, it was the usual. Market statements, economic growth reports, the status of their tithe growth, slaves, and so on. But what made it different was when he heard from one of his cattle slaves who brought him news. News that Nysiria was surrounded by the Imperial army. He was confused for a second, wondering why in the hell the Imperial army was surrounding his planet. Perhaps if he were to contact them, they would give an answer. Waving a hand to a cattle slave, the built-in hololithic display in the grand dining table of his estate opened up. attempting to connect with any of the ships outside. And then it went red, with only 2 words coming through as his access was cut off, repeating the 2 words over and over again with a golden aquila in the background. Excommunicate delictum. Delictum? Crime? He thought about what it could possibly be about, but couldn't come up with anything. Not recent. For a single terrifying moment, his mind conjured up the sight of 85 years ago, the slave revolt of Onron, the day Nassyria burned and the streets flowed red with Nassyrian blood. Was this it? Was this them coming back to finish the job? After he found out that Onron was supposedly the son of the emperor, he thought that would have been the end for Nassyria that day. But nothing happened, so it faded from memory. Then he shook his head. No, it was 85 years ago. Why would they come now to react to the incident? That didn't make sense. No, it must have been something else. Nearby, his slaves watched the display, watching how their governor, their lord, was worried. They knew that red, and those words must mean something bad. Would he have been so stupid as to go against the Imperium? What did he do? Were they going to die? Was this the end? Would Nassyria burn again? He thought back to everything that happened after that incident, going over his every decision. Were they here for the other lords? No, they were dead and useless. He made sure of that. Were they here for their technology? No, they gave it to their cult long ago, all of it. What did he do? He knew they had a reduced tithe due to the reconstruction and had appealed for an extension for the reduced tithe. The planet was just now showing signs of fully reconstructing after the revolt. What did he do? And why did he feel so terrified? 000.M31 above Nassyria. As a massive crusading fleet of 18 mixed legions was spat out of the warp and back into the Materium, 18 Glorianas all at once expunged stormbirds that made their way for the Bucephalus. There, on board the personal golden battle barge of the Emperor, the Primarchs along with their captains gathered for one final overview in the Bucephalus Grand War Room. Slowly the Primarchs trickled in, armored and armed with the full extent of their war gear. The Emperor greeted each of his sons individually, even as their respective captains stood by their Primarch's side. Many of said captains were struggling with being surrounded by so many Primarchs and, of course, the Emperor himself. To a Space Marine, being near his gene-sire of a Primarch was like being near something you would defend with your life. Something you loved in such an undying way that there were no words for. Because no words could fit, their very genes were encoded in such a way that emotion was all they could use to comprehend that bond. While being near one of a different legion had by no means the same potency. But to say that the connection was weak wouldn't be doing it true justice either. After serving by some of their Primarch sides for decades, some near or even over a century, many had forgotten that their gene fathers were in fact demigods. Standing here, amongst all 18 of them and their own father, the Emperor himself had quickly reminded them of that. Many had wondered what could attract such a terrible focus, could draw such hate that it would take all of them. Even after hearing the speech from the Emperor himself, they still wondered. But oh, they had found out. Each of the Primarchs took a seat on an elevated semicircle around a massive hololithic projection now showing Nassyria, even as their respective captains took smaller seats surrounding their selective Primarch. Good. We are gathered. The Emperor began to speak even as he stood next to the hololith. His golden, auramite armor gleaming even after the lights were dimmed so that the hololith would shine brighter. Robot. The Emperor nodded towards the ultramarine Primarch, who stood and took to the floor. Father, brothers, captains. He greeted before beginning his explanation. Tallying up all Space Marine elements, we are at the strength of roughly 82.000 Astartes. He began even as their massive fleet flashed in green above the planet. The orbital blockade is complete, and I have it on my first captain's authority that we have complete orbital superiority. He turned to all of them. We are ready to deploy upon the preset locations as discussed. He turned to the hololith before pointing at separate locations. Here, here, and here. The locations flashed in red on the planet. Insertions on these locations are, of course, only the primary sphere of entry. The rest is down to the individual legions that were assigned to operate together. He cleared his throat, even as multiple insertion points blinked on the planet. As agreed to, heavily armored units, such as Fellblades and heavier tanks along with Titan support, are deemed unnecessary as the Nassyrians only have conventional weapons and troops. He then gestured again, even as icons with the apothecarian symbol appeared. Naturally, we are to avoid any and all possible innocent deaths, as I do not need to remind anyone here. This is a compliance action of salvation, not a slaughter. The ruler of Macridge allowed his eyes to wander, focusing specifically on the World Eaters, Death Guard, and Iron Warriors contingents. It will require precision and relief for the enslaved populace. He motioned over to Corvus, who stood and came to the floor. The Raven Guard shall secure points of exit, infiltrate and prevent the High Riders from effectively deploying their armed forces, along with stopping them from taking their own lives, or preventing the compliance in any other way, along with identifying the slaves via their brands and sending them to the appropriate field apothecariums for treatment and later reassignment. Corvus slowly looked over his brothers, even as he gestured towards Rogel and Perturabo. As agreed upon, both Lord Dorn and Lord Perturabo will stay in orbit along with Lord Guilliman and make sure the supply intake and outtake of slaves will continue to flow smoothly even as they build the infrastructure. Now onto the details. The Emperor spoke up as he came around the hololith, and both brothers took their seats again. The main insertion point shall be taken by Angren, Lorgar, and myself. We are to take the secret rebel mountaintop village before advancing on DSHEA itself. He looked over to the two brothers who were sitting close by, the former seething quietly in his throne even as he attempted to prevent the nails from activating, and the latter looking forwards with calm determination. The second belongs to the War Master, who is acting command in the area, along with Lord Elioniel Johnson and Lord Mortarion, who are to take the western, more densely populated hemisphere. The three didn't make a sound. Agreeing to work together had been an opportunity they hadn't had often, and they intended to make the best of it, even if it would inevitably turn into a competition. The last falls to everyone else. That is to say, Lords Kurz and Korix shall take to the towns and cities via quick deployment, while Lord Jagatai secures the massive stretching steppes of the world. The three grunted in pleasure, happy to be killing for the good of it. All the while Lords Fulgrim, Manus, Vulcan, and Magnus take the supporting role and sweep down to the eastern cities. As for the evacuation, the protection force shall be provided by Lords Russ and Sanguinius, who shall protect the train of leaving slaves and the multiple field hospitals. Should any resistance be met, they are given full rights to retaliate. The two mentioned primarchs bowed their heads in quiet respect, the former grinning while doing so. The Emperor looked over them all. As for Lords Alfarius and Omegon, he smirked as he looked at the twins. Cry chaos. The twins merely smiled back, looking identical as they nodded in response. Then report back to me after you find it. The family had tried multiple times to have their father disclose what he was talking about, but of course he didn't give. Typical. If that is all, the Emperor looked around. With that, they all stood and left the room. Only Angron and Lorgar staying and following the Emperor to their own personal hangars and the golden stormbirds which would take them down to the planet's surface. Angron wanted nothing more than to just drop down and set himself loose on the damn planet. He wanted them all dead and allow him the chance to just take all of his hate out on the planet that broke him. But they had to be smart about it, and they couldn't kill everyone. So all the planning, the sooner they started, the sooner he would feel better about all of this. 000 to M31, Nysiria. A violent knocking upon his door awoke him as he forced his massive body out of his bed with a groan. He passed by countless furniture pieces that he attempted to make to carry his weight, but usually ended up flat on the ground. What the? It was midnight. Wait, did someone get hurt? Did the damn farmhands get drunk and hurt themselves again? Another knock, this one far too violent to even sound human. From a spot, he could see the wooden door buckle under the hit. Ugh, coming. He called out as he hastily got dressed, turned on the lights, and moved to the door, quickly unbarring and unlocking his front door. Usually, he would deliver service with a smile, but when it came to them knocking on his door at midnight, there would be no pleasantries. All right, what did you bunch of dumb dash? He prepared a lecture only to freeze in complete and utter shock. Before him was a man, nay, a warrior in very heavy armor. As big as him. No one was as big as him. When the 9 Assyrian hells was going on. Who are you? He asked, even as he carefully reached for the knife he kept by the door. Was supposed to be a short sword, but was more like a knife to him. If these were the governor's men, he would need to bug out immediately. The plan for such an occasion already fully formed in his head. You are Raggio? The armor man asked in an extremely deep, baritone voice. It obviously being augmented electronically. If augmented, he would need to really push himself if he was going to survive against someone like this. Armored and weaponed, he would be at a severe disadvantage. No, he lied smoothly, now taking the knife and hiding it behind his back. Don't lie to me, boy. I don't have the patience for it. The man rebuked even as he turned. Found him, he yelled out, turning back only to find that Raggio had moved in the blink of an eye. The knife now held to the Marine's throat. Don't fucking move. Raggio screamed even as he grabbed the Marine, handling him with ease even with the Marine being fully armored. What the dash, the Marine struggled. You're misunderstanding, boy. Let me go. I'm not misunderstanding shit. You're Lord Thalkar's man. He attempted to push the knife deeper, but the armor prevented it. Come to finally take me. He ground out, golden eyes going nearly red with his rage. I'm not going to be taken. You fucking hear me? Nearby, from afar, The Emperor spied the situation going on at the slightly oversized cottage that one of the World Eater's sergeant was at. He knew it. He fucking knew it. Oh, for where is Angren? The Emperor demanded, already knowing that one part of the plan was already a disaster. Lorgar came to his side, other side of the village. I was barely able to control him. The nails are biting harder than usual. Before the Emperor could ask, he took another look at Raggio and the scene before them. He nodded a couple of times. Yeah, definitely looks like Angren. Yeah, no kidding. It's like looking at a younger version of him, though I do see some of his mother in him. You mean the part where the Marine isn't already dead? Yeah. Well, go get Angren and tell him we found his son. I'll calm this down. Right away, old man. Lorgar nodded before running off to attempt to fetch his brother, even as more Marine surrounded Raggio, now pointing their bolters at him and attempting to make him drop the knife. Raggio, for his part, appeared to be getting more and more determined. Oh, that's just great. Look, Raggio, we aren't here to hurt you. Raggio looked towards the source of the voice and looked at the massive golden armored man up and down, desperately trying not to fall under the sheer awe that he radiated. The Emperor's words proved impossible to ignore, but that didn't mean he couldn't argue back. And why should I believe you? He asked, who was obviously the commander of these warriors. Because, Raggio, I'm your grandfather. Raggio laughed out loud, still holding on the Marine and trying his hardest to break through his armor. You? Well, nice to meet you. Now fuck off and don't come back. Kinda tough, boy. We are taking over the planet. Raggio groaned. Stop calling me a boy. I'm over 85 years old. The Marine that he held onto laughed at him. And I'm 122. Join the club, kid. And you're practically a sperm compared to me in terms of age. Put down the knife. You can't kill the Marine with it anyway. Who the fuck did this asshole think he was? Raggio let out a long-suffering grumble as he threw the Marine away from him, crossed his arms over his chest, and stood his ground at the man who called himself his grandfather. So, what the fuck are you doing here? Well, first of all, wait for it. The Emperor held out a hand and made a motion of listening for something even as a golden armored warrior came to his side, beings even more massive than the Marines. My Emperor, he began to speak only to be waved down by. The Emperor? Wait. The Emperor? Wait. No fucking way. His mind was making connections that he wasn't happy to be making. What are we, Another golden armored warrior asked, even as an explosion was heard. And then another. And then another. And then a bigger one. And that would be Corvus, Conrad, and Jagatai coming down. He turned to Raggio again and clarified. Your uncles. Raggio grit his teeth, barely stopping a growl as he regarded this. So, you wake me up in the middle of the night, proclaim yourself to be my grandfather, and now I hear battle being done by whoever you just said? What? Not exactly for just that. And I didn't say to stop listening. And sure as that, soon enough, some very loud yelling was heard in the distance. He's fucking dead. An extremely angry voice was heard shouting. No, he's not, brother. You saw in a vid. A much calmer, more charismatic voice was heard next, apparently calming down the angry voice's source. Raggio blinked, a single hand coming out to gesture around them, as if he was trying to convey the feeling of fucking really, with a small shake of his head. Soon enough, off in the distance, two massive men were seen heading in their direction, even as the Emperor began to speak again. Well, grandson, may I have the privilege of introducing you to your father? Wait, no, he couldn't mean. He was dead. There was no fucking way in. Then the two giants came closer, and he saw him, truly saw him. The face, the nails, the armor, the way he acted. It was Angren. The Emperor called out, catching the red angel's gaze. Look, he then pointed towards Raggio, one of whose eyes began twitching erratically. And then, father and son's eyes met. For the first time in nearly a century, Angren felt all of the anger leave him. All the hate, fury, and pain merely bleeding away. The bite of the nails slowly becoming duller and duller, replaced with a sense of calm. He could feel the tension in his body unwind, shoulders sagging down and hands falling towards the ground with a final angered breath escaping through his nose. He stood there, almost gaping like a fish as he looked into eyes that he thought lost all those years ago. They were her eyes, not the same color, but the shape and the small crinklings at the end from all of the smiles. They stood like that for a minute, the others surrounding them slowly relaxing more and more. Perhaps this wasn't going to be so bad. Maybe then they would finally have a pre-march they could actually work with. The Emperor nodded at a job well done. If this was like anything he planned for it to go, then this was one massive check on the to-do list. Son, Angren slowly spoke, the voice completely losing its usual rough and angry tone, being replaced by one of wonder and sadness, closer to how he used to speak before the nails. Raggio, however, didn't respond, merely standing and shaking in place, even as he clenched his fists tighter and tighter, until even the blood flow to his fingers was cut off. Everything he thought in this moment began to swirl together into one giant pot of anger. He thought of all his 85 years being raised here, his mother dead, and apparently his father leaving them for dead, being raised by a kind man who made sure he was safe, loved, and now he thought of how long he had been alone, how long he lived on this planet, and yes, it wasn't perfect, but it was still his planet. How he now had his father returning, and apparently his grandfather, and what? What did they expect? Everyone present, from the Marines to the Emperor himself, had not felt fear, but something akin to it in a very long time. But when Raggio took off with a roar that shook the very ground, that made him look every single bit like his enraged father in the middle of one of his blood rages. Lorgar, the Marine, the Custodes, and the Emperor all dodged out of the way as he slammed headfirst into Angren's face, quickly taking the opportunity to attack him with his own bare fists, screaming obscenities at him incoherently. Ah shit, the Emperor quickly turned to Lorgar. Lorgar, mind doing something? Well, like what? Lorgar asked in surprise, looking as Raggio attempted to demolish Angren's face, but was failing miserably due to his father's superior physique and, of course, armor. Angron, for his part, appeared to not be hitting back, only dodging. Break them up, the Emperor suggested. Angren listens to you far more than me at this point. Lorgar rubbed his face, not believing that he was going to have to break up two Angrens now. He quickly stepped up, attempting to pacify Raggio. Raggio, listen, I know this is extremely hard to deal with, and I understand you have a lot of anger towards this dash. Shut the fuck up, you inked-up pansy. I'm trying to kill this fucking asshole who left my mother for dead. Was all that came out from Raggio's mouth as his attacks became more intense. Little did he know, those words would bite him in the ass. I didn't fucking leave her, came an earth-shaking roar from Raggio's father as he finally punched back and launched himself at his son. I thought her dead. I thought you dead. The two became a rolling mass of angry shouting, twisting limbs to attack each other as they attempted to subdue each other. Oh really? Well, sure fucking look like it, you shithead. She's fucking dead because of you, and I had to grow up on this fucking mountain being hunted by that asshole. This is all your fucking fault, you ghosting shit. Well, fuck, Lorgar whispered, stepping back, even the Emperor now understanding that breaking them up was almost impossible. You had a better life than me, you ungrateful bastard. How dare you talk about your mother like that? How fucking dare you? Angron shouted at his blood-boar son, even as the two tackled each other, each punching at each other's face, Angron severely pulling his while Raggio did no such thing. Oh, a better life? A better life? Sure was fucking amazing to have most of my life being running away from fucking everyone because Thalkar wanted me alive. All because you disappeared and fucked everything up for everyone. He attempted to choke the much bigger man, his rage clouding his judgment as they both wanted to kill each other, but something keeping them from going for the kill. I can talk about my mother all I want. Not like you did anything to come back and save her. You left her behind, you fucking high-riding piece of shit. Well, fuck. Lorgar, we need to get in there before dash. High Rider. High Rider. The nails now fully activated, causing Angron to pick up Raggio and throw him all the way across the village, flying clear through a barn and luckily landing in a hay pile. Oh fuck, he was gonna feel that. He sat up in the hay pile, most of it flying through the air and scattering around the ground. Now that he was sitting here, he realized that maybe, just maybe, pissing off a legendary gladiator of Deshier wasn't the best move. But to be fair, this was the same fucker who abandoned him, so maybe he could finish what he started. He got up with a groan, feeling how painful it was to breathe. Oh great, he bruised his ribs. Fucking great. He quickly made his way out of the barn, seeing his father now being held down by multiple of the golden-armored warriors and who he believed was called Lorgar, who appeared to be desperately trying to calm him down. This was his chance. Picking up anything sharp that he could, he lunged after him again, intent on just finishing up this business, only to freeze midair. The fuck? Not so fast, young man. His grandfather lectured. There has been quite enough of that. Struggling against this hold, Raggio couldn't move anything, but that didn't stop his sheer force of will to fight back. What? What are you doing? Psychic powers. The Emperor explained even as he looked in between father and son. Now, I understand this hasn't been the easiest days of your lives, and that there's quite clearly tension and a lot of unresolved issues. We have a planet to retake. Raggio just snorted through his nose, glaring at the Emperor. You're retaking the whole planet? Gonna kill Thalkar? Fuck yeah, we are. His father groaned for being held back. About fucking time. He had a lot to scream at him, but, well, there seemed to be more important matters at hand. But he had one big question to ask them before anything else. Why? What the fuck are you here now? Why not? All that time ago. It's a very long story. Lorgar butted in. One we will explain later. Suffice to say for now, this is long overdue. The Emperor then put him down before coming to him and putting a massive hand on his shoulder. both to convey his emotions and to hold him in case he decides to run and attempt to kill Angron again. Raggio was feeling shock as he was forced to realize the massive extent of his grandfather's power. You are welcome to join us. Well, might as well be useful. If you're doing this, then a lot of people are going to need help. I'm a healer, so I help people. Just keep me far, far, far away from him. Raggio enunciated this by glaring at Angron. Fine with me. You two can patch things up later. The Emperor turned to a golden-armored man. Constantine, Vox Sanguinius, and Lehman, and tell them to send a transport for Raggio. Right away, my lord. Constantine nodded before donning his helmet. Good. He would be able to help people. Because from he sees now, these guys look like they waged war constantly and without much, if any, remorse. So what the hell are most of you exactly? I'm severely out of the loop, I realize. I am the Emperor. Yeah, figured Emperor of what? A planet or something. The Imperium. Raggio blinked. I know. Almost nothing about that. Kind of spent most of my life avoiding anything that connects to anywhere. The Imperium currently encompasses millions of planets. Lorger stepped in, taking pity on the boy. And the Emperor here is Angron's father. And mine as well. He made us, the Primarchs, in a laboratory to serve as generals for his retaking of the stars. He took a second or two to go back to his thought before all of this, and him trying to kill Angron. Emperor, father, child, him. Holy shit. Holy shit. Wait, hold on. I'm a fucking Imperial Prince, and I've been living on a backwater planet while the planetary governor has been trying to capture me for all my life, and now, suddenly you're here. Well, we only found out about you a week or so ago, so yes. Sorry about that, by the way. As Angron explained, we all thought you dead. Why would I be dead? And if what people say is true, then why did you guys leave after you left? Why did you allow these monsters to keep control over US? Did none of you have the foresight to see this would go horribly wrong? You could fucking believe any of this. Holy fucking shit. Raggio, I did not typically back father. And while this was a mistake, please keep in mind the Imperium is so incredibly massive that you are a drop in the ocean and the issues that it may have, hence why we are here now fixing things. He rubbed a hand on his face, groaning at this blatant stupidity in his eyes. Who was the fucking genius who made this fucking abomination? Hey now, don't you dare diss Malcador in my plans. You have no idea what it was like before the Imperium. You think this is bad? You haven't seen anything, kiddo. I lived through it all. Really? Asked Raggio in a tone of disbelief. Have you? Have you really? Considering I am over 40,000 years old and have seen the dark age of technology to its fullest extent. Yes. Yes, I have. Don't you think that rapid expansion without a force to stay behind and actually keep watch over your planets that support you is a good idea in the long run? How the fuck is this even working? If you think there is time for that, you are dead wrong. The force left behind is the administratum's job. This place might not be sorted out now, but it would be in a few decades. It's easy to criticize something you haven't seen and can barely even conceptualize. Really fucking easy to criticize something that you lived through. Holy crap, I swear. Kiddo, I'm going to shove a book down your throat. I understand that you're angry, but there is a difference between idealism and realism. Sadly, you're only on idealism. You're incorrigible, Raggio argued back, deflating slowly in the presence of his grandfather, even as Constantine reported back that both Russ and Sanguinius personally would be along shortly to pick up their nephew. Somewhere in between all the yelling and fighting, however, Lorger managed to slowly calm down Angron enough to allow the former gladiator off of the ground and to stand by himself. It had taken a while, but he was able to push away the thoughts of tearing his own child's head off. He calmly grasped Gorefather as he looked at the back of his son, memorizing his features and comparing them to his own, to hers. This was their child. Slowly, he looked down at his hands. The hands of a trained and professional killer. A very damn good one at that, as he was reminded not a second later by the bite of the nails. But for the first time in over 85 years, he ignored it completely, not want to give in to the bite, the whispers of blood and gore. Instead, focusing on his son's back and torn fatigues. He really had grown up poor. His clothes were well worn along with his shoes. His short hair was tasseled and wild, though, if that was from the fight or if it looked like that normally. He didn't know. He saw the blue mark through the torn shirt. No doubt he had bruised some ribs when he had thrown him in a desperate attempt to get him away from him and to not tear off his own son's head. Almost as if they weren't his legs began to move, walking slowly towards the man that was his offspring, coming to a halt just behind him and seeing as both he, his father, and the custodes next to him tensed up. He was used to being the source of such a reaction. He was the Red Angel, Angron, the gladiator of gladiators, eater of worlds. But for the first time ever, it displeased him. He didn't want his own blood son to fear him, to hate him. It wasn't his fault. He swore it. swore he didn't know that she was alive. If he had known, he would have done everything in his power to come back, to be there with her, to care for her, to make sure she was safe, happy, and their son would grow up free. He desperately wanted to go back to a time when he had the chance to go back and fix this at the beginning. Maybe then it wouldn't be like this. Maybe then Raggio wouldn't hate him, just like how he hates his own father. Slowly, he reached out with hands wrapped in chains and armor, the same ones that tore apart countless Xenos and even humans, the same hands that had killed and maimed countless others in the Great Crusade. Raggio, at that moment, turned to face him, the fear evident in his eyes for a second, even as Angron could see as quickly his son's eyes widened. Adrenaline, no doubt, surging through his veins, preparing him for a fight. Angron grabbed him by his shoulders, the nails demanding a finish to the fight earlier, demanding him to finish him and just go wild. He hated how they were pushing for him to kill the only thing in the entire galaxy that was left of her. Lorgar drew Illuminarum high in the air, ready to smash his brother out of the way to protect his nephew, even as the Emperor drew on his psychic powers ready to blast Angron away. Both of their plans quickly fell to ash, however, as Angron moved faster than both could have expected, pulling Raggio closer to him, tight into his armor, into a hug. To say that everyone stood in complete and utter shock would be an understatement. Of all the things they thought Angron capable of formulating, none were even near this one. A minute passed in silence, the only sound being distant battle and the ruffling of chains as Angron pulled his son closer and closer. "I didn't know, son," Angron whispered. "I didn't know," he repeated even as tears slipped from the gladiator's eyes, his head twitching violently as the nails bit harder and harder in an attempt to snap him out of the somber moment. Raggio, for his part, was in shock, pressed against the cold ceramite armor of his father, even as calloused, massive, rough hands pressed into his back. He felt his mouth open slightly, then close again, completely speechless, then go through the action again as if he was a gaping fish. He had no words. He could feel his father's entire body shake violently as he desperately attempted to cling onto him. "Father," he whispered before being shoved away, Angron suddenly turning his back to him even as he clutched onto the butcher's nails hammered into his head and let out an ear-piercing roar. "Equerry," he demanded, and a moment later, a space marine appeared at Angron's side. "Let's go." The nails call for slaughter. "Yes, my lord," the marine replied, and soon, thousands of marines began a long march down the mountain village and towards Deshe. When they reached the outskirts, Raggio saw as Angron paused and looked back over his shoulder towards him, the tiniest glimmer of regret flashing in his father's eyes as he walked away. Why? Why did he have to do something like that? Roar like an animal, then just run off like that? This couldn't be the same man that left them. Could it? If he was, then he wouldn't? Raggio's mind whirled, trying to make sense of it all. His face must have shown the turmoil he felt, because now he could spy the pitying looks sent his way. "I have work to do." He spoke up, not wanting to think about all of this right now. He had way too much bad blood there, and not enough time to really go over it. He'd rather work. "Good. Focus on your work. I understand you have questions." The Emperor spoke even as he made ready to follow Angron, Lorgar already departing. "The answers will have to wait, but they will come in due time," his grandfather explained even as he walked off, the golden-armored warriors going after him even as what sounded like the whine of an animal was heard in the distance. Except, it didn't stop. In fact, it was getting louder. One in the dash, he turned only to duck instinctively as multiple things flew straight over his head at speeds he thought impossible, heading for the other parts of the planet, it looked like. Then he was embalmed in light. With all the noise and his attention being focused on the flying things above, he missed the massive one, now hovering in front of him, slowly coming down and landing like a bird of prey, colored light blue and yellow. Soon, it deployed a ramp, followed by the sound of metal striking metal. "Well, slap me and call me wrong. You do look like your father," a deep voice exclaimed as Raggio's eyes adjusted to the bright light to see what looked like, well, a man. If a man was as tall as him and looked like he was raised by wolves. But like his father, Lorgar, and the Emperor, he was massive, clad in the same style armor as the earlier ones along with a massive sword and fire spitter by his side. His hair was different, however. Long hair and beards were a rarity on Nyceria, especially ones with braids. In the very warm climate, even in the mountains, they just weren't practical. It wasn't just him, though. Multiple other, smaller, armored warriors descended by his side. Who are you?" he asked cautiously. "Me?" the man asked in surprise, even as he let out a belly laugh and extended his arms. "I'm your uncle, but call me Lehman. Everyone does." "Lehman? Well, you certainly do look like you're from Valley of some sorts." He shrugged. This family was just weird. "Raggio, I'm a healer." "Shy, you don't say," Lehman exclaimed, even as he grabbed both of his shoulders. What was it with everyone in this family and physical contact? Brother, there you are. An almost heavenly voice sounded even as a moment later, a massive winged warrior landed by them. Their face the picture of perfection and beauty, even as it was screwed with annoyance. Don't run off on me like that. We're needed back at the evacuation sites. If things are going to plan, then the trains will begin to make their way within the hour. Raggio couldn't help it. He took one look at the angel and couldn't stop from uttering out, "Holy shit, I think you're the most beautiful woman I have ever seen." Lehman immediately began laughing, soon joined by the rest of the warriors which had come from the craft with him, practically wheezing even as the angel stepped into the light. His annoyed face now clear, also revealing his, male features. "Oh, sorry," Raggio whispered. The angel sighed, even as a smile graced his lips, and he reached out with one massive hand. "I am Sanguinius." Raggio calmly shook the angel's hands, shocked at how smooth it was. "I still think you are probably the most handsome man I have ever seen." Sanguinius raised an eyebrow, even as another bout of laughter took Lehman. "I'm also your uncle," he then said as a matter-of-factly, causing Raggio's eyes to go wide with surprise. "Huh?" Raggio then paused, and then realized what was implied. No, that is not what I meant. Can't a man just compliment another?" He groaned as Lehman began to laugh even harder at this point. "Why does this have to happen to me? This is bloody gold," Lehman exclaimed. "Magnus ain't ever going to believe it." Raggio slowly brought up a hand and rubbed his eyes. "How many uncles do I have exactly?" He would not make that mistake again. 19, Sanguinius said without even really thinking about it. "And aunts? None. So wait, all guys, did the Emperor just get really lucky and have nothing but boys?" "That's a story for another time." Sanguinius dodged the question, since time was of the essence at the moment. "Nay, we're all that born," Lehman explained, even as he pointed up and into the belly of the steel beast. "Now come on, we're wasting action. Those refugees won't protect themselves." "Wait, I have to go grab my medical bag dash." "No offense, Raggio," Sanguinius butted in, "but I believe we have far more advanced tools in medicine than you." Raggio tried to argue, then looked at the sheer amount of technology he was surrounded by and realized he would be fighting an already losing battle. "Fine, let's go." He slowly stepped toward the flying machine, becoming hesitant as he reached the ramp, feeling as his uncle Lehman put a hand around his shoulders and turned back toward Sanguinius. "You're coming, sister?" he asked in a jesting tone, even as Sanguinius sputtered before laughing as well. "Lead on. I heard canids are great at that." He shot back, causing Lehman to let out a bark of laughter, even as he gently pushed Raggio up into the bay and slowly sat him down onto a seat. He wondered how this thing would move. How did the dynamics work? Something completely made of metal, able to fly through the air? Remarkable. He's never even been around most modern technology. The most modern he has been around was his tools. He had heard about Vox transmitters and receivers, but had never seen one. He heard a low-pitched whine begin to increase even as Sanguinius stood, locking his magnetic sabotants into place along with Lehman. The seats were far too small for the Primarchs. He wondered what was going to happen and continued to look around the Stormbird. The Lehman looked at him. "Oi," he shouted even as he came closer and slammed down a metal cage around him. "Strap in, unless you want to go flying off." He lectured even as he walked back to his position, the whine now reaching a new pitch even as the ramp closed. "Ready," Lehman suddenly shouted. "Get us back to the forward command post." "Aye, Wolf King." A shout came back from the cockpit as suddenly Raggio felt weightlessness in his stomach. Well, it wasn't so bad. Immediately, all of the weight punched back as he was pushed back into his seat. All he could do was scream incoherently as his entire body went through the traumatic experience of space wolf flying. How in the actual fuck did anyone stand this? The fuck was happening? How fast were they going? Was he going to die? Did something go wrong? And then everything stabilized. It felt almost as if he was on the ground again, except with that sense of no stable earth below you and that slight feeling of weightlessness. And Uncle Lehman was laughing at him again, even as Sanguinius was giving him a look of pity. "Roger, escorts leveling off starboard and port." The pilot was heard speaking again as Raggio turned to look at a picture projector showing the outside. Wow, they were high, higher than even birds could fly, even as two other flying things appeared to be flying besides them. Breaking cloud layer. The pilot spoke and the feed of the projector was filled with whiteness before being replaced with beauty. The night stars. He never saw them shining so brightly. He could make out brighter ones, dimmer ones. He could even see some ships in the distance. Looking at all of this made him feel like a little kid again, despite being 85. "I've never actually seen the stars. There's always a thick smog from the cities and the wastelands." He idly spoke, his entire attention glued to the beyond. He really was out of his element here. If they could achieve technological feats like this, wherein use armor beyond what he could tear and even have medicine better than what he was able to make, what else do they have that he could learn from? Oh, he could only imagine what kinds of things he could learn. Maybe visit a library? The only library he ever could visit wasn't even big enough for him to fit in anymore. Approaching staging ground. The pilot spoke up even as the escorts broke off and they broke the cloud layer again appearing. The northern grasslands? How? They were hundreds of kilometers away from the village. How was that possible? We went so fast, how? We were in my village only minutes ago. And the stars. And now we're on the other side of the planet. It took me weeks to walk from my village to hear Raggio was babbling, just like his own mother would when she got nervous. Though, there was a bubble of laughter as he regarded everything, impressed and wanting to see how much more there was to experience. I suppose it is an awe-inspiring sight. Sanguinius took pity on Raggio by stopping his babbling. Don't worry, kid. Lehman butted in. We were all like this the first time we saw these things. I'm sorry. I've just never seen anything like this before. I've never flown. I have never seen armor like yours. I didn't even know here are people out there as big as me. What else is there? What about the stars? The other planets? The galaxy? He couldn't stop the grin coming onto his face. Getting excited about all this knowledge, he just couldn't wait to break open. Just wait until you're see Terra. Lehman smiled. Throne world and cradle of mankind. The entire planet is essentially a massive city with spires reaching into the atmosphere. Lehman supplied, watching how the man, well more like a boy, got even more excited. What kind of building techniques are used to make buildings like that? How high do they go? What kind of trees and animals are there on Terra? What about oceans? I think there's one here on Assyria, but I've never seen it. There isn't much on Terra besides that, but there are other planets. Sanguinius explained, an entire galaxy's worth of them. But I believe they shall be the things you least think of right now. Wow. He breathed out a small sigh, wondering about everything else he would ask. I need to start reading. Are there any books I can read about all of this? Plenty. Sanguinius smiled, once more, even as the Stormbird landed with a thud. I will make sure to get you to Magnus at first chance. Lehman made a face, but was elbowed by his brother. Be nice. I know, I'm just playing. You just sound like the nerd, you know? Then the ramp dropped, unveiling things he had never seen before. Towers, massive towers with fire spitters, tracked vehicles moving everywhere along with many, many more of the armored warriors. Some colored red and black, others blue and yellow. Some were even yellow and white with hints of black. Come along, boy. Lehman pushed him on, a hand on his shoulders as he guided him down the Stormbird, and Sanguinius joined them by their side. This is, Raggio stuttered. Look up, Sanguinius said, pointing to the sky with a finger. And so he did, his eyes somehow going wider even as he felt his breath catch in his throat. What? What are those? He managed to choke out. Ships. Lehman clarified. Battle barges. Must have come in a lower orbit to protect us easier with fighter escort and fire support. Above are the most massive monstrosities he had ever gazed upon in his life, long with countless towers, spires, and what looked to be massive castles built into these ships. The ships could easily dwarf his entire village. Hell, his village looked like it could fit comfortably in one of those things' cannons, and have room to fit a few more copies with them. The shadows they cast below them made the already dark night into an even darker one, so massive it was to blot out the stars themselves. It was so massive, he was sure the capital Deshier would be nothing more than a smudge on one of their towers compared to the majesty and sheer size of just one ship. And there were so many of them. Holy shit. A wondrous sight. Sanguinius hummed, then sputtered. By ball, what are they doing here? What? Who? Lehman asked. They, Sanguinius answered, pointing violently towards some buildings off in the distance. Oh, for Helvete's sake. I thought they were supposed to stay in orbit. Equerry. A warrior came to Lehman's side immediately and gave his lord a report with a smirk on his face. We tried, my lord. They went and pissed off the fists and iron warriors building everything, so they were going to have to redo the entire plan now. What were you talking about? Raggio asked, confused. The building? What? Lehman responded to his nephew. Nay, boy. The damn Titans. T-Titans. Raggio's face screwed in confusion. Yet another thing he didn't understand. What are those? You mean the buildings? Before Lehman could respond, Sanguinius pointed at the far-off buildings. Those aren't buildings. In fact, want a closer look? How are you going to give me a closer dash? Like this. Sanguinius proceeded to quickly grab Raggio around his stomach, pulling him closer to his armor in almost a hugging manner. The blood angels around them would deny, feeling jealous to their dying day. And just like that, they jumped into the air with a flap of massive angelic wings, taking to it as if they were birds. Holy shit! Raggio screamed before laughing gleefully. Now look, his uncle shouted down at him. That is a Titan. Wait, Did the building have a face? It had some towers on top and a lot of guns, and the head just moved. Holy shit, what? What was happening? Princeps Turnit, Sanguinius shouted towards the Titan, his voice magnified in some unknown way even as he swung them around the Titan and diving for the ground some hundreds of meters in front of the giant, putting Raggio gently onto his feet. That's a Titan, a living fortress. Holy shit. Wait, why would you build one that can't move on Nucerai dash? His words came to a rampant stop as what could only be described as the loudest war horn he had ever heard almost blasted apart his eardrums. Then, to only further his astonishment, the Titan walked. It walked. A fucking building moved and walked. The earth itself shook as it walked towards them. Wait, towards them? Uncle, shouldn't we get out of the way? Nonsense. He is merely greeting us. Sanguinius smiled, attempting to calm his worried nephew even as the Titan got closer and closer. Uncle. He tried again as a massive foot landed right in front of them, and the Titan stopped. Then a muted, booming sound was heard. Primarch Sanguinius. Raggio looked up to see the Titan staring at them. Holy shit. Princeps Turnit. Sanguinius inclined his head. May I present Raggio, son of Primarch Onron. Raggio, Princeps Esau Turnit, master of the engine, dies ire. An honor. The booming voice of the Titan spoke. Is there some issue you have come to complain about? Raggio couldn't speak. He was too in shock and awe at the massive machine, building, thing. And no, I don't. He wondered what he could do with something like this. Lehman, however, did have an issue as he quickly made his way to the both of them. We want to know why in the fucking hells are ye here? According to the war meetings, there are 15 primarchs on planet along with the emperor himself. The princeps explained. We would not have the honor of such a glorious walk denied to us. We already have enough firepower here. You were not invited. We acknowledge your complaint. Oh good, then get OU dash. And duly ignore it. Lehman smacked a hand to his face, rubbing angrily as he attempted to not lose his temper at the damn Titan. Get me on the Vox with that blueberry bastard of a brother. The plan did not have Fukin Titans anywhere. Nuceria 000.M31, Western Hemisphere. Once we finish deployment of all Astartes elements, we shall begin the march immediately. The cities in this part of the planet are richer, almost as rich as Deshier itself. In fact, they are mostly palace retreats for the nobility, meaning Horus waved his hand in a suggestive motion at the forward command center even as he was in a meeting with Mordorion and Lion. Kill them. The Lion spoke simply. No need to take them prisoner. He further elaborated to his sons that stood by his side. Agreed. Mordorion added in. There is no need for this vermin in the Imperium. Brothers, while I do agree, Horus looked at both of his brothers. We need to keep in mind that there will be many slaves here as well. The transports from Lehman and Sanguinius have already begun arriving. However, we will need to ensure a clear and steady stream of dash. Horus suddenly stopped as who looked to be a very annoyed Ezekiel Abaddon entered the building. Ezekiel, what is it? Horus demanded, taking the interruption with all due grace. My lords, Abaddon inclined his head towards all the present primarchs before rising. A message for you, my Lord Warmaster. From Lord Russ, marked urgent. A hymnal or? Horus asked. Multi-line Vox Hololith call. Abaddon elaborated even as he approached the table, punching in a frequency and passcode. Can't believe you went and told me to ask Hora? There you bloody well are. Lehman's rough voice soon filled the air even as Horus' eyebrows furrowed together in confusion. Lehman, he greeted. Why the interruption? He doesn't understand. Came aside from yet another voice, even as Lehman and Aegidius Guilliman's forms shimmered into existence on the Hololith. The Titans aren't sworn to me, Lehman. They are attached to the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet. Therefore, they claim Horus as their contractee and person who they swore their oath to walk to. I have nothing to do with this. Aegidius explained in a frustrated voice, even as he appeared to be giving out multiple other orders while doing so. Wait, what is this about? Horus asked, now thoroughly confused. Oh, the bloody Titans. Lehman snarled. Can you tell them to feck right off back to orbit? They decided to land. Which Titans? The Lion demanded, having enough of this foolishness immediately. Half of the bloody Legio Mortis. Lehman exclaimed, throwing his hands into the air. Wait, what? Horus asked in shock. Half of a Legio, what? Why? We ordered them to stay dash. As we have explained to Primarch Sanguinius. A deep baritone voice interrupted them even as the Hololith adjusted to show a massive Titan standing in the distance. We will not have such a glorious walk denied to us. Hey, we're having a conversation here that you were definitely not invited to. Like you not being invited to this operation. Sanguinius butted in. Honestly, the Iron Warriors and Imperial Fists are still holding a grudge over it. Stop, Horus demanded, everyone instantly falling silent at the War Master's request, even as he rubbed his eyes and let out a deep sigh, knowing that the Titans wouldn't back out. Princeps turn it. You may walk with us, Dash. Excellent. We shall mobilize the Legio. But walk in our defense, sending coordinates now. Good. We shall arrive as soon as possible. Good. Then this is settled. Horus shut off the hololith without another word. Brother. The lion interjected. You do know, we're quite literally a hemisphere away. Yes. And it will take the Titan hours to even get in range of their biggest weaponry. Yes. You do realize they aren't fools, correct? Oh, of course I do. He elaborated even as he reached for Worldbreaker. But I won't be here to hear it when they vox back. He moved to the building exit, and I seem to have forgotten my helmet and its built-in vox. How careless of me. Lion nodded his head appreciatively. Sounded like something he would have done. Both he and Mordorion followed their brother out into the field, filled to the brim with fully geared Astartes, as before them stretched a kilometer of open field before the palaces began with their lush estates. Soon enough, they were joined by various higher-ranking scouts who all saluted the Primarchs before taking a knee. As planned, my lords, most of the nobility are either sleeping or too drunk or high to care. An older one elaborated. Furthermore, we have detected fortified barracks filled with guards. They displayed a hololith and began ticking off locations. Here, here, and here. They finished after counting off all of them. Good, Mordorion spoke. Wouldn't do to have even more nuisances running around and ruining the operation. Not like they could, but the thought counted. Deliver them to the artillery masters of the 7th Legion. The scouts nodded and wordlessly ran off with the coordinates. Time to assault 3 mics. Horus said, even as he checked his chronometers, and besides him Hastur Sejanus put on his helmet and began giving out orders, mustering the rest of the Legion as they all slowly got into position. The Lion was soon joined by the Deathwing and gave his farewells as he joined his sons in the Land Raiders, due to take them to the city's eastern flank while Mordorion marched off to the west, still within view due to the uneven terrain. 1 mic, Horus explained, even as crouched down and took a deep breath. There was always something beautiful on the eve of a battle. Everything went completely silent. Even the systems of his power armor quieted down as he observed the city in the distance. Light by only small amounts of light. His enhanced eyes could even see through some of the bigger windows at this distance at just what perverse actions the so-called nobles were taking part in. What should have been quaint, picturesque villas used for a getaway were instead the hovels used to continue their debased acts, like they learned nothing from what happened 85 years ago. That ruined even any remote beauty that the moment held for him, as it was quickly replaced by disgust as he was reminded of why they were here. Slowly, he stood as he raised himself to his full height. He rose a hand and began to count down. All Astartes elements under my command. Commencing charge on my mark. One last breath. 3, 2, 1. Mark. Instantly, the roar of dozens of engines was heard as the Raven Wing of the Dark Angels sped ahead of the Deathwing's Land Raiders. The latter's massive engines turning over in a burst of orange-hued Promethium-fueled smoke as their track spun, and they were off. At the same time, Horus along with his Justurin and thousands of his sons began their quick march along with Mordorion and the rest of the escorting Death Guard. Precisely 15 seconds later, a massive boom was heard from the rear, followed by dozens of them. 20 seconds later, Horus' augmented eyes spotted as the multiple artillery rounds fell directly on the guard barracks, dropped with unparalleled accuracy by the Imperial Fist's artillery masters. 60 seconds later, they entered the city, causing unmatchable chaos as they split off, beginning to clear palaces and various estates even as the power to the city was cut. The eyes of the Space Marines capable of seeing easily in the dark even without their helmets. To say that what happened afterward was a slaughter would be an affront to the very definition of the word. The air was completely filled with the collective shrieks of women awoken, the shouts of men, the breaking of walls, and the sweet sound of vengeance. Not a single villa would be left unturned. Not a single occupant would not be judged. Not a single mourning would ever crest on this Nassyria again. He felt a single pang of sorrow when he heard the sounds of young children crying, of infants terrorized. None of them deserved what was happening, merely that they happened to be born on this planet. He gave specific orders that children under the age of 12 standard Terran years were not to be harmed and be given a pardon unless deemed unsalvageable. It was a judgment for the youngest, who may not have had the chance to be corrupted by their parents just yet. He debated on joining his sons during the first initial wave, but decided against it. He was the leader after all, and it wouldn't do for him to be suddenly unavailable because he was too busy having the time of his life. He wondered how Lion was doing. This is an affront to my skill. The Captain Paladin of the Dark Angels complained as he gutted yet another guard with extreme ease, like swatting at flies during those 7 weeks of hell. Oh, be quiet, Captain. Tarek Torgadon laughed, as he smashed through what appeared to be a noble. Well, former noble now. More like pate. He could go for some pate. These are slavers. No one expected them to put up any fight. True. Shame that, Corswain added on as he cleaved through a guard. This one was running away even. What by the forest of Caliban were these cowardly beings that even dared call themselves human? I agree with Captain Torgadon, said Holguin, lieutenant of the Death Wing, smashing his way through a wall to get into the building they were fighting in. It may not be a challenge, barely a battle in fact, but it is better than the 7 weeks of pure humiliation and boredom we have suffered through. He stomped on the head of a half-dead guard, smashing it into pulp. But these slavers disgust me, enslaving weaker people for pure entertainment. He spat on the corpse. What vermin! Not worth the time it will take to scrape them off of my boots. Still entertainment. Tarek sheathed his chain's word, even as his ears picked up on something. Crying. He moved towards a door, being stopped by Holguin, who held a hand out in front of him. It could be a trap. A trap? A trap for what and who? Flies. Tarek responded, shoving his hand aside and attempting to open the door, only to find it jammed. He sighed before simply walking forward and cleaned through the door thanks to his power armor. Thinking any trap here on this mud hole can do anything against us. Next, I suppose you're going to say that you took up knitting like the Imperial fists. He jested even as his eyes adjusted to the darkness and the sound became clear. It was the crying of a child. On the ground in front of him, his helmet automatically detected 2 humanoid forms. A guard by the looks of his clothes and a female slave, judging by her brand that was visible underneath her forearm. Her hand were clutching the guard's neck. It didn't really matter since a pile of rubble had crushed in their bodies, appearing to kill them instantly. And beside them was a small boy, no older than 4 or maybe 5 standard years by his looks. He was clutching onto the female slave's robes, muttering something out in what sounded to his helmet's cogitator as an Assyrian. Soon, the translation came through. Mama, what is this? Corswain asked, making his way into the room and quickly scanning the situation before letting out a grunt and walking back out. Holguin looked after him before deciding to apparently join the lieutenant, leaving only Tarek standing there, looking down at the child with pity. In his grief and tears, he had apparently not even noticed the massive space marine standing there in the darkness. It was a shame that this had to be the consequence of this compliance. The deaths of at least some innocents and others were to be expected. The child now had apparently realized what exactly had happened as he attempted to crawl closer to his mother's face, crying and wailing with all the strength his tiny body possessed. He noted that the boy and woman had the same brand, one that made his skin crawl just looking at it. Tarek sighed. He hated himself for this. Unlike most of his brothers who had either detached themselves from their more human emotions or had become blunt towards them, he had not. The child did not deserve this, to be discovered afterward next to his own mother's corpse. Taking pity, he activated a light that he had carried with him, scaring the child, who now whirled around to see the massive marine standing there even as his eyes went wide in fear, his grief, at least for the moment, forgotten. Tarek slowly reached out a hand and took an unruly step, causing the child to press himself closer into his mother. He chided himself for such carelessness. Of course the boy would be afraid. He had most likely just lost anything of value or meaning to him on this entire groxhole of a planet. Tarek reached up with both of his hands and slowly unclasped his helmet, showing his human features. This caused the boy's eyes to spark in surprise. Then he knelt down and reached towards him. Gome. He uttered the word in Assyrian, trusting his armor's cogitators to relay the language to him via one of the many mind links. The boy turned around to look at his mother, before looking back to Tarek, a look of awe now mixed in with the fear and sadness. Mama, he muttered again. She is gone, child. Tarek spoke slowly and in a low tone, attempting to break it as gently as he could to the poor boy. There is no place for you here. Once more, the child looked back and forth between his mother and Tarek, slowly beginning to inch closer to the Marine. When he had finally reached Tarek's outstretched hand, he wrapped his whole hand around one of the Marine's fingers. The boy's fingers weren't even long enough to wrap all the way around. The boy looked up at him, hope finally beginning to show in his eyes as he looked back at his dead mother yet again, before looking Tarek directly into his eyes, showing just how unnaturally strong Assyria had made him even as young as he was. What now? He asked carefully, even as Tarek smiled gently, grabbing him and lifting him easily. Now you come with me. He began to walk out of the room. What happened? The child asked, hesitantly pressing himself into Tarek's chest plate. The boy was scared for a second, thinking back on what his mother told him long ago what his fate was. Pleasure dash. Tarek swallowed down the bile that threatened to come up at just that single word. He quickly shook his head, his hatred for the Assyrians doubling evermore. Never. Rejoice, young one, for you shall take to the stars. He explained, reaching down and smoothing some hair away from the boy's face with a massive armored finger. "And there, you shall become my brother." Aegidius was quick in his work, scouring through the countless minds of the Nasirians, passing judgment and relaying them to his brothers. He already had to pass the emperor's judgment on 3 children, barely old enough to enjoy what they did to slaves. Despicable. He supposed it could have been worse. He was sure of it. It was bad enough to see what these people lived through in flashes, seeing what the abusers did. If he were non-Astartes, he would have caved from sheer disgust at everything he witnessed. He hated them, pure, plain, and simple. He hated these people with every fiber of his being. He hated their way of life. He hated their customs, their culture. He hated every single part of them. He wanted nothing more than for them to be wiped from the face of the galaxy. Nothing of value would be lost. He felt a ripple in the warp, a tiny one as his mind scoured through the disarray of the war zone. He idly wondered where it came from as he weaved through the bodies and the fires of the district, almost in a calm-like state. He just had to feel out where it came from as he continued to weave into the collapsed wall of one of the villas. Odd, he would think as he passed by the burning art pieces and the members of the Sons of Horus and his own legion as they continued to exterminate the nobles and free slaves. A piece of the pillars nearby fell to the ground as flames licked up their form, almost as if he was taking a passive stroll through the old Terran concept of hell. He could feel himself getting closer to the ripple, a voice that started to cry out in fear through the warp, reminding him of a psyker who couldn't control their powers. Oh, that might be it. Coming to a stop at one of the ornately decorated doors of the villa, charring to black soot before his eyes, his transhuman senses and abilities were able to pick through the holes and spy at a couple of people hiding in the slowly engulfing room of fire. A guard and a boy, both having a similar familial resemblance, a quick foray into the mind and flashes of a life before all of this. He thought it was quite fortunate that it was he who found them both, for if one of his brothers had found them, they would have executed the guard and taken the child psyker. Well, good thing he was here. It was always a messy business to separate a child from their father. Both branded to be cattle, one old enough to serve as a shield, another to serve as living furniture. Perhaps the Nasirians didn't know of the boy's abilities? They certainly were daft enough to pass by basic human decency, so perhaps they passed over a tiny slave who had abilities beyond what they could ever hope to control. Not even bothering to open the door, he simply walked through what was left of it and into the spitting flames that couldn't ever hope to damage him or his armor. He could see and feel the passing thoughts in their minds, the fear they showed as they watched him descend upon them from the fires of their own version of hell. "If you don't take off that armor, my brothers may shoot you on sight. We have orders to kill any and all guards from Assyria." He spoke to them, not bothering to use the translators, and instead let his abilities do the work for him. He was beyond pleased to know that the child stilled and was able to finally meet and hear someone like him. "If you want to live, you best do as I say." The father clutched at his son, his own sword having long ago been dropped to the floor after it heated too much to even use anymore. He wondered what the giant was going to do. He wondered if all of the slaves, even ones who were guards, were being slaughtered as well. Well, if we knew that, we wouldn't have those orders. "Come along then. I don't suppose you want to die in the blazes of your former master's home. Now do you?" They nodded, wanting to escape from their death. "Then stand aside, and let me show you what one such as us can do." A wave of his hand, the barest of flexes on his mind, and he swept away the flames around them, a clear path for them to follow. The father was confused, questions coming through his mind on why now. Why save them? "We are here to save the slaves, after all, and who am I to allow one of my kind to die here when I could have saved them?" He idly shrugged, turning and expecting them to follow him. "It is what we do, after all. Can I do it too?" The tiny voice of the boy flitted through Aegidius' mind, the visions of one who wanted to get back at those who deemed him as less than a footstool, as nothing more than cattle. Aegidius had wanted to ask him the same thing. "If you wish to be my brother, then you will have to work. It will be your choice." He knew the boy would choose to follow, and that his father would want him to be like their saviors. A fitting start for a new Dark Angel. New Syria, 000 M31, Deshi Palace District. The guardmaster of Palace Praxica was running as if his life depended on it. More specifically, he was running away from something. So yes, he really was running for his life. What could only be described as a damned shadow was following him all across the palace grounds, like an angry shadow that was going to split him apart with its blackened teeth. He screamed for help, but anytime he rounded a corner, he ran into the corpses of his fellow guards. Even when he found some of the other guards that were alive, or even some of the slave guards, he would send them in that thing's path. Then shortly after, he would hear the screams and the sounds, and, oh God. The further he ran, the more corpses he saw, and fewer people he could throw in that thing's way. He looked behind him, Behind him, just a few feet away, was a monster with what looked like a sadistic grin. Letting out a terrified scream, he launched himself further only to smash directly into a wall. Brother. The thing behind him suddenly spoke in what he identified as High Gothic. Clear already? The voice was as vile and rough as the sand from the arenas, sending a frightening chill down his spine even as he looked up to see Conrad, the other, massive being greeted in return. Is this the head watchman? Thinking quickly and attempting to save his own skin, he spoke. Yes, that's me. Good. And suddenly, a hand, faster than lightning itself, reached down and grasped his neck, before lifting him high into the air so that he was face to face with the Primarch. The panic room. Where is it? The creature demanded, even as the guard panicked, thinking quickly. You don't need to answer. The creature behind him threatened. It would make this far more enjoyable that way. He heard the distinct noise of a power weapon turning on, causing him to squirm further in the man's grasp. Be behind the Rexium throne. But you can't enter it. It's biometrics only dash. Thank you. The man holding him spoke even as he was suddenly torn asunder by a lightning claw from behind, being split clean in half. Good. That is the main problem over and done with. Conrad smirked. Where is Jagatai? He is hunting in the steppes and wastelands. I heard his laughter over the Vox. Corvus answered even as he turned around. Let us continue with the plans of purging the rest of this district. Good. I shall go round up the other nobles, little raven. Conrad spoke, turning around and walking away. You do so, brother. I have. Corvus hesitated as he looked down at the corpse in utter disgust. Vermin to hunt. With that, both figures blended into the shadows, becoming one with them. Hunting down vermin like this was quickly becoming a favored pastime for the raven. After he and Conrad separated, he was seeing to the extermination of the guards. Anyone else who would have been maliciously complicit in the workings of the palace and its lord, and with making sure the slaves were freed and sent on their way. It disgusted him. Watching what happens on this planet through a vid was one thing, but seeing it in practice and the actual effects was another matter entirely. He memorized the brands and knew what each meant as he met with more and more slaves, either unshackling them or saving them from the hands of another who was desperately trying to have another moment with them before it all ended. After going through the smaller estates, he could guess on what kind of situation each slave would be in, and he hated having that knowledge. He was quite thankful that Conrad was here, since Conrad had very little qualms about killing. It also served to remind him to not lose his composure and just orbitally bombard every estate. He should get that checked. My Primarch? Disturbing news. The Vox link sprung to life. Corvus answered and wondered what could possibly be more disturbing than now. What is it? Message from the Dark Angels. Apparently, the situation with the guards has gotten more complex. Apparently, Nasirian law allows for slaves to be forced as guards. Damn, that made everything worse. Not to mention 3 times as complex. They did promise that they would save as many slaves as possible. Now they had to work to confirm that every guard was either free or a slave or just anything. Why couldn't these animals have just made it easier on them and just kept them separate? He sighed as he tuned his Vox for the invasion groups under his command. All invasion groups. New information has come to light. Check every guard for slave markings before execution. Forced labor has been confirmed to extend to their positions. He clicked off before he could hear the responses. If his patience had been heavily tried before, it was gone now. There would be no mercy for these barbarians. No se rende. No piti. He stalked off into the darkness, already stalking his next prey. Nucheria 000 met 31 dish outskills. Stand to. Stand to. The guard captain exclaimed as he moved up and down the ranks of Laskan armed guards, even as in the distance a heavily rhythmic thumping was heard. Defensive positions. Come on, he demanded, even as some of the guards took cover behind the merlins of the city walls while others peeked by them, attempting to see in the darkness, the power having been cut some time ago. All the while, the thumping was getting louder and louder. No human army was possible of making such a massive noise. What was coming for them? Sir, light. When the guards called off, and sure enough, there was a light, or rather thousands of them. Thousands of pairs of glowing red eyes. Gods help them all. It was as if hell itself had opened and sent their hordes right for them. With a march matching the hordes of hell themselves, they came closer and closer until they could see them clearly. Monsters, down to the last. Glowing eyes with grill, maw mouths, carrying weapons that roared like the fiercest predators. Then they looked closer, and what they saw truly horrified them. Butcher's nails. The ones in white and blue had the butcher's nails. Oh, gods are going to die here. But wait, they had no siege equipment. Did they plan on starting them out or... Sir, things are coming closer. And true enough, 3 things were coming closer. Creatures showing, Human features? They had the same armor, they now realized, but no helmets on. Gods, these were humans. What could cause humans to grow so massive? The one in red and brass colored armor who had the nails stepped forward from a sea of those things, all in the color of white and blue. But what drew everyone's eyes was the one wearing the gold. So focused was their attention that they almost completely missed the one that was bald and wielded a massive mace. Slavers. The one with the nails now shouted in a tone so commanding it caused all of the guards to stiffen in fear. I am Angren. I have come back here, to this GROX-ridden shitpile of a planet, to finish what I started. He hefted the massive chain axe that he was wielding before pointing it at them. Death. He called out. Death. He shouted yet again, and this time, the stomping noise returned as the warriors behind him began to slam a hand over their chest plates. Death. The warriors now began to shout, the ones in white and blue armor, even screaming it in Assyrian on occasion. Death. The shouts were replaced by something more akin to animalistic roars, even as some of the guards began to turn and run, most of them being slaves. Then, Angren's axe fell, and with it came a flash of blinding golden light from the golden armored man. So bright was the flash that it turned night to day as it sent a massive section of the wall flying clear into the sky, the debris flying inwards into the city. And just like the wall, the guards broke and fled for their lives even as the warriors charged inward, slaughtering and cutting through them like defenseless cattle. The guard captain fell to his knees, unable to stand up any longer as his entire will crumbled to the ground. He knew there was no winning against these monsters. He didn't even know he was dead until his head was rolling on the ground, and he watched his body slide to the ground. Nuceria 000.M31. The Great Plains, freed slave trains. It was so soft. Never had they ever felt something this soft before, this warm. When they woke up to the sound of explosions in the slave quarters, they thought it was another war from one of the other city-states. Lords fighting lords, all continuously fighting for whatever little land and power they could have under the planetary governor. Then the massive men in massive armor and holding massive weapons started to kill everyone. Or rather, they killed the lords, the guards, everyone who wasn't a slave or a freedman. Funny, they used to hate their brand, marking them as lesser and not even on the same footing as a regular person. As a thing, now that very same brand was used to save their life from the rampaging hordes of hell. No, from the hordes of men from the stars. They were helped up, left alone, told they were safe, and taken to the trains, a long ride where no one hurt them, no one hit them, or anything else. Then they came out to the camps, where they received a blanket, some medicine, and some wonderful broths and soups. Fresh water was given, some were even able to get baths, or even fresh clothes. Every pleasure slave was given a new set of clothing. Every cattle slave was given extra food, and every punishment slave was given extra time in the apothecarium tents. She had never felt so. The word they used earlier was safe. Safe. She had never felt safe before. It was nice to receive all of the extra soup, but tasted bitter in her mouth. How long did they have to wait? Wait until they decide to stop being nice. How long until they started to treat them just as everyone else had? Were they fattening them up? Were they going to die too? Were they lying to them? Was a worse fate going to happen to them compared to their lives? What was going to happen to them? A shadow passed over her. One of the massive men was passing by again while she had these thoughts, wondering what was going to happen and when it was going to stop. How long until they hurt us too? She uttered out, stilling when the shadows passing her stopped as well. Pardon. She didn't dare look up. No one was allowed to look up when your better was talking to you, unless they told you to. Never forget that. Never forget that. She swallowed, shivers running through her body as she suddenly felt like all of her words weren't able to be formed any longer. But still, she forced them out. How long until why you hurt us too? The man was silent. She knew she spoke up too quickly. She must have sped up the process. She knew it. She must have agitated them and caused this safety to go flying away. It was all her fault. Madam, we are here to save you. Save everyone. We have no intention of letting any of you continue to be slaves. He answered her, his voice silky smooth, soft, and even angelic. But everyone, we are not like the Assyrians. We do our best to serve the Imperium, to help our people. It is our very meaning of life, our duty to work to help others. He spoke with such conviction as if he truly and utterly believed that. It was odd to hear someone speak of helping others like that, instead of using that conviction to speak about how high and mighty they were. It was nice to hear someone speak like that. So please, no more talk of that. She saw the shadow get bigger, her eyes still glued to the ground and staring towards her bowl of soup. She could faintly make out his armor on the edges of her vision, taking a knee before her to get closer to her level. All right, she couldn't speak. She didn't know what to do. What do you say to one of these giant men who came from the stars and were burning down the entire planet? Miss, did you hear me? He waited, and she still didn't speak. Come now. You can at least look up at me, you know? Forcing herself to look up at the man was one of the hardest things she has done in her life. But when she did, she felt as if there would be no more worries. She was looking at the face of an angel. A literal, actual angel with wings and everything. Why, you're an angel, she spoke up, staring nearly open-mouthed at the man, who now grimaced slightly. Yes, I am aware. Mom. Another voice came from the right, and she turned to see an Assyrian with war fatigues and a massive medkit. What? Sorry for my uncle shocking you like that. It could be quite overwhelming. The man spoke, turning to his uncle who smiled and backed away even as he took out some equipment. Now, any scrapes? Feels her anywhere or anything out of place? She shook her head, still glancing at the angel. Just wow. An actual angel. She couldn't get over that. And no, I am sorry, used. I don't know. I just don't know how to deal with this. It is all right. You have had a massive shock, but you shall be fine. You're free now. He gently grabbed for one of her arms before sliding on a pneumatic sleeve and pumping it full of air, even as the words echoed in the former slave's mind. Free? How is one free? What did you do with freedom? It kind of made her slightly giddy. Did this mean she didn't have to work? Or be used? Or do anything else she didn't want to? If you have everything under control, Raggio, then I will be off. Please take care of our friend here, Sanguinius paused, looking towards the woman again. Peace, Psyche. She answered, knowing that look was for a name. It felt kind of nice to speak out her real name instead of what her slavers wanted her to be named. She nearly forgot it all, but just looking at this angel made her feel a bit more confident, a bit more connected with herself. My name is Psyche. When he smiled at her, it was like looking at the rising sun despite it being the near end of night. It was nice meeting you, Psyche. Then he walked off, the sun, ironically enough, slowly beginning to rise in front of him, the dawn making him look even more like an angel than he was before. The angel continued to walk until he joined his brother on an overlook of the camp. This one was near the front, where the former slaves would be taken care of, then sent off to the forward operating centers with temporary homes until the cities could be purged and rebuilt. Brother, Sanguinius greeted even as he joined Lehman, who was busy drinking out a massive canteen that smelled of his trademark njad. Sanguinius, Lehman greeted back, offering him the canteen, which Sanguinius hastily denied. Thank you, but I have gone positively allergic to even the smell of the stuff from the sheer amount that we have ingested on board the Bucephalus. Lehman let out a bark of laughter before taking another deep swig. A shame. All this, he sighed, looking over the refugee camp and transports moving back towards the forward operating centers. What drove these bastards to do all of this? He asked, gesturing with the flask towards the newly arriving scores of slaves. Savages. Perhaps a lack of empathy? Or even perhaps a lack of a force to make them act like civilized beings. I suspect the enemy cultivated this planet to their specific liking. We may have to do a full sweep to make sure the planet is clean before allowing reconstruction to occur, Sanguinius mused, his own senses taking in everything around him. He especially hated how his own powers were able to glance at a single person and see the worst moments of their lives playing for him like a holovision film. But he was glad to witness the changing futures of the slaves, the people. Some had wide-open futures where they could do anything, be anything they wanted. The only limit was themselves. He did glance at one possible future, needing to get away from that one before it got too deep. Perhaps a future vid would explain that one. Suddenly, Lehman bumped his shoulder. Brother, far distance, 63rd degree, far low. Sanguinius immediately put on his helmet and used its enhanced senses to zoom on ahead to see a cloud of billowing smoke. It was still fairly far off, even dark there still. He enhanced the image to see, a few hundred guards marching, no doubt sent to retrieve the slaves. He turned to give the order. Sanguinius. Lehman interrupted him. What say you that we take this one for ourselves? Leave the scraps to the boys. He grinned as he already unsheathed his massive blade. Sanguinius turned towards him and smiled back. Despite Lehman not being able to see it, he knew how his brother felt. Why, Lehman, I never thought you would ask. The head guardsman slowly advanced with his guards behind him. They had left their vehicle some distance behind in order to be able to sneak up on the slaves and take them alive and mostly unharmed. Sir, seeing something approaching. What? Two massive humanoid shapes. Might be a couple of those warriors they're talking about over Vox. He muttered to himself as he thought about the situation. Chances of finding two of the warriors randomly stalking the wastelands were low. Their camp, or whatever it was, must have been nearby. But also, any luck on a Vox? None, sir. Still quiet. We can't reach anyone. He sighed as he quickly thought up a plan. Here's what we're going to do. Gather up the troop. They quickly gathered around him. On my mark, we focused them down. Starting with the larger one, I heard those can jump high with that pack he looks to have on his back. They all nodded around him, gathering up and pointing their lost guns at the warriors. On three. 1, 2, 3. Immediately, a massive light show of lasers went flying towards the warriors. After about 10 seconds of consistent fire, the dust rising combined with the dark made it harder to see. Hold your fire, he commanded, and they all stood down, expecting to see two corpses, only to see one approaching them, now at a far faster speed, and the other, completely gone. Where the hell did he go? A guard demanded. Right here, a very angry voice spoke from above them. They quickly turned their guns up, only to find them falling out of their hands towards the ground, with their hands still attached. Before they even had time to scream, the other one reached them and stomped them out of existence, barely bothering to even use his sword or bolter, as most were simply turned into paste. Sanguinius, Lehman called out. I'm on 6 already. Really? A voice called back, even as Sanguinius swooped back down and mowed down more of the guards. I'm on 22. 22. Lehman swore. I will have no bloody woman Mystikin brother outscoring me. With a furious roar, he flung himself into a group of guards, who were desperately attempting to mow him down with their lost guns to no avail, these ones falling even quicker than the ones before. Nuceria 000.M31, Deshi, Palace District. When the remembrancers would draw pics and write about the fall of Deshier, none would mention or remember the screams. None would remember the World Eaters, as they became a raging horde, filled to the brim with anger and fury. Nor would they mention the systematic slaughter and holocaust of all of Nuceria's noblemen and women. Except for one, for they would instead mention the restraint that they showed. Mention as to how the World Eaters were culled by the word-bearers and the Emperor himself in order to stop them from going completely off their chains. They would write and draw as how the more calmer of the legions, without the nails, would save and usher the now former slaves to safety, and of how every single legionnaire stopped in his tracks as they finally reached the Palace Praxica. The palace itself stood like a massive edifice to a falling and rotting, slaving empire, looking like an over-artificed, bloated corpse, grown so by necessity to match the prestige of its owners, the Thalkar family. Its appearance now matched the Thalkar's new status. Pockmarked from stray bolter shells, entire sections burned down or missing entirely, dirty and scuffed from soldiers running carelessly all over its halls, even as the Raven and the Night Haunter painted its very walls with Nucerian High Rider serving scumblood. All the Astartes, down to the lowest battle brother, would honor one simple pledge. None would directly touch the palace. That honor alone belonged to Angron. Thus, instead, they all gathered as they surrounded it. The few remaining guards that were still loyal to the bitter end holed up inside, desperately attempting to kill them with what feeble resources they had left. The city had not even lasted the better part of an hour. Even as the great Lord Thalkar hid in his panic room, along with a select few nobles and their family. An Astarte stepped forward, setting his vox ports to max output. He began to speak. High Rider, servant dogs of Deshier, a ring of adamantium surrounds your rotten city. His brothers roared alongside him. We will slaughter all who dare to resist the will of the Imperium. The crowds of gathered Astartes cheered louder, even as he slowly looked towards the sky, his armored eye lenses looking directly into a lone, floating, maggot's eye. A sadistic smile spread beneath his helmet. He hoped they wouldn't surrender since they didn't deserve it in the first place. Abandon your posts. Abandon your pitiful masters. Abandon all hope and surrender. He positively growled, having to keep the bite of the nails driving him to slaughter over the tiny inkling of mercy. For if you do not, you shall be nailed to the very palace you so dearly protect, as we take every single one of your masters and skin them alive. As the crowd roared behind Karn, he allowed his chain axe to turn off, pushing back the nails and allowing his rage to simmer as he awaited his Gene-father's arrival. How in Epheth did everything go so wrong in only an hour? Lord Thalkar wondered where he went wrong. What did he do to piss off the Imperium? He had that feeling deep down inside that whispered at him about revenge for the slave revolt of 915, but again, it was 85 years ago. Why wait until now? So when he was ushered into the panic room along with his nieces, nephews, and their children, he had activated his personal set of maggot's eyes to see what the situation was like outside. It was pure chaos, pure, plain, and simple. His city, the city he took the time to rebuild, reclaim, and finally got back up to snuff after that business in 915, was now being destroyed by those barbarians. All of his work was being undone, and he would have to rebuild all over again. He knew he would be able to have another rejuvenation or two, so perhaps he would have enough time to rebuild again. They destroyed the arena. They destroyed the city, the markets, the slave auction house, everything. They never stopped their destruction, seemingly taking a certain amount of schadenfreude when destroying his hard work. He was a planetary governor for the Emperor's sake. No one should have had the gall to destroy his planet. What seemed to surprise him the most was how he knew most people wouldn't have been able to see his person set high up in the air, but these armored monsters. It almost felt as if they could. More than once, he would see them look up at his eyes like they always knew where he was, where he would be, and where he would go next. It was disconcerting. They shouldn't have been able to. He was panicking. That's all. Just panicking. He never should have let his anger be provoked all those years ago. He never should have demanded that Angron be nailed all those years ago for not wanting to kill that other gladiator. Ever since he made that decision to egg on the crowds, to agree with him and punish him, that was only one of many mistakes he made in his life. Just like when he couldn't bear to stay in the same room as her body, know the body of that healer. He shouldn't have acted like her death meant nothing to him. He should have looked at the body, known it wasn't her, and kept her there. Then she wouldn't have died. She never would have gone to Angron. They never would have conspired, and they never would have fucking slept together. She would have stayed by his side. He would have kept her and bred her and made sure no one else would have ever touched her. All of his fucking mistakes were coming back, damn it. They weren't here for that incident. They weren't. But what if they were? He had heard Angron coming closer, had gotten images of that brute. He just knew it was time. He came back to finish what he started. He should have had that monster euthanized when he had the chance. Then none of this would be happening. None of it. It was all Angron's fault. It was all fucking Angron's fault. Manga, im skarid. One of the boys cried to his niece, who shushed him. I know, darling. I know. Don't worry. It will all be over soon, I promise. She assured the boy, causing the Lord to snort at that. He never wanted to bring them in with him, but then they would have sold him out if he didn't so. He had no choice. Your uncle will keep us safe, right? She looked up to him at the end of her sentence, everyone else in the room looking to him for answers. Ladies in finery sitting on the floor, their children surrounding them in their own finery. Their husbands close, but all were standing as if ready to flee in a moment's notice. All of them, his brother's family, all of them looked to him to lead them, keep them safe. He couldn't help but imagine her and their children nearby who would be looking to him for guidance as well. He turned back to his console, switching to his guard's Vox channel. Captain, what is the situation on the escape tunnels? He was met with silence. He opened the Vox channel again. Captain, I ask you a question. What is the situation, Dash? The tunnels are collapsed, my lord. The captain reported suddenly, making the Lord Thalkar go silent, his plans rapidly going further and further south. They seem to have been detonated, my lord. All 8 exits have been found and destroyed. His mind raced as he quickly thought of any and all backup plans. What could he do? What could he do? Think, damn it. Think. Wait. Did the Emperor himself sanction this assault? He was a planetary governor. It was his right to either appeal to the Emperor directly or one of his representatives. Quickly he turned on the Vox, but fell silent as the maggot's eyes caught something. One of those armored brutes was standing with all of his comrades surrounding him, surrounding his palace. Weren't they just in the middle of destroying his precious city only minutes ago? Then the monster spoke such chilling words that he felt as if his own heart was going to tear itself out and destroy itself. The will of the Imperium. This was about Angron. It had to be. Oh no, he had to reach the Emperor. Quickly before. The feed updated yet again. The warrior was joined by the monster Angron in his brass armor along with by the gods. The Emperor himself was with them. He felt as if time itself had stopped. His heart refused to beat, his breath being caught, and his body going cold as everything fell into place around him. What now? What now? What could he do? How had it come to this? If they got his hands onto him, by the gods, he had seen Imperial torture masters at work. Their craft was legendary even here on Assyria. He had seen and heard of the threats. They wouldn't simply kill him. They would keep him alive for days as he screamed and died so painfully and in such a rictus of agony that death would be akin to mercy. Uncle, one of his nephews asked him, causing him to snap out of his thoughts to see his entire damned family looking at him. Keeping what little remained of his dignity, he cleared his throat and rose from his comfortable chair. Of course, everything shall be fine. Now if you excuse me, I have to use the facilities. He quickly walked off and shut himself in the relatively small toilet. He would be damned if they wouldn't go down the same route. Fuck them. If they would suffer, so be it. But not him. Opening a small, hidden compartment, he took out a tiny vial filled with a clear liquid. It was the true last resort, the final step, one last act of defiance. Opening it and taking a deep breath, he prepared to tip the contents of the vial into his mouth. Oh, I don't think so. A deep voice suddenly spoke from behind him, causing him to whirl around and see a giant man in black silver armor emerge from the shadows as if he was one of them. Reaching down to the holster attached to his hip, the vial now forgotten, he unlatched it before fumbling with the lost pistol, even as the man advanced slowly, taking his time as he kept slipping on the pistol. Finally, he got a grip on it and brought it up to point snap. He let out a scream as all of a sudden a whip enveloped the pistol-holding arm before tightening around it and making the bone snap as if it was dry bread. He made a grab for the arm with his remaining healthy one, only for gauntlets of adamantium to grab him around his neck and hoist him off of the ground. "It will not be so easy, Lord Thalkiar." The man spoke with a deadly edge in his tone. "My brother shall have his revenge, slaving scum. How in the Feth did he get in here?" His mind was quickly jumping from the pain of his broken limb to the sheer absurdity of how a giant got into the panic room. Surely he would have heard them come and dash? At this point, he could hear the sounds of his family screaming, them begging, and the sounds of children crying. "What are you doing?" He managed to blurt out even as the monster carried him back into the main room, to see all of his family huddled into a corner, even as another monster, this one in dark blue armor, adorned with the flayed skin of, oh gods, his captains. Kunlat. The monster holding him spoke, causing him to go bone white from the horror of it. "The Night Haunter. The monster monsters. Oh no. If you would do me the pleasure." The monster holding him spoke again, even as the Night Haunter came closer and shoved a hypodermic in his neck, causing the world to go dark. Slammed shut. Lorger spoke, looking around the throne in the destroyed throne room, along with an Iron Warrior Warsmith. "What should we do?" "The most practical would be explosives, my lord." The Warsmith answered, analyzing the panic room entrance. "If you wish it such, my emperor, then we will either need to cut it open, which will take time and a magnitude of effort. Of course, we can always use brute force. However, getting a land raider into the entrance of this horribly built palace to tow it open without collapsing, it would be difficult." Angra, meanwhile, was stewing in his anger, his lust for slaughter and blood being somewhat sated by the sheer amount of slavers he had killed this very day as he savored every single kill. "Then what shall we do?" asked Lorger, causing Angren's nails to bite harder. "Well, how intact do you wish them to be, my lords?" The Warsmith asked, getting annoyed even more than usual. "What are the external tunnels?" "Sealed. It would take days to get through, even one safely." "All right, that did it." Angron slowly walked past all of them, going directly for the Praxium throne, even as everyone in the throne room made way, including the Emperor and the Custodes. If Angron were to claim Nysiria and be its ruler, so be it. He reached for it, savoring every single moment. This was the throne he was thrown before as a child, the throne before which he was branded as a slave as the High Rider bastards smiled down at him. The cruel, cold look of the elder Lord Thalkiar as he sentenced him to his new life. The very same throne from which the commands came of the bastards that killed her. Reaching down, everyone expected Angron to turn around and sit on it, only for the pre-march to reach down around it, his fingers digging into the duracrete and adamantium as the nails activated and he let out a roar of pure, undistilled rage. Slowly, his muscles bulged and strained as his hands dug deeper, going bloody and broken from the effort. And then, he began to pull. He strained his entire body, even as his roar reached its peak, willing his body to push itself beyond its breaking point to dig through and upend the damned throne and its damned roots. And sure enough, the entire throne gave way. With a force never before seen, he tore open the throne along with the massive multi-dozen-ton, weighing panic room door, bending the adamantium locks, and breaking the duracrete as he lifted it above his head before throwing it directly at the wall adjacent of him, even as his broken and mangled hands already began to heal. No more waiting. He wanted that piece of shit to die. The Emperor blinked quite a few times as he watched his son practically mangle his hands just to tear open an entrance to his most hated enemy. Honestly, he shouldn't have been surprised, especially after what they had seen. Well, that settles that. The Iron Warrior Warsmith just ran a hand along his helmet. Fucking. Why do I even bother? Angron spat to the side, glaring down into the tunnel that led to the panic room. He could practically smell the fear and distress down there. He took a step forward, but was stopped by the lightning clawed hand of Corvus, who took the chance to stop him before the blood began to fly. "Let go. No. As soon as you go down there, you will kill them all. Don't you want that bastard to know and be judged? To have everything out in the open and never let anyone forget?" Corvus spoke up, speaking reason to Angron. The nails bit into Angron, making his need for bloodshed rise as he focused on the tunnel. He did just want to kill them and be done with it, to finally just feel better about all of this. He didn't answer Corvus, but his hesitance was answer enough. Angron. Lorger came closer to his brother and put a hand on his shoulder. "Rest assured, vengeance shall be yours. But you must show that you are better than him. Allow him to be sentenced." Angron groaned in anger, even as Conrad exited the panic room. "He shall be judged. But the question remains, what are the others?" "Others? The emperor asked. He has his entire family down there, Corvus explained. From what I have learned, none are his descendants. Merely his wider family. Kill them. Angron spat. They're just as bad as him. No. The emperor stepped forward, speaking reason to his bloodthirsty son. They too must be judged. Their faiths cannot mirror that of their patriarch. And why not? Angron ground up, getting almost as close as physically possible to his father's face. Because it would mean that we are judging and sentencing them for the actions of their forebears, of their leader. We are not hypocrites, Angron. The emperor spoke without a shred of mercy, looking his son directly into his golden irises, daring him to try and fight it. They shall be given the mercy of peace and the final offer. Angron's nails attempted to spur him on, to push him over the edge as they had done countless times. But what was left of his logic screamed at him that his father was for once correct. If he sentenced these people, what would make him so different from the High Riders? Gripping his head in one of his hands, he walked away and towards the middle of the throne room. Fine, he shouted out, dropping to the floor and turned away from the open tunnel. Do it. The emperor turned to Constantine and nodded, who in turn motioned towards the rest of the assembled companions as they all marched down into the panic room and emerged a minute later with the Thalkiar family. Corvus himself carrying the lord away before Angron could see him. He so badly wanted to turn around, honor be damned, and rip that worthless sack of shit apart with his teeth. He wanted to splatter him across the walls and floor and keep his skull to crush. But he didn't move and kept sitting away from them all. Why did they have to be right? The sooner this was over, the sooner everything would be better. All the while, the family members stood in front of the emperor and the three primarchs, all of whom were looking down at them with cold, indistinguishable looks. All of the family members, meanwhile, either kept their gazes locked away or were looking around in ever-increasing desperation. This is your emperor, slaving scum. A custodes reminded them. You break his edicts, and he grants you mercy, and you do not even do him the honor of kneeling? Slowly, all of the present family members knelt as if they were doing so in front of their family's patriarch, most now shaking in fear. The men staring forward lost in their own thoughts, the women holding their children who cried into their dresses. One should know the crimes he is to die for. Conrad spoke, causing the family to let out shrieks of denial and anger. Silence, the emperor demanded in such a stern voice that they all felt as their mouths slammed shut. Slowly, the emperor approached and looked at every single one of them, both physically and psychologically, using his psychic prowess to peer into each of their minds to find if they were still salvageable. What he saw made him despondent. Even half of the children were too far gone. Then he went back to the sides of his sons, his emperor's face on full display, with a permanent frown and angered gaze that bored deep into their souls. I hereby deem you all guilty of high treason, by actions of maiming an imperial official of high rank and status of primarch, the continual breaking of the edicts of imperial compliance, and crimes against mankind. He looked them all over one last time. As mercy, your death shall be swift, and the lives of you, and you. The emperor pointed out 3 small boys and 1 girl, the youngest being no older than 2 standard Terran years, and the oldest 5, shall be spared. The male shall be given the final offer, as penance and a mercy for the actions of your family, while the girl shall serve her life as a herald of the imperial truth, spreading the word of the Lex Imperialis, even though her family has forsaken it. Immediately they began again to beg and plead for their lives, even as the custodes stepped forward and took away the children. Some went willingly, others had to be torn away from their mother's arms, wailing for them all the way. As the custodes stepped away, multiple marines and custodes leveled their bolters towards the family. Fire, the emperor ordered calmly as they were mowed down on the spot, dying instantly. Just like with Terra, he had to stand back and watch as the unsalvageable had to be culled. He wondered how she would have reacted to this. It was for the best that she did not witness it, and instead continued to be safe. He said nothing else, barely even registering the sprawled bodies of the family. The men, women, and children who were too far gone, boys and girls that were ready to start growing to adulthood. Wasted lives, all because they happened to be born on a planet in a family that corrupted them. How much farther would the great enemy go to corrupt humanity? The girl was led away, but the boys were kept in the room and brought to him. The youngest was crying while the other 2 were barely holding back tears, confusion going rampant in their minds. What now? One managed to stutter out even as Constantine stepped forward. Now, you pay homage and join my brotherhood. He slowly ushered them away to prepare them for the long and dangerous process, even as the primarchs all walked to Angron's side, the emperor offering him a hand that Angron reluctantly took as he rose to his feet. It is time. The emperor spoke simply as they all turned to look at the half-broken throne in the far distance of the destroyed room. He awoke with a groan, feeling strange. Finally, a deep baritone voice spoke as he was forced to look up by a cold, armored, hand even as what felt like another hypodermic was shoved into his neck without much care, followed by a beeping noise. System's clear. He's fine. Another voice spoke as he came to fully. He was in his throne room, or what remained of it. The banners showing triumph over the other city-states over the centuries of his family's rule were gone. The intricate paintings of battles and victories were smashed and burned, and blood was everywhere. All of a sudden, he was gripped underneath both arms by an armored warrior on each side and dragged off, his legs dragging through broken furniture and decorations as they dragged him outside. It was still night, or, judging from the temperature, close to dawn, maybe an hour away from it. But while it was night, it didn't look like it. Flares lit up the night sky, even as everything around him burned. Everything was in complete and utter ruin. The two Marines dragged him through the city, showing the mass amounts of warriors as they were destroying everything and anything they got their hands on. He saw the bodies of countless guards, all slaughtered in various ways, lying on the streets, with countless buildings either destroyed, leveled, half standing, or that were currently on fire. Then they passed by the great arena. His proudest work, his life's work in fact, after that monster Angron had destroyed it during his rebellion. But he had rebuilt it, grander and 3 times bigger. Only he did not get to use it. The opening was scheduled tomorrow. Multiple warriors were standing a fair distance away from it. Some higher-ranking ones, judging from the amount of ornaments they carried on their armor, were directing something. Suddenly, a shadow of glistening lights passed by them, and he looked up to see a monstrous ship. A ship that was so large it would dwarf all of Deshier in just one part of it. How could he even think about going against the Imperium if a single ship was that big? Was he a fool to keep the tradition? To want to hold on to what he knew? He must be, if this is what he was given after all this time. The warriors surrounding the arena suddenly stepped back as he felt his hair stand as a bolt of red light slammed directly into the arena, setting fire to what felt like the very air. He looked away from the pressure, but was forced forward all the while by the 2 armored warriors as they continued to drag him through the ruins of his work. By the time he looked back, the arena was gone, leveled completely as if it wasn't there in the first place. 85 years of work undone in seconds. What chances did he have to stand against such raw strength? Then they came to what should have been a main slave market, but instead, it was changed. All around him were hundreds and hundreds of those space marines, all of them in different colors of different legions. The largest group were the white and blue ones with the symbol of shit, the symbol of the Eaters of Cities, that rebel group from 85 years ago. Of course, a legion led by fucking Angron would have that same symbol. Of course, this was all revenge for all that time ago, for that terrible business. He could feel the palpable hatred being thrown his way from all of the collective glares of Marines. They were silent except for the frequent muted clicks coming from their helmets. The unhelmeted ones were happy to show their full displeasure towards him. Beyond the sea of the kneeling Marines, he could see even more standing in the back, the walls unseen, with instead multiple more Marines. Like he was on a raft on a great ocean with no land in sight, and the waves were threatening to swallow him up. He dared not look any farther. Their hatred for him was enough to make him look away and shiver in pure fear. Fear that which he had never before felt in his life, not even when those giants ambushed him in the panic room. It was all around him, no way out, no way to be saved, nowhere to go. His home was destroyed, his planet razed, his plans destroyed, his life was ruined. And he knew they weren't satisfied with that. They wanted more, just like he would if he were in their shoes, he supposed. They really were like him, but unlike him, they had a trial prepared. The 2 warriors dragged him forward to a raised platform and shackled him to it, both hands shackled by steel manacles as the chains they were attached to were pulled into the stage, making him kneel in his precious clothes. Suddenly, the sea of warriors parted, showing the Emperor along with Angron. He was staring at him, staring in such visible hatred and fury that he flinched and looked away, only to be smacked, not a second after, to the cheers of the crowd and forced to look at the stage. The very stage where they sold slaves not long ago. It reminded him of the day he had unknowingly stood there with her. The same spot he knelt was the same where he stood. Order, the Emperor demanded as he stood, showing the fact that Angron was sitting on what remained of the Praxium throne, the armrest ripped away so that his massive body could fit on it. Before you, the patriarch of the Thalkr family, planetary governor of Nuceria, ruler of the Nucerians, slave monger. What would you have of him? The Emperor asked, turning to Angron, who stared unflinchingly at his former master with all due hate. With a nod, the Palatine Aquila was brought forward by a golden armored warrior and lowered in front of the former lord's mouth. This was it, the last chance he had for any mercy, for any hastening of his death. The humiliation he felt was almost unbearable. Almost. He allowed his mouth to touch the golden Aquila even as all around in the crowd roared if it was pleased or baying for blood. He didn't really know. There, he had done it. He had the Emperor's forgiveness. As surprisingly easy. Order. The Emperor ordered again as he looked towards the former lord. As his law, he has bowed to compliance, and thus he has my forgiveness. The former lord felt as he smirked. At least something was going to plan, but not yet that of my sons. He felt the smile instantly drop as he looked up towards Onron. He was smiling now, as if he had just won the greatest battle. In his eyes, and as a witness, you stand guilty of the crime of maiming an imperial official of high rank and status of Primarch, along with the crime of causing grievous harm to a noble of high imperial standing. The Emperor announced to the roaring crowd, "The sentence, unless hereby forgiven by said Primarch, is death." He looked around in panic, even as a warrior brought forth the banner of the World Eaters and began to lower it in front of his mouth. What noble did he? But, mercy, mercy? Here? Now? That no. He needed to take it. As soon as he saw the banner in front of his eyes, he attempted to lean forward and kiss it, only to feel as he slumped forward against his shackles. He looked up in a panic to see Onron holding up a hand. No, no, no. Then, Onron leaned forward and spoke a single word, with all of the malicious intent he could muster into a single, gleeful word. Death. He felt himself shake in fear and panic as the Emperor once more took center stage. The sentence has been carried. As the Emperor of the Imperium, I hereby strip you of any and all titles. The two warriors from before came to him and began to tear off all of his clothes, of all holdings, of all rights, and declare, "You excommunicate Traitoris." The crowd cheered yet again as the Emperor turned towards his son. The sentence of exact death shall be passed by the victim. Then he walked off, simple as that, even as Onron leaned back and uttered a single word. Conrad. The sea of warriors parted as a monster came into view. The Night Haunter. No, no, by the gods, do they have no mercy? Conrad stopped at Angren's side. All the while Onron was smiling like a deranged lunatic, the bloodlust from merely watching it all enough to keep the nails completely at bay. Your sentence, brother? Conrad asked with a pleased grin, more than happy to be the executioner for a good cause. He did not heal, nor even beg for forgiveness by kissing the banner of my legion. Angren's voice was uniquely soft. Fair sons of my legion, what are we to do? He asked in a raised tone, even as a sadistic smile spread on his face, and the former lord paled in horror, as his own words from so long ago were thrown right back into his own face. Brand him, brand him, brand him, came the cries from the World Eaters, but then they changed. Skin him, skin him, skin him. Onron raised a massive hand, and the cheers stopped. So be it. Conrad began walking towards him even as the cheers started up once more, even as multiple warriors came to the platform, armored in the same style as the Night Haunter. He felt as multiple hypodermics were shoved into his body, even as the Night Haunter stood before him and branded a pink-looking liquid that, no, I believe that you are familiar with this particular stim. The Night Haunter hummed as it was shoved down his throat. Then the brand was brought forward, a brand with his own mark. He screamed as it was pressed onto his skin. He screamed worse when Conrad's knife began to etch into his skin. He screamed himself in almost deafness as he began to peel. He thought he would faint, but anytime he came even remotely close, a stim was shoved either down his throat or into his body via a hypodermic. And it went on for an entire hour. And just as the dawn broke, the last bit of skin was removed. Onron approached him and almost gently grabbed his head in both hands. He was delirious from all of the pain he went through, looking up at the man that ruined everything for him. The same boy that was thrown to his father's feet, the same boy he bet on in the arenas, the same boy who would be dubbed as Onron Falkiar, the same man who would become a favorite of his, the very same man who nearly destroyed his world 85 years ago, the same man who came back to destroy it all again, the same man that embodied all of his own mistakes, the same man who took his love from him and killed her. You killed her? He gasped out loud, just loud enough for Onron to hear. Slowly, Onron leaned in, almost so close that their faces were touching. I loved her, and she gave me a son. He saw as the former lord's eyes went wide in recognition. Even in the end, he lost one more time to this very same man. Then he squeezed, and squeezed and squeezed until his head was simply crushed even as the first rays of sunlight hit Angren's back. Chapter 12. Extras 5, in which the room gets extremely awkward and some words are said. His hands were still red. Looking down at them, he saw they were still red, stained with parts of the bastard's brain still clinging onto the larger digits. Long after the body was dragged off, he remained, there, in the middle of the slave market, unmoving with his eyes locked onto his hands. Even as the sounds of the surrounding trial bled away, He could imagine hearing the sounds of the slave market coming back alive around him. He could imagine everything around him blooming with unheard sounds and unseen images of the world he used to know. Around him, he knew deep down that the planet would be heavily censored, or people would die, and he would continue to stand there. His hands are still red. Even as the blood dripped down his hands and fell to the ground below, he kept watching them. It had all been over with just one motion, one action, and now, having long dropped to his knees, he was still kneeling here with his hands red and waiting for it. Waiting for that moment, that one thing to spring up and suddenly make all of this all right. The monster was dead, gone forever. He killed him himself. He crushed his head with his own 2 hands, killing not just the body, but the soul as well. With a mere sentence, he killed him twice over. That should fix it. That should have fixed all of it. He was watching his hands, unblinking and silent. Another drop or 2 down onto the ever-hungry dry floor, but nothing else. Where was it? Where's the rush of euphoria? The long-awaited feeling of catharsis? The well-earned respite? He killed the monster that ruined his life, that kept him shackled under the earth, hurt the woman he loved, manipulated him, manipulated everyone. He was dead. What more? What more was he supposed to do? Why did he not feel better? Why was his final victory, his well-earned glory, denied to him? His first motion in hours was him closing his hands into fists and watching the last of the blood of the bastard drip down to the ground. Swirling around him was a mixture of the sounds of a lively market, the jeering of an auctioneer, and the sounds of power-armored steps. All of it coming together with but real and unreal images as Angron attempted to comprehend why everything wasn't better. A couple of drops fell onto his clenched hands, washing away the blood that still stained his clenched fists. A few more fell as his vision blurred. Only the single word of why was screaming in his mind as he silently stood there, watching his tears wash away the gore on his fists. Why? He ground out just watching. It was done. He had gotten his revenge, fulfilled his duty, finished what was started 85 years ago. What more did he have to do? He heard power-armored footsteps coming closer to him. He cared not for who it was, or the fact that this was his greatest moment of weakness in almost a century. That right now, he was not the Red Angel, that he wasn't the king of all Nasirian gladiators, nor even a pre-march. He was simply Angron, a hand clasped his shoulder, gentle and caring despite 2 layers of ceramite separating him from any actual skin. Brother. A voice called out to him, even as the sounds of the lively market faded away to be replaced by the sound of howling winds and the images of people all around him replaced by nothing but emptiness. It's all right now, Angron. The voice behind him spoke in a soothing tone. He is dead. Slowly, his head rose to see that his former master's body was gone, disposed of who knew where. He looked down again at the sand and gore still clinging to his fists. A common sight since his very first memories, since even before the nails, since water. A stream of water poured down from behind him onto his hands, cleaning them and washing away the muck. It felt elating. It was like liquid forgiveness, as if someone had washed away the bad thoughts despite the constant biting of the butcher's nails. It wasn't enough to stop the question of why. Come, brother. 2 arms beneath his own raised him to his feet. Let's be gone from this place. Slowly, he turned to see Lorder, standing there with a calm face. Not having neither the will nor the energy to resist, he allowed himself to be steered away, walking as his brother kept a hand on his armored shoulder. The planet was too much for him, too many terrible memories, and he didn't feel happy about any of it, only nothingness. The stars called to him yet again, and somewhere up there, in the cold vacuum of space, were his sons, loyal and determined. And, to top it all of, he had him, a permanent reminder from her, a piece of her that would always be with him. And deep down, despite the bite of the nails, despite not knowing what to do, he knew he had to watch over his one and only true son. She would have hated him otherwise. Horace Lupercal was standing atop the cliff which overlooked the city that they had finished taking mere hours ago. He breathed in the fresh, cold, morning air. The sun had just risen and revealed the full effect of the devastation that elements of 3 legions, with their individual primarchs commanding them, had. They had slaughtered them, swept away easier than beginner-level training servitors. Quite the sight. A deep voice spoke behind him, and Horace turned to see Lion walking to him. His own armor recently washed off the blood from the assault that, unlike Horace, he had partaken in. Indeed, Horace breathed. Did you so happen to see Mordorion? I am here. A voice filtered by a vox and corrupted by unhealthy lungs came from the left, causing both brothers to look and see as Mordorion himself approached. No challenge in this. He began. Didn't even suffer any casualties. Had to clear them out one by one, however. He stated as he joined the two. There was no honor in this battle, I agree. The Lion nodded regally. However, there was a certain amount of satisfaction. His gaze then fell upon the lines of future Dark Angels. As of now, still mere boys marching to the landing grounds in the distance. And worthy recruits. Their skin is thick and their minds reinforced by countless horrors. Mordorion nodded as well. Fine recruits, ones whose past shall keep them going long. Horus nodded along with this. This does not make the situation any better than before. My mind wanders back to the how and why we're here, all because of the vids. If we had not watched them, for how much longer would this have persisted? How long would this world know relative peace under our flag, while continuing their debaucherous ways? The lion sighed, shrugging slightly. For quite a time, they would eventually have been attacked with wanton abandon by Onron and the World Eaters in due time. All during the heresy, of course. Lion-eyed Horus, who stiffened at the mention. Do not even jest about that. Horus sighed, not bothering to continue with that thought. Their due would come, we can rest assured of that. The only question would be the eventual cost. True, the lion conceded before taking a breath. The governor is dead, said to have breathed his last under Conrad's tender ministrations upon dawn. Horus continued looking forward. I heard. What now? Mordorion rumbled. Gather the people and prepare them for resettling on another planet. The War Master turned to his brother. Exactly that. Although should these people feel like it, they may join the Imperial army. Perhaps even become servants. I can imagine not many of them have families they can return to, so why not have the possibility of seeing the galaxy? There are always spots for capable hands aboard the ships, or in other spots in the fleet or the crusade at large. The lion chuckled. I see that one of your own has already gotten himself a servant. He pointed at the distance. Horus could see with his superior sight that one of his men, Tarek in particular, was carrying a child with him in his arms. Even with his helmet on, Horus could see his son was careful and gentle in his manner. The boy was asleep in his arms, legs dangling past the arm that held him close. A welcome sight, if he was being honest. There was an artistic and poetic beauty of a Marine of over 100 years of battles carrying a child from the ruins of a destroyed society, promising the stars above for them. So he has. Horus chuckled in return. He always was the soft one, appears particularly attached. Indeed, Mordorion piped up. Why is the child not with the others? I can sense trouble already. Horus sighed, going to gently rub his temples, even as a serf came running from behind before quickly kneeling. My lord. The serf bowed his head. The Emperor has sent word of his coming. Horus turned and dismissed the serf with a wave of his hand, sending him away even as his brothers came to his side, and they all began walking back to the forward command post. Father is coming, and without Onron or Lorgar. The lion pointed out. Indeed, Horus mumbled. I believe it is time to gather dash. They all stopped upon seeing what lay in front of them. Or rather, far, far ahead of them. By the throne, Horus grumbled. I forgot about them. This caused the lion to smile, and Mordorion to let out huff. For what it's worth, brother, I sympathize. Mordorion claimed, causing Horus to mutter something under his breath, causing Mordorion to smile beneath his respirator. They will understand, hopefully. He marched off, leaving his two brothers behind. Well, understand, as well as someone with as much pride as Princeps Turnit could. Leman Russ sat on a container of heavy ammunition, wiping away the blood on the handle of his massive sword, all the while taking a swig of ale now and then as Sanguinius strode up to him, his wings folded behind him and a slight smile upon his angelic face. 357, the angel confidently stated, causing Leman's eyebrows to raise even as he nodded. Impressive, Leman admitted. Not bad. Not a bad amount of heads for a pretty boy like yourself. He then smirked up at his brother, before quickly taking another gulp of his ale, causing his smirk to turn to a full-on, toothy smile. I myself am sitting pretty on 362. Sanguinius rolled his eyes, causing his brother to let out a laugh, even as they heard the distant sound of jet bikes rolling across the plains near the almost empty forward command post. The trains of the last refugees had finally left, leaving a nice empty space for the White Scars and Jagatai to ride in unobscured, kicking up dust as they came to a stop in front of the two Primarchs and their own escorts. Jagatai turned off then swung off of his jet bike, bigger than the already formidable size basic Model 1, and leaned back into the rest. Father has summoned us to the gathering site, he stated bluntly. Good, Leman barked. Time to finally get off of this bloody rock. What of the citizenry? Sanguinius asked. They will be taken care of. Our robot is already working through the logistical side of moving that many people at once. I heard him cursing. Jagatai assured Sanguinius, even as Leman stood up, drinking the rest of his ale, even as he looked at the Khan with a small grin forming on his face. Say, brother, did you so happen to count how many you managed to kill? The Khan looked at Leman with an uninterested look, appearing bored as he did so. I stopped counting after 1,000. This caused Leman to choke on the last of his ale, even as Sanguinius began to chuckle. I know it is a rather low number, but there were only so many on the plains. Besides, they were too easy to kill, easier than hunting rabbits back on Congress. I am positive even my youngest children could kill them with rusted spoons and still have time to bring back dinner. Jagatai shrugged, ignoring the looks on his brothers' faces. Sanguinius looked over Jagatai. Wait, you have children? How long has this been the case? Around 60 years now. Lehman let out a bark of a laugh. Oh hells, ye actually aren't pulling our leg? How many of the brats do ye have? Another shrug, not really. After hearing about Ongron and Raggio, I began to wonder what was the point of hiding them. Last I checked, I stopped counting how many I have and how many could potentially be my children. Sanguinius rubbed at his face, letting out a sigh. Jagatai, honestly, how many are you sure are yours? Father want to know of this immediately. You do know this? Lounging on his jet bike, the Khan did not look very moved at all. I'm positive my firstborn are mine. I am unsure of the rest, and have little reason to see if they are. I still will be nice to them, but there will be little else I will do for them. What do you mean you are unsure? Jagatai shrugged. My firstborn aren't baseline. They are better, faster, and much more deadly than a regular baseline could ever be. The others, they appear normal. Many of my wives are the wives of former chieftains that I took out of my respect for them. Many of my children are most likely simple baselines because they belong to my wives' former husbands. I'm not like Magnus and his roaming brood of Xeno wives. Lehman spat out his ale, now throwing away the tankard, tired of choking on the alcoholic liquid before looking over Jagatai with a horrified and disgusted look on his face. Come again. What? Jagatai looked at Lehman with a raised eyebrow. I said that my firstborn dash. Nay, that part, about the nerd's brood of wives. What the wolf in hell was that? Jagatai cocked his head. Are you going senile in your old wolf years, brother? Brother. Sanguinius spoke up with a stern look on his angelic features. I heard it too. Do not play around and please answer the question. I'm sure you did, brother. Jagatai smiled, before quickly getting back on his bike in full. And I'm certain that not even father knows about it. He then waved at the two as the jet bike started up again with a massive whine of its engines. See you two at the gathering point. He then revved the throttle, going flying along with his escort, leaving his two gaping brothers in quite literally his dust. Lehman let out a growl as he wiped the dust from his face and growing beard. I am shocked. I actually thought he'd answer. Well, this means I get to punch Magnus. Lehman, no. You cannot go and punch Magnus because he has a brood of wives. That will just make father question you about punching Magnus. Sanguinius wiped the dust from his face, pulling strands of his hair from his mouth with a grimace. Which means you knew about something and didn't tell father. Do you really want to do that? Or no. Lehman looked back to where Jagatai was a second ago. Bloody Khan tricked us. Yes, he did. Well, there's only one thing I can do at this moment. Lehman then activated his implant. Damned if I do, damned if I don't, so might as well. A second passed, then Lehman broke into a huge grin as he connected with his father. Father, I have great news, I just heard. Sanguinius immediately slapped a hand over his face, knowing that Lehman had just fallen for Jagatai's trick in full and attempting to stop it before it happened. He was too late. Now, they were going to have to deal with this fantastic. What is it, Lehman? He could hear the sound of their father's voice from the open channel. Really? Lehman, did you open the emergency channel just to tell father this? Sanguinius quickly donned his own helmet and opened his own link to listen in. This channel is used for emergencies, Lehman. Yes, it is. The voice of Aegidius Guilliman cut into the conversation. His disappointment was palpable through the Vox link. So it better be good, or else I'm coming over and beating you until you resemble a cripple canid than a pre-march. Horus cut in as well, the grumblings of Mordorion and Lion behind him. Oi, it is Dash. Okay, it's not an emergency. I just had something to tell father and got a bit excited, Dash. I'm already packing Worldbreaker. Horus jested, even as a sigh escaped the War Master, he himself knowing what to expect of his brother's antics. Lehman, do you not know how to read or listen? Magnus cut into the now overcrowded Vox call. I'm quite sure that having an open emergency-only Vox channel that is connected to every single person in high command means that you only use it for life-threatening events. Or worse. Oi, I don't have to take lip from a Xeno-fucking-book-loving nerd. I know about them. What is going on in this channel? I can hear it being broadcasted even though my helmet was off. Corvus cut in, his voice quite clearly annoyed. My sons, calm down this instant. Lehman, I am sure that whatever it is you have can wait the small amount of time it will take you to get to the gathering area, where we can speak clearly and in person. But Xeno wives Dash. I care not, Lehman. You have breached every single protocol. IT can wait, and if you do not stop this instant, I will have you disciplined. You are already making your brother's tasks harder. No need to further their burdens. A click showed that the Emperor had finished broadcasting and had turned off the channel, and the only thing that Lehman now heard was the tapping of Sanguinius' armored foot. Idiot. Maybe I got a little too excited. Sanguinius muttered something under his breath even as he walked off, shaking his head at his brother's mischief. Fallen for the bait, like an overeager wolf indeed. The Emperor sighed as he clicked off of the Vox, slowly looking back at his twin sons. Continue. He waved his hand even as the two smiled wider. As we were saying, Father. One of the two began. It was quite simple. We snuck in, killed them all, and simply took it. The other then extended an arm, and in it, he held a full and intact STC. The Emperor smiled gently, knowing that he would never get a straight answer from either. It was his fault. He had made them like that on purpose, after all. Perhaps he could get them to speak differently, but well, it didn't matter, at least for now, it was all paying off. Carefully, he took the STC into his hands, looking it over with a precise gaze. It was undamaged, luckily, as intact as the day it was made more or less in fact. He thumbed over a rune embedded onto the side, and a hololithic display was suddenly visible to all three present demigods. Good. The Emperor spoke even as his eyes ran over the complex-looking series of neural connectors and stimulators. He always did wonder what kind of STC he would find in the galaxy that was still intact. Perhaps an STC of something useful, like a medical breakthrough, or perhaps something more practical like a new craft. But alas, the first time he found such a nearly complete STC, it would be something as terrible and horrible as this. All of the potential of humanity, and this is what survived. It would still be difficult, even with this to guide his hands. There was still countless research to do. So many possibilities to rule out, so many things still needed before he could even begin. He would need dedicated experts to study this abomination, learn the ins, outs, and all effects before even touching the next step. He would also need to get Archon land, of course. Though now his mind did go back to a very particular student of medicine. If he were to guide him in just the right way, then perhaps Raggio could be invaluable to this project. Later, perhaps. The boy's mind was malleable, yet potent. He needed time. Father. He heard the voice of Horus coming from behind him, even as he quickly gave the STC back to Alfarius with a look to hide it before turning around, greeting his son with a nod and walking to his side. He needed to keep it secret for now. Everything couldn't come out of what he was planning, else everything he had done thus far could be in danger of failing completely. He contemplated on what to do as he walked with Horus to the set-up prefabricated building at the main command post, ignoring the many sets of working hands around him as the planet was prepared to be evacuated. Instead, he walked into the building, revealing a sparse interior with functioning chairs that were more akin to thrones, all around a simple plasteel table. He took his seat at the head as was appropriate and waved off Constantine, the custode's presence more than overkill. He did not need him for a simple sit-down with his sons and to plan their next move. Horus, meanwhile, took a seat to his right, and not long after all of the other Primarchs began to arrive, each taking their own seat. Robot, Dorn, and Perturabo arriving together from orbit. It did not escape the Emperor's attention that Lehman was too busy glaring at Magnus, who glared back. And here he thought that the 7 weeks of therapy had made them less eager to kill each other. Looking at Corvus and Conrad, they made the air between them more akin to an ice storm on Fenris than space between them. Now, they could stand being next to each other and even work together as brothers. How he wished that he had done something about it sooner, but well, what was done was done. My sons, he began to speak. IT is over. New Syria is ours. There were two who were absent from this gathering, Lorgar and Onron. The Emperor knew having Onron with him on New Syria was a less than ideal situation. Therefore, he was happy to have Onron de-stress away from them, especially after hearing about what happened at the end of the trial. The rest of the Primarchs who were yet unnamed made their appearance, sat together, and awaited the Emperor's word. Now all that is left to do is to redistribute the populace and talk of our other goals. Horus cleared his throat. By talking of other goals, you mean returning to the crusade? No. The Emperor spoke to the absolute and utter shock of the other Primarchs. Some swore they could hear the fragile sanity of many legionnaires threaten to break at the mere idea of another few weeks of nothing. No. Robot asked in bemusement. No. There are other goals now that take precedence. Other factors to take into account. Robot sighed, but went with it. Then of resettling the populace. As discussed, they shall be spread across the Imperium organizations, such as the army, or serving elsewhere in the fleet. He cleared his throat, even as he activated a portable hololith. The mass bulk of them, however, shall be granted the colonization of Planet 4673 on the northern edges of Segmentum Ultima, near the borders of Sol. Hospitable, relatively warm climate with mild winters. The only issue being that the forests are quite full of predators and beasts of the man-hunting variety. Jagatai chuckled. A fine hunt they made. Half an eagle of Cogris and the other half a fierce predator with clawed paws. Agile enough to jump. Killed all the previous colonists. Most likely because we were not aware of their true capabilities. Robot clarified. Behind some walls and with some light weaponry, the citizens will be completely safe. I also calculate that the presence of some threat would be good for them in the long run. A planet of peace will do little for the growth of what will soon be a proud people. And the World Eaters will finally have a home world. Magnus added in, thinking about the possibilities. One not of mere barbarity and cruelty, but of honor. I expect it will be much like Caliban. The lion added in. The Emperor smiled. Hopefully, this would begin the process of changing the 12 Legion into less bloodthirsty Marines. The days of the Crusade might be behind them sooner than he had thought, and if that were the case, he needed them to be able to adapt. With that, Lion has gotten us to my next point, mainly that he shall send elements of his own Legion to guide and mentor, not just the settlers of the planet, but also of the World Eaters sent there. The family looked at the Emperor, shock visible on their faces. The Emperor had not personally intervened in Legion politics since. I know what is on your minds, my sons. But rest assured, I do this not out of punishments, but of guidance. The 12 must be restructured. Their nature and actions have many times proven to be not just unstable, but outright uncontrollable. His stern gaze looked all around the table, daring any of his sons to disagree with him, even though most slowly nodded their heads. I made them my angels of death. They are not thunder warriors, they are Astartes. My space marines, and they will act as such, or there shall be no spot for them in this Imperium. The aftershock of those words stunned all the Primarchs into true stillness and silence. What was causing their father to act this way? The vids have shown me that I have erred by not keeping a watchful eye over some of your actions. Without them, we would all fall to infighting and slaughter each other where we stand. That ends now. I will not have you, nor your sons acting like mad dogs who have escaped their leash. The Emperor breathed, letting the words sink in. You are all of my blood, and by contrast, so are your sons. Even though they are born only of your gene seed, they are yours as if they were your own true flesh and blood. You are the greatest of mankind, the shining beacons of its very goals and edicts. But above all else, you are still human. If the Primarchs were shocked earlier, now they felt as if they had gotten a slap to the face. Some of you have let your egos cloud your mind. Others have kept secrets you shouldn't have. Still, others went against my orders when I specifically ordered you not to. And while I take part of my blame, I also do not fully hoist it upon you. For you are still human, and you shall never forget that. Horus looked away. He knew it was his duty to look out for his brothers, all the while there was his own secret he had been hiding. Magnus, Fulgrim, and Jagatai all had to come to terms with their own secrets, and if it was possible to just get it out and over with. The lion stayed silent, his conscience in doubt, but his mind holding firm. Any questions? Silence was the Emperor's only answer. The Primarchs were all deep in their own thoughts, each thinking of their own duties and mistakes, all knowing that there were ways they could improve. Then you are dismissed. I shall see you aboard the Bucephalus at the agreed-upon time. For as long as he could remember, Magnus had always had a strong relationship with his father. Back when he was still just a budding soul in the labs of Luna, trying to communicate with the other two Psyker brothers there, and even staying in contact with the Emperor after he was thrown through the warp. He had always had a strong bond with his father, so he couldn't take it anymore. He had to speak to him and admit his secret. Perhaps if he offered himself up first, then that meant Fulgrim and Jagatai could more easily be accepted as well. It was a risk he was willing to take. As the family began to filter out from the command post, Magnus quickly signaled his father and linked with him. Father. Yes, what is it, Magnus? He paused, taking a deep breath and just figuring that saying it would be best. Like an old bandage, just rip it off at once. I admit it. I've been keeping something from you, and I want to admit that you have a family. Magnus sputtered, then growled to himself. Of course, Lehman. Lehman did call him a xenofucker on the emergency channel. So perhaps, yes, I have a family, and I am married, Dash. That you have multiple wives? Okay, yes, multiple wives. It wasn't my choice. They just kept giving them to me, and they wouldn't take no for an answer, Dash. That you have half-breed children? Yes, they are half-breeds. 10 with 7 girls and 3 boys. I admit that I may have gotten a little carried away with my experiments, and to prove that it is possible to live in peace with the Eldar. I know that many of my brothers would think otherwise, and after watching these vids for all this time, I believe that they may have a better chance to have softened up to the idea. I admit, if did not know this weeks ago, I might disagree. Still do in fact with some technicalities. However, you forget one crucial detail. And what is that? I am your father. I am not blind to your plight. Merely worried that you think that I do not care. Magnus paused, slightly embarrassed at the accusation. But well, I admit it. I did start to think you didn't care. But after all this time together, I just feel that I can trust you with this. I only want what is best for them and dash. Do not worry of them. I shall make sure Caldera is safe under my personal jurisdiction. Nothing shall harm them. They are your family, and by consequence, mine as well. Do not think me as a pure pragmatist, Magnus. My humanity yet remains. Deep down, Magnus knew there must be a lie in there somewhere. But at the moment, he was more concerned that his father had managed to narrow this down to a single planet. Sometimes his father's powers still managed to terrify him. How did you narrow it down so quickly? He could see his father smirk in good nature. Some things are best kept secret, and your mind might not be as tightly guarded as you think. No, wait, hold on, really. How did you figure this out? I simply had the custodes look into the guidance cogitators of your Gloriana. Magnus was glad he was sitting down since he didn't have to embarrass himself by falling to a throne and slamming his face into the table. How did he forget to clear the history of his Gloriana's database? There, their son. We all once may have made the mistake of not properly covering our tracks. You may wish to ask Malcador the next time you see him about that, but now we arrive at a dilemma. Magnus sighed, and that is, how will you tell this to your brothers? Lehman already knows essentially, and thus, IT will not stay secret for long. That was a tricky question. However, Father, I know Lehman knows. That's why he decided to go off on the emergency channel and annoy everyone. I know that Lehman is practically bursting to shout it to everyone, and the longer I take to explain, the worse it will be. How about this? I do the same way Robot did. Essentially, I find a vid and we watch it and I explain as it goes and so on. A fair point, and an acceptable one, though you must promise me two things something. That being, do not think the vid reality. It is easy to forget that what occurs on it is now a separate timeline from our own. Just as Robot has forgiven Lorger for burning down half of Ultramar, and I have forgiven Horus for his heresy, and so on and so forth. You must be capable of doing the same. Understood, Father. I know I can be better than that, especially since I have found a vid that is actually closer to our time and would show them at a fairly accurate age. Do not tempt fate, son. It is a cruel mistress, and one which quickly stabs you in the back. None saw Horus fall coming before the vids. That is true. However, you spoke of two things. What was the other? I get to meet my grandchildren. Right. Yes, you can meet them. You could be the first to meet my eldest, especially since he's rebelling against me right now. He is incredibly like Dash. As the Emperor smiled, continuing to listen, the two walked off towards the transports which would lead them back to the Bucephalus. Everyone around them thinking that perhaps the rumors of the Emperor being a bad father being just slightly exaggerated. 000.M31. The Bucephalus above Nuceria. Too bad they weren't able to watch a vid, since practically everyone had been so wound up for the burning of Nuceria that now that it was done, everyone was exhausted. No one had the energy nor the one to sit around and watch a vid, so the Primarchs decided to rest for a day and reconvene the next morning, especially since everyone wanted to give Ongran time to de-stress and figure out what was next on their plan. Burning Nuceria clearly wasn't a part of the original plan, nor the future that had been set rather abruptly in front of them. Currently, they were now on a completely new path, and that required time to figure out their new strategy and what was next for them all. Not to mention the disgust that most still felt from what they saw in Assyria. A short break would be in order. If nothing else, they would all benefit from some sleep. That was exactly what they did, reconvening on the Bucephalus early the next morning after rest, food, and a re-energization for vid viewing. The Emperor counted his sons and realized that Ongran and Lorger were missing from the collected Primarchs. He did not mind. Ongran needed time away from everyone, and Lorger was still the only one he would let near him. If it meant good results in the long run, he would give his son all the time he needed. Nearby, the collected brothers were all returning to the viewing room in much more relaxed and casual clothing. After all, it was fine to be more casual when surrounded by legions of space marines over a soon-to-be dead planet with the custodes and the Emperor himself within arm's reach. The only one dead set on not relaxing a single bit was Conrad, who was still in full armor. Corvus gave Conrad a once-over. Really? Do you have to sit there in full armor like a giant aggravated bat? Yes. Conrad sneered, ignoring the little raven. If all of you want to sit around in your skivvies, so be it. I'm keeping my armor on. Nearby, Lehman was already on his third tankard of ale and in a bad mood. He had tried to get into contact with anyone and spread his discovery, but all had shut him out and told him to go to bed. Robot had quite colorfully told him in 12 different ways to go and frack himself since he did not know how difficult it was to organize the logistics of planning an invasion with 18 Legion assets in the mix along with the pride of Titan Legio coming along and wrecking all of it, the custodes, getting them to work together, then evacuating the planet and resettling an entire planet's worth of people and keeping them all fed and watered. Lehman thought he was just being a right arse. Even worse, Robot was now sitting as far away from him as possible. That was just plain rude. It definitely did not have anything to do with the fact that Robot was still in the middle of drinking his morning recaf along with eating a light breakfast and wanting to do so as far away as possible from his furry brother. Nor did it have to do with Robot having his head buried in his data slate and trying to get work done while waiting for whatever vid was going to be played. Lehman felt Sanguinius lean against him. I see you're still annoying everyone. Can't you please give it a rest? What the hell I doing wrong? Lehman shouted Sanguinius back, angry that no one was taking him seriously. Sanguinius sat back with a frown on his perfect face, staring Lehman down with half-lidded eyes. He loved his furry, cheering ball of a brother, but sometimes he just did things that made him want to throw him from a Gloriana and to enter Terra's atmosphere with just a loincloth for protection against the elements. Before anything else could be said, Magnus stood and cleared his throat to get his family's attention. Standing before them is white and red toga. He took a deep breath and prepared himself for what was going to happen. Brothers, father, I'm pleased to see that everyone has had time to recover from New Syria. He held back a shiver and continued. After father's words down on that planet, I came to the realization that it was in both my best interest and the interest of the other party as well. Nearby, Jagatai nodded and urged him on. He knew that this was it and that the secret was going to be out. He only wondered how badly certain members were going to take it. Fulgrim, nearby, glanced from Magnus to the Emperor, the questioning look on his face conveying more than just doubt, but a myriad of other emotions at that. Magnus nodded to the both of them before continuing on again. After watching these vids of the future and the development of the children of the future, spurred on by father's words, I thought it was wise to tell Dash. You have a Xeno family, you fucking xenophile. Lehman cut in, taking a deep swig of ale. The Khan rolled his eyes, and here we see that Lehman has trouble keeping something other than his head in his trousers. Oi, you're the one, Todd Dash. Thank you, Lehman, for that very astute and needed addition to my speech. Magnus practically growled at the Wolf King, already seeing that a good amount of brothers were already getting ready to denounce everything right there. In his anger, Magnus puffed up slightly before grinding out the rest of his speech. As I was saying, yes, I admit it. I have a family of my own, and they happen to be with Eldari Dash. Suddenly, Magnus ducked as a throwing knife missed his head by mere millimeters. He whirled around to see Corvus idly flipping a knife through his fingers. Hey, what's the big idea, Corvus? Corvus shrugged. Had to try, but it's not me you should dodge. Then Wadash, his psychic sense, screamed at him as an energy blast went past him, searing the adamantine wall and exploding harmlessly. Magnus quickly looked to see a scowling Mortar Ion, holding out lantern, glaring into his brother's soul. All right, he then slowly breathed. Are you all done? He looked around the room, full of mostly unhappy brothers. I'd rather not have a reenactment of the Theater of Pompey after all. I admit that I expected this and might deserve some anger, but Dash. They are done. Robot of all people piped up. Hypocrisy is unbecoming of them. Vulcan, are you all right? Nearby Vulcan was holding onto his throne with such strength that he had bent the adamantine handrests, squeezing the metal as if it was molding clay. I am fine, brothers, he said in his typical, happy voice. I shall accept this. If it makes Magnus happy, then I am happy. The hand rest of the throne then snapped clean off. Ferris looked Vulcan over. He was less than thrilled at this news. In fact, he was disgusted, but Vulcan did have the right idea. Magnus sighed. I had hoped we could get through this together and with a lack of physical attacks. But I suppose I thought a bit too highly of you all. Nonetheless, today's vid is about that. I'm hoping that watching this together, we can get over some of this anger, and perhaps all of you can come to accept them. Hate me all you like, but please, my children have done nothing wrong, and I'm hoping all of you will give them a chance. Silence was his only answer, with perhaps some muttering. If the Emperor himself had cleared it, then it's not as if they had a choice to begin with. Everyone turned to the Emperor, who sat back in his throne. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Magnus, please hand the Muggos the vid you have prepared so that we can start this off. Magnus nodded, retrieving the vid he hid in his toga and allowing the Muggos to set up the vid. Took his seat between Perturabo and Jagatai, since anywhere else was too volatile to sit safely. He hoped that their anger and hatred would just not fully disappear, but at least be made much more manageable. 002 M31 Caldera. Magnus, wait, hold on. It's supposed to be on Caldera, but that's the wrong year. It's supposed to be 999.M30, not 002. Lehman, wow, you got the vid wrong. Amazing. Magnus, shut up, Lehman. I'm sure that's just wrong. I saw this vid. I saw them all. I swear it was right. Glances to the Emperor, who is just staring at him. What? Emperor, remember. You promised. Magnus. FFFFF fine. The vid opened onto a dusty room. The tools that laid about, the sterile walls and floor marking it as an apothecarium. However, the way things were thrown about in a disheveled mess, all with a fine coating of dust covering everything, almost as if untouched for all this time. And as the power shut off in the apothecarium, it was only powered by fusion batteries and solar cells. Red light engulfed the room even as the feed got closer and closer to one of the stasis pods on the wall, the rune blinking in green, showing it to be in use. Magnus. What in the warp is going on? I watched this vid myself twice now. This was not a part of it at all. Father, please tell me you have some idea on what is going on. Emperor, no idea. Maybe you did something. Magnus, wow. I held this vid since dash. Horus clears throat loudly. Perhaps you too have forgotten about the fact that this is an alternate timeline. One where we can't possibly hope to foresee everything. Magnus, normally you would have a point, but this is different. I watched this vid twice, and nothing like this happened. Are you seriously Dash? Try to understand Dash. A vid from Dash. The transdimensional reality box. Magnus, look what the absolute fuck? Emperor what? Magnus, I don't remember that symbol on the vid. Asterisk the family, look at the vid inside the hollow projector, which now had a four-armed cross imprinted upon it. And the cross arms were all centered by dash asterisk. Robot, a human skull. Do we know of any future chapter of Marines or Imperial Adepta which uses that symbol? Lion, no. I do believe we do not. Robot, then what is it? And how did it get there? Magnus, how? I don't understand. I held that vid in my hands. Emperor, boys, it is quite clearly out of our hands. And there is only one way we can find out. The Emperor gestured to the screen. Magnus, right? Muggos, unpause, please. 023 to M31, Caldera. Ashes from the ground above began to seep in through the cracks left in the duracrete by decay and started to coat the apothecarium. Magnus, what? 001 to M35, Caldera. Some type of animal skittered across the floor even as more and more decay started taking place. Magnus, now it skipped entire millennia? What is going on? What's happening? Emperor, calm down, Magnus. Magnus, yes, I know. I know I'm supposed to be calm, but this has to do with them. This is wrong. The vid changed, and you're just telling me to calm down? Emperor, that's exactly what I am telling you. Calm down. Magnus scoffs. 190 M42, Caldera. Magnus, wait. M42. Magnus stood out of his throne. 42. Horus. I don't like where this is going. Sanguinius. Neither do I. The vids have never skipped this much. The feed suddenly shifted to that of multiple space marines in red, white, and black livery, walking through what appeared to now be Caldera. Or rather, what was left of it. Magnus. What the FUCK dash? Emperor. Magnus, you promised dash. Magnus. I promise to not confuse reality and the future, I know. But this is beyond that. What happened to my planet? Rogel. Isn't Prospero your planet dash? Magnus. Caldera is as well. I carefully cultivated that planet with all of my available resources, rebuilt their society, and have been carefully raising them back up through my years of work. And it was fucking destroyed, and I don't even know how. Emperor, well, pauses, then realizes what happened. WE can stop if you want. Magnus, what? No, I want to know what happened to my planet, and we're going to sit here and watch. Horus, do we not get a say in this, or? Magnus, fine, leave. I suppose it was too much to ask for any of you to show any kind of interest or compassion for me after all these weeks. So go ahead and leave if you do not wish to sit here. Sanguinius, no need to guilt trip us. Lion, attempt to. Sanguinius, pardon. Lion, attempt to guilt trip us. If Magnus is given the go-ahead, I'm leaving. Emperor, Lion, side T down. Just continue the vid. Please. Corvus, like I always say, an atrocity upon family values. Squad 1 spread left, Alpha pattern. A command came over the Vox, even as a squad of Space Marines moved off. All unassigned units. Forward. The Marines continued their steady pace of advancing. Their bolters pointed forward as the Astartes constantly scanned for hostiles. They continued moving in his pattern with minimal chatter until they all suddenly stopped. Map information indicates target reached commander. One of the Marines voxed, even as what appeared to be a tech Marine stepped forward and knelt on the ground before extending multiple probes and a sensor array. For a few seconds, the sound of tinkering machinery filled the air before the tech Marine's Vox channel opened. The information was correct. There is a hidden underground structure with power still flowing through its veins. One of the Marines' heads whipped around. Power? After so much time, yes, the tech marine murmured. It is weak and slow, but it is present. It has been for 10,191 years. All the Marines immediately began talking and looking at each other in complete and utter shock before who was apparently the commander shut them up and opened a Vox link into orbit. Chapter Master Angelos, there is something here you might want to witness. Magnus Angelus, those are his blood ravens. He must have come out on top after his fight. Robot, that doesn't answer your own question, however. What are they doing on your planet? Magnus, I honestly don't care. I want to figure out what happened to my family. What appeared to be mere moments later, an Overlord gunship dropped into the atmosphere and landed before the Marines, who all knelt as the gunship's ramp deployed. Out walked Chapter Master Gabriel Angelos, wearing Artificer MK.4 power armor. Upon his ascension to becoming Master of the Chapter, he had been granted Terminator armor privileges, but had decided to instead opt for more, sleeker armor. To say that moving in tactical dreadnought armor was difficult in a combat environment was an understatement. He didn't even dare think about dodging shots or, Emperor forbid, leaping, Horus, backflipping Terminators. Emperor, CS:GO doesn't exist, it's okay. Horus, who? Emperor, exactly. Thank the Emperor that the apothecaries were able to heal him sufficiently enough in order for him to not have to undergo entombment into a dreadnought. As he stepped onto the ashen grounds of Caldera, he had all of his brothers rise with emotion from his fingers, even as the commander of the force from before approached him. Chapter Master, he greeted with all due respect, bowing his head low. Sergeant Sharon. Angelos rumbled. Tell me, what is so important that it requires my personal attendance? Sharon immediately moved to the side and pointed at a section where the ashes were being removed by the other blood ravens. There, sir, an entire underground facility, warded off and untouched for over 10 millennia. According to the Tech Marine, the signals and marking indicate Great Crusade-era Astartes technology. Angelo's eyebrows flew into his hairline at that moment. Truly? Any markings of what chapped legion it belonged to? Sharon slowly swayed his head from side to side. Not yet, Chapter Master. However, I would hold on that, Sergeant Sharon. Another Space Marine sergeant spoke as he stepped next to the two. Angelos looked at the Marine who was carrying something underneath his arm, curiosity hidden behind his mask of professionalism. Sergeant Phlegius. Angelos greeted, causing the Marine, in turn, to bow his head in respect to his Chapter Master. You found something? Indeed. The sergeant responded before throwing down a metal plate. What is that? Sharon asked, stepping next to the metal plate and beginning to scrape away the ash which now coated it. A relic from a bygone era, Phlegius rumbled, his voice thick from the vox corruption of his helmet. Of traitors. Immediately, Sharon halted his hand and slowly looked towards his Chapter Master who, after a moment, slowly nodded. Then, Sharon wiped away the rest of the ash, revealing the emblazoned sigil of the Thousand Sons Legion. Magnus, fuck. Fuck. Lehman nerd. Sit down, I can't see. Magnus, fuck you too, Lehman. Lehman what? What a bloody hell did I do? Sharon immediately jumped away, feeling as if he had been stung. Heresy, he whispered out between clenched teeth. Traitors. Phlegius slowly spoke as he attempted to get a better look at the ancient device. Peace. Angelo's voice immediately thundered. It is merely a piece of worthless metal. He commanded. No indication of traitors being here just yet. Nor should they be, Chapter Master. The Tech Marine from before came by and reported. I detect no life signs in the bunker. Sharon appeared to sag in relief, even as Phlegius looked to be slightly disappointed and spoke up. Sorry to disappoint, kinsman, but no killing traitors or heretics today. Karen's head whipped around to look at his brother. Sorry to disappoint? Do you wish to meet a few dozen Rubric Marines again? Don't you remember the last time? Phlegius' head tilted to the side as he looked at his brother. No, would you be so kind as to remind me? Sharon sighed, knowing that his twin was toying with him, but decided to respond anyway by raising his right hand. It gave me this. He flexed the prosthetic hand, causing its servos to whine in protest. Ah yes, Phlegius rumbled. You made Tech Marine Jairus so happy with sacrificing your arm. Don't remind me. Sharon sighed yet again, remembering the sight of the far too happy Tech Marine. While your banter is as amusing as ever, Angelo spoke up, causing the two Marines to go stiff. I believe that we have an ancient facility to explore. Of course, Chapter Master. The two nodded, throwing the playful banter away and ready to continue with the job ahead. There is an untouched facility that is over 10,000 years old below them to be explored. Perhaps some relics and gifts to the chapter would be in order as well. Emperor, relics and gifts. Of course they are still stealing things. Magnus, Just. Fine, I'm not even going to fight that one. An hour later, they finally managed to cut through the extremely thick doors and pry them away, revealing the stairs leading down into the bunker, and quickly formed 2 squads and began to tactically enter the facility, bolters and pistols pointed down the tunnel. After a minute or so of steadily advancing and encountering no opposition, they finally reached the main floor. An apothecarium. Sharon deducted from all the surrounding equipment, most of which were subject to heavy rust and general decay. The most surprising part of it all was the growth of underground plants that survived for who knew how long here, crawling all over the equipment and walls. The air was also slightly humid, which perplexed the teams. The chapter master himself carefully looked over everything, his stern gaze not sparring a single detail. His helmet donned for the rare occasion of being able to more easily see in the dark. But there was one tiny light that was still active after all this time. Straight ahead, he spoke through his voxmeter, causing a squad to immediately form up in front of him and point their weapons towards the light source, only to be waved down immediately by the tech marine, escorting them. "Calm, brothers," he ordered, "merely an active stasis pod." "Horus, that's the second time that stasis pod was mentioned. It cannot be a coincidence." "Magnus, I think someone from my family is in there." "Robot, it would make sense, seeming as so far these vids have focused on only our offspring." Sharon thought this odd. The planet had been untouched for over 10 millennia, yet the pod was still active. If the planet had been devastated so thoroughly, then shouldn't everything be dead? The plants surviving, the active power feed, the pod. Everything he read about the planet, the combined might of the Iron Hands, the Death Guard and the Salamanders should have made sure everything was dead. Nothing was making sense. Magnus, what did he just say? The fuck did he just say? Rogel. The planet's current status in the vid appears to be the result of a combined arms assault of 3 legions dash. Magnus, you three killed them. You 3 killed them all. There, the pod was at 002. Then it happens at Mortarion, size for the supposed smartest of us. You sure can be idiotic. Vulcan, I killed family. Ferris, looking forward in silence with a calculating look. Magnus, there was the pod at the beginning, and the power going out in the dust. By the warp. What the hell did I do to make you 3 do this? This was supposed to happen very soon. You 3 were going to kill my family very soon, and you're sitting there charging with pure warp energy. Imperior, Magnus. Magnus looked over to see his father looking at him, his stern look managing to send a shiver down his spine. You promised. Remember, Magnus, this was going to happen in a year or 2. If 3 legions were moving together like this to destroy a single planet, that would have to be in order. What did you do? Horus. I hate to be devil's advocate, but in a year or 2 Lorger would have undertaken his voyage and become corrupted by chaos itself. Robot. Let us not forget that it's not uncommon for multiple legions to work together as part of an expeditionary fleet. Doubly so under Horus' command, which this would no doubt at the time be. Magnus, that doesn't excuse that you 3 killed, or at the very least your legions killed them in the near future. Mortarion, you are acting like a blubbering fool. Mortarion finally appeared to have lost his temper. In that future, we burn Terra. Horus kills father. Half of us fall to the warp cancer that is chaos, including you. This hasn't happened. Magnus. Oh, you think you could take the high road right now, Mortarion? You have spent these past 7 weeks rubbing my face in all of my failures, tried to attack me earlier, and have been itching for anything you possibly could to get any type of digging at me. And just now, you don't even deny that you would do something like this. Mortarion, yes. And I will gladly continue to do so, since apparently your high and mighty ego requires checking every now and then, and your smart attitude forgets that this hasn't happened and never will. You come after me, always forgetting your own flaws. Mainly that unlike a certain someone here, my foster father was a barbaric psychic that made me who I am. Your kind ruined that world in the first place. Magnus, and here we go again. You have never let that go and have been using it to make life hell for anyone like me, my sons, or any psyker, because you never will let go of your past. Out of everyone here, you're nothing more than a loathsome, hypocritical monster who can't get over your own daddy issues because you love wallowing in it so much. Let's not even get into how this is my flesh and blood family dying on screen. Mortarion now stands, and what will you do about it? Your failure in this future is evident. Not only did you break every one of the Emperor's own edicts, not only did you fall to chaos like all of us, showing that in the end, but you were also wrong just like the rest of us. Now you show that you broke the foundation of the Imperium's very own laws. My own faults have nothing to do with any of this. This is all your fault, Magnus, oh, my fault. This is the reason on why I did most, if not all of my actions. Because of people like you who just want to be mad at the galaxy and take it out on everyone. Yes, I realize now that I did wrong. But you have barely done anything of the sort. Because of people like you, because of nearly everyone in this fucking family. I went to them because for as long as I could remember, I haven't felt like I was even a part of this family dash. Emperor, silence. The psychic echo made everyone stand still as fear seeped into their very souls. Emperor, I have heard enough. This petty squabbling, this fighting. If either of you thought further than mere petty ambition, then you would both realize that this is exactly what drove this wedge between you all in the first place. None of you are in the correct state of mind. None. You all have reasons behind your actions, but that does not make them right. And yet again, you have proven to me that you require my attention. The Emperor pointed at Mordorion. You will stand down. As you yourself have said, this never happens. I will see to you later, Mortarion. There are issues that have need of discussion between the two of us. And you, Magnus. The Emperor looked at Magnus, a cold look in his eyes. You will keep your word to me. I understand that it is difficult for you, that it is painful, but it is none of these brothers of yours' fault. None of them exist here. And I will not have you acting like a wailing child, throwing a temper tantrum at innocent people. The Emperor breathed once. If need be, we shall stop watching immediately. But if we do go on, we shall do so with no bloodshed in this room. I am sick and tired of how despicable all of you act, and I will not suffer your egos for it anymore. Magnus slowly backs away and sits back down. Fine. Goes silent and slowly closes off all connections and begins to rub at his eyes. The Emperor, silently, says something to Mordorion. He is then knocked out of his stupor by a gentle nudge on his shoulder and looks up to see Leman. Leman, oh, I take this. It helps. One of Leman's hands moves forward, revealing a tankard filled to the brim with ale. You need one after that, bowl-locking brother. No one needs to drink alone, Joel. Leman then clinked his brother's tankard with his own and took a healthy gulp. Magnus looks confused, but reluctantly takes a sip, not really having any will to say much else. Thank you. While Sharon tried to make sense with the situation, a more psychically attuned brother felt odd when looking towards the source. To the psychically gifted brother, it felt as if whatever was in it was akin to a sanctioned psyker or a warp anomaly. I'm not sure that's entirely it. You detect something with your otherworldly look, brother? Gabriel asked, causing the Marine to nod. Yes, Chapter Master, something powerful. We must continue with care. I would suggest hailing the Librarius. This is far, far too ahead of any of my expertise. The Chapter Master immediately tuned his Vox and called up to the fleet stationed in orbit, even as he ordered the Marine with him to place a teleportarium beacon. If whatever was held here had the combination of being able to touch the warp freely while also being affiliated with the Thousand Suns, they had to proceed with the utmost care. A couple of minutes later, in a flash of lightning, combined with an acrid scent, gave way to the massive form of an Astartes librarian appearing before all of them in the bunker. Chief Librarian Macario. Angelos greeted the librarian, who also bowed his head. You have need of me, Chapter Master? The librarian simply intoned, feeling the psionic energies swirling here, almost inviting him to go and learn everything he could of their mysterious past, but duty came first. The stasis pod, Angelos pointed out. It is occupied by a being or item with significant reach into the warp, even though it is in stasis. Do you believe it's safe for removal? The librarian turned and marched over to the rusted pod before slowly leaning his hand against it. Immediately his mind was assaulted by visions. Images of frolicking Eldari and human children alike. Eldar and human buildings, lush forests and expansive lakes, and Thousand Sun space marines interacting with them before they betrayed the Imperium and damned the Emperor. A world of peace, of compromise. Mordorion. I can't imagine a planet with both Xenos and witches alike actually working peacefully. But I suppose if you have a pre-March presiding over it. Magnus. Mordorion. Nothing to say? Emperor. Do not bait your brother. Magnus. Takes another sip of the ale. No. Then everything burned. Salamanders, Death Guard, and Iron Hands came here during the Great Crusade, leaving nothing alive. This entire world was dead. Magnus slowly hangs head in shame and mourning, attempting to force his mind into realizing that this had not happened in this reality. Except for this one, it seemed, the one stocked in the stasis pod. Deciding to unravel things further, he went back through her memories before diving in. He experienced how she lived, a life long past, and a world that was long gone. Mandisa. Magnus Disa. Vulcan. Is that one? Magnus. Yes. Mandisa is my eldest daughter. She's awkward around people, but she's a good person deep down. I just can't believe the shyest of all my children would. 999.M30 Caldera. Mandisa. A little girl with bright red skin, a darker shade of red for long wild hair that looked like a nest where birds would start families in, and wearing a white prosperine dress was sitting in a small clearing of flowers, surrounded by tall, almost ethereal-looking trees of unknown species. There were plenty of strands in the girl's hair that stuck up or were wildly pointing out of her, making her look like she recently rolled down a hill. She was holding onto a few different blooms, a splash of color against the white she wore, from a deep blue to a bright yellow, a blushing pink, and a pale purple. She looked up from where she sat, a single bright red I was able to poke out from the opening of her hair in the direction of her mother. Lehman, I can see it. Magnus, what? Lehman, your hair gets like the whenever you get tired or angry. Just like the Magnus, I assure you, my hair does not do that. Dissa's hair is a damned warp anomaly from how out of control that mop can be. Jagatai, therefore, just like you, Magnus, I'm not even going to fight it anymore. From how high the feed was compared to the people on screen, it must have been some type of flying drone. If it was either of Imperial make or something else, none could tell. While the little girl was different shades of red, she looked like her mother in structure, sharing the same sharp features, though the little girl's face was softer. Her mother had straight black hair that was pinned back from her face and kind-looking sharp silver eyes, looking kindly upon her daughter as she knelt by the girl. The woman and girl shared one feature, and it was their long and pointed ears. And of course, her mother had a rounded belly in the later stages of pregnancy. Did you find any we can bring home? The woman asked, smiling as her daughter nodded mutely. They sure look pretty. I think they would look great on the family table. Mandisa ducked her head, smiling at her mother's praise. She took a few breaths and began shakily. Do you think Dad, W will like them? She spoke softly, uncertain, and almost as if she had a hard time forming the words. She looked despondent, whispering to herself about being stupid. Magnus, in a quiet whisper, while slowly beginning to smile, I would love them dash. Jagatai slowly looks over. Magnus, fuck. I'm becoming robot. Robot, crosses arms point proven. Corvus, so what's going on with her speed dash? Magnus, leave it alone. She just has issues, and we are working on them. Corvus, raises hands simply asking. Her mother, however, would have none of that. Hush, Dissa, you spoke very well, and I am proud of you. The mother quickly kissed the top of her daughter's head, earning a smile and soft giggles from her daughter. And yes, your father will love them. Now, come along. We need to get back home. I was able to find some more herbs for the feast. Your brothers and sisters are all so excited to see your father come home after all. Same with your aunties. The two stood up, the mother brushing off any leaves and petals from her own prosperine dress. The Eldari woman wore prosperine-styled sandals, but strangely enough, her daughter was fine to be barefoot, despite being in the middle of a lush forest. She held out a basket that she carried, waiting for Mandisa to deposit them in. No, carry. Mandisa quickly held the flowers close to her chest, a stubborn look on her face. I see, Kankari. Her mother sighed, but supported her daughter. All right, be careful not to choke them. Isha's gifts are not to be squandered. Emperor, can't resist a sigh. Horus, old friend of yours, father? Emperor, you have no idea. Konrad, Eldar fetishist. Emperor, looks over caped crusader. Lehman, sputters into his ale while laughing, wrapping an arm around Magnus, who is still quite sullen. Magnus, asterisk silent asterisk. Lehman, is now feeling severely awkward. Okay, the little girl answered, holding the flowers to her chest with one arm, while the other grabbed hold of her much taller, much more graceful mother. Her mother was careful to walk slowly, so her daughter wouldn't be dragged by her, even if she was eager to get back home as well. She had to help with the preparations and, of course, not rile herself up too much, only months away from bringing her youngest into the world. Can you tell me about what you have been reading, Dissa? The mother began as they walked through the forest, passing by both strong tall trees, fallen trees, and followed a natural path that had seen many uses. While they walked, they could work on her eldest little speech problem. I have been reading about our runes. It took her a few tries, but she got it out. She wanted to speak more about it, but both couldn't find the words and didn't have the energy to speak up. She hated how she just barely started to speak only a year or so ago, despite being 7 already. They are kind of hard, but like them. Mordorion, the speech problem appears to be psychological in nature. Corvus, and how do you guess that? Mordorion, Eldari, for how incredibly irritating it is, requires the speaker's vocal cords to be in perfect sync with their mind in order to even form a basic words. The fact that she can string together a sentence but not speak without thinking about it for a long period beforehand points at either mental degradation or slow development. Again, hybrids are perplexing creatures. Magnus. She is highly shy in nature and tends to do things at her own pace. We are working on getting her to be more fluent in speaking, despite her fluency with mind-link speech. Mordorion. As much as I loathe to say this, It may not be your or even her fault. Magnus Finna. What else? Mortarion. It is simply, as we have seen so far, the effect of prime children genes. A pre-march, no matter how much father has planned for it, is not meant to breed, especially not with other species. It is most likely a birth defect due to the nature of her two sires. Emperor, 2to Tango boys. 2 to Tango. Conrad. I'm going to pretend I did not just hear that. Magnus, asterisks nochesteriscruit. Sanguinius, slowly sliding down to escape the extremely tense air of the room. Her mother nodded along, listening to her daughter speak. I see. Did you get that from your Annie's or your father's library? They passed by more trees, the foliage getting less dense as she heard nearby friends with their own children and friends. In fact, she could see a few Eldari women through the intermingling thin and thick trunks, through the thick branches of leaves as they talked amongst themselves foraging. Well, I didn't need to forage much anymore. Ever since her husband came to their aid all those years ago, Caldera was much more peaceful than when it was under the protection of Craftworld Ulthwy. She much preferred the laxer and even simpler protection of the Thousand Suns than the uptight, controlling, and even snide Craftworlders who couldn't even come to their aid. Mandisa nodded. She loved thinking about what she was learning and reading, and was quick to start her explanations through the link she shared with her mother. Oh, yes, I found it in Papa's library. He has a better collection than Annie Jeriza, and I found it after going through some of the shelves he left open for us, and in dash. Dissa, her mother spoke up sternly, squeezing her daughter's hand. Speak, don't think. I know you have a better time using our link, but you need to speak. Mortarion, hypothesis proven. Horus, with how good you are at this, I surprise you aren't more passionate about pediatrics. Mortarion, I fracking hate children with a passion comparable to the hatred I feel for my foster father. Good enough for you. Robot, sighs, I wish you would look beyond that, brother. Mortarion, easy enough for someone who was raised by a caring family in a perfect world. Just because the Cyclops brings it up in an argument. Now everyone wants to play therapist? Jagatai, this feels like a conversation you and I already had on Eleanor, brother. I'm sure the same applies to Robot as it did to me. Ferris, I grew on a planet by myself where I had to fend for myself until I was found by father. Mortarion, you need to let it go already. It is annoying to keep hearing you complain about it when I don't complain about my own upbringing. Mortarion huffs, and it shows. You are tempered, unlike some of our brothers here who stride about like peacocks. Ferris, I assume you'll get over it then. Mortarion grunts but says nothing else. Mandisa huffed, her cheeks puffing up as she looked down at the flowers. She hated speaking. It was easier and better to just think. It was already bad enough all of her little siblings were either talking normally or on their way to speaking normally. Except her. She hated it. Better. I know, darling, but you need to speak properly. I know you can do it. You simply need to practice. Her mother comforted her, a smile on her angular face. So you found it in your father's library? She continued to prod, hoping to get her daughter to speak more. At this point, they could hear the sound of children nearby, running through the thinning trees. They would be back in town soon, and she hoped Mandisa would be calm enough for them to get back home in one piece. I've been reading. A lot. Mandisa ended up mumbling out, ears perking up as she listened to where all of the other Eldari and humans were. She hoped no one would come over and talk to them. Perturabo, definitely yours. Rogel smacks Perturabo. Perturabo, what? Lehman begins dickishly laughing. Rogel, you have been given the directive of smacking me in the face for every statement I make that points out the obvious to father and the rest of our brothers. I thought it only fair for I to do the same to you, in the event that you somehow were to point out the obvious as well. Emperor allows a small smile to grow on his face. I shall allow it. Perturabo, but yeah, always fine. Of course, as luck would have it, someone did come over and talk to them. One of the Eldari women waved over her mother before quickly making her way to them. Avari, there you are. I wanted your opinion on something about the welcome back feast dash. Avari waved the woman off. I'd love to stay and chat, but I need to head home. Mandisa and I were off gathering some last-minute things for my Huss life partner. Mandisa, the woman looked around, then back to Avari. I don't see her anywhere. What? Don't be absurd. She's dash. Avari looked down to where her daughter was only a second ago, then realized that she was now holding air instead of tiny red hand. Mandisa, then she realized why her legs felt weird, and she let out a breath as she looked back to her friend. Never mind. Anyway, I must be going. I'm sure whatever it is that you wanted, it will be fine. The Thousand Suns aren't very picky, you know. Horus, I don't believe any Space Marine's palate can be described as picky. Lion, unless your name so happens to be Fulgrim. Fulgrim, I beg your pardon? Lion, I distinctly remember you frowning upon every single dish at the banquet I hosted in your name. Looks pointedly, You make for a poor dinner guest, brother. Fulgrim. It's not my fault that Calabanian cuisine has so little flavor and consists of tender roasted meat and pies while disregarding other vegetables and sides unless it happens to be a potato. Lion. And what are the sweet subtleties and extravagant choices? Fulgrim. I have seen better subtleties made by a legionnaire on a day off. Lehman. Hey Lion, brother, not that I want to bother you, but would you mind me joining one day? Fulgrim. Scratch that. I'm positive Rosalina could make something better than that. And she's barely a toddler? Lion. A small smile, that is interesting. I would be willing to defend my words with steel. But I do believe you will be too preoccupied to accept the challenge. Fulgrim. Oh, and why is the dash? En Paul, son. Who is Rosalina? Fulgrim. Oh shit. All right, since Magnus came out with it, might as well. The woman shook her head, sighing. If anything, that's their most annoying trait. Well, I won't keep you here. She waved again and went back to where a small gaggle of women were gathered together, each with their own baskets. Alvari waited, then placed a hand on her hip as she let out a soft, "All right, come out, Dissa." Okay. And soon, the small red girl was lifting her mother's dress and timidly making her way out of her hiding spot. Alvari sighed, "Dissa, you know it's rude to run away for people. Your father, myself, or even your aunts can't always be there to protect you from talking to strangers. Neither your elder brother. What will you do when there is no one else to hide behind?" Mandisa looked down to the ground, one of her feet toeing at the ground and kicking up some blades of grass and dirt. She didn't think it would be possible to ever not be around someone she could hide behind. It just couldn't happen. "I'm sorry." Alvari sighed once more, but held a hand out to her daughter. "Come on, we need to get back home. Annie Laner is almost done with all of the food, and I know you love her cooking," she said enticingly to the girl, who brightened up exponentially, making the grass around her bloom with small flowers in her excitement. Yes, she then started to hurry home, her mother in tow for once. Ashui. All right. Fortress of Enlightenment. Emperor. The Fortress of Enlightenment. Magnus, hey. I dash. Lehman. The Fortress of Pure Enlightening Light. Magnus, okay. You dash. Horus. So enlightening. He manages to break every edict. Magnus. Now that's just dash. Rogel. Brother. A fortress that is meant to enlighten someone makes a poor fortification. Magnus. Rogali. Rogel. Therefore, I am sad to say that you have failed in its construction, as its very foundations are flawed to the core. Magnus, Vial Petrobu. Smack him, please. Perturabo, I would, if I didn't think that that was one of the stupidest names you could have come up with. Magnus, even you? Jagatai, not stupid, merely arrogant, rash, and completely self-centered who also thinks highly of himself. Magnus, I ask this even about the name anymore. Mordorian, totally. Though that has to be one hell of a shit fortress. Magnus. Even you? Mordorian. You think I ever truly trusted you, witch boy? Magnus. Fair point, but don't dash. Emperor. Bully you more than you already are. Stop it, boys. That's enough. Magnus. Smacks his throne. Thank you, Emperor. Though that is an extremely stupid, if very appropriate name. I am sensing copious amounts of pin-up frustration, Magnus. You seriously need to acquire a better taste in names. Magnus. I wonder why I'm pent up with anger and frustration. The footage changed suddenly, still in a floating and higher vantage point, so that they could see more of the surroundings than the people they were following. The secondary monastery of the Thousand Suns was a pure marvel to witness. The mixture of human and Eldari building techniques made the fortress have a much more sleek and clean look compared to the more Gothic-inspired architecture in the Imperium as a whole. The mixture of both Ferrocrete, Plasteel, and Wraithbone gave the fortress a much more unique aesthetic and seemed to still be in construction. More walls and expansions for the fortress were currently being added, with what looked to be both Bone Singers and Thousand Sun Serfs, and even librarians adding onto the building effort. From their vantage point, they could see a female Bone Singer who was reluctantly sharing the process with a nearby librarian, who was looking as if he was learning the dearest of secret knowledge, even as a dozen nearby epistolaries were taking notes in secret. Perturabo and Rogel slowly look over to Magnus. Magnus, Saisno, I promised I wouldn't spread that around. Those notes are very valuable, and dash. Perturabo and Rogel, still staring. Magnus, I'm not sharing them. Emperor, asterisk sters op Magnus, asterisk. Magnus, I'm not sharing, and that's final. Emperor, Magnus, you are a member of this family, dash. Magnus, don't even try that. Perturabo and Rogel both now feel the heavy, awkward air. Strangely, with all of the construction still going on, the Thousand Suns heraldry was missing. Do you think it's starting to look like home? Alvari asked Mandisa, who shrugged. I think it is. It's starting to look like your father actually lives here now. She chuckled before her ears pricked up. causing her to straighten up. Hold on. She paused as she listened carefully, blocking out the sounds of construction and focusing more on the inside of the fortress itself. Mandisa attempted to listen as well, but didn't have the same sensitivity her mother had. And her ears still had a hard time pricking up on command. Her parents both said that they would eventually not be so floppy anymore in time. She suddenly tensed and frowned, squeezing Mandisa's hand. Tyrion, Emperor, really? Magnus, what's wrong with the name Tyrion? Emperor, I once more state about your ability of naming things as I did before. Magnus, what? Emperor, you have no idea the amount of references you have made with that name alone. Now all that is left is that he has a brother named Jaime or Teclis. Magnus looks away. Her mother began to march forward, worrying Mandisa. What did her big brother do this time? She quickly followed her mother, hoping that nothing bad was happening when their dad was so close to coming home. She hoped quite literally wouldn't argue with their dad again. As soon as they were inside and in the living quarters, did she realize that Tyrion was going to be the one to make her mother angry. Tyrion, her older brother, was standing over a fallen reliquary that managed to be opened and was attempting to fix what he did. It looked like he knocked it over with a powerful psychic strike and charred most of the golden-colored parts of the armor that spewed out. She just realized that that was one of their father's armors. Oh, Tyrion was going to be in so much trouble. Mandisa was able to shake herself from her mother's grasp, stepping back to watch. Tyrion, what did you do? Her mother demanded, hands on hips and looking as if she was ready to bend him over her knee. Tyrion, the same red skin, red hair, and eyes like Mandisa, wearing a prosperous tunic, and looked so much like Magnus in this moment that if you ignored the ears and two eyes, it was hard to tell the difference between them. He looked scandalized and pointed his hands to the fallen armor. I didn't do it, Auntie. Teclis did. Emperor still got it. Magnus, I don't see anything wrong with those names and Tyrion. Do you have to destroy things around the house all the time, or are you just content with being a ball of issues and destruction? Robot, you're getting worse. An entire lecture this time. Magnus, I'm not lecturing the vid. I am merely expressing frustration that my son happens to do things like this all the time. I still shudder about what happened to Snuffles number 3. Horus, of course you are brother, and I am not the War Master. Magnus, silence. Vulcan, it is Snuffles with you, is it? I am glad to see our family share something. Magnus, I didn't name the Gyrinx, Dissa did. Even Mandisa didn't believe him. Oh, so your baby brother was the one who knocked over, broke into a reliquary, and charred your father's armor? She asked, raising a brow at this. Why, yes. Teclis is the one who did it. I was trying to fix it. He insisted, bouncing in place as he got more worked up. He kept shoving his hands in the direction of the fallen armor, as if trying to enunciate his point. I'm telling you, Teclis is using psychic powers, dash. Alvari raised a hand, stopping Tyrion in his tracks. Tyrion, Teclis isn't even half a cycle old. By human standards, he's just a toddler. Do you really expect me to believe that? But it's true. Tyrion scowled. I'm telling the truth, dash. Oh, like how you told the truth about when you decided to use your father's books as a makeshift ramp? Magnus, you did what, young man? Lehman, good job. Magnus, do not encourage him. Well, no, dash. Or how about the time you decided that it was a wonderful idea to paste your brother Corhill to the wall with handmade glue? Corvus, handmade? Child must have some appreciation of alchemy. Magnus, Corvus, making glue isn't that hard to do. I just want to know why I didn't know he pasted his brother to the wall. Corvus, boys being boys? Making enough glue and making it powerful enough to make a child stick to the wall is, however. Lehman, I like this kid. Vulcan, so do I, a wonderful little delinquent he is. Magnus, oh yes, a wonderful delinquent. Like the time he called me a one-eyed nerd and said my magic was stupid and that warriors are much cooler. Conrad, are you sure that Lehman hasn't been near your wives? Magnus, hutch. Conrad, so that is a no? Magnus, I know for a fact that Lehman has never met them. Since before this, he hated me. Lehman, hey now, I never hated you. He dare me to. Or how about when you almost set the great forest on fire? Look, I didn't know I could summon fire like that. I was just playing with a can of Promethium. Sanguinius, where did he get that? Magnus, why were you playing with a can of Promethium in the forest? Vulcan, from what I know, setting Promethium on fire is a very hard thing to do, much less for a child. Magnus, why wasn't I told about all of this? I always ask for full reports on what the children have been up to, so why am I now hearing about even more things Tyrion has done in the house? Jagatai, there's an old saying on Kagras, and while I am no Zadian Arga, I recall the advice well enough. There is nothing a woman will defend more from others' wrath than her child. Magnus, I suppose, but I would have liked to know how badly my little Hellion has been getting. No more excuses. Alvari clapped her hands together with a sharp clap. causing both children to flinch at the harsh sound. I will see about this getting cleaned up. Tyrion, you're going to sit at the table and write lines until dinner. After, you're going to do the dishes and then straight to bed. Tyrion squawked at this. But that's not fair. I didn't do a dash. March. Mandisa's mother pointed towards the dining hall, leaving Tyrion bewildered, then despondent as he dragged himself away to the dining hall. He let out grumbles and whines about stupid brothers and how he hated writing lines. Mandisa felt slightly bad for her big brother, then remembered what happened to her Gyrinx kitten Snuffles number 9 and the day he lost all of his fur to the putty incident. She never forgave him for that. Snuffles the Ninth was on the ceiling for 3 days. Magnus 9. Lehman, what is it with this bloody family and treating pets poorly? Vulcan, little noodles. That wasn't too bad compared to when her little sister Ruby decided to try out an experiment and accidentally sent Snuffles number 4 to the stratosphere. They found him at least, stuck onto the side of a Thousand Suns battle barge. At least he didn't suffer. Perturabo, how in the Feth did a little girl send a fucking Gyrinx into the stratosphere? Magnus, I don't know. I don't know how she did it. I didn't even know Snuffles number 4 died like that. She shrugged. Following her big brother to the dining area with her flowers, she had to get them into some water before they wilted. Placing the newly vased flowers on the table, before gently pushing it to the middle, she could already see her brother writing his lines. His ears were folded back, reminding her of Snuffles number 2 when he got angry. She wondered when her ears would finally stop flopping and prick up like his and her mother and her aunts. This is so unfair. Tyrion spoke up, glaring at her with a scowl on his face. I didn't do it. Not feeling confident speaking, she linked with him and was able to fully speak her mind. Not my fault if you keep acting like an unhinged maniac. You put Putty over Snuffles the Ninth and had him on the ceiling for 3 days. Or when you hid my mom's soul stone and we found it in a cookie jar. Or when you turned your mom's hair blue. She shot back at him, pouting at him and reminding him of everything else he had done. Lehman, hold on, I got to ask. I noticed it earlier, but everyone was focused on Snuffles the Ninth. But your kids just said they have 2 moms, so what's going on there? Magnus, okay. I didn't mean for it to happen, just that it did. I found the planet of Caldera and saved them from an orc wyak. Their craft world didn't respond, and they saw me as their savior. They just so happened to like how I run things and decided to defect is a strong word, but Lehman, but get to the part where they have 2 moms. Magnus, okay, Fina. The Calderan Exodites really seem to appreciate my culture and my way of working, so they adopted it and misunderstood something that Prosperans do. And well, you see, that's how I got 6 wives. Emperor, 6. Magnus, father, you have no room to lecture me right now, Dash. Emperor, 1 is more than enough. Believe me, their son. Magnus, Jagatai, I agree with father. Magnus, I didn't want to be rude and send them away. They were really excited and Dash. Horus, wanted their share at the piloting stick? Magnus, covers face. Lehman, laughing hard and loud, slapping his knee. Tyrion scowled. That was all jokes and for fun. I didn't touch Dad's armor. Teclis did. Sure. She rolled her eyes, and then he scarred the entire reliquary. Tyrion grumbled before quickly standing and yelling in her direction, a tear in his eye. If you won't believe me, then go hide in your mom's skirt and leave me alone. She defiantly looked at him. You're lying. I'm not, he shouted. I'm not. Yes, you are. You always are, just like you lied about Snuffles. That wasn't me. Jagatai, when a child denies something for so long, they're on the edge of breaking down. Then you know they aren't lying. Magnus, I know that feeling. Now that I think about it, how many times have I done that to Tyrion? Sighs and buries face in hands. No wonder he hates me. Emperor, all children hate their parent to a certain degree, but typically come to disregard that after they become adults. It is a part of raising a child. Magnus, he's just so vitriolic. He only barely started doing this, and it's already enough to frustrate me. Robot, children tend to test their parents' limits. Or at least, so I have heard and read. Conrad, I'm still shocked that the father of the millennium gave good advice. Sure. He stammered. I hate you. Mandisa was shocked, then hardened her gaze. Well, I hate you too. What are you two doing now? Spoke up a new voice. A female Eldari with short brown hair and wearing a much more conservative dress entered the dining area. Tyrion, do not use such language with your sister. And Mandisa, you know you aren't supposed to mind Link in the house. She stepped between the two, cutting off their angered eye contact. Tyrion sat back down, ducking his head and focusing on his page. Yes, Mom. Mandisa scowled and looked away. Why, yes, Annie. Tyrion's mother sighed, looking back to the kitchen area. Alvari, your daughter is fighting with my son again. A loud sigh. Do I need to come in and separate them? No, you just sit down. I'll separate them, and hopefully, they won't still be fighting when he comes back. Alvari let out a relieved sigh. Thank you, Lelina. She was about to speak again when the sound of power armor began to get closer. The gathered family members craned to get a look on who it was coming in and what news they no doubtedly were carrying. Mandisa hid behind one of the larger chairs. She knew her brothers and was trying to get used to being around them, but they were just so scary. A Marine of the Thousand Suns had entered the dining area, helmeted and unknown. He tilted his head to the children, where Mandisa squeaked out a hello and Tyrion sulked over his lines. The Marine turned back to the mothers. I have news about my pre-march. What is it? Has he been delayed? Alvari asked, attempting to get up, but was pushed back down by Lelina. The pre-march was called to attend the crusade for Eleanor. Urgent matters with the growing orc menace. He will not be able to arrive on Caldera anytime soon. The orcs? Lelina questioned, straightening up looking more like a warrior. What has happened? The two quickly began exchanging news, what had been happening on Eleanor, and how multiple primarchs and legions were needed for the fight against the Orc Empire. All the while, Mandisa followed their exchange, turning from side to side as she imagined the worst. Fulgrim, leaving the ones we love behind, is always the hardest thing to do. Magnus, I remember this. I couldn't go back and see them. I had to head straight to Eleanor, canceled everything. I just thought that it was fine. I had come back before. Robot, Nikia would be soon after this. You would never make it back. Magnus pauses, then looks up. Nikia would lead me to having custodes with me at all times. I would have been on thin ice at that point. Anything would have set off Father at that point. Jagatai, you would never risk breaking more of Father's edicts. Magnus, and then seeing how Caldera is attacked. Emperor, it shall not happen here. We all know how and why Nikia went as it did. Mordorion, grumbling, and I ended up paying for it along with Magnus. Horus, and let us not forget that it was my corrupted future self that made it so Jagatai could not attend and balance the argument. You are not at fault here, brothers, nor his father. He had no choice but to enact the agreed-upon laws. Magnus, rubbing his eyes, I see the need for restraint now. E truly do. I simply wish I would have changed quicker. The worst realization is that if nothing had changed, the future says that I never would have been able to see them again. Nah, exactly. The librarian withdrew before taking a deep breath and turning to all of his brothers. It is a girl. Not human nor Eldari. The scene before him reverted back to the dusty old apothecarium many millennia later. Then what is she? Angelos asked. No chapter master. The librarian looked worried then. A hybrid. Magnus. One of the children lived? Mordorion. Appears so. Phlegyas immediately stepped up. How is such a thing even possible? A union between two species resulting in this dash. Heresy. Sharon finished for him. Not only is it not possible, but to even suggest such a thing exists brings a foul taste to my mouth. Librarian Macario stood up straighter and pointed to the stasis pod. Well, look upon this with your eyes, brothers. Come and see the thing you claimed and not be possible. I shall wait. Robot, I am beginning to take a liking to this librarian. Horus, I like his sense of humor. Rogel, I too appreciate it. Conrad, that has to be the most unsurprising thing I have heard during this entire crusade. The rest of the squad slowly moved up, each taking their own curious look. After minutes worth of muttering and thinking of the situation, Gabriel took the front. This requires much further study. We must be sure if we are to rescue this girl. Chapter Master, you cannot possibly be thinking of saving this Xeno? Sharon asked in outrage. It is heresy. His tirade was stopped by Phlegyas when he put an arm on his brother's shoulder. Kinsman, be calm. He soothed his brother's soul. We live in extraordinary times. The Lord Commander himself has declared his alliance with the Eldari. Surely this can be taken as an omen. I would agree with you both. Macario interrupted. If it were not for one simple thing. That being, Chief Librarian? Angelos asked, his tone inquisitive. Her true heritage. She is the crossbreed of a transhuman and an Eldari exodite. Magnus, she is literally red. Sanguinius, you have been a traitor for thousands of years in that future, brother. Magnus, yes, but she is red. Rogel stands up and walks over to Magnus. Magnus, no. Emperor, N.O. Rogel, down, cease. Rogel stops and points, so be it. Goes to sit back down even as Lehman laughs and puts an arm across a horrified Magnus' shoulders. Perturabo leans over. You did that intentionally to help Magnus get his mind off of things, didn't you? Rogel smacks Perturabo. Perturabo recoils and grows angry before slightly smiling appreciated. More time passed in silence. Everyone could feel the tension as Phlegyas was barely able to hold back Sharon. Finally, it was the chapter master that broke the silence. Brother Techmarine, Do you judge the stasis pod capable of undergoing transport? Chapter Master. Sharon immediately started up again. You cannot be serious? It is my command, Sergeant. Angelo's voice thundered. And I will not have it questioned. He finished with a stern look at Karen's way, causing the Marine to immediately go quiet even as the tech Marine prodded about the stasis pod. If we apply a portable generator or a powerful enough energy cell, the tech Marine rumbled, we should be able to move the pod with relative ease. Good. Angelo spoke. Then prepare for transport. The world slowly came back into being. Her eyes felt weak, her knees heavy, arms loose and limp. She felt as if her entire body had turned inside out as the hot, burning sensation came to life in every single nerve. Every bone, every muscle, every bit of skin burned as if she was bathing in fire. Fire. Magnus, heavy breathing. Lehman, patting his back. It will be all right, brother. She is alive. Magnus, drinking more ale. She remembered the fire. The Space Marines in massive green armor. She remembered as they walked through her village, killing any who came into their reach, destroying the houses they hid in, and killing all of the Eldar Guardians that so bravely stood to the last. She remembered her mother picking her up and running from their home. She left behind her baby sister, listening to the cries of the infant left for the flames. Her mother kept telling her she was sorry. She was so very sorry. Escaping to that place, the place where she got the medicine. Her mother was telling her she was going to be okay. She would be safe. No one was going to get to her. I'll protect you, Mandisa. No one is going to hurt you. I promise. Then she fell asleep on that table, her mother humming her song to her one last time, before it all stopped and turned into this. Vaguely, she could hear herself coming back into consciousness as the black around her eyes bled away, revealing a harsh white light, and her sensitive ears registering a dull hum before being shaken awake by an all-too-familiar voice. Stable. Mortar ion. Size. Extensive cryostasis would have many unforeseen circumstances on a baseline or even transhuman. This is one of them. She will most likely be fine. Emperor. Thank you, Morty. Mortar ion. Emperor. But stop it right there, please, and thank you. The voice was deep and full of vox corruption. There was no doubt who its owner was, a space marine. Did they find her? Where was her mother? Did they come to kill her? Alleviated activity. She is panicking. Are they her father's marines? Or are they the bad ones? Where is she? Where is her mother? Why can't she feel her mother? Where was everyone? Calm her. We cannot. Any more stims driven into her system, and I cannot guarantee an awakening without consequences, Chapter Master. Then open the pod. We will have to do this the old way, it seems. She felt as the pressurized air blew over her body and the much cooler air flooded into the pod that she was apparently in, causing her shiver violently even as the burning finally went away. Her eyes blinking rapidly, trying to adjust her sight to her surroundings. It's a child. She heard a surprised voice speak out. But a hybrid, just as Librarian Macario claimed. The voice, it was deeper, gruffer. No vox corruption tainted the speaker's proud, gothic tones. She is still awakening. The vox tone voice spoke yet again. I advise caution, Chapter Master. That amount of time in cryostasis may have many unforeseen consequences. She darted her gaze around, searching and searching. She let out a pathetic sound as her eyes filled with tears. Mama, she called out weakly, looking around at the Marines, all wearing armor and heraldry she knew nothing of. She covered her face, not wanting to look at the Marines who were staring at her. Mama. Fulgrim, this is really pulling on my heartstrings. Vulcan, I am so sorry, Brother Dash. Magnus, just please, I know Vulcan. Enough. Gothic, the vox corrupted voice asked in surprise. It appears so. Calm, child. She could hear the voice clearer now, far clearer. We will do you no harm. His presence, it felt different but also familiar. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. It was strange, almost as if blood connected. She shuddered violently as she felt something touch her arm, causing her to violently convulse in a desperate attempt to defend herself. Small hands attempting to push or scratch away the hand that attempted to touch her. Easy, young one. The voice warned again. Nothing bad will happen to you. She shook her head, trying to shut out their voices. Where was her mama? Where was her papa? Where was everyone? She opened her eyes again, darting her gaze for anyone, anything to help her. But when she looked at one of them, he looked just like Papa. She cried out to him, scrambling towards him and away from all of the Marines who kept trying to talk to her. She didn't want anyone, just him. He had the same face as her papa. He did. So he must be, even if she can't see very well and everything blurred together. She just knew it was him. She latched onto him, feeling the coldness of his ceramite armor plating on her skin as she wrapped herself around him. her weak muscles desperately clutching onto anything they could, even as her mind extended subconsciously and wrapped itself around her father. Magnus, what? What is she doing? Fulgrim, I know what she's doing. She's reaching out to someone she believes to be you. Rosie has done the same to a few of my sons when I was not available. Magnus, so she just is trying to find comfort? Fulgrim, essentially yes. Magnus, but wait, your sons. She opened her otherworldly gaze, expecting the comfort and warmth of her beloved papa, only to be met by the untold, utter horror of realizing that the person she was so desperately clinging on to with her life was not her father. No, it wasn't him. Where is everyone? Why? Why is she alone? Why? She attempted to let go and slide down, only to be caught by a pair of strong, armored hands who held her with such surprising gentleness that for just a second, she felt safe. She forced herself to look up and squint through the burning light to see who was holding her. The man's face was scarred beyond belief and showed signs of advanced age. Hard features carved into it by no doubt countless battles and incredible deeds. He had 4 bolts lodged into the skin of his forehead. One of his eyes was cerulean blue, and the other glowed bright red with the artificial light of an augmetic. Perturabo, by the throne. He does look like Magnu. Don't you fucking dare, Rogel. Rogel, so be it. This was most assuredly not her father. This was a space marine. She feebly attempted to push herself out of his grasp, but it did little of getting her out. Frustrated, she couldn't stop the tears welling in her eyes and big to roll down her cheeks in big, fat droplets. She wanted her papa. She wanted her mama. She didn't want to be here. She wants to go home. She wailed at an ever-increasing pitch and with more desperation with each sob. She didn't even have the energy nor the will to fight with the one holding her. Give her here. She vaguely heard a voice speak behind her then, and the arms turned her around even as a finger was pressed to her forehead. Calm. Magnus, I've used that same technique before on the children. Ironic. Lehman hands Magnus another tankard of ale. The word echoed around her head like a soothing chime, making her mind calm down extremely fast and her thoughts gather yet again as she forced herself to focus on the locus of energy. A psyker had touched her mind. Turning, she found her gaze had sharpened and her hearing had returned in full. The Marine that stood there looked dour and serious, as was typical of his brotherhood. But the deeper she looked, the more kindness she saw. Experimentally reaching out, she touched every single mind in the room. Then further, the hallways outside, then the level, then the ship. They were on a ship. Her mind began to race again, but the locus from the librarian forced her to remain calm, even as she looked closer at the minds of the Marines surrounding her. She tentatively probed a bit deeper into their minds, finding she could mind link with them. Unlike the Eldari and humans she wasn't related to, just like the Marines of her papa's legion, just like with her mama and her siblings. Magnus sips on ale gently even as an eyebrow raises and he begins to think. Slowly, her lips, wet with tears, opened even as she sniffed back the effects of her earlier crying. Bro brothers? Magnus spits out the ale, they're my sons. Ferris, that makes sense. The Thousand Sons steal artifacts all the time. Magnus, we do not steal, we repurpose. We have gone through this. The silence around her was deafening even as a positive-sounding chime was heard. Chapter Master. It was the voice filled with vox corruption. We have a match. A perfect genetic match, including her sire. Corvus. Well, there goes that secret. Jagatai. Lasted long. The man holding her quickly turned. Ooh, my lord. Primarch Magnus the Red is the hybrid's father. Here, the vid finally ended, leaving a blank screen for the family to watch. Magnus slowly breathed in and out even as he rubbed at his temples with one hand, the other still firmly around the mostly finished cup of ale. He stood, leaving behind the ale, and left the room without another word, rejecting anyone who attempted to speak to him, even the Emperor who attempted to mind link with him for just a moment. The Emperor knew that Magnus was most likely still furious with what happened earlier. He did nothing wrong. He merely stopped his sons from having a meltdown and stopped Magnus from lashing out with his temper tantrum. Though now, he was walking away and wouldn't even let him mind link with him. Things were complicated now and would require a solution as they went further down the line. Yet again, for what felt like the upteenth time, the Emperor thought to the ultimate and unthinkable solution. Surprisingly enough, it was Horus who got up next and appeared to go after his brother. Brother. Magnus heard the distinct voice of Horus behind him as he stormed down the hallway, leading away from the viewing room on the Bucephalus. Leave me, Horus. He just needed to leave, gather his thoughts. He needed time away from everyone. No. He heard the much firmer voice now, even as a hand grabbed his shoulder and turned him around. We must speak. The time has come that you must become aware of something about our father. Magnus paused, turning to Horus with a furious look in his lone eye. Is that what it all comes down to? I want to try and connect with everyone. Apparently, I fuck up again as usual and get to find out in the near almost future my family was slaughtered, and yet it all comes back to how father feels. Spare me if I am less than pleased to hear how this is about father. That is not father. Of all the answers Horus could have given him, that was the one Magnus had least expected. What? He asked in confusion. What do you mean that isn't father? Physically, it is him, Horus admitted. But psychologically, the way he acts. Horus took a deep breath. He hasn't always been like that. There's a time long before this, a time where father was warm and sentimental and even loving in his own way. Magnus' face hardened, and so too did his resolve. Long since past then. Yes. Horus sighed. And in that lies the issue. The War Master now looked Magnus directly into his eye. He has chosen to watch us all more closely, to not leave our side. I thought that it meant he would go to being his old self, but the warmth, it isn't only diminished, it has vanished. Entirely. And why are you saying this? This isn't an excuse for Dash. No, you misunderstood me. Brother, I come to you with this knowledge because I know you have held a connection with him since before any of us. I want you to think, please explore your memory and tell me, is there a time when he was truly different? Magnus paused and thought this through. He remembered clearly the time he spent with their father. From when he first gained consciousness and was the only one who could speak to him, to when they were scattered and he was still able to contact their father. He remembered the time on Terra and eventually Luna, when they were all just barely children. Him, father, 2, and 11, the 4 of them talking, and, of course, there was a difference, he knew it. Yes, I can think of plenty of times when he was different. When he cared, he let out a humorless laugh. Why must you make me worry for him when all I want to do is be angry with him? Because despite how furious you are with him, there is still the underlying issue of what has happened to father. Horus paused. Though please do understand, I am not trying to push aside your feelings or how you feel about what has happened in there. Another humorless laugh could have fooled me. Horus smiled. It was mirthless. I only say so because I suspect that he has changed far more radically than should be possible, even for him. Then he sighed. Although there is but one person that can know for sure. Magnus nodded along, sighing himself. Malkador. How absolutely fascinating. Raggio was currently balancing a stack of books in one arm while he carried a smaller stack in the other. There was a grin on his face, genuine excitement at sitting down with a good book and learning everything he could about the Imperium. Not just the Imperium, but the ships, the armor, the medical discoveries Dash. Everything. He was so glad his Uncle Lehman showed him to the Thousand Sons library. He was able to take so many books with him after his uncle said that the Legion allows people to borrow from them all the time. Now he was back on the Conqueror, hopelessly trying to find his way to the quarters that were assigned to him at the topmost level. Out of pure spite, he avoided asking any of his father's sons and or serfs. He would be damned if he would go to them for help with anything. He would rather spend hours walking around until he found the damn room. He hated looking at the few who sported those things. The nails were something truly abhorred, knowing what they did to a person. How could they think to put those things willingly into their heads? Were they completely mad? He had a feeling he should keep that thought to himself. Some of the Legion supposedly had quite extreme views, or so he had heard. He decided to try and keep away from politics for as long as he possibly could. He walked down the hallway, spotting 2 massive, grand doors. Well, they did tell him his quarters would be grand, so it was worth a shot perhaps. He quickly walked the remaining length of the hall, and the doors began to open by themselves even as he rebalanced all the books he held. Wouldn't do to have these precious tomes fall and get damaged after all. Angron, you can't just sit here and brood all day. Yes, I can. Fuck off. Raggio paused, knowing he was walking in on something he really didn't want to be a part of. You need to talk to him at some point. You can't hide away in a dark room and avoid him. Lorgar, his uncle, was berating his sire. Yes, I can. Lorgar took a deep breath. Angron, please, if you don't get up and talk to him, then I will go and find him for you. He placed his fists on his hips, standing over Angron, who growled at him. I will. I'll do it. Raggio slowly began backing up. No, you fucking won't. Angron looked at Lorgar directly now. You wouldn't fucking dare. He was almost to the door. All right, the first step is getting the damn lights on, Lorgar mumbled, walking over to a switch. Honestly, sitting in a dark room like a child brother. He then flipped on the switch, causing Raggio to freeze even as the 2 Primarchs slowly turned to him. Raggio mumbled out. Fuck. Lorgar turned back to Angron. Certainly your son. He then witnessed more proof of the connection when both gave Lorgar a death glare, complete with the wrinkled nose and the baring of teeth. Most definitely your son. He sighed in relief. but I think my job is done here. I will leave you two to talk it out." Then he strode for the door, walking by Raggio and patting him on his shoulder as he went by, and the door closed shut behind him. Raggio watched as his uncle went, an eye twitching in anger. He turned his head to his brooding father, then back at the door. He sighed once and made his way for the door. It didn't open by itself. He looked over and saw the open door rune. He pressed it. It emitted a negative-sounding ping. "The fuck?" Raggio slowly muttered under his breath, already knowing he was going to be stuck here. But still, he pressed the rune again, and again, and again. He stood there pressing the rune so many times. He heard Ongron let out an angered growl. "Stop pushing the rune." The finger quickly turned to a fist as he suddenly smashed the entire control outlet by accident. Breathing exercises. He reminded himself. Just breathe. You know what? He was here to read, and he was damned if his father was going to stop him from doing just that. He turned around and swiftly walked towards the absolutely massive red and bronze-decorated bed, avoiding the look that his father was giving him from the center of the room, where he sat on a massive throne. He sat himself down on the comfortable bed and spread out his books, carefully studying the titles before plucking one out, which for some reason had 3 massive belts wrapped around it, securing it shut tightly. He felt, rather than saw, that his father was staring at him, and so looked up to see the 2 golden eyes of his sire staring at him in curiosity. "I'm not a complete savage. I'm going to study, if that's all right with you," was the first thing out of Raggio's mouth, which both pleased him and made him wonder if he had a death wish. Ongron let out a bark of laughter, just like the red one. "Fine child, do what you want." Ongron then leant back and crossed his arms. "I'm not a child." Raggio humphed and went back to his books, even as Angren's face took on a suspicious gaze. "Where did you get those books?" Raggio didn't even look up, too busy with opening the dictionary he had picked up, Dummy's Guide for Speakers of Low Gothic to High Gothic 4th edition, and frowning at the title. Did they really have to call it that? He sighed, "The Thousand Sons Library. Uncle Lehman took me there once." He paused, thinking about what happened only days ago. "He told me that I could take any books from there and start my studies, after calling me a nerd." Sounds like Ongron trailed off. "Magnus let you borrow a book?" Raggio shrugged. "I don't know. Lehman said that everyone borrows books from him. No one was around to say otherwise." He flipped over the book on how to truly translate Gothic, since he was still getting the hang of it. Apparently, there were more books on this type of subject, a dummy series. How could someone want to make more of these insulting books? And why would someone want to read about architecture for dumb? Wait, that sounded interesting, actually. He then began to take off the belts of the other book he had chosen. It was completely in High Gothic, so he only understood a couple of words. Or, well, one in the title to be exact. The Codex part. He couldn't quite get the second one, De Monica? Something like that. Besides, isn't he? The word is on the tip of my tongue. Prime something. Yes, he is a prime something, and I've seen that no one really tells them no. So I don't see the big deal. Ongron slowly stood as he saw what the book that Raggio was unlatching looked like was the damn thing growling. "No," Ongron spoke. "They never let anyone borrow." Muttering something under his breath, he spoke again. "Where did you get that book?" He shrugged. "Somewhere in the back? I don't understand High Gothic, so I just loaded my arms with books, and now I'm here." Raggio was unlatching the last belt. Whoever did it extremely tightly. It took a considerable amount of strength to unlatch them. Ongron got slowly closer and closer. "What did the section you took it from say exactly?" "Thank whatever it is he's supposed to praise for eidetic memory." "Periculum inuta." Angren's eyes widened. "Raggio, that means danger. Do not us dash." Suddenly, 4 spider-like eyes popped up on the book as the last belt went flying away, and the book opened by itself, sprouting a mouth as it began gnarling and snarling at him, even as it lunged for his face. Its massive mouth opening and closing with vicious speed like an attack cannon. Raggio screamed at the thing and threw it as hard as he could across the room, listening to it impact the wall with an audible crunch. "Is it dead?" Father and son turned. "I think I threw it over there." It fell behind the sofa. Raggio spoke even as the two, in unison, slowly began to crouch down to see under it. There was lying completely still and closed. "I dash," Raggio began. "I think I killed I dash." The book immediately began chomping yet again as it somehow lunged for them across the floor. The lack of any legs apparently not hindering the cursed thing in the slightest as it went for Ongron before leaping up, dodging an angry punch and attaching itself to the Primarch's face where it began chomping further. Ongron began screaming and trying to tear the cursed thing from his face, calling it an abomination. Raggio took the moment to grab a splintered sofa leg from the leap and swung at the thing. Too bad Ongron was able to rip it from his face before Raggio could strike it, and instead smacked his father in the face as hard as he could, sending the book flying to Raggio. Said Prime Child managed to catch it, one hand on each cover, even as the thing was chomping, attempting to kill him. He looked past it to see that the book itself did little to no damage to his father. Some help maybe? He then asked as the book almost bit his nose. Angron looked at him and grinned. Stop grinning at me, this thing is going to eat my face. He held the thing back, watching as it snapped at him with all that snarling and gnarling and ack. Oh, for fuck's dash. Raggio swore with wide eyes, even as the book missed by just a hair. Shit, fuck piss, Dad. Help me. That did it. Angron reached over and grabbed the book before throwing it as hard as he could towards the door which had just opened. So you two, came Lorder's voice. Did you manage to dash? One of his hands reached out with inhuman speed and caught the book. He sighed deeply. I will take that as a no, considering you're already throwing things. He looked down at the thing in his hand. Is this book grow dash? It launched for him, barely missing his neck and instead of attaching itself to the back of Lorder's fine clothing. As the book chomped and ripped away Lorder's clothes, said Premarch danced around, desperately attempting to get it off of his back. Help, he finally said, looking at the two other people in the room, both of which were frozen in shock. Help me, damn it, he yelled as he desperately swung again for the book, who this time bit his finger, causing him to yelp in pain as the demonic teeth sting was far fiercer than the actual bite. Then Angron laughed, a good hearty laugh as he fell back onto his bed. And perhaps even more surprising, Raggio was unable to keep from laughing as well, the sound falling from him in cascades. Laughing just as much as his father, as the absolute ridiculousness of the situation became known to both. After a few more seconds of struggle and cloth eating, Lorder finally managed to grab and throw the book out of the door and down the hallway, where it skittered somewhere, burying itself who knew where. Angron and Raggio slowly stopped laughing. Then they looked at Lorder, who stood there, his fine clothing torn to absolute shreds with a frown on his face, and laughter took them again, even as a few serfs marched down the hallway outside, only to have to run away as the book began chomping again from its hiding spot, growling and snarling as it darted across the floor after the now runaway serfs, causing Raggio and Angron to laugh even harder as Lorder's frown slowly grew into a smirk. It had taken literal days, and a set of incredibly expensive robes, but by the Emperor, he had made them take the first step, and that made it all worth it, though it felt more like almost 2 months. OWFUCK, his head. Chapter 13, Revelation. As soon as Magnus left the viewing room, the tension of the family should have dissipated, yet it stayed. The family looked to each other after the end of that vid, some thinking about what had been said. Others, namely Lehman, had been thinking over his own actions these past few weeks, and even how he had behaved from before the 7 weeks of vid watching and forced family bonding. Perhaps he had been too hard on Magnus, or hadn't apologized enough during their time before all of this. But he hadn't meant to make him truly believe he hated him. He didn't mean to make Magnus feel as if he wasn't a part of the family, just that they disagreed, and he called him a witch. He called all of his work Malficarum. But in his defense, Magnus did research and do some questionable things with his power, and in the end it was all in good banter. But he still didn't mean to make him feel like he didn't belong, that he wasn't a part of the pack. He saw as he in the future held genuine hatred from Magnus later on, how the Council of Nicaea was him, Corvus, and Mordorion having a trial on Magnus instead of giving him a chance. Prospero was a mistake from all sides, neither the fault of Magnus nor Lehman. Of course, both had their fair share of the blame. But in the end of it all, it was Magnus' folly which was launched upon and exploited by a traitorous Horus, all amplified by panic, his own stubbornness, and Magnus' depression over the situation. They burned Prospero, all over a damned mistake. The Chaos God's manipulation was masterful, and they were played like pieces on a regicide board. He broke his own brother's back for Helvite's sake. Was Magnus truly at such a precipice at that point in his life that he would simply allow it to happen? Only one thing was for sure. This family was like fire and water, and mixed just about as well. Fook. I should never have been the art on Magnus. Lehman spoke up and broke the silence of the room, yet the tension did not lift. This is my fault. I disagree, Roble said in his defense. It is father's. That stunned everyone in the room, who thought that the brick that was Roble Dorn could blame his own father. Pardon, the Emperor cut in. How is this dash? The Emperor paused, thinking over everything that would have, and is happening. In the span of seconds, he knew there was nothing he could say that wouldn't make this his fault. He sighed and with a weary hand, rubbed his face. Never mind. It is. The emotion of surprise somehow managed to reach a new rise yet again, caused everyone in the room to immediately feel even more awkward. Well, their father admitted it, and now Lehman and Rogel are pointing it out. The entire family was fucked up from the beginning, and even Rogel and the Emperor himself finally voiced what everyone was thinking. Guilliman seized upon the moment, attempting to dispel the tension and awkwardness. Should we just watch the next vid? It will help us take our minds off of this situation. Sanguinius sighed and rubbed his eyes. While I appreciate the distraction, Robot, we cannot just go and watch another vid and ignore the proverbial groks in the room. This is all going to come back to blow up in our faces if we don't address it. Stay out of my area of prophecies, pretty boy. Konrad nodded. But I agree. At one point or another, we're all going to explode on each other. Maybe even literally, or maybe someone might be thrown through a wall dash. I wouldn't take it that far, Horace said as he walked back and looking beyond tired as he took his place at his father's right. Magnus has decided to go and rest to contemplate on some things, but we will need to talk about this situation eventually. We shall have a discussion about it in due time. The Emperor spoke in a lowered tone. Until then, I know Robot has been itching to get back to seeing how Aegidius has been doing. The tension in the room appeared to elevate at least slightly as Horace sat back down on his throne and Muggos Lem inserted the next holotape, all the while Corvus could be heard whispering an atrocity on family values. 204.M42, the Fortress of Hera, Macridge. The sound of panting, yelling, and exertion filled the air of the training arena, which the view opened upon. Along the edges and around the large training area, neophytes were in the middle of their own training regimes with serfs aiding them. In the middle, on a padded floor, two little boys in form-fitting training garb appeared to be fighting each other, both holding sparring swords, shortened to their appropriate age and then well-balanced for its user. The light above the two boys bearing down on their forms, leaving their small shadows below them to follow their movements. They kept going back and forth, prodding each other's defense under the careful watch of two custodes who stood to the side along with a Primaris Marine and a young woman with silver, shoulder-length hair dressed finely, and who appeared to be looking especially closely at one of the two boys, the one with the slightly disheveled black hair. She stood to the side, hands folded behind her back as she watched the two boys sparring, her own training coming to mind as she thought up exercises that could help her young charge. The A is that. The B, a sister of battle. Horace, why are you two the ones to always notice that? Perhaps say, do not make us dash. For sure B, spill your secret. Emperor, what's secret? Horace, absolutely nothing that is important or worth your attention. Right, brothers? Conrad, slowly sneaking away. Lehman, never mind that. Who's the one that looks as if he's playing dress up as a Night Lord? Emperor, not sure, but we'll find out soon. Speaking of Night Lord, Corvus. Corvus, on it. Disappears and reappears with Conrad in tow. Conrad, fuck. At least she would not have to teach the young lord what a bath is again, or watch him treat every meal like it was going to be taken away from him. If only she could find a way to get him to focus on not just his studies, but combat as well. He was too nice to fight others. Ferris, chuckling, I remember Fulgrim telling me about when he was civilizing Conrad. Didn't you have to explain what a bath was to him? Fulgrim, oh yes, along with calming him down when dash. Conrad, do not speak about that. Fulgrim, Conrad, as I told you before, it was fine that you see our dash. Conrad, that did not happen. Shut up. Suddenly, Damien managed to find an opening in Aegidius' defenses and struck. Too fast, his training sword went past the boy's defense and bounced heavily off of his stomach, sending Aegidius flying to the floor. Oof, you. All right, Aegidius. Damien paused, looking over the fallen Aegidius who was lying on the floor, face down and groaning. Kaza, you fell over. Thank you, Damien. I forgot that happened. Aegidius mumbled from the floor, gently hitting his head on the floor multiple times. The motion was hard to catch, only the slight bounce of his hair noticeable with each bob on the floor. Oh, how could you forget something like that? I mean, it just happened, and you're still laying on the floor right now, because yeah, I pointed it out, but you're still lying there. So don't you think you could get up? I mean, Damien began to speak, but was cut off by the sounds of two people groaning at this. Both Aegidius and what sounded like a space marine with his voice corrupted through a Vox grill. Conrad, please no, I can't sit here and listen to him ramble on anymore. The first time was bad enough. The second time made me want to expedite my inevitable death. Skip him. Emperor, leave Damien alone. He is precious. Conrad, he's a precious little sore on my emaciated physique. By the dark nights of Quirinius, when your prey is on the floor like that, you do not stop and ask them if they are all right. Came the highly disappointed voice of the Marine who lectured Damien, the latter who ended up looking down with puffed cheeks and large dark eyes shining at the rebuff. Don't you dare attempt to get sweet on me, boy. Go and finish the duel. Conrad leans back. I like this person. Fulgrim, will you stop being mean to your son? Conrad, Rogel, if you please. Rogel, no. Conrad, what he said. Fulgrim, huffs. One day, you're going to learn to appreciate him, and I will be there to tell you that I'm proud of you. Until then, stop being so condescending. But I don't want to. Damien shot back with a slight whine in his voice, arms crossed over his chest. Aegidius is already down. I guess that means I win? Because he's kind of in the middle of hating himself and smacking his head on the floor. Aegidius continued to smack his head on the floor, groaning more about how much he hates himself, and this wasn't fair, and how he almost had him. The Primaris from before let out a sound of frustration. Boy, you're going to be a Marine. We do not leave our prey on the floor like that during a duel. Have some honor and finish him off before I go over there and finish it for you. Robot, what? This is a training duel. Next to the Marine came the much more familiar voice of Poponius, who sounded as if he was ready to throw said Marine out of the airlock of a ship orbiting a star. Captain Vlad, this is a sparring match between children. Calm down. Aegidius is down. He loses. Round ended. Vlad scowled. Easy for you to say. I have to train that smiling little bat over there to stop being so damn nice. Damien, do not help him up and dust him off. This spooked Damien, who had been doing just that, ended up losing his grip on Aegidius, and have said Prince fall back to the floor with an audible smack to his face on the ground. Corvus, dramatic sigh. In the grim darkness of the 42nd millennium, there is still lack of decorum and good grace from Conrad's sons. Conrad, he's right though. Robot, no, he is not. This would be true on the battlefield when fighting against an enemy going for your life, but not between friends in a training duel, especially between two children who obviously have affection for each other. A sigh was heard coming from the custodes. Allow him to. Poponius lectured, never moving from his post. It is a training duel. They are here to learn how to fight. Valor has its time and place. It is a spar between friends, not enemies. Poponius continued to lecture. The child's trials will come later. I hear and understand you, custodes, but please do take into account it is my duty to make sure the little 8 learns how to not be so bright, cheery, soft, and cuddly all the time. I had to explain to him that he should not be hugging people all the time and that asking for autographs is in no way going to be tolerated. This isn't proper for our Legion's image. Vlad sighed dramatically, rubbing his armored hands onto his helmet and wishing he could be literally anywhere else right now. Like taking the little bat into the gravity room again and punching him in the face a few hundred times more with the obstacles. Vulcan, punch him in the face with obstacles? But what is so wrong with being bright and cheery? I am bright and cheery. Corvus, and that's fine. But apparently, in Conrad's Legion, everyone has to be miserable at all times. Conrad, I blame Nostromo. It needs another snip one of these days. Emperor, that's not healthy, Conrad. Conrad, like how you made out Magnus' genuine anger into a temper tantrum and made him leave the viewing room? Emperor, that is not the same thing. Conrad, of course. Emperor, I merely lectured him. You having an issue with your homeworld, the very core of your legion, is a different matter entirely. One I hope you will settle soon. Conrad, soon. The two continued to bicker back and forth in the background, even as Aegidius and Damien both decided to simply sit on the floor for a rest. Both boys watched the two transhumans argue back and forth, their heads turning from left to right, following who was talking and so on, so forth. You think Vlad is going to make you do this for much longer? Aegidius asked softly, rubbing at his cheeks where he face-planted and finally beginning to get over the lingering ache. Father promised I could attend the next warm meeting. Damien made a face, a cross between a raspberry and a grimace. If Policia lets me, but she's kind of grouchy right now. Her and Vlad have been arguing a lot, and she isn't in the best of moods. I heard Vlad say to her face that she must be suffering from her. I don't know what it is, but she got mad when he called her red rage and too tight of a chastity belt. Lehman spits out ale, laughing his head off. Rogel, it appears that the chastity belts were not the subject of a jest, but in fact a fact. Horace, it's still funny. Robot, please don't turn this into something big, boys. Ferris, oh no, they will. Jagatai, children repeat the darndest of things. On Kagaris, they're known as the repeating hawks. Many a husband have earned the ire of their wives over their children repeating words they shouldn't have. Fulgrim, really? They repeat absolutely everything. Jagatai, yes? Why do you ask? Fulgrim rubs hands over face, oh no. Aegidius' ears slowly lowered as he slapped a hand over his mouth and attempted to stop his laughter, failing absolutely miserably at that. He couldn't stop the giggles from leaking out as he rocked back and forth, feet kicking slightly. What? Damien asked only for Aegidius to continue laughing. What? Didamia. Aegidius managed to choke out between laughs. Policia isn't married, so she's frustrated. Sanguinius. Oh, the precious innocence of youth. Conrad. How in the feth did he come from me? Corvus. I don't know, but I hope he never loses that innocence. Sanguinius. Precious baby boy. Robot. Yes, Damien is precious, but I want to know why Aegidius understands these jokes. Horace. He reads. Robot. Only Magnus gets to use that joke. Horus, why? Robot. He is not here at the moment, and that's my son, and I say so. Oh, frack. Now I'm sounding like father. Damien got even more confused now. Frustrated? Frustrated about what? If she doesn't like having a tight chastity belt, why doesn't she just loosen it up? Or eat some food? Or why not just take it off? Damien's face scrunched up in thought. Wait, what even is a chastity belt? No. Aegidius hastily corrected his friend. She want a baby. Damien made an owing sound, the adults of the background barely registering in the minds of the young boys. Wait, why and how? How do you even get a baby? Robot. Oh shit, not this. Not when I'm not there to give him the talk. Jagatai. This will not go well. Robot. It can't get that bad, can it? It's not as if Aegidius would know about that sort of thing yet. Unless he read about it. Horus called it. Robot. Why would he read about something like that? He's too young to know about that right now. Horus. Human anatomy? Robot. I suppose. Perhaps he was curious dash. Emperor. Robot. Children look up everything they want to look up. Most children only use a dictionary to flip to bad words and snicker at them. Every regular child will snicker at sex, boob, damn, fuck, all because they can, and they're little gremlins who want to laugh at funny words. Don't be surprised if your son has done the same thing. Vlad and Poponius stopped talking, both getting closer and their argument getting heated before they fell silent. Poponius knew something like this would happen, just didn't exactly know when. He was about to halt their discussion and leave it for another time, but was stopped by Vlad, who shook his head and spoke quietly. No, let them talk. Let's see where this goes. That sounds like a terrible idea. Poponius answered, already knowing that training was over and this was only going to get worse. Guilliman, oh no. Aegidius sighed before puffing up with pride at his knowledge on the subject. Well, girls that age usually get married and then they love their husband really, really hard and eventually get a baby to form inside of their stomachs. Guilliman wipes sweaty forehead. That could have gone way worse. Conrad, wait for it. Guilliman, oh fuck no dash. You, Damien exclaimed with a disgusted face even as Policia began to blush a nice color of pink. That sounds super gross. Why would anyone want to have a baby in their stomach? That's where food goes. Damien shuddered, then thought about it more. But then, how does it get out? Guilliman, OHNO. Horus, the wonders of life. Alphamagon, you know a lot about that dash. Omega Alpha, don't you, brother? Horus, at least I don't butt in on the private affairs of others. Twin Uno, if you did dash. Twin Duo, the count would be much smaller dash. The twins, wouldn't it? Jagatai, good one. The flow and aggressiveness of a soaring falcon. 7 out of 10. Emperor, all of you are holding something back, but you know what? I'm focusing more on how all of you are fucking children. Policia looked over to Vlad, who was letting out chuckles at the boy's antics. Of course, that bastard would just stand there and laugh while they were making fun of her. Well, the reproductive process in general. She opened her mouth to yell, even as Aegidius spoke up. Oh, that's easy. They're pooped out. Mortar Ion. What book on anatomy did he read? I want to travel 10 millennia into the future and rip its author's head off and then examine his brain to see if stupidity can be bred. Trails off into respirator-masked grumbling. Emperor, stupidity can be bred. I have seen it happen. Lion, wow. Robot did not raise his child correctly. Amazing. Robot, don't you dare. Maybe he just misunderstood it. But aren't babies big? Damien asked, face scrunching up as he imagined Policia doing that very thing. He shuddered as he thought about how painful that would be and then started worrying that she would want to do that. What if it tears up Policia and she dies? I don't want Policia to die. Damien then began to tear up at the thought. Sure, Policia was really mean to him at first, but then she got super nice to him after she saw his stomach, but she was kind of his mom now. He doesn't want to lose another mom. Damien, calm down, she won't die. Aegidius spoke up, patting his cousin's back. I mean, girls are just different. Most can do it just fine and have lots of babies. It's because they have special hips that allow themselves to split open and do it safely. That's why Policia has really wide hips and a big, but compared to the male serfs, dash. Lehman laughs even harder. Oh, for Helvete's sake, this is just good comedy. Guilliman smashed his head into hands, groaning loudly. Mortar Ion. He mistook her rear for her hips. Fulgrim, and no. He made a distinction between the two. Just extended the, oh my, Emperor. YUP. Normal children. Conrad, how do you even know what normal is? Emperor, a magical thing called experience. Horus, I am so happy I was deep into puberty by the time you found me. Omega, oh wait, it's Alfarius, like all dash. Alfarius, the current planetary Gover dash. Horus grabs his wolf pelt and smothers it onto both of the twins to shut them up, tightening it even as the twins begin to struggle and their thrones are pulled closer together. I believe one of the twins said something. Did you hear anything, brothers? Conrad, not a damn thing. A, and definitely O, kicking with their feet and struggling to get the pelt off, genuinely surprised for the first time in forever. Horace, might have spilled some jot on it earlier as well, oh well. Ferrus, I am confused. Weren't most of us found when we were adults? Is there something else? Emperor, OH great boys, now Ferrus is confused. Vulcan, on it, hugs Ferrus to calm him down. In the distance, other serfs and neophytes who were training immediately had to excuse themselves as they suffered a sudden serious case of seeing their sides being sent into orbit with the speed of a bolt shell. Nearby, Vlad had to do his best to not actually laugh, and Poponius was trying to keep a smile from his face, thankful for his helmet. Policia sputtered and looked behind herself, hands smoothing her dress. It wasn't big. Damien calmed down, thinking about what Aegidius said. If she won't die then, maybe he could give an idea? He's great at thinking up ideas. Oh, is that so? If Policia wanted a baby so badly, why doesn't she just ask Vlad? They always talk together, and some serfs say they have shells and sparks flying and dash. Konrad, oh fuck. Corvus. Well, that ought to derail the proverbial train quite quickly. This caused Vlad to immediately stop laughing and lift Damien up by his shoulders, along with beginning to scold him vigorously, even as Policia turned a darker shade of red than blood itself. Vlad practically screaming at the boy about how he needs to get his nose out of the affairs of others, and how dare he insinuate he'd ever want to get close to that fanatic and her order and everything she stood for. Policia then began to scream at Vlad for screaming at Damien, and at Damien as well for speaking inappropriately, and how this was so far from being okay. He was grounded and so on. Horace, rising laughter, oh boy. These two are definitely going to end up sleeping with each other. Konrad, ooh. Lehman, how the fuck can ye tell? Horace, oh. They hate each other right now, but I guarantee that at some point, they're going to fall into each other's arms. Mark my words. Emperor, since when did you become an expert on the topic of courtship? Horace, am I not a man? I can make observations. Is it not true that a pre-march is a master of many types of knowledge? Why should this one escape my expertise? Emperor, fair enough. You aren't Rogel. Rogel, while I am fairly ignorant of the practice of courtship as I have never truly had a use for it, I'm not ignorant of the idea of courtship. Emperor, how so? Rogel, the ladies of the court are attracted to my enhanced physique and well-groomed mustache. Emperor, good point. Rogel, I find them lacking, for they do not possess the fortified physique needed to properly couple. Although, I have remedied this by having a hair dash. Perturabo, I think that no one wants to hear about the details. But that isn't what caught Aegidius' attention. What did was the sight of his custode's caretaker, which he had known since he could remember, bent over, leaning on his guardian's spear, and trying not to laugh his absolute golden-plated ass off. Never before had he seen one of the custodes so much as crack an open smile. Now Puppy was full-on laughing while he sat there looking at the swirling mass of angered screaming. Damien looking confused and like a fowl who let the water slide off of him with little care, and now Puppy was losing his composure. Aegidius felt something deep inside of his mind, shaking with both elated laughter and unending irony. He had no idea why, but chose to just watch all of this. Robot has anyone ever seen a custodes laugh? Lion, the first time I ever saw them emote beyond the baseline pitch they are known for was when they saw episode 7 of Text-to-Speech. Beyond that, no. Mortarion, that episode still haunts my vision, even after all these weeks. Emperor, they are perfectly capable of expressing emotion and even relaxing. They simply choose not to do so outside of the company of their own brothers. Lion, completely like their creator then. Emperor, I thought we were over this. Why are you ganging up on me again? I thought after all this time together you all had finally gotten it out of your system. Lehman, though was before year when it made Magnus leave. Emperor, I lectured him, rightly so. He was getting out of control and was fighting with Mortarion. I put a stop to it. Horace, well, yes. But then Mortarion kept egging him on, and sure, you got mad at him, but not on the same level as with Magnus. Sanguinius, Magnus made his mistakes, yes, but we aren't angry about his past mistakes. I suppose some are feeling raw after such an intense moment that we are sensitive to his plight. Perhaps even guilty that we didn't stick up for him, as we should have. Conrad, it's about Dash. Emperor, we are not talking about this. Slowly, he began to actually listen to the screams, this time from Policia. Dash one more fight, and if Lord Aegidius wins, we are done here. Aegidius was fine with this, but felt his ears prick up in surprise and a little itch at the back of his mind. Why did his ears have to move on their own? But Policia, Aegidius just falls over and lets me win, it's not fun. Damien would have shrugged, but was still currently being held up by Vlad. I mean, it's fun, but he is so clumsy. I'm sure he'd find a way to fall up a flight of stairs. Policia immediately began to lecture her charge. Do not talk of your cousin like that, young lord. She frowned at him. Observe Deco Dash. Aegidius spoke up, waving off her concern. It's okay, Policia. I always fall over, and yeah, it's true. I have fallen upstairs before. So it's not really that bad if Damien speaks the truth. Rogel, how does one fall upstairs? Falling means for an object to plummet downwards due to the effect of gravity over an object in question. Perturabo, shut up and let me tell you why you're wrong. It's possible to fall upstairs as the object in question is still falling downwards due to the effect of gravity, but from their position of going upstairs, they end up going upwards. I can write down mathematical equations along with the basic laws of physics behind this if you need it. Rogal, no, that shall be enough. Robot, I don't know if I should be surprised my son is a terrible klutz, or that Rogel and Perturabo are getting along this much. Sanguinius, why not both at this point? Conrad, my head hurts already. Vlad chose this moment to intervene. No harm is done then. Right, let's get this done. Both of you into position, if you will. He dropped Damien down unceremoniously, ignoring how Policia was now screaming at him for manhandling the boy. Nothing he ever did with this woman would ever get her to not scream at him. And you, quiet hag, the spar is going to start. I swear, your screeching could put those damned howling banshees to shame. Corvu, définitivement conradesson. Ferris, and are you absolutely sure that they're going to be a thing? Horace, I know it in my soul, trust me. People like that usually attract each other if they have to spend time together. Still choking the twins. Fulgrim, that. I can see that. I definitely can see that. And are the twins okay? Horace, oh, the pelt isn't that thick. They should still be able to breathe, though they have been incredibly still. Pulls off pelt, what the fuck? Fulgrim, what? Horace stands aside, revealing empty sets of armor with missing helmets. Conrad, I'm not even surprised at this point. She glared at him and stood off to the side as Poponius thought for a moment, then nodded to himself. Little lord, Poponius spoke up, causing Aegidius to look at the custodes inquisitively. If you can win this round, I will personally see to it that you can join your father in the upcoming war room session as promised. Oh, he liked the sound of that. Aegidius smirked to himself. He would do his best to win this time. He even felt a prick of confidence in the back of his mind. He would win, and this time, he'd get to spend time with his dad. Winning round, here he comes. As the two got up, grabbed their swords, and got into position, they both took a deep breath and lunged at each other. As they both sped towards each other, Aegidius felt almost as if time had stopped for him, an aura taking over his mind, even as he felt as if every single one of his muscles began to be controlled by something. In the blink of an eye, his hand moved and parried Damien's sword with his own, flicking it away. Guilliman, what? Then, with the pommel of his own weapon, he hit Damien on his hand, forcing his cousin to drop his sword from the pain of his hand being struck. Guilliman, the fuck? In less than a second, Aegidius turned, thrusting his own sword underneath Damien's chin and leaning it against his neck, gasping for air even as Damien froze. From outside of the spar, Vlad and Poponius were the only ones to fully see what happened and went silent. Policia only saw them go from about to clash to Damien on the floor, with Aegidius defeating him in the blink of an eye. Vlad tried to comprehend how the little halfling was able to defeat the other and was trying to figure it out. Policia was in awe, the little lord holding himself the same way a veteran would have. His shadow from the light above looked so different now, larger and more akin to the shadow of a warrior such as Vlad, or a custodes, or silence. Horace, how the fuck did he do that? Robot, that wasn't possible. He's not coordinated and fast enough to pull that technique off. Horace, not just that, Robot. I recognized that technique. That was the same disarming technique that Father taught me when I was on Terra only weeks after I was found. He said that only he and I knew it. How does your son know that? Robot, I don't know. If what you said was true, then only you and Father could know, and since I have not seen you here in these vids. Father turns to the Emperor, the rest of the family doing so as well. Emperor, I know nothing. Corvus, I don't know, but the child's shadow has changed and that looks a lot like a much larger person. Anything to add, Father? Emperor, I know nothing. Robot, how in the fuck could you know nothing? Poponius, however, was stunned. The little boy before him, the boy whom he was charged to protect and watch over was. He saw that flicker between Aegidius and who he knew to be standing before him over the fallen form of Damien. How could it be? How could the Emperor? Robot, see, even the custodes said that dash. Emperor, he has said nothing so far. Puppy, Aegidius cried out, snapping Poponius's attention to the little boy who now had an excited grin on his face, hands squishing his cheeks in excitement. Puppy, did you see that? I did it. I won. I look so cool. He then started to twist in place excitedly, letting out little squeals, his shadow back to a much smaller form and following his twisting motions. Emperor, see, robot. The words to describe how incredibly spiteful I am at the moment do not exist in the entirety of the High Gothic lexicon. Corvus, that also does nothing to address how his shadow got bigger. Damien, from the ground, started to gush. Oh, my Night Haunter. Aegidius, that was so cool. We were about to hit, and you went WOSH, and then I went AA, and then you hit me with a BM, and now you beat me, and you looked so cool. Conrad. Oh, for all the fucking spires on Nostromo, now he gushes. Fulgrim, he's just being a child. Conrad, calm down. I know, right? I never look cool. Aegidius and Damien then began to do little dances where the former stood and the latter laying on the ground, both excited that something so cool just happened, and they never did something like this before. Aegidius helped young Damien off of the ground. As soon as the second boy was standing, he brushed himself off, already talking about how cool his cousin managed to be just a second ago. Vlad nearby was still trying to figure out how the Feth did the half-breed go and perform such a technique. All he knew was that he was going to have to up Damien's training and work on his footwork, especially if the half-breed was going to be such a tough opponent for the little bat. No way in hell is his little brother going to be shown up by the half-breed klutz. So, hey, do you think you could tell me how you did that? Because that was really cool, and I kind of wanted to learn how to do that too. Cause do you have any idea how useful that would be whenever I fight against Vlad? Let me tell you, Vlad is not an easy guy to fight since he never takes it easy on me, and the last time I fought him, he kind of kicked me so hard I made a dent in the training hall's wall. I think it's still there, and why do I smell dog? Damien paused, then looked around his cousin to see. I asked that the Wolf King. Lehman, what? I don't smell like a dog. Sanguinius. Yes, you kind of do. Sorry to say, brother. Lehman. Well, if I smell like a fucking dog, then you're smelling like a man bird. And Lion smells like a damned cat. Lion. Pardon you? Rogel. Sanguinius does not smell like a bird. He smells of expensive soaps and perfumes. Sanguinius. Huffs. Can't a Primarch take care of himself? Fulgrim. Yes, he can. Wait, Wolf King. Aegidius turned as well to see that yes, that was definitely his uncle Lehman coming in, and yes, Damien was right. He did smell like dog, no, like wolf blood. Wolf blood, demon guts, and some type of alcohol all at once. Now that he looked again, he could see that no, Uncle Lehman was definitely very angry, frustrated, and holding a little girl who looked like him as well, who also smelled of wet dog and guts. Horus. Oh yes, that happened. Vulcan. Poor Frecky. They reeked of war like they had just come from a battle and had barely gotten out of it. Aegidius found himself getting nervous very quickly. He knew his uncle had some very, very strong opinions. That may or may not be about him. Uncle Lehman. Aegidius greeted with a forced smile, too stiff of a back, and a false smile. What brings you to Mackridge? He didn't want to greet his uncle. Last time he did, he had to deal with the large man, using him as a tankard rest by accident, and then loudly apologizing. Robot. You used him as a rest for your tankard? Lehman. I am sure future me didn't mean to. Jagatai. Looking at the Emperor. Emperor, what now? Jagatai. Simply waiting. Emperor. For what, pray tell? Jagatai. Are you not going to lecture Robot? Emperor. At this point, you are acting more out of pettiness than actual reason. Jagatai. Is it wrong for me to hold you to the same standard? Impeted. No. Aegidius, lad. His uncle greeted back in a rumbling voice. You wouldn't know where Yirda is by chance, would ye? Aegidius mutut. The war room, I think, but what are you doing here? The landing pad is on the other side, Dash. Oh, I so it is. Needed to stop by the Librarius, as it so happened. Librarius? Aegidius' eyes went wide, knowing his uncle's distaste for psychery. It must have been quite bad if he was willingly going to them. What did you need from there? A quiet whine was heard from Lehman's shoulders as the tiny girl he carried turned around, revealing a face which had quite clearly been crying. Frecky. She managed to whine out, even as his uncle's massive hand reached up and gently stroked the girl's back. Don't worry, Freya. The psychers said he'll be fine. Damien was about to ask something, but Aegidius was quick to slap a hand over his cousin's mouth, much to the former boy's anger. What happened? Aegidius asked slowly. What happened? Lehman growled out, looking away. The damn navigator managed to bump the ship out of its route and land in the bloody warp, making our Geller field fail. Aegidius immediately began to feel anxious. When was this? Oh, the incident? Accounting for travel time a couple of days ago, I would say. Aegidius breathed a ragged breath even as he began muttering something, causing the Wolf King to look down at his nephew with an uneasy gaze. What is it, son? Shrinking back, the young boy's ears dropped as he tried to look anywhere else but at his uncle. It was my fault. Robot, no. He's being honest and standing for his actions. I feel proud, however. Horus, the topic at hand is cause for concern? Jagatai. And you wish he would instead lie, as many other children would? Robot, right now. Yes. He truly did not mean for it to happen. It was an accident. The consequences. Lehman's head visibly recoiled, even as the little wolf held into his arms stopped crying. How in all the Fenrisian hells can it be your fault, lad? I may have gotten pushed to the point that I exploded. Lehman now looked at him as if he had grown a second head. Exploded? Well, not. Actually exploded. Just, I might have made someone else explode. I told them to stop, and they wouldn't, and dash. Aegidius tapped his head. Then he saw the gears whirring behind his uncle's eyes as he finally comprehended it. Yer made the astronomican flicker. Aegidius slowly nodded his head, all the while looking down at the ground, unable to look his uncle into his eyes. I didn't mean to, he muttered out pathetically. The farcer just pushed and pushed me dash. Suddenly, a tiny voice interrupted him, a tiny voice that held barely restrained hurt and loathing all directed towards him. Yer hort fidiki. Aegidius looked up. What? The girl held in his uncle's arms turned around. Your wife Freki got hurt, she now screamed, causing Aegidius to take a step back even as everyone around them tensed up. Lemon, ashit. I am sorry, dash. Aegidius began to apologize even as Freya began to show her teeth and growl. Your Dammelby, yet hort fidike. She jumped out of her father's arms, who attempted to reach for her, failing to do so even as she began to sprint far faster than she should have been able to towards her cousin. Robot, Lehman, can't you stop her? Lehman, you're lecturing the VID. Robot, I am not lecturing the VID. I'm lecturing you. It helps me get off steam, okay. Aegidius felt the calmness suddenly overcome him, the aura from before returning in full as his muscles tensed up in anticipation of the fight. At the same time, Lehman spotted as in the distance the present custodes began to move at superhuman speed, intent on getting between Freya and her victim. Aegidius knew it too, apparently, as the aura controlling him began to fight off desperately. But in just that second, a connection was made to his mind, a connection that felt oddly familiar, a feeling of warmth and protectiveness, of a friend, of Emperor. Wait, that feels familiar. Horus, I recognize it too, isn't that dash? And in that second, the massive form of the Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes, clothed in the finest robes, slammed down on both of his feet in front of Aegidius, his landing quaking through the cushioned floor even as Freya leapt above the Captain General's shoulder for Aegidius, her fangs aimed at her cousin's neck. Robot, OHFUC dash, only to be suddenly grabbed out of thin air by a massive hand, as if she were moving no faster than at a mere walking pace. She began to struggle, but was then brought in front of a face she had never before seen, a face scarred by countless battles and fortified by the lifetime longer than that of 1,000 baselines. Two brown, strict, piercing eyes stared at her own, unyielding in their intensity as she felt as if her very soul was being looked into. She felt and was caught like an errant child by one of the most important men in the entirety of the Imperium's history, one of the three very founders. And just like that, behind her, she heard her father speak. Constantin Valdur, what in the bloody hell? Robot, I father. Emperor, yes? Robot, the next time you see Constantine, please give him my thanks. Earlier, by his own design, Constantine Valdur had taken a rare moment of his time to simply observe from the viewing gallery of the training arena, merely standing there weaponless and dressed in robes which clung well to his physique, showing him as a statesman despite every single perfectly gene-crafted muscle in his body saying otherwise. It had been years now since his return, almost a decade even, barely even a blink in comparison to how long he held himself in exile, biding his time, awaiting his summons. Horus, oh shit, we're getting some background info. Sanguinus, Ifa. When he had originally departed, he knew that it was a move shrouded in skepticism and fear for the others outside of his order, one that he himself had questioned. But of course, he obeyed him. He always would. His will was unquestionable, his might hindered, but still very much present. If the Emperor had a plan, it was not his place to question its workings. It was, after all, the only reason why this so-called Imperium Secundus was even still in existence. It reminded him of days long since past, when his armor was still but beaten steel, his weapons unstable, and the Imperium's very future rested on a pendulum, constantly threatened by everything from outside power to its own lone numbers with falling into the abyss. But unlike now, then they had him. The Emperor was ever present then. Even if he was not felt, seen, or heard from, it was rest assured that he was planning, his grand vision leading the infant Imperium ever onward. Now he was silenced utterly. His final orders were full of mystery and sowing confusion. Protect the boy, for he is my heir. Robot, wait, so it's because of you that they yet live and protect Aegidius? Emperor, it appears so. Sanguinius, good, that clears a lot of things up. The boy was obvious. It was none other than Aegidius Guilliman, at the time only but a budding soul, an infant only barely halfway through his growth. But Valder still could not unravel the mystery of why the Emperor had ordered them to protect him. What made this one his heir? Was it all due to his genetics? Half human and half Eldari. The mixture of a pre-March farcer? The boy was weak, cursed by seemingly poor genetics and an unoptimal upbringing. Guilliman, early surgery to strengthen his body or mind were impossible according to the genitors. Even the ones that he had brought along with his order here, once the Emperor had given the final command, claimed the same result. Even growth hormones and general drug treatments were out of the question. The boy's genome was too fickle, too unknown to safely tamper with. The lack of a spare was readily apparent as any tampering was put off. They had to wait. Wait for him to grow and become strong enough to survive, or if a spare could be given. Guilliman, Horus, good to see that Constantine can still be about as blunt and subtle as a hammer. Rugal, Perturabo, smacks. However, despite all of that, there were signs. Signs as to what exactly the Emperor saw in the boy. Signs that the Emperor had ordered the boy's protection not out of mere sentiment, as Valder had thought originally, but out of efficiency. From when he traveled to Imperium Secundus, to the final death cry of the Emperor and the resulting darkness, he had been surrounded by the near suffocating void and hopelessness of the warp and real space. The snuffing of the Astronomicon and the death of the Emperor heralded the beginning of the end of everything they fought for. Worlds had fallen, psychers babbled of the encroaching darkness, astropads declared the end, countless ships lost in the storms left behind by the final death cry, segmentum solar consumed into the eye of despair. All was lost, and it was only a matter of time until all of humanity would be swallowed up into the maw of the hungered enemy who reveled in their despair. Then, just 1 year after the death cry of the Emperor, the failing of the Golden Throne, and the destruction of Segmentum Solar, did it happen. A new beacon shone through the warp. A new Astronomicon had sprung to life and led him to the new Imperium Secundus. The boy was the living Astronomicon, and his presence burned so brightly in the warp that the Eldari had even taken to calling him he who shines brightest. A ridiculously simplistic idiom for something far, far more complex. Valder knew how to look deeper. Behind those childish blue eyes lay flecks of gold. Flecks of his might. Mortar Ion, I'm sorry, but what? That is not good. Horus certainly explains a lot. Robot, Father, please explain. Emperor, well, considering that Aegidius is the Astronomicon, perhaps my essence has leaked into his body. Robot, and that should not worry me because, Fulgrim, not to forget that he might have been soulbound at birth. Don't forget that part. Emperor, I still doubt it. The effects would be much more obvious. So far, Aegidius has not displayed anything out of the ordinary. Horus, for a Permarcovary hybrid, that is. We don't really know what is normal in the first place. Robot, right? Good. Great. I will just stay worried. The latest incident with the Astronomicon and all the other incidents had merely been a further proving point. His master was ever planning. Constantine doubted heavily that something as simple as death would come in the way of hindering much of the Emperor's plans. Emperor, yeah. Asterisk rest of the family look and speak at the same time asterisk simple as death. Horus, you scare me sometimes. Emperor, to be fair, death is only the state of a soul without a body, sitting on the torture machine that is that throne for so many millennia. I would not be surprised if that version of me figured out a way to get past it. Thinks to himself, or find a way to implement that part of the plan. A door opened behind him, and the well-known sounds of Custode's power armor whirring reached Constantine's ears. After being surrounded by them for so long, having known them for what would be an eternity for a baseline, Valda knew each of his own order by simply listening to how they moved. Even if said movement differentiated by such tiny margins that they would go unnoticed by most. Tribunate Simonas. He greeted, "What brings you here?" His voice was like that of steel, cold and demanding. Not much of his attitude had changed since he had left, then returned to assume his old position. Captain General. Simonas greeted in turn, his voice deepened by his vox. Merely your presence. He elaborated as he came to stand beside Constantine in armor highly decorated and artificered even for one of their order. Constantine merely glanced at the custodes. Simonas was old now, almost as old as him in fact, hence why he had appointed him as one of his advisors. And what of my presence? Constantine asked, his voice revealing no emotion. It is cold, Constantine. Simonas spoke bluntly, as it always was. And that is an issue. Constantine returned, now looking on as Damien and Aegidius went for yet another round. The entire family slowly looked at the emperor, but saying nothing. Surprisingly, a sigh was his answer. Yes. Simonas joined him, leaning slightly on the railings. It is no longer the 30th or even 31st millennium Constantine. The order has changed. The only change has been that of its name, Simonas. Constantine lectured, his voice still calm and cold. Nothing else has influenced it. Nothing that matters. I would argue otherwise. Constantine merely slightly nodded his head, giving Simonas the go-ahead to make his argument. There have been other, more subtle, changes since you left Constantine. We're no longer merely his companions. Then what would you say we are? Constantine prodded in semi-playful banter that had always been a tradition in the custodes when amongst brothers. Brothers, Constantine. Simonas breathed. Like you, I remember a time before the ranks, before the splendor and artifice that now stalks us. And while some things have gone to the dogs per se, they both looked at a distant governess. Our order has not. We are there for each other now, Constantine, truly. Massive feelings of awkwardness. You speak as if we were not before. We weren't. Simonas stated bluntly before reaching up and removing his helm with a hiss as the seal came loose. We were always made to be there for him, to be his companions. The helmet came off fully, revealing a face crisscrossed with scars from countless weapons and covered in tough skin, made so by countless burns and the cold grace of time. Despite it all, however, just like all of the order, Simonas' face looked young, destined to be such by his master-crafted genes until death. All that changed in the 10 millennia of our vigil was that we became each other's companions. Now, it was Valdur's turn to sigh, and emotional rocks for the emotions which came with that. Yes, Simonas spoke plainly. Empathy, pity, anger, and even fear at times. Simonas listed off all those which once were anathema to him, still gone from you, but very much present in the rest. Valdur continued staring at the boys below as he answered, the use of which I wonder why he condoned, seeming as we are still as effective. Horus, father, emperor, just keep watching. He knew it to be useless, then Constantine. Simonas guessed. Now, it was a different time. The niceties were worthless then, a barrier in the way of progress. Now, they both looked at Aegidius, who was helped up by his cousin, the two sharing a smile to each other. We are raising an emperor. Emperor, and it's official. I'm dead and being replaced. Corvus, not disconcerting at all. Sanguinius. This sets an even darker tone to this whole thing. For a minute they sat in silence, taking shelter in it. You think it is well then? Constantine asked, doubt beginning to slip into his tone. Yes. Simonas answered instantly. There can be no doubt. He is destined for great things. And just as he has nurtured us, given us purpose, and led us to victory, we must do so for him. A rare and small smile graced Constantine's lips now. The cycle is now complete. The learner has become the master. He quoted, even as Simonas nodded along, a favorite saying of his. Emperor, deep in thought. Horus, chuckling, trying in vain to lighten the mood. Some things never change. You always used to say that to me. Remember, father? Emperor, still deep in thought, was I wrong? Horus, father? Emperor, OH. Yes, a classic. Goes back to thinking. Simonas chuckled. Indeed, I miss those times of when things were of such a simpler nature. Constantine nodded, before he truly lost all he had of his humanity. Horus, what? Mortar on what? Roblet, the fuck? Emperor, oh, that explains a lot. Ferris, father, how can one lose his humanity? Emperor, it is a complex thing to explain. Sanguinius, you mean to tell us that you're losing your humanity as we speak? Emperor, no, Throne no, I am still perfectly human. Perfectly human. Instantly, Simona's mood turned. You think it true then? That by the end he had forsaken it entirely? Constantine breathed. No, not entirely. Emperor, see, Jagatai. He said not entirely. There is a difference. Descends into an argument, even as Horus falls deeper into his mind. Oh fuck. I think I may be right. Simonas carefully watched his Captain General's body language, seeing the smallest of moves. You think it would stayed his hand with Horus? He asked, as below, the two boys were taking a rest and watching an argument between a Primaris and their brother Poponius. Constantine slowly gripped the rails, attempting to hold back irrational anger. There was no point to it. Yes, I truly do think so. The rest of it left him after that. Any small bit he kept, he had to cast it aside if we were to survive. You think his emotions a weakness in the end? Simonas carefully prodded, causing Valdur to truly reflect on those words for a few moments. No, he spoke as he remembered the Emperor's relationship with Horus and his earliest found sons. He loved them, I think. In any way he was capable of still. It shaped them, molded them. even if it was too late for some. Simonas nodded along before speaking. A shame. He paused. With love then. Slowly, Constantine nodded. Yes. He straightened. We shall make him an emperor, beloved by his people and feared by his enemies. One who is aware of his people's affections for him. We shall shape him as a warrior and statesman. And if it means the longer path due to his emotions, then so be it. Simonas clapped an armored hand on Constantine's shoulder. A fine choice, if a hard one, he counseled even as the two spied Leman Russ walking in, holding his own bundle of joy. One that I sense we shall not have to wait long to test. Robot, father, are you dash? Emperor, I am fine. We shall speak of this later. Lion, like everything else. Now. The Captain General let out a breath, even as the ferocious she-wolf in his right hand finally stopped struggling, the reality of the situation finally becoming clear to her instinctive mind. Lord Russ. Constantine responded, his eyes still not moving away from the Primarch's daughter as his unflinching gaze made her begin to squirm in his hand. Constantine. He heard Leman answer back. It bloody well is you. The custodes did not grace him with an answer, instead choosing to look closer at the little wolf. She was fierce and strong for her age, but also stupid, following her stronger instinctive genes, no doubt. Could you let go of my daughter? He heard Leman tentatively ask. He did so, lowering her to the ground and letting her run back to her father. Aegidius completely forgot about as she clung to the greaves of her father's power armor as if her life had depended on it. She had learned a valuable lesson today. See, Captain General? A tiny voice alerted him to the presence of the prince as he quickly knelt and checked over the boy for any scars, avoiding the bright blue eyes that shone with the leftover adrenaline that coursed through his small body. You are fine, my lord. He quietly attempted to calm the boy, appearing to succeed partially as Aegidius' body loosened, allowing some of the tension from before to escape. Then he looked to Leman yet again. That was a foolish thing to do. He admonished both father and daughter. Leman confessed. It was, and she is damn well sorry. Didn't they, ya? He asked, looking down at his daughter, who nodded quickly with wet eyes. Don't take it too hard on the girl, Constantine. Leman's tone softened as he looked back at the Captain General. She has had a rough few days. Robot. Anyone else ever feel as if Constantine can stare into your very soul and judge you? Ferris, I know that feeling. Leman. Feels like he's judging your soul with a stare. Corvus. Oh good, so it's not just me. Immediately, Poponius stepped up and was about to speak, but was quickly waved down by Constantine, who gave back a small smile. Forgiven. After all, youth nowadays is quite unpredictable. Emperor. Straightens up. Horus, wait. Constantine can smile. Rogel. He should still have the few muscles in his facial structure smile. He simply does not use them very often, if ever. To everyone else in the room, those words, accompanied by that particular gesture, meant just that. Forgiveness for the foolish actions of a child, overwhelmed by her emotions. To the custodes. It changed everything. Immediately, the other custodes in the room besides Poponius discreetly walked out to pass on the message. It was confirmation, the final stage of confirmation that they had been waiting for. After all, the Captain General had said that he would truly return to his side only when he was sure. You have my thanks, Leman muttered, somewhat off-put by his apology being taken so easily and quickly by the custodes. Constantine nodded even as he put a hand on Aegidius' shoulders, this having the effect of making the boy jump. I do believe, he said, sending a small smile down towards the prince. Aegidius has an appointment in the war room, which so happens to be where Lord Guilliman is. He looked Leman directly in the eye, showing the true meaning behind his words. As it so happens, my presence is requested there as well. Robot. There is deeper meaning behind this that eludes me. Sanguinius. It's making me agitated. Conrad. Oh, you bitch. Corvus, what? Conrad. Oh, you bitch. Corvus, what? Conrad. Just wait for it. Crosses arms and slides down into throne. Leman appeared to finally catch on. Indeed, he rumbled. Say, Aegidius. Lead us to your day. Oh, Aegidius perked up. Are you sure I dash? A gentle pat on his back from Constantine made him look up at the massive custodes. Your uncle trusts you, my lord. He spoke in an attempt to motivate the boy. Lead the way, we shall follow behind. Then he gestured towards the main door into the training hall, causing Aegidius to pause as he tried to figure out the unseen puzzle before him. Wasn't it always just Poponius who was next to him and led him around? So why? He decided to figure out later as he shrugged and timidly smiled before walking towards said door, waving at Damien who was now being held back by Vlad, an armored hand over his mouth. Suddenly, a tiny voice sounded. What about me? Freya asked her father down from the ground. Leman paused as he looked around his gaze, finally landing on Policia who had now come to Vlad and was looking over Damien. "Why, you there, woman serf," he spoke, catching the beautiful, silver-haired woman's attention. "Take care of my brood over here for a wee bit, eh?" He then pushed Freya in Policia's direction and immediately began walking over to the door with Valder before any of the two girls could protest. "I'll be back in a couple of hours," he called back as Aegidius, Constantine, and Lehman walked through the door, it slamming shut as Pomponius, strangely enough, walked off in the opposite direction. "Corvus, and I thought Conrad was supposed to be the bad parent." Lehman, "Do you really want me to bring my brood with me into a war meeting?" Corvus, "You could have said farewell to your own daughter that just underwent an extremely traumatic event." Lehman, grumbling. Freya looked towards the door in shock. Her dad had just left her here all alone and away from him. Had her jumping at her cousin made him so mad at her? It wasn't her fault that she got mad, that Aegidius got freaky hurt. She felt as a gentle hand touched her shoulder and turned her around with a sigh, revealing a beautiful girl's face, surrounded by locks of silver hair. "Good to meet you," the girl said, smiling. "Freya, is it? I am Sister Policia." Freya tilted her head and reached out with her hands, her sorrow momentarily forgotten as she began running her hands through the governess' hair. "Pretty," she muttered even as Policia grabbed her under her arms, before lifting her up and allowing her to lean on her shoulder, even as she continued to play with her hair. Freya being reminded of her Annie Leneth's own streaks of white. "Robot, reminds of Tereshah, need to send a hymnal to Macridge again as soon as I can." Horace, "Having a mother must be nice." Robot, Seneschal. Horace, yeah, details and fancy titles." Conrad, "She has balls of steel." "Come now, Damien." She quickly ordered her other charge. "Time for a bath. You reek of sweat and need to get rid of that before we go to the library for your study session." Damien grumbled a yes, and followed the sister reluctantly, even as Policia sniffed the air and held out Freya, a frown appearing on her face. "And you smell of wet dog and blood." She shook her head before putting Freya back to her body, allowing her to once more rest her head on her shoulder. "Looks like two baths today." Robot, "A normal person in the 42nd millennium. Miracles do come true." Lehman, "Oh boy." Robot, "What do you mean, OH?" Freya's eyes widened as utter dread filled every inch of her tiny body, and she screamed. "Novat." Fortress of Hera, main war room. Robot Guilliman, ruler of the realm of Ultramar, pre-march of the Ultramarines, Lord Commander of the Imperium Secundus, and an all but official title, the Imperial Regent, was in the middle of the war room, countless Marines, serfs, and other menials scurrying about him as he busied himself with work. Currently, his gaze was focused upon the massive hololithic projection in front of him, which displayed almost 100 different numerical values and the supply lines which they belonged to. He absorbed and carefully categorized them all, each and every single one from the biggest value to the most minute of detail. Each was either slotted away for either further investigation at a later date, thrown away as pointless, or worst of all, pulled to the front for his immediate attention. It was tedious, monotonous work. Normally, he would welcome it. Numbers of a situation had always calmed him. It was strategy and tact, though no less important than the war itself. It was far more comforting. That is, if the numbers he was playing with at the moment were not tied to countless lives. Ammunition and war gear supplies. Raw materials, Promethium used as fuel, colony and black ships, and that all too most important of all resources, men and food. An army marched on its stomach, and a populace grew on it. And the Imperium could not last without either. As had become the depressing constant over the last decade, there was never enough. If he had the men, he lacked the food, and if he had the food, he lacked the men. Agri-worlds were on a pendulum, falling in and out of Imperial hands on a whim. At one moment, he had an entire sector at maximum output, and in the next a hymnal would come in signaling no more shipments available due to either pirate, orc, or other Xeno raids. Or worse. Frustrating, at the very least, utterly devastating at worst. Horace, if the situation is that bad, Robot, then I must be at my wit's end. There's only so much I can do with limited manpower and a limited food supply. Lehman, sometimes just throwing Primarchs at our problem doesn't always work. He sighed and dismissed the hololith, it being replaced by the hololithic image of an Aquila, as he decided that he had enough of that for today and reached for his mug of Recaf. The representatives of various chapters and the guard would soon be here for the war meeting. Best he mentally prepared himself as best he could. The state of just how tired he was showed fully as his masterfully crafted fingers slipped by the mug and sent it falling to the ground where it shattered into pieces, sending splashes of the precious bitter liquid all across the ancient marble floor. Robot, oh, Vulcan, leans over and hugs. Robot, thank you, brother. He sighed yet again as he reached up with his hands and rubbed his eyes as a serf scurried by and quickly cleaned up the mess, Guilliman thanking him and being grateful to be at least rid of his armor for a precious few moments. Then he could see across the room as Sicarius stiffened at a vox communique sent to his helmet, before quickly reaching for and thumbing the rune that allowed the meter-thick war room door to slowly slide open as he announced the newcomers. His Highness the Prince, the Lord Primarch Lehman Russ, and the Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes Constantine Valder. Guilliman's tired face immediately sharpened, that last name catching his attention far, far more than the other two. His tired patrician features quickly replaced by the more serious, aging Lord Commander as he looked towards the opening doorway, in disbelief over what Sicarius had just said. But sure enough, there he was, Constantine Valder, in all the splendor of an imperial politician. Of course, said politicians tended not to be almost as tall as a Primarch, nor have the personal touch of the Emperor himself on their genome. Would it cause the Custodes to finally come here? More demands? A change of his stance, perhaps? Valder and his order had been characteristically stubborn when it came to serving the Imperium, declaring and showing that they would only protect Aegidius, that being the fullest extent of their involvement in the Imperium Secundus. No more, no less. Horus, still keeping their business limited to serving father, stubborn bastards to the last. Conrad, wonder where they got that from. Emperor, shut up, pot. But speaking of his son, Edat. Aegidius waved to his father before making a beeline to the Primarch. Past his father's knee, but not yet tall enough to get higher than mid-thigh. He wrapped his arms around his dad's leg. I won against Damien, and then Constantine dropped down from the balcony, and wow, that was so cool. Then there was Uncle Lehman and Dash. The young prince was too excited to properly enunciate his words that well. Robot attempted, and mostly succeeded in sending a smile towards his son's direction, even as he idly placed a hand on his head and rustled his hair. Indeed, wonderful work. Truly. He quickly looked back towards Constantine, who continued walking forward, now slightly ahead of Lehman, who, when Guilliman looked at him, gave back a small grin. Could it be? At that moment, the Custodes had reached him and slightly inclined his head. Lord Guilliman. Captain General, Robot greeted back formally even as the Custodes straightened. I have come to attend the war meeting. Guilliman couldn't stop the smile that spread on his face, not being able to shut down the optimistic part of his mind that whispered such lovely thoughts. If Valder had come for what he thought he did, then the Custodes would soon be on the front once more. There was much that needed to be done, and their help would be a boon for the entirety of the Imperium. He did wonder what made them finally come forward. Did it have to do with Aegidius? Sanguinius, yeah, come on, tell us. Horus, I think we should take a break after this. Sanguinius, no. He reached out with a hand and clasped Valder's shoulders. Fantastic news, you are most welcome. Another incline before Valder regarded Aegidius, who was slightly pouting at only getting a hair ruffle. My Emperor, I believe you can speak to your father at a later time after the meeting. He ignored the silence that permeated the room at this, watching as the little liege let go of his father. Corvus, should we even bother getting excited over the third confirmation? Roga, fine. Aegidius stepped to the side, quite miffed that he couldn't have just a minute with his dad. And what was going on with everyone? Didn't his dad say he was going to be the new emperor when he got older? So why was everyone acting so weird? I've never been a part of a real war meeting, except when I sneaked in a watch. Don't get mad, Dad, I don't do that anymore. Lehman was the one to break the silence with a slightly uncomfortable chuckle. Or the time you went and broke the damn table and summoned a demon? Aegidius blushed in embarrassment. I'm sorry, with a thicker atmosphere appearing in the war room. Surprisingly, it was yet again Valder who broke this silence. All you need to do is stand back and observe my emperor. Your youth and inexperience puts you at a disadvantage as of yet, so I would personally not suggest that you contribute much to the meeting unless it is in the form of a question about a situation you are unsure of. The little liege nodded, then moved aside to the table before another predicament was suddenly before him. Quite literally. I can't see the top of the table. Aegidius moved to his tiptoes and was barely able to see over the edge of the war table, designed for the transhuman leaders of Imperium Secundus. Most definitely not made with the little liege in mind. The air was filled with the chuckles from his father, waving off his son. Do not worry. You will have a chair, just be patient. He cleared his throat, but as the Captain General has spoken, you will be mostly watching. Soon enough, multiple serfs arrived, bearing refreshments and with servitors that carried the many seats necessary for the meeting, both groups arraying the table with said items before quickly leaving. Aegidius made his way for his father, expecting to sit on his knee at the head of the table, just as he had done so at rare moments when he could take a meal with his father years ago. But no, his father merely looked at him and nudged his head right where an empty, but taller, throne was. Aegidius slowly walked over and climbed up even as the Captain General took a seat to the right of him and Sicarius stood behind him and his father. He straightened up, ears flapping excitedly as he would finally get to sit on his very own throne. He'd never had his own throne before. It was just like the rest of the generals and the captains. And even better, he was sitting at his dad's right. He was kind of scared he was going to sit on his left or worse, lower down the table. But he's at the right. This was amazing. Horus. I wish I could remember a time when such things excited me. Emperor, I remember it. You were joining at my side for your first official war meeting as well. You were trying hard to hold back how excited you were. Granted, you didn't have to sit on a box or have a specially made throne like Aegidius does, but it was all the same. Horus, gentle smile, thank you, father. There was an itch at the back of his mind again, his vision going slightly blurry before he was able to blink it away and refocus. Well, he didn't bother thinking of it very much, instead focusing on what the war meeting was going to be about. There was an errant thought that flitted through his mind of Damien, sitting with him, but quickly squashed that idea down. Damien would spend the entire meeting talking and asking questions that nothing would have ever gotten done. The serfs came around again, depositing files filled with plastic flimsies, all marked with big red letters and data slates that looked like the ones Dad got and never let him read before. He nearly jumped in excitement as the same ones were put in front of him. His excitement was short-lived. However, as he had to blink away the blurriness yet again and for some reason reached out for a data slate and opened a doc. He could have sworn he never got a lesson on how to use one of these. For some reason again, he scurried past all of the cool pics of the Space Marines and Guardsmen fighting alongside the Eldar and went to the boring numbers and reports. He didn't know why, but he read through all of them at a blistering speed, even faster than he normally would a book, even as Valder and his father looked on, the former in quiet satisfaction and the latter in complete surprise. Robot, Corvus, that is just plain weird. Aegidius usually isn't this competent. No offense, Robot. Robot, yeah, the numbers. Horus, they are quite depressing. Corvus, sighs, I hope to draw your attention away from them. Robot, I appreciate it. I really do, but I just have to ask, how is that Imperium still standing? Everything is stretched as thin as possible. Rogel, sheer force of will. Conrad, as stupid as that sounds, I think Rogel's right. The doors opened yet again as the others meant for the meeting filled in. Space Marine captains, guard generals, a prioress of the Adepta Sororitas, a navigator, and many, many more. They were followed by countless menials, representatives and adepts of the Munitorum or Ecclesiarchy, floating servo skulls and calligraphist servitors. All followed in their wake as they took their places at the massive table, some sending surprised looks towards Aegidius, who was still deep in the docs on the data slate, even as he opened the folder with his other hand and sorted out the plastic flimsies. After a few minutes of idle chatter, Guilliman stood, and immediately, all of the attention was drawn to him as he began to speak. I call to order the war meeting of 452, year 204, millennia 42. He droned on as the calligraphist servitors whirred to life fully and began to take notes, the scribbling of their quills on parchment becoming the background of the entire meeting. We start with inclusions. He gestured towards the captain general and sat as Valder stood. My lords, ladies, he greeted in a deep baritone voice. I have come before you to declare the Adeptus Custodes deployable for frontline combat when not in service to the prince. This news appeared to be important, and apparently made everyone in the room happier, as Aegidius felt their tense auras slightly relax. There were other things. Many minor things were addressed over the course of an hour, and Aegidius patiently observed and listened, unsure of where this ability to focus and suck all of this boring information up like a dry sponge had come from. Usually, he would have been bored out of his mind, or been swinging his legs, or thinking up cool chapter names, or busily staring at the Space Marines. But here he was, sitting still, quiet, and absorbing more information than ever before. Then they came to the main subject, and his father took the floor yet again. We move on to defense and expansion. A massive hololithic projection went up in the middle of the war table. You are all aware that Lord Vulcan is planning on returning to Nocturne in order to defend it from the traitorous Thousand Sons on the way there. His father cleared his throat. I am sad to say that the time slot for his return has been moved up considerably, as we have received confirmed reports from the Salamanders, who are fighting a delaying action far from Nocturne, that the traitor Primarch Magnus the Red is at the head of this force. Robot, supplies stretched to the absolute limit, borders too thin, too many mouths to feed, planets being lost and regained randomly with no consistency, and to top it all off, we have the traitors making life hell for everyone else. What else can be thrown at them? Emperor, knock on wood. Robot, what? As the room erupted in cries of outrage and calculated questions, Aegidius observed all of it. There was that itch again, his eyes focused on the hololith and errant thoughts springing up here and there with garbled mentions. Lines. Something about lines and holes. With Uncle Vulcan gone, that means that there is a considerable gap left in his place of his Space Marines, right? Aegidius asked, surprising himself that he had asked such a good question. It made sense, and with how everyone was staring at him. That must have meant he did good. He just simultaneously moved on to the next topic at hand, all the while curbing the violent response. But what surprised him the most was how eloquent he spoke. He never spoke like that before. He's going to be so grown up. If only his mind stopped itching. His father turned to him and gave him a grateful smile. Indeed, one with a necessity to be filled. Robot did wonder when his son had finally gotten some order skills. What worried him the most was that something was different with his son, something he couldn't quite put his finger on. Was it the way his eyes shone from the hololith's light? Some of the prouder Space Marine captains stood and called for the gap to be given to them. But all the while, Aegidius felt the stare from his right, as if Valder was telling him something without actually telling him something. Turning, he, sure enough, found the custodes looking at him. Aegidius tilted his head slightly, causing Valder to nod and stand. "My order shall fill this gap," he proclaimed. Horus, did Aegidius just make a mental connection to Constantine? Robot looks to the Emperor, yes. Yes, he did. On whose authority? A guard general spoke up. Mine, as the center of their order, I allow them to leave my service for now. Aegidius spoke, in his trademark meek and shy voice, but grew in confidence. All with as much respect and presence as an 8-year-old hybrid, combined with some psychic persuasion, could muster. Reluctantly, the general stood down even as Guilliman looked to his son and saw what was different as he looked back up at him and gave a lopsided smile. There, behind those blue, glowing orbs of innocence, there were his son's eyes, was something. Something whose very presence demanded the utmost respect and radiated absolute power. The Astronomicon. It had to be it. But the more Guilliman looked into it, the more alive it looked, and more familiar. There is other news. An Imperial Navy admiral spoke, derailing Guilliman's train of thought as his son looked forward yet again. Our external monitors and patrol fleets have taken into custody fleeing pirates. Murmurs erupted along the table again, wondering where this could be going. I would not bring such lowly worries before you, my lords and ladies, were they not connected to something far more important. Under interrogation, these pirates revealed that they were running from warriors of the Adeptus Astartes, loyal Space Marines. Which chapter? Guilliman immediately asked. From what they have described, we believe them to be elements of the Imperial Fists. Lehman immediately looked to Guilliman, who nodded in quiet contemplation. It was unknown what exactly happened to the Imperial Fists after Terra. Some claimed that they had gone on a final crusade into the eye of terror itself. Others that they had returned to in wit. Others still whispered the return of the Praetorian himself. Rogel, I am possibly alive. Perturabo, I don't have the energy to smack you at the moment. If I may, the small voice of Aegidius was heard yet again, the young boy squeaking softly when all eyes went on him again. I would ask you kindly to continue to look dash. No, monitor the path these pirates had come from. Aegidius could see from his side that his father was smiling, encouraging him. He was definitely doing good, which made him speak more confidently. If you do that, then we may find more allies, and I think that all of us agree that guiding them here to Imperium Secundus would give us some much-needed warriors. Aegidius was leaning forward onto the table, hands intertwined and head resting on them, elbows resting on the surface with a small smile on his face. An action that was done countless times by someone else. Jagatai, father sits like that. Horus, father moves like that. Morderon, father acts like that. Robot, father talks like that. The admiral inclined his head. A not inconsiderable course of action. It will be done so, my lord. Guilliman watched Aegidius closely, then as he leaned back into his throne. Confident and somehow knowing that with the words he had just spoken, he had gotten the Navy in a position where they could not refuse. It was a masterful political move, absolutely no doubt in his mind. Denying the request would not just be denying the prince and bring shame to the Navy, but also denying a valid military action. His boy was shaping up to be a great leader if this is what he could do on his first official war meeting. Aegidius slowly looked at him, then, and snaked a tiny hand underneath the table, resting it gently over his father's in attempted gratitude, as Guilliman felt as if the most ancient of links was reawakened within him. One so deep and set in stone that he was confident Aegidius himself was not aware of it. Instead of the link between him, the father, and Aegidius, the son. It was different, because that right there was not Aegidius. Turned away from the hololith, the glow no longer masking the true colors. Robot was able to finally see what had been different. As he looked into his son's eyes, he saw the true depth of them. Replaced from the blue, he had always known were irises of gold. He saw into his son's very soul where the golden light emerged from and suddenly knew fully just why Valder had come back into the fold. He was alive. The hollow projector clicked empty. the screen dark, and leaving the occupants even tenser than they were before the vid started. "Oh," the Emperor spoke in obvious shock. "Oh, oh, that's all you have to say?" Robot asked in disbelief. "You somehow cheated death." "That isn't exactly what worries me. The Astronomicon by itself should not be able to convey me to that degree of power." Robot ran a hand through his hair, trying to figure out what happened, how it happened, and why his boy out of everyone else in the future. "Father, I need to know this. Be absolutely, completely honest with me. Do you have any plans or ideas that could possibly lead to this end? Because what I saw is you somehow cheated death. You're somehow there with my son, or in him, or something. Be honest. Do you have anything to do with this?" Robot's voice shook just slightly, with restrained anger or bewilderment. It was unsure only that it shook with an extreme emotion there. The Emperor continued to simply stare forward at the now black screen, not moving an inch as he appeared to mill it through. The rest of the family sat there with stiffness in their bodies, waiting for any answer. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he delivered his answer. "I don't know." An impact was heard, Robot's fist colliding with his armrest. "No. Answer me." The shadow, the eyes, the mannerisms, the custodes bowing to him, calling him their emperor, Constantine smiling at him being able to awaken a custode's dreadnought. "You specifically said that only you could have done that. So answer me. Are you there with him?" He paused, going over everything that had happened thus far. The conclusion was there standing in front of him, mocking him as he came to the full realization. "Answer me." The Emperor looked at his son then, their eyes catching each other as the Emperor looked at him. "I don't know." The Emperor spoke with such truth, such depressing reality that it took aback not just Robot, but also all of the other present Primarchs. When was it the last time their father truly did not know anything? "The only hypothesis I can think of is that some of my essence, a soul, if you will, has latched onto him through the Astronomicon. Not soul-bound, leached. The effects are far, far too minor for a binding. I do not know how the alternate me did this. I do not know why he did this. I don't even know if what I am saying is correct." The Emperor sighed then, rubbing his face with his hands before standing along with all the other Primarchs. "Let us go and rest. I require time to think." Before anyone could say anything or add onto the conversation, the Emperor beat a hasty retreat, walking in massive strides towards somewhere else on the Bucephalus, leaving behind a room of stunned Primarchs. Horus was the first to speak. Father just walked away from a confrontation. Robot turned away from the door, which his father walked out of, and looked towards Horus. "You have known him far longer than any of us. Has he ever done that?" Horus, meanwhile, kept staring out into the corridor, thinking of his words earlier to Magnus, and if by some miracle, he was right. Around them, the rest of his brothers were in their own state of shock. Conrad's brooding was more pronounced. Corvus looked like he was caving in. Rogel, Perturabo, and Jagatai were deep in thought, and the less he said about Lehman, the better. The entire family was shocked, hurt, angry, and wanting more answers that their father just wasn't going to give. What happened with Magnus was bad enough with how badly they felt for not stepping in, but now it was worse. There was no vindication for a brother who might have been wrong, but was also wronged. It was only them wondering how else their family could go wrong next. "No," Horus had finally responded after a while. "And that's what scares me.